of the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial transcript read through, and I'm 2 minutes early, a minute and a half early, but you know what? Roll the intro.
That's it.
That's it?
Yeah, that's the melody to Funky Town.
You heard the towel. That's it. That's the melody to Funky Town. Where am I? Where am I now? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on 1 second. That's me. I'm a little towel. I don't have my headphones on. All right, I'm going to be like that today. It's Sunday. How are you doing? How's everybody doing? Good morning, Petty LaBelle. Good morning, Peaches. We are picking up where we left off yesterday. Now, I have a really good idea, because if you missed the end of yesterday, it all crescendoed. I'll leave my camera on for this. I'm animated and hilarious. It all crescendoed, ladies and gentlemen, yesterday. Oh, see, I got my Virgin Mother pin on. Towel likes his Virgin Mother pin. It all crescendoed. All right? Everything we read through 2,234 pages. What did it crescendo to? Now listen. You may think this case has taken twists and turns. Good morning, AD. How are you? I don't know if you heard me yesterday. I saw your comments a little late. If you could just follow up on the email you sent me and just say, like, hi, this is AD, I think I'll be able to find it. I tried to look through, but my email is very, overwhelmed. So, but God bless all of you. Happy Sunday. If you missed it yesterday, it all crescendoed. Ladies and gentlemen, as if a Joycean commodious vicus of recirculation made manifest in Hegelian dialectical form came together, I figured it out in the perfect sardonic encapsulation of the ridiculousness that is this case. Yes, I don't know how to break this news to you, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, Nancy. Good morning, Lisa Ann Cannoli. I love your username. This is going to astound, confound, and befuddle all of you. Yes, I think that based on my reading of the sidebar that culminated our 7-hour journey yesterday through the River Charles and its environs, ladies and gentlemen, Chloe the dog is a federal informant. I hate to break it to you so directly. I need to get in my towel Walter Cronkite mode. Chloe the dog is clearly a federal informant. Now, you might be saying to yourself, Grant, that's not possible. Oh, yes? Well, thank you so much, AD. Well, you know what? I'm going to prove it to you, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, I took the time to explicate my thesis. Before we begin today, let's catch up on where yesterday ended. And yes, despite all of the other things we learned and all the transcript errors we found in our close read of 2,234 pages, yes, it all led up to this. Now, you may be saying to yourself, Grant, there is no way you are going to convince me that Chloe the dog is a federal informant. Oh, yeah? Oh, yeah, ladies and gentlemen? What if I told you that I found a part of the sidebar transcript where Liza Little was so excited to tell Judge Cannoni that Chloe the dog was investigated by the feds that she started yelling during the sidebar, and Judge Cannoni had to tell her stop yelling so people wouldn't hear her in her excitement. Now, good morning, B-Bear. You came at just the right time. We are about to do our follow-up from yesterday, and you are going to hear me put it all together, ladies and gentlemen. I couldn't believe I did it. It's a little 8-minute intro. It'll get you fully caught up on yesterday. It all makes sense. It's not Matthew Farwell who's cooperating. Chloe the dog was a federal informant. She clearly was planted with the Albert family so they could spy on Michael Morrissey. Nobody knew the difference. It was genius. And then Brian Tully unwittingly petted the little dog and gave up information. You don't understand. This is Towel's grand unifying theory of this ridiculousness made manifest. Call me James Hagel Towel Joyce. All right, let's go.
Oh, no. Oh, poor Chloe. Oh, God bless you, Chloe. Oh, no. Oh, Chloe was investigated. Ladies and gentlemen, Chloe was investigated by the federal government. Oh, no. I have terrible news. Chloe the dog was investigated by the federal government. What the fuck? According to a SideBahs transcript, I cannot even write this. During the first John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial, Free Chloe now has an entirely different meaning. Oh, poor Chloe the dog. Oh, that poor dog. The poor dog was investigated by the feds. Oh, no. Oh, Chloe, what has happened? Oh, that's why they put her in witness protection. Chloe was investigated by the feds. They sent her up to Vermont. She's in WITSEC. Oh, dear God. Oh, no, not Chloe the dog. Why did the feds have to investigate Chloe the dog? I was not prepared for this. Oh, Lord. Oh, somebody help me. Listen, we are 7 hours and 2,116 pages in. I was not prepared to find out that the federal government investigated not just a dog, but Chloe the dog. This is outrageous. Listen, Nicola, from what I understand, they put the best tactical teams in the FBI on it. They didn't just find her, they put her in WITSEC. She's clearly cooperating. That's why she's in a wig, Nicola. Do you understand? She is in the federal doggy protection program. Clearly, she flipped. All right? It wasn't Higgins that flipped. It wasn't Albert. It wasn't Michael Proctor. It was Chloe the dog. It was Chloe the dog the entire time. She was the informant. Listen, this makes it clear. Chloe got investigated by the feds. She couldn't handle the pressure of Josh Levy asking her questions at a grand jury. So she flipped. All right? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. The bombshell that we needed to close out the day. All right. Let's get through this sidebar. All right. I think that probably is a good way to close out the day. Let's see. Any other sidebars? Can we just get done with this? That was the greatest sidebar I've ever read. Elizabeth Little was so excited to say that Chloe was asked about at the federal grand jury. Oh, my word. Oh, wait. They're going to approach about. I'm going to lose it. I'm going to absolutely lose it. If that was the missing piece to all this, that first of all, the FBI figured out how to speak dog, and second of all, that it was Chloe the whole time. Oh, goodness, you don't understand, ladies and gentlemen. That will be the absolute absurdity that this case deserves. Yes, Chloe the dog was the cooperating informant, not Ken Berkowitz, not the unnamed person in the Canton PD. Nope, not Karen Reed. Nope, nobody else. It was Chloe the dog. Chloe the dog was spying on all these people. Oh, my goodness. Chloe the dog was a long-term undercover FBI plant. Clearly, she was spying on all these people. They didn't need a Title III wiretap. They just put a microphone on Chloe the dog. Who's going to think a dog is wired up? Oh, my goodness, it's the perfect plan. Lynn Rubb said, been listening to your stream on and off. You did a good job. You've come a long way. I hit the subscribe button. I am thrilled to have you with us, Lynn, and enjoy your towel wrench. But yes, clearly I put it all together, ladies and gentlemen. Chloe is the cooperating federal witness. That's why she is in doggy WITSEC. Now, I don't know if there is a witness protection program for dogs, but if there is, Chloe the dog in a wig is in the WITSEC. We all were fooled. They pulled the doggy wool over all of our eyes, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, my word. It was the surprise, the twist, the swerve no one saw coming. Chloe the dog was a federal informant. I knew it. Eliza Little was jumping at the bit to tell Judge Cannoni, and Judge Cannoni was like, stop yelling, Eliza Little. I know you're excited to tell the world that Chloe the dog in a wig is the cooperating federal witness, but stop yelling it. Chloe has been moved to a secure location in Arizona. Oh, God. Free Chloe. Free Chloe the dog in a wig. I'm telling you, she has a... Listen, ladies and gentlemen, she has a wig for a reason. If you've never seen Chloe the dog in a wig, it's because she's clearly in doggy WITSEC, all right? That is not a coincidence. We all missed it. That's how they got him. They sent Chloe the dog in a wig into Morrissey's office wearing a wire. He went over to... Chloe the dog went over to Morrissey, got a bunch of dirt, went over to Tully. Tully thought it was a little dog, gave him a pet. Nope, it was a federal informant dog. You've heard about informant squirrels? Nope, it was an informant dog. Nobody would ever suspect it. It's just a little dog. Oh, aren't you an adorable dog? Oh, no, it's wearing a wire. Who checks the dog for a fucking wire? That's the most genius plan I've ever heard of in my entire life. You might have to do some kind of surgery on the dog to like get the, or yeah, I guess you could put the dog in a sweater, but then the dog would have to wear the sweater all the time. So I think you kind of have to implant the microphone in the dog. That probably brings up some ethical issues. Needless to say, I'm totally in favor of using dogs to become federal informants. I have thought this through extensively. Someone promote me. Yes, nope, I can confirm that Chloe did make it. Is Chloe's testimony in the Dewey material? Question from Josh Levy. Are you a dog? Response, inaudible barking. Ladies, the attorney, U.S. Attorney Levy. Ladies and gentlemen, it is clearly a dog of the federal grand jury. Oh, goodness. But yes, Chloe did get rehomed into another New England state. It's not just that she got rehomed. They gave her a wig, and she's now in the witness protection program. All right? I don't know if they got the micro. I don't know. First of all, I don't know how they came up with this idea to begin with, but it all makes sense, and Eliza Little put it together, and that's why Karen Reed hired her. All right, there you go. Eliza Little's claim to fame. She got to tell Judge Cannoni that Chloe the dog was interrogated by the federal government. I actually think I have been able to confirm it, Nicola. I'm pretty sure. I can independently. I didn't go to where Chloe is, but I think I don't remember exactly who I talked to, but I know where Chloe went. And I know, like, what the new owner does, and I know who the new owner is. So, yes, I can tell you that Chloe is, I don't know if she's okay now. I have no desire to follow up. But I can tell you that Chloe was okay. She did get sent to another home, and she was doing just fine. Now, whether that was by the FBI or not, now I'm confused. I don't know. Maybe they did go bring her to that other place. Maybe she's in the doggy with sec protection program.
All right, you can see now, ladies and gentlemen, I have put it all together. That is the reason why Brian Tully's State Police Unit was brought down. It wasn't just Lindsay Gattani's genius, or me being a little towel. Nope, it wasn't the attention from the Karen Reed case or Turtle Boy. Everyone was right, but in the wrong way. It was Chloe the dog in a wig, all right? She is our prime suspect. She is the federal informant. And you all may be saying to yourself, Grant, that is extremely outlandish, and you are clearly making a sardonic commentary. Oh, God bless you. ETIE Demand 5293. Thank you for all you do and sharing your time. Oh, God bless you for your support. It is my honor to be able to help and also to free Chloe the dog. Clearly, ladies and gentlemen, I am very grateful for Chloe the dog, but I am also very grateful for all of your support and for your willingness to tune in to listen to me read another 2018 pages to go. You ready to do this? You got to put in work, ladies and gentlemen. As Ray from Dallas would say, God bless Ray, he's a good man. We were listening to Ray a little bit last night. Enjoyed, his stream very much. It was interesting. I look forward to talking to Ray again in the very near future. So shout out to Ray from Dallas. All right, so we are on day 16. Now, listen, I'm telling you, I saw a little preview of this. I tried not to spoil it for myself, but like Kyle Sharkey's really, really smart. Shout out Kyle. And he read far ahead and caught some of the good stuff from the Jen McCabe SideBahs. We're not at the Jen McCabe SideBahs yet. I want to let you know I'm going to be very dramatic during the Jen McCabe SideBahs. I'm just going to start yelling things. In fact, I might want to do a dramatic reenactment of Jen McCabe's entire testimony just for the hell of it. You don't understand. I have my opinions, ladies and gentlemen, and they are strong opinions. Petty LaBelle says, love Ray from Dallas. Yes, a lot of love for Ray from Dallas in the towel community and around the world. All right, so Ray definitely has earned his towel status. There is no doubt about that. All right, are we getting to Jen McCabe on this day? No, but that's okay. That's okay. Well, maybe we will, actually. This might be a summary of the previous day's proceeding, actually. Okay, we are going to May 13th, 2024. Is everybody ready? Everybody attentive? Everyone got your pens, pencils, popcorn, morning snacks, energy drinks, coffee, whatever it is you need, you should buckle up because this is going to be an adventure. Special Sunday stream with Towel. I don't normally stream on Sundays because I like to go to church, but I'll figure it out. I'll go later maybe. And I couldn't go yesterday because we went past 4:30, so I missed Saturday Mass. All right, here we go. Who's up? Oh, this is just them saying good morning. I think this is on Monday. I think they just had a long weekend. So we start the day with a SideBah. And you will notice I will do SideBah alerts. Why? I love saying the word SideBah. And also it will help you because you'll be able to be like, oh, there you go. We are having a SideBah. So the day begins with a SideBah. Okay, here we go. Okay, hold on. The court. Good morning. This is an open court. Good morning, Mr. Yannetti. I am told there's an objection to something we introduced during cross. Mr. Jackson. Yes, the court. Do you want to come over? Mr. Jackson. Sure. Okay, here we go. Whereupon there was a SideBah as follows. The court. All right, so we are all set to begin. Mr. Jackson. This is similar to the video that both counsel and the court ended up indicating they have an objection to the bulkhead to fence to the front yard. Okay, this has to do with Alan Jackson was in one of the videos that his investigator recorded that they were trying to like show the like environs of 34 Fairview. And Judge Cannoni on Friday in the transcripts was like, Mr. Jackson, you can't be in the video. You would be a witness. And Mr. Jackson was like, oh, that's a good point, Judge Cannoni. That I should really find a way to get around this. And he was like, can I edit myself out? And she was like, no, you should have just had the private investigator in the video only. And he was like, oh, okay, I'll use still photographs. So that was where we left this conversation. It's also why you have to read all these sidebars in context because you have to understand temporally where they are in sequence to each other. And then you also have to understand recursively where they're occurring in the timeline of the actual trial. So understanding like that these lawyers are fresh off a weekend, that they had some time to rest. They were getting really grumpy Friday afternoon. Lally, you like called Jackson's tactics like some very like some ridiculous word. What word did he use? Hold on, because they struck it. And Judge Cannoni tried to strike it from the record, but they couldn't do it. They just left it. Oh, he called it repulsive. Lally called Jackson's tactics repulsive, and Judge was like, strike the repulsive part. They just left it in the transcript. So they were getting very catty with each other by Friday. So it's important to understand where we're coming into this sidebar, because Jackson's going to set the tone for the week. If he starts off like a dick, everyone's going to be a dick. So I don't know how he's going to start off. Let's see. Mr. Jackson. This is similar to the video that both counsel and the court ended up indicating they have an objection to the bulkhead to the fence to the front yard. I had my investigator go back out. Smart solution, Alan. That is smart. The court had indicated that we should have done it with the investigator and nobody else in it. We did exactly that. All it is a video from the bulkhead. He opens up the bulkhead door. Is there the court? Is there sound? Is there audio? Mr. Jackson, there is no audio. The audio has been stripped. The court. Okay. Mr. Jackson, he didn't talk on it. Anyway, I wasn't there. He took the video from the bulkhead. He turns, walks to the fence, goes through the fence, and walks to the front yard, and that's it. It's probably 15, maybe 30 seconds long. Mr. Lally. It's about 51 seconds long, Your Honor. The objection is, and obviously this is within the discretion of the court, but relevancy grounds. I don't know of any witness that puts Mr. O'Keefe in the house, let alone in the basement, in the area of the bulkhead, anything to do with that. So for that reason, the Commonwealth would object on relevancy, as it really is just cause to confuse and mislead the jury about whether or not Mr. O'Keefe. There is no indication that the bulkhead is at all relevant, as Mr. O'Keefe wasn't in the house and wasn't near the bulkhead. So what Lally's saying is there's a test under MRE 401 and 403, and the test specifically has to do with whether or not, like, even an admissible piece of evidence that's probative, it tends to confuse or mislead the jury. So that's what he's saying there. Mr. Jackson. Well, that's their theory, that states that he wasn't in the house. The court, explain the relevancy. Mr. Jackson, we believe that there is evidence that Mr. O'Keefe was in the house. There is strong evidence that he was in the house. That's probably coming up either today or tomorrow. The court, make an offer of proof for me. Mr. Jackson, Ryan Nagel and Heather Maxson both saw John O'Keefe. Both saw John O'Keefe and Karen Reed in the car together. When they turned, oh right, we do have testimony about that. When they turned almost simultaneously onto Fairview from the adjoining street to the north. Cedar Crest is the name, Mr. Jackson. When they pulled up, both witnesses will testify that based on their looking at the phones, they started paying attention to the house. It was Julie Nagel who started to make her way out of the house. They were there for about 5 minutes, 10 minutes. So that's between like 12:24 to 12:29. They were not there for 10 minutes, because if they were there until 12:34, they would have seen the car backing up at 12:31. They didn't. They left probably, so when he says between 5 to 10 minutes, the exact time of Julie Nagel and Ryan Nagel leaving had to be somewhere between 12:27 and 12:30 at the latest. I think even 12:31 is pushing it, because the incident happened 12:32 and 16 seconds precisely. The backup event was probably like 12:31:52 to like 12:32:24 or 36, because like the 10-second window captured in the Lexus data was 12:32:04 to 12:32:14, and that's a very important piece of information, because there's no way Julie Nagel was there, and they pulled up simultaneously to Karen and John, which was at 12:23 or 12:24. Therefore, Alan Jackson's estimate is right, but there's no way it was 10 minutes. It was closer to, at most, 6 minutes. Closer to 5 than 10, and there's no way it was 8, 9, or 10 minutes. I'm sorry. So anyway, I'm very precise. Good morning, Trey. And yes, I do have all of this memorized down to the minute and second. Julie Nagel then goes back into the house, decides to stay. She doesn't want to ride home. And as they leave, both Ryan Nagel and Heather Maxson indicate they looked into the interior of Miss Reed's SUV. John O'Keefe was not there. Miss Reed was sitting alone with nobody else in the passenger compartment. I don't know if they said she was alone. They just said because the dome light was on, they only saw, and this was the first trial. I think in the second trial, someone says they saw a second person in the car at this time, but couldn't make out who it was. Either way, the point is they didn't say Karen was alone. They said and that's like Alan Jackson describing it. They said specifically that they saw Karen with the interior dome light with her hands at 10 and 2. One of them. The other one said they drove by and saw a female passenger. So it's important. Alan's being accurate, but also he's interjecting like a narrative about the testimony. You see what he's doing? And a good lawyer is going to do that. But like, if you know the facts, you also see what he's doing. He's trying very hard to indicate that they had said she was alone, because his argument that she's alone allows him to lay an offer of proof, what's called a proffer, that he's going to be able to try to argue that John went in the house. Therefore, and remember what the point of this conversation is. Alan's talking about the video of his investigator walking to the bulkhead and such, which he wants to get in. You need relevance. It can't confuse the jury. You need some scintilla of proof or some argument that you're going to elicit testimony that he went near the house. That's why Alan's doing this. They will both say they did not see John standing outside the car compartment. John wasn't on the street. He wasn't on the sidewalk. He wasn't in the yard. The only other, this is why it's an offer of proof. The only other place he could have been is in the house. If he was in the house, then there is reason to believe that he was in the basement. Okay, why? That's a stretch. There is an exit from the basement to the backyard, serving the very area on the same side of the house where John O'Keefe's body was found. That is the defense's theory. That's been the defense's theory from the beginning. The Commonwealth has a different theory, that there is 9 witnesses, all of whom walked out of the house, or in the same way looked out of the house, and no one saw John O'Keefe's body in the lawn, which is where they claim he would have been at the time every single one of these people passed by the lawn or looked out onto the lawn. The only other place he could have been is in the house, the court. And what about him being in the house? If that's true, then what? You need to give me some more. She's saying your offer of proof isn't enough. Mr. Jackson, if he was in the house, then the most reasonable place for him to be and be injured is down in the basement. There is a slab of flooring down in the basement that's made out of concrete. That would answer the question how he got the fracture on the back of his head. The lacerations to his eyes, the black eyes, the bloody nose will indicate a fight. We've got evidence and we've got experts who are going to say that he looks like he was in a physical altercation, not hit by a car. If he was in a physical altercation that nobody else in the ground floor saw, then the only other place he could have been is upstairs or downstairs, such that they would not have witnessed the actual fight or the physical altercation. The most reasonable place for him to be is down in the basement, and the basement services the very side of the house where John O'Keefe's body was found. we would want to be able to show that and establish that the bulkhead is a place where if you wanted to remove something large and heavy, you could easily do it. And if you did do it, that would end up right on the same side of the house where John O'Keefe's body was found. The court. All right. So apparently there is a third-party culprit inside the house. Mr. Jackson. Correct. The court. And who might that be? Mr. Jackson. It's unknown. It could be one of several people. The court. So under the third-party culprit doctrine, I do think this is speculative, but I'm going to let counsel explore this. So I'm going to let the video in. All right. Who's telling me that Judge Cannoni was biased against Karen's defense? Sorry, she's not. She could easily have been like, what the hell are you talking about? Nope. She let him explore it. So how about them apples? She didn't even push him. She pushed him a little bit, and she then let him do it. And he didn't even identify a third-party culprit. Ms. Delally, I understand. The court. Okay, so the Commonwealth's objection is noted, but he has to authenticate it. Mr. Jackson, understood. The clerk, this wouldn't pertain to you guys, but Mr. Carney is in the courtroom. He cannot view this witness, correct? The court. The court, correct. The clerk, okay. The court, so we will bring the witness in, and he's going to be removed. Mr. Jackson, thank you. Oh, what a moment. What a moment. All right. How about that? That's quite a moment. He came into the courtroom on the day that he was going to be excluded, and they talked about it. All right. We're off on part 2 of the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial 1 SideBahs. Here's the moment where Judge Cannoni and Alan Jackson discussed, along with Adam Lally, Aiden Turtleboy Kearney's first exclusion from the courtroom during testimony from the Alberts. It's a very interesting inside look, and I'm sympathetic to all perspectives on this, but it's still an interesting inside look in how the court is alerted to things, how it acts on things, and so for that reason, more so than anything else, I'm posting that. And I'm a little towel. All right, so I posted that. Now we are going to continue. Hello, Nicola Cox. We were just talking about you earlier. So we just got to the point where I think it's Nicole Albert. Who is it? Who's the first witness? Brian Albert. Okay, wait a minute. I'm confused. So I thought it was a new witness taking the stand, but I guess Kearney was excluded for Brian Albert, who had been testifying the day before, and then Kearney came into the courtroom this day, and Albert was going to take the stand, so they removed Kearney. There you go. All right, you got to read the subtext of it all, ladies and gentlemen. That's why I do this methodically and by hand. All right, Brian Albert's testifying about being a Brian Albert. All right, he's just a Brian Albert, being a Brian Albert. All right, here we go. I'm going to make sidebar commentaries from time to time, but we're not actually reading the transcript. We have a sidebar. Wait a minute. We have a sidebar. Ladies and gentlemen, I repeat, we have a sidebar. Nicola's like, I get the wig now. Patty LaBelle's like, please consider hitting the like button. Yes, please do. It really helps the stream. Apparently, if you like the stream while it's live, maybe want to give a subscribe. Also, did you know I am just 5 followers away from 10,000 on Twitter? We can do a 10,000 subscriber or follower celebration for Towel in just 5 more X subscribers. So if you have an X account and you want to go over there and subscribe to Grant Smith Ellis, 5 more people, we will hit 10,000. I'll do a real-time celebration on stream. How great will that be? All right, so let's continue. We found a sidebar. All right. I repeat, we found a sidebar. All right, here we go. All right, here we go. Where are we in the sidebar? Is it true that you were asked the question whether or not you knew Karen Reed on January 28, 2022, and you testified, quote, I've never met or seen her before, end of quote? Okay. Oh, so he's talking about federal grand jury testimony from Brian Albert about whether he knew Karen Reed. Oh, boy, this is going to get exciting, I think. Here we go. All right, hold on. No, I don't recall that. Question. This is an open court. Didn't you indicate that you just testified, that you reviewed your grand jury testimony in anticipation for this trial? Answer, yes. Question, you would have read the whole thing? Answer, yes. This is Brian Albert, remember. Question, and you don't recall making that statement? Answer, no. Mr. Jackson, may I approach, Your Honor? The court, yes. And I'll see counsel at sidebar when you're done with this witness. Good morning, Duck Duck. You are a towel. Sidebar during the Brian Albert cross by Alan Jackson. Here we go. Whereupon there was a sidebar conference as follows. Sidebar alert. Sidebar alert. The court. Okay, so I allowed the motion to stay away from the federal grand jury, and we were here at sidebar. I instructed Ms. Giannetti that he could say the grand jury, different date, and Mr. Lally wasn't there. Do you want me? Mr. Jackson, is that not accurate? It's a non-grand jury. The court, but it gives the impression I have already ruled on it. Mr. Jackson, all right, the court, well, that's why I'm telling you. Mr. Jackson, okay. The court, so it's a grand jury date, and I'd let you get into Mr. Lally wasn't the prosecutor. Mr. Jackson, if I am consistently asking about both grand juries, can't I say the other grand jury? The court, yes, just not Commonwealth. Mr. Jackson, okay. Oh, very interesting. So Alan Jackson got a little scolding, just a little scolding, just gentle little scolding. You know, court was like, bad Alan Jackson, bad. And Alan Jackson was like, I'm just an Alan Jackson. Like, oh, Your Honor, harmless error, you know. So I try to talk you through it. 25 minutes behind, says Spectre the Horseman. Don't you worry, you can throw it on 2x speed. You'll get caught up with us right away. We are only on page 2262. All right, so they go back to impeaching Brian Albert about his testimony at the federal grand jury. Now they're talking about other things. Now they're entering evidence. All right, taking photo, talking about a photo. We don't actually look at the context until we see a sidebar. And someone's like, Grant, you're not actually reading all this. Yes, I have to, because if I don't actually see what's on, it may not seem to you that it's possible to read a document this fast, but it is. And what I'm looking for is specifically like words that interest me, something that's blacked out, any break in the flow of Q&A that shows me there might be a sidebar. So I'm scanning, I'm looking for colloquies, I'm looking for anything that's blacked out. I'm looking for any words that kind of make me think twice, and I'm just scanning. So I don't know if you might be like watching at a slower speed, or you might be following along. Oh, that's a good point. So if you'd like to follow along with us, someone said you're a fast reader. I think it was Peaches. Yes, I am a fast reader. I read very, very fast. So I really think someone didn't believe me when I was debating on Twitter yesterday. They were like, Grant, you did not read 2,000 something pages in 6 hours, 7 hours. And I was like, yeah, I did. I did. We did it manually. There's proof of it. We all did it together. I don't know if everyone read as fast as I was reading, but we definitely all did it together. So I'm going to get you the link to the document we're reading. Give me 1 second. All right, so if you want to follow along with this PDF, I'm going to link it here. Follow along with the PDF on screen here. Now, it's going to tell you it's way too long to screen. You can still download it. You should have your own antivirus anyway, but it's literally 4,000 pages, so Google can't even preview it, not to mention like review it. AD2202 says, I did too, Grant. Oh, I forget what I was saying at exactly that moment, AD2202, but I'm glad, whatever it is that you said. Oh, you were reading along. Great. Excellent. All right. So now you have the PDF. If you want to follow along, we are on page 2309. You're going to find that reference up in the top left of your screen. See where my mouse is? You just use that reference number to find where we are at any time. But yes, so I was also explaining my process, which is I'm just kind of scanning it. You know, I'm seeing everything that's on the screen. Oh my goodness, they're talking about Chloe. See what I mean? Like I saw German Shepherd fly by there and I processed it. And then I noted like, oh, okay, Grant, that was on the page before. It says German Shepherd. Do you want to look more into the context? Not really. Okay. There was no sidebar about it. Was there a sidebar? No. Okay, move on. Now I see stuff about the basement, metal, etc. We have a potential sidebar. No, we don't. They're playing a video. Brief recess, video, back to playing the video. We are sidebar hunting. So sidebar hunting is a very specific art form. They're playing a video now, asking questions about a video. Oh, it's probably of the bar that night. Oh, we might have a sidebar. We have a sidebar, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, goodness, it's about Mr. Brian Albert's phone. Oh, goodness. Oh, AD says they read fast and talk fast, too. Yes, indeed, that's true. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I have news. Just 4 followers away on Towel X from 10,000. I might have to actually bring something up on the screen that allows us to monitor in real time. Oh, you don't understand. This is quite an exciting day to be a towel. And you might be saying, sir, you are a towel. Well, yes, I am. I'm a towel. All right, so let me bring this up on the screen. I'm so excited to live this moment with you. I've always wanted to reach 10,000 followers. Not that I really care about the followers. I just think it's hilarious that I'm going to reach 10,000. All right, it was a slow grind. Earned it. I don't do any of that botting nonsense. But I'm going to get there. All right, so we're going to watch in real time. Take a look at that. All right, take a look. All right, see that? All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be our little ticker. When that gets to 10,000, we will have a towel celebration. Yes, you will all be here for the moment that towel reaches 10,000. Oh, it will be glorious. Peaches is going to check. We might have another one on the list. We just need 4 more, ladies and gentlemen, until the big moment. All right, so here we go. Let's go to a sidebar. All right, let's go. Oh, goodness, we're only 2 away now. Hold on. Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. We might have to wait. This might be the moment. We are up to 9,998. Oh, goodness, Peaches followed. Ladies and gentlemen, this might be the moment. This might be the moment. Who is going to be number 10,000? Just 2 more to go. I guess we will pause before this next sidebar. Dramatic moments here, ladies and gentlemen, on Towel Stream. You're seeing something almost 5 years in the making. 10,000 hard-earned followers for Towel. Millions of words. Probably 30 million words or so Towel has written over these past 5 years. That's more than War and Peace, I'm pretty sure. I haven't actually measured the length of War and Peace in words, but I'm pretty sure it's a couple million words. Cue the drum roll, says Patty LaBelle. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we will be here for this mildly historic moment for towels. It is a great day for towels everywhere. Yes, the towel folds are strong. Very fun morning. Mama Recco says, good morning, Grant. You were a trooper. Thanks for covering this. My pleasure, Mama Recco. We got an unexpected early morning break right before a big sidebar about Brian Albert and him deleting his phone because we're about to hit 10,000 followers on Towel Stream, or at least on Towel X. I never thought the day would come. Just a humble little towel, ladies and gentlemen, rising to 10,000 followers. At least we're close. 9,998. You can't do like a real-time count. You just have to refresh the page. Then I'm worried if I wait to refresh for too long, people are going to go follow in a group of 3, and then they're going to have 10,001. So I got to be on it. Did you have a nice lunch yesterday? Squirrel, God bless you. Yes, I did. I managed to get some pizza for lunch. And then not only that, I very rarely eat more than once a day, especially recently. I normally have like a cereal bar if I can to try to stretch it. And then I'll eat like a lunch and then that's it. And go to bed early because I get tired and because I don't have enough calories. But yesterday I ate dinner too. It was the greatest thing ever. I had some chicken and I put some rice with it. I was in towel heaven. So God bless all of you for that. It meant a lot to me. Are we going to hit it? Are we going to hit the number? I don't know, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, 2 away. So if you're watching right now, I can't go back to the sidebar because if I go over 10,000 without being here, that would be a lot. Midnight Evidence HQ, good to see you. They say War and Peace was 587,000 words. Okay, so I've easily written 60 times the length of War and Peace, and I'm not underestimating. Like 30 million words is a low estimate of the amount of words that I've written on X and on my Patreon and otherwise over the past 5 years across a number of different stories that I was working on. 1 more follower to go, ladies and gentlemen. 9,999. All right, we are pausing. We are taking a pause. We are going to watch this moment together. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it is a glorious day to be a towel. We are 1 follower away from 10,000. Who is going to be lucky number 10,000? Will it happen on this refresh? Oh, the moments, ladies and gentlemen. You will be... I'll turn my camera on for this. Oh, thank you so much, Lynn Britton. You helped us get just 1 more away. Who is going to be lucky number 10,000? Will it happen right now? Will this be the refresh? 1 more, ladies and gentlemen. Just 1 to go. Just one to go. Oh, you're very nice, Petty LaBelle. Don't worry, it'll happen in this moment. I just don't want to be reading a sidebar and then pause, so we're going to do it together. Is this the moment? It probably isn't, but I'm still going to refresh anyway. Very humble milestone for a small little towel. Yes, just one more on X, and you will have watched the moment where towel hit 10,000. Yes, I am a little towel. It is a solemn moment, a solemn milestone to mark. Based on the pace we've been going, it should happen in the next 60 seconds, which is why I'm waiting. And I don't mind taking a little break for this. Oh, God bless you all. What a wonderful day to be able to mark this moment with you. It means a lot. And we will go right back to the sidebars, but I do want to be here for this. It happened, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm ready for this. It happened, ladies and gentlemen. It happened. Oh, goodness. Little Towels, my name is Grant Smith Ellis, and I am thrilled to have been with you live, reading John O'Keefe and Karen Reed Trial 1 transcripts as I hit a momentous milestone for a Little Towel. 10,000 followers on X. Thank you all very much over the years for your support. I've probably written about 30 million words over that time, which come to find out is 60 times the length of War and Peace, which I thought was like 15 million words. I've written about 170 journalistic articles on my Patreon, and I couldn't have done it without the support from all of you. So, oh, it's so wonderful to see so many of you in the chat. Hi, Bunny and Midnight Evidence and Squirrel and Masses Corrupt and Peaches. And so many of you who are here for this moment. I'm so grateful. It means a lot to me. Thank you very much. And I'm so glad I got to record this. We got to see the moment live. Very rare do you get one of those moments. How serendipitous. I'm very humbled and extremely grateful. Oh, thank you, Jesse and Patty LaBelle and Lisa. You are all very kind, and I'm so grateful, as I mentioned. And as we go back to reading the sidebars about Brian Albert getting rid of his phone, we had quite the moment reaching 10,000 together on Towel X. So thank you all. Every single one of you means a lot to me. I think like a year or two ago, I was like, oh, when I hit 10,000, that'll be a milestone to mark. I'll take a screenshot and make a post. Well, by fate, wasn't even thinking about it this morning. By fate, we got to 10,000. Oh, thank you all so much. Well, from Towel to you, thank you for all your support, for believing in me, for being willing to listen to long-form content and parse through the polemics and engender coach and public discourse to protect this form of government and this country and the vulnerable and the voiceless. That's all I've ever wanted. I don't care what the personal cost is, as long as you are learning and engaged and as long as you care about principles that will make this world a better place. So take that forth. God bless you. I'm going to end this recording now, but thank you again. Oh, Solo's here. Hello, Solo. It is great to see you. You get in the recording too. And Christina, of course, my dear friend, you as well. All right, I made a 10K recording. That was really fun. Thank you all for being here for that moment. I want to post that up, but I'll get rid of this from the screen and we'll go back to reading the sidebar that I know you're all eagerly anticipating. That was really, really fun. While other creators still trying to figure out how to go through the sidebars, our Grant is best coverage and halfway through 4,000 pages. Congrats on 10,000 subs. Oh, God bless you, Duck Duck. That means a lot to me. I'm very grateful. Gonna write up a post. All right, so how shall I do this? Oh, tell friends, what a wonderful moment. While reading John O'Keefe and Karen Reed Trial 1 SideBahs this morning, I hit 10,000 followers on X. This is a humble moment for a little towel, and I am so grateful I got to experience that moment live with so many of you. Heart. All right, I'm a little towel. What a nice moment. You don't get those moments very often. Sometimes you just gotta stop and take stock of the roses. See the pun there? Roses have a stalk. You know what I'm saying? That was hilarious. Bunny was here. Bunny's like, I was here. Oh, Duck, you're wonderful. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we are indeed going through the sidebars. You got, and yeah, so what's funny is you all were here with me in real time when we realized yesterday how this was going to play out. And you were like, someone was like, I was actually like, I can't just listen to this with like a screen reader. I'm going to have to read this whole thing and parse out the SideBahs. And then someone today, Duck was like, Grant like figured it out right away. Other people are still like trying to process it all. And I was like, yeah, you just got to do it. You know what I'm saying? Just got to have a process. Hello, Elijah. God bless you, my friend. It's so good to see you. I have missed you. It is wonderful to see you again. You bring a smile to Towel's face. How are you doing? Oh, Solo, I absolutely understand. Solo says, I wish I could join X, but I have very bad vision, so I can't see text. If anyone out there might know an accessibility add-on for X to allow Solo to be able to use it with visibility issues or vision issues, that would be great. Maybe we could help figure that out for Solo. Actually, let's pause and do that right now. Hold on. Let me see what I can get for you, Solo, all right? I want to, before we go back to the sidebar, you'll all forgive me, but this is obviously very important. X, do you have Android? Are you going to use it on Android or Apple? Mobile app, vision disability extension. Let me see if there's like an app that will do it for you. All right, let's see. X. Let's see here. I'll find it. Okay. So, the X mobile app offers built-in features for vision disabilities, primarily through screen reader support, alt text offered for image descriptions, which can be enabled with prompts, high contrast and dark mode, and font size adjustments, which can all be found in settings, accessibility, display, and languages. Although there's no single extension needed, third-party tools can help make the platform more robust. Users with vision loss rely on their device's native screen reader, like VoiceOver TalkBack, to read text and descriptions, while the app provides tools for creators to add context to images. So it says there's native integration of screen reader support for iOS VoiceOver and Android TalkBack, and they're fully navigable. And I think the best way to do it is to just install the app. If you need help with that, you might need someone in person. But then in the app, you're able to turn those options on, and it will natively interact with your screen reader. So God bless you, Solo. I hope that's helpful. It's so good to see you, Allie the Cat Tracks. God bless you, and enjoy your wrench. I'm so glad we were able to problem solve a little bit. Solo, you can obviously follow up. It's not a one-time piece of advice. If you find that like installing the app doesn't work with your screen reader or it just won't function, just let us know. I'm sure we can find a third-party workaround. Solo says, I'll get my daughter to set that up. Thank you. Oh, that's wonderful, Solo. That makes me a very happy towel. If this works and Solo can be on Twitter because Twitter provides native screen reader functionality, that's wonderful. Shout out to X for that. More applications should make sure that that functionality is built in. You hear me on this stream complaining all the time to the damn lawyers about how they upload their PDFs in a way that's not machine readable. Well, guess who suffers for that, you damn lawyers? People like Solo, who absolutely deserve to be able to just click a screen reader on their phone and have it read the text. They don't need to convert it because you forgot to click a button when generating your PDF. Joey Sticks, God bless you. Thank you for the super chat. Are the feds still investigating the McAlberts? Okay, so here's my opinion before we go back to this sidebar, which I do think this is a relevant question. And by the way, you don't have to send super chats to ask questions. I'll answer any question I see as long as things are going on. Obviously, I'm happy to do that. But since you sent that question, I'll answer it. I think the investigation is primarily about Sandra Birchmore. I think Michael Proctor and Brian Tully and John Fanning and Jen McCabe and all these people go back a very long time. I think part of what's on Proctor's phone is likely a discussion about Birchmore and other girls, probably related to that brothel that was allegedly being operated in Stoughton. I think Matthew Farwell was lied to not just by Sandra Birchmore, but by other cops around him, and they told him that Sandra Birchmore was fathering his child, despite the fact that they knew it was other cops, probably. Whether that father was Robert Devine or John Fanning or whatever, I don't know. Okay, Robert Devine's probably the most likely suspect. He was in contact with Sandra Birchmore on the day of her murder. But if there's any investigation at all, the big one is probably Sandra Birchmore, the big one. And then the cover-up thereof. And then the smaller one is probably Michael Proctor being set up for an obstruction trap, because I think the feds got Michael Proctor's entire cell phone, and then they waited for the Reed case to end in July of 2025, and then or right before that. And then when Proctor, in the Miles King case and the other cases, submitted a motion through his lawyer or saying that he got rid of his old phone in November of 2024 and that his new phone auto-deleted every 30 days, which was the same bullshit excuse that some of the other troopers or the DA's office tried to use on some other shit. When he did that, it was an obstruction trap. The feds the whole time had his full phone, so they then went to whoever the fuck and just gave the phone over and forced the Norfolk DA to provide it under Rule 14 via reciprocal discovery obligations, because it's exculpatory and indicative of bias, and it can be used by the defendants in those 7 cases, which is why you see all these hearings with Rosemary Scapiccio and the other lawyers for the 7 defendants Proctor investigated whose cases are still open, being so aggressive about this, because they know what's in those texts, and it's probably more than racist language, which is horrifying in and of itself, towards criminal defendants Proctor was investigating. It's probably the obstruction trap to have the Fed laid this trap so that Proctor would inculpate, or whatever the word is, incriminate himself, and in turn the feds now can put pressure on him so Proctor will cooperate, because Proctor's probably the point person who knows the most about what Tully and Fanning did to cover up Sandra Birchmore's murder, potentially with help from John Fanning and Yuri and Nick Garino. Nick Garino, who's the person who looked at Sandra Birchmore's text messages with John Fanning, and Nick Garino, the same person who was involved with processing Lindsay Gattani's phone that Brian Tully then released in an unredacted form in April of 2024, with only messages from Tully to Lindsay and from Kate Peter to Lindsay removed, along with an audio message. Leah Genduso, a former state trooper, also tied into all this chaos, sent to Lindsay, also removed by Tully before the 15-year extraction from Lindsay was released by Tully to Aidan Kearney's lawyer. So in terms of that, I think there's just kind of this overall decision that has to be made about who are you willing to extend immunity to on the federal level, who are you willing to work with, who are you willing and dealing with. When the feds wheel and deal, they do it on the highest level possible, including with murderers. So Matthew Farwell getting a deal to take the death penalty off the table and going into WITSEC and testifying against the cops who covered up Sandra Birchmore's murder is not out of the question. That is, I think, the big story here. Everyone's onto it. I'm not going to tell you discussions with my colleagues, but I know every colleague at every major paper and every major news establishment, whether local or national. I don't care. If you cover this case, I've talked to you. And I know what people know. I know, in fact, I have sources who are better than a lot of the news I think it's obvious. I'm not tooting my own horn. I have sources that are better than a lot of the news organizations on this. I know a lot about what's coming. And I have a very refined understanding of not only the investigatory hierarchy that was looking into these people. I know the specific agents. I have talked to them. I'm not going to deny that. There was some shit that went on where I just eventually, and people were like, Grant, anyone can call the FBI. Yeah, motherfucker, try getting a call back, all right? And try being helpful. You'd be surprised how grateful they are. All right? So I know exactly what I'm talking about. I know exactly what agents were involved. I understand the deal. I even understand how the prosecutors interface with the FBI. I know which line prosecutors work with which FBI agents and who is whose boss and how it all works. I'm with this specific office. Now, I've never been made privy to anything that I shouldn't be made privy to by virtue of those conversations. However, one, you can inductively figure things out, all right? And I'm not going to be a dick about it because I really respect what these people are doing, at least until I have reason otherwise in terms of the FBI and the DOJ to believe otherwise. And I don't have any reason to believe, as of right now, they're doing anything but keeping a close hold on the Birchmore investigation so that this paramilitary state police unit won't be able to figure out what they're being investigated for and thus get rid of the evidence. In turn, I also think Matthew Farwell is vulnerable because no matter where the feds put him, like, these people they're investigating could get to him. Like, Walsh got stabbed in prison, etc., etc. So, and Walsh was privy to some of the Proctor documents. Walsh was going to call Proctor and then just didn't after he got stabbed. So I think there's something to be said about how this is all going. Oh, God bless you, Bunny Towel. I just looked down at my phone. Merry Christmas to you. I give you super towel hugs. Pete, I know I'm talking about... Oh, goodness, he's upset. He doesn't want to come over while I'm talking about the Sandra Birchmore stuff. That makes him very mad. He doesn't like people who do that to hurt kids. Pete, Bunny sent us a Merry Christmas, and she's your favorite. Oh, Pete, and someone was like, I feel like Grant Smith Ellis needs to be protected. This is my bodyguard, Pete Bunny Towel. Isn't that right? Oh, goodness. He fell off his chair. How did you fall off your chair? Oh, you were yelling about the commies. This is my protection, Pete Bunny Towel. All right? He loves Bunny very much. He is a Pete Bunny Towel. All right, ladies and gentlemen? He is a Pete Bunny Towel. He's very glad to see you. He says hello. Bunny's a bunny. He is a Pete Bunny. Exactly. Oh, God bless you all. Pete Bunny is so glad to see you. Joey Sticks sends a super chat and says, thank you, Grant. My pleasure, Joey. I was happy to answer that question for you. Pete, you want me to keep yelling? You want to go over there if I'm going to do this? Yeah. All right. He says, don't worry. He is a guard, Pete Bunny Towel. He will protect Towel. Thank you, Pete. I'm telling you, Pete's a good guy, ladies and gentlemen. What if the feds got Proctor to plant the tail light? No. Here's what I think happened. I think what I was told by various people is that they just did a sloppy investigation, and then they felt like guilty because John was a cop, and so they were told to like make sure you do it right, but they didn't because they had all these conflicts of interest and they were just dumb. So the taillight, like, I really do believe pieces were on the lawn. I think what they did was, like, when they found more pieces, they didn't exactly process them right, all right? I don't think anything weird happened on the day of with the taillight. I think what happened was, and that's why it's so easy to, like, make apparitions out of this, because it looks like they did weird shit with the taillight. What they more likely did was like, oh, fuck, we didn't preserve the integrity of this fucking crime scene, and now there's fucking taillight pieces in the melted snow. We look like fucking morons, and then they did stupid shit. It's not the crime, it's the cover-up. Always the cover-up. Tripoli Bob says, your theory on the investigations is the only one that makes sense to me. Oh, that is very kind. Allie the Cat Track says, oh, we love Peep. We got you too, Grant. Oh, thank you. And Peggy's here. How you doing, Peggy? All right, let's see. Did I miss any questions? Let's see. What did people ask? Hold on. I got to go back up. Grant, Merry Christmas from me. I did check the Cash App. You are so wonderful, Benny. Hey, Grant, I was your 10K subscriber on X to get you over the milestone. And thank you for reading all these sidebars, bro. Oh, Malky, that is great. I got to take a screenshot of that. You were the 10,000 subscriber. I wish I had a gift for you. All I have is my adoring adoration. You see the pun there? That was good alliteration. You are wonderful. If you use the same word twice but in two different forms, does that count as redundancy or is it alliteration? I don't know. God bless you, though. Thank you so much. Oh, goodness. All right, so I agree. Seems like there was much more going on than just Karen. Oh, there's no doubt about that. That's why Adam Deutsch is clearly running for Norfolk DA. He resigned right after Proctor got caught in the obstruction trap. That Adam Deutsch knows some shit, I'm sure. Never talked to him. I would work for him, though. People in court, great to see you. Who was the one guy, I think he was a supervisor, who said those horrific things about Sandra? Oh, Joey, let's talk about this. Joey Schumer, the spew. I know you all want to see the sidebars, but we got to talk about this. Horrific things about Sandra. It wasn't just what Robert Devine said about Sandra. Listen, I'm going to freak some of you out right now, but I want you to all understand that this is how I feel I can protect myself. And the best way for me to do it is to just be open about this, okay? I obviously, like, the government reads my work, okay? Bad people in the government, good people in the government, high up people in the government, low level people in the government. Like, if you walk around the government in Massachusetts and you're like, hey, like, do you read Grant? They're going to be like, read him. Like, that's my fucking, like, index for understanding certain regulatory agencies. So, like, I'm okay in the sense that if you did something to me, you wouldn't, like, there would be a lot of questions by a lot of people who I've helped unconditionally and for nothing. And they would just rain fucking hell down on you. They are very protective of me. And, like, I don't call in favors. I don't need to. Like, I just do me. But, like, they will fucking rail you. And they already know about this. I spoke to a lot of people. I petitioned the fucking government about this. So, but I want to show you something that made why I went, like, I blew the whistle on this. I'm a journalist, okay? I was just living this shit. I was not trying to get involved in the federal investigation of the cover-up of Sandra Birchmore's murder. In fact, I was perfectly content after learning about that initially to leave that to Dave Cullinane and Kirk Minahan, who I thought were doing excellent work on it. But as I learned more about this, I was forced to get involved. I don't know if folks understand this. I was literally forced because it overlapped, and the motive for a lot of what I was seeing in the Reed and O'Keefe case was this fucking bullshit with the cover-up. And I don't mean anything against Sandra. I'm talking about the bullshit cover-up by the state police of Sandra Birchmore's murder. I wasn't okay with it. It was so obvious to me. You read pages 99 to 102 of the 2025 Canton Police Department audit report. Bro, it's all laid out right there in black and white. You literally cannot miss it. It's like grotesque how Brian Tully's state police unit did that. So let me just show you something though that's gonna, like, we'll close up on the Birchmore topic and what I think the investigation's about with this. So take a look at this image, all right? I put this together over, what is that one? It ends in G86 something. I gotta find the right tab. Here it is. So I put this image together. I want to give you a content warning. This is really disturbing. It's not pictures or anything, but what I'm about to read to you is really fucked up. All right? I'm not okay with obviously, I'm blowing the whistle on this because it's really fucked up. And yes, I do have very, very good sources very close to this, and I know exactly what the fuck's going on. All right, so we're going to start over here. I'm going to zoom in, and then we'll go left to right, okay? So this is a protected piece of information that it is findable, but I'm protecting it. And so I'm going to tell you a little bit about this, okay? So this post says, so I met someone that used to blank in Canton, now blank. Blank knows all about the Sandra Birchmore case, very close to it. I won't get into details. Blank mentioned a place in Stoughton, X and O's, said it was a known prostitution place. This is just a report, okay? I'm just relaying this. It doesn't mean this report is right or wrong. I'm just relaying it. And also said it was known that the police had involvement with it. Does anyone know anything about this fact? Just a question they ask. And then under, okay, there's a follow-up that says it was called Albert's initially, then X and O's, now Amelia's. Okay. Now, here's some documents from the Sandra Birchmore investigation that are pretty hard to get, okay? By the way, I have talked to at least 500 people about this case. I know everything about the Sandra Birchmore case, and it breaks my heart, and I'm so committed to getting justice for her and her unborn baby boy, you don't understand. You think you want to see me impassioned about going to bat for Lindsay? I didn't even know Sandra, but I know this case so well, and I know that state police unit so well, I want justice for her. Nothing will stop me. And you want to know why? Listen to this shit. So we don't know who is the subject of this interview, okay? It's not Robert Devine, it's not Matthew Farwell, it's not Billy Farwell. It's got to be someone who's a cop, I'm pretty sure, but I don't know who the fuck they are. I just can't figure it out based on the context, but everything indicates to me that this is a cop. Yes, you're about to learn about what I think was evidence that Sandra was groomed and then forced into working at a brothel. I do not view Blank as a credible person. During his interview, so we know it's a guy, he provided little information, if any. When asked about a confrontational text, we find out more about that in a second. Confrontational text message that he had with the victim, Sandra Birchmore, over owed money to, quote, the girls, he could not recall the conversation or the last names of the girls, having described that they shared a dorm suite. Sandra lived in an apartment in Canton, alone. Now, what's up here? All right, get ready for this. This is the smoking gun. And yes, I'm one of the few people who has this document. When asked about a text message that blank had sent to Sandra Birchmore about asking blank for money and money owed, blank had absolutely no recollection of the conversation, blank, as shown the text message, in which he threatens to disclose Sandra Birchmore's relationship with members of the Stoughton Police Department if she would not repay the debt owed to the girls. Immediately after, blank recalled, this is the next sentence, blank recalled that Sandra Birchmore had mentioned blank, Matthew and William Farwell, in their past conversations. Boom. So you want to know what the feds found? That. And then look what Lindsay says, by the way. Lindsay found an alt account that belonged to Meredith O'Neill, apparently, that made a post back in March of 2024. Meredith wasn't even right about this. Tully and Lindsay never went to a restaurant anywhere, and he never picked her up for any reason. Okay? But Meredith on her alt account is like, hey, according to Lindsay, hey, did Tully pick you up and bring you to, and of all, listen, this was a year and a half ago. Nobody knew about this restaurant or potential connection to Birchmore or anything. Hey, did Tully bring you to Amelia's in Stoughton? Bro. Tully. This is about Tully. Bro. What the hell? Why did Meredith know about this fucking restaurant? And why was she talking about it in relation to Tully, Brian Tully, in 2024? Nobody knew this shit. I know every single person that is willing to talk about this case. And I know some people who probably aren't willing to even admit they know about this case. You don't understand. And it's not even on purpose. Like, I just walk into places, and I'm very authentic, and I just pour my heart out. And people are like, oh, you poor boy. Like, let me tell you this so you can understand. Like, people just pour their heart out to me all the time. Not because I'm trying to get information from them. I'm just like, bro, like, help me. And they're like, okay, you're just a little towel. And this shit is serious. I'm telling you, we are on to something about Birchmore. Whoever asked about what the feds are looking into, this is probably it. Nobody knows this. I've talked to everyone covering this. I know exactly what they know. And I know some stuff that's not even public yet about what the media knows. And I'm telling you, we all think, I'm not speaking for anyone, I'm speaking broadly. We all have come to the consensus, and again, I'm not even talking about who I'm talking about, so I'm not attributing it to anyone. We collectively, as the fourth estate in this state, in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, the press, have pretty much concluded that the Birchmore investigation was a cover-up by Brian Tully's state police unit. Other than me, I don't think anyone knows the why. I think a lot of people understand the motive, but they're very myopic in their analysis of it because it just doesn't seem plausible that this could have happened. But I'm telling you, I know this like the back of my hand. It was a police brothel. I wouldn't say it was like open and notorious, but it was on the DL. It was clearly, I don't know what establishment it was in, when it happened, under what restaurant, if it was a restaurant, if it was a club, if it was a different part of the building. I don't know. Don't want to know. It's not my job. The feds have a job. Let them do their job. That's why I get so pissed at people. Not any of you, but I just get so pissed. And people are like, why won't they just come out and say it? Why can't they get these guys? Okay, they are, I think. They're trying to get them. But what they're onto is something that's so serious that it overshadows and potentially implicates almost everything else that's been going on. If that's even possible. We've seen some really bad stuff happen in the context of these cases and the coverage thereof. But the big surprise, and the feds know this. Adam Deutsch has to know this. He just resigned from that office to run for Norfolk DA. That's not a coincidence. They're doing this. This is tactical. They're dismantling this unit. And there's a political explanation which goes back to Whitey Bulger and the old Norfolk DA, William Delahunt, inadvertently exposing Whitey and John Conley and the FBI and causing the FBI to lose face. And the FBI is now going to get the Norfolk DA and that MSP unit back. That's what's going on. All right. That's what I think is the motive. It goes back like 40 years. But there's a lot of players that also had like other political motives. Rachel Rollins, Dustin Chow, Michael Morrissey, Bill Abley, that Daniel Medved, the professor at Northeastern, all these people like Karen, Aiden, Kate Peter, the Private Eye, Marty Kraft, all the people in that world, all the moles Kate was running, Jen McCabe had her motives, Tully had his motives, Proctor had his motives, Yuri had his motives, Fanning had his motives, Carino was trying to stay alive, I'm pretty sure. I'm telling you, I know exactly how this all went down. I know all of the players involved. I just see so intimately how this is going. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, as I was saying that, Allie 90211, Allie and Bro, oh my goodness, you are super towels, and I am so grateful we got to spend this last year together. Oh, God bless you, Allie and Rue. Good morning, Jenny Lulu. I am on a rant. Now, listen, if you've never been here for a towel rant before, some of the long-term towels and washcloths and hemp towels and paper towels and soap dispensers and microfiber towels and beach towels and otherwise, and towelettes will tell you that occasionally, even when we're doing important work, Grant will be prompted by something in chat that causes him to go on a 30-40 minute explication, and you just have to let him do it because he's in the zone and it's very important, and he's probably relaying information that someone out there who's listening that he doesn't even know about needs to hear, and he doesn't understand how he's able to do it, so just let him go. So I apologize for that slight digression, but when I'm on one, I just got to do it because I feel like I'm serving as a conduit and relaying information in a way that is beneficial to some powers that be out there who will be able to use this information in furtherance of making the right decisions and therein warding off the usurpation of our representative forms of government, which is all I'm trying to accomplish. You got to speak to the feds in a certain way, if you know what I'm saying. Otherwise, they get a lot of nonsense. So they have this high static to noise ratio, or noise to static ratio, or whatever the hell you want to call it, signal to noise ratio. And you have to explain very concisely how it all interconnects, or they're just going to be like, I don't have time for this. So that's why I have this skill, because I have a lot of skill in understanding how to get people who are in the government to do things in order to reform systemic corruption. That's what I do. That's why I was like, Kate Peter and the Norfolk DA are severely underestimating me. I don't know why they're doing this. Like, I don't know what they have to hide, but the only reason they're being so hostile must mean that it's pretty fucking serious. If you know anything about my prior work, if you ask anyone in state government about me, which Morrissey can easily do, those people are going to be like, what are you fucking doing? Do you understand what he does when he's on to something like this? He does not stop. He got the fucking OIG and the comptroller and the auditor and the legislature and the Superior Court Justice Robert Gordon to start like reforming the CCC. He literally got them on Beacon Hill to change the way the agency functions. He's put dedicated levies on the excise tax to fund a fucking grant program to compete with big companies. Who are you fucking with, and why are you fucking doing this? And that's why I don't understand it. It's like the tactical positioning against me in this state, in this government apparatus. I was never just going to let it go. What the fuck? Like, Kate Peter is, in my opinion, way too emotional about this stuff because she reacts viscerally without thinking about the political implications or the way the government works. She just does shit. And then people are like, well, why do we have this fucking guy, this towel, riding our fucking ass and trying to bring down this entire fucking edifice? Oh, well, maybe because you fucked with the vulnerable and then you underestimated me and now I'm angry. All right. Yes, Karma Dharma, 100%. Not only did I thank Marbury v. Madison for the sidebar, when I amalgamated them into a single document, I shouted out the excellent Corey A. Hopkins, along with Dee Dee from Team Rocket, Rocket Stars. That was my favorite thing. And then Suzanne Arnold put a nice post together citing to my work and Marbury v. Madison's compilation of the documents, and that was great. So some people, I think, found it helpful. And Marbury v. Madison obviously got these sidebars for us, to go back to this, by virtue of a public records request and then having to fight that public records request in Superior Court, which is no easy task, ladies and gentlemen. All right, there we go. 10K celebration done. Then we talked about Sandra Birchmore. Thank you so much for that question. I enjoyed the hell out of that. And clearly we're going to go all day. I'm in one of those moods. I'm being a little towel. And also thank you so much to Allie for that wonderful super chat. God bless you, Allie. You are a super towel. All right, I'm going to pause my camera because otherwise it slows down while we're doing the PDF. I wanted to leave the Virgin Mother pin in the paused frame. Someone was like, Grant, do you just use a screenshot of yourself? And I'm like, no, I paused the camera so it doesn't overwhelm the stream. All right, let's go. We're doing a sidebar to bring you all back. This is about Brian Albert's phone that he had in January of 2022. He had it for several years. Then he was notified on September 23rd, 2022, ordered that he was to preserve it. And then Mr. Lally says, objection. Oh boy. Are you ready for this sidebar? This is going to be a sidebar of all SideBahs. Whereupon there was a sidebar. The court. So the nature of the objection. Mr. Lally, Your Honor, again, I think it's relevancy and hearsay, that's all. Mr. Jackson, it goes to a state of mind, Your Honor. The Commonwealth actually was the entity that gave him notice that he was not to get rid of his phone or any of its electronic data. His state of mind, and do so anyway, notwithstanding that notice, is highly relevant. He's been questioned. The court, is he going to have to talk about he did this with advice or consent of his lawyer? Mr. Jackson, I have no information about that. I can tell the court he's testified to this before and he never mentioned anything about that. The court, but I'm wondering if that's part of it. I know he didn't mention it before, but I'm wondering if that's part of it. He's got a lawyer here. Mr. Lally, I don't know. Mr. Jackson, I would maneuver around that. If he says, I had a conversation with my lawyer, I'd say, don't tell us anything about that. And don't tell us anything that your lawyer said. It's not up to his lawyer to thwart a judicial order. The court, you know what? I want a short voir dire on this. Mr. Jackson, okay. The court, and we can bring in his counsel if he's here. Mr. Jackson, can we wait until he invokes his counsel? I don't think he's going to. The court, let's have a voir dire on this. I'm going to send the jury out, but that's the issue on this. Mr. Jackson, okay. And you can see, like, Jackson wants, there's some gamesmanship. Jackson wants Brian Albert to have to invoke counsel in front of the jury. That looks really, really bad. And Judge Cannoni's like, no, 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 no. JZ41, hello, good morning, my dear friend. Is it a juicy sidebar? It's juicy, but it's more like Judge Cannoni's like, you are not forcing him to invoke counsel in front of the jury. No, Mr. Jackson. Jackson's sly, though. Like, Jackson's arguing, like, Your Honor, there's no reason to do a voir dire if he's never going to say that he got into this issue with counsel. And Judge is like, no, we are not walking down that road, Mr. Jackson. We're not having him spontaneously say that he's talked to counsel about it, and then I have to interrupt. And the reason why is Judge, a lot of people think of a judge as like a referee in a football game where you're watching what plays out on the field and then responding and calling the flags. That is not it. That is not it at all. What's happening is, as a judge, I've said this if you watch my coverage of Trial 1 and Trial 2 of the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trials, a judge choreographs the trial. No surprises. We got rid of trial by surprise a long time ago. You cannot surprise your opponent in a criminal or civil case. It's not allowed. You just aren't allowed to do it. So everything is choreographed. The judge is not just looking backwards and calling flags as things happen. The judge is anticipating. The judge is so smart that the judge knows where you're going with your questioning and will stop you and be like, I know where you're going with this. And then you have to be like, yeah, but that might not happen. And judge is going to be like, bro, like, I know what you're trying to do here. And you have to, as a lawyer, be like, no, judge. No. There's no way he was going to bring up counsel. And judge is like, Mr. Jackson, you were going to get to a point where he was going to bring up counsel. And Jackson's like, yeah, just let him, judge. No, Mr. Jackson, we are not letting the jurors think that this guy got a lawyer because that makes the witness look bad. Nice try, Mr. Jackson. That was basically how that sidebar played out. All right, so that sidebar concludes. And yeah, it is really bad in front of the jury for a witness to have to invoke their right to and start talking about how they had to talk to counsel. Not ideal. It does happen from time to time, but judge wasn't going to let that happen. So now we're in the voir dire. The jurors leave. All right, wait a minute. Is there a sidebar at the voir dire? Sidebar. Oh, goodness, this is so metaphysical. We're outside the presence of the jury at a voir dire, and there's a sidebar. Oh, goodness, I love everything about this. You don't understand. I love metaphysical things. Oh, boy. I think I'm the only person who reads court documents or trial transcripts with this level of enthusiasm. I find it so interesting you don't understand. Just the concept of a sidebar during a voir dire outside the presence of the jury. Oh, my goodness, I love everything about it. All right, did you hire Mr. Henning after you got the subpoena? I can't say I believe so, right around that time. Okay, I'm just trying to remember the time, and I can't remember it. So you did not hire Mr. Jackson. Well, Your Honor, I think that answers the question. You did not represent him in the court. I will see you at sidebar about the extent of the inquiry. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. What a wonderful moment. Here we go. The court. Just so we can complete a record. So if you put the dates on and your concerns, I have a concern about a Fifth Amendment issue. He's got a lawyer. If he's going to sit here and say, I was told I had to keep my phone and I didn't do it. So let's lay out the dates and have a more complete record. Mr. Jackson, yes, Your Honor. The dates as I know them is the subpoenas went out for I'm going to continue to call it the other grand jury. Oh, yes, give me this. Give me it. Give me it. Give me it. Give me it. The court. I think we should call it another proceeding. And then that will differentiate it with the jurors as well. I think that was my original ruling on the motions. Mr. Jackson, okay, the other proceeding. Subpoenas went out in the spring of 2023, maybe the late spring of 2023, at which point many of the individuals, again, giving them lawyers, they did not have lawyers that I know of in April of 2022 when they testified with Mr. Lally at the state grand jury. This, oh my goodness, oh my God, oh my God. Oh my God, that is a brand new piece of information. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. I can't believe this just happened. I told you it rewards a close read. You absolutely have to read this very closely. Oh my word. During a sidebar from the first Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial, Alan Jackson revealed to Judge Cannoni that the original federal subpoenas, oh, that's fucking huge, related to the John O'Keefe and Karen investigation went out in the spring of 2023. Whoa, that is a big revelation. My word. Oh, my word, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Oh boy. I don't even know what to make of that. Oh, my God. I need to really process what that means. I've never, ever. Lily Line Media says, Hi, Grant. I tried downloading the transcripts. However, I keep getting another error message. Do you know where I can get them, all of them? Yes, Lily Line. So, one, welcome to the channel. The best thing you can do is go to Dee Dee's post or Marbury v. Madison's post. I'll try to find it for you. In that post, you're going to find all of the different documents amalgamated onto a single Microsoft Drive. It's not necessarily the ideal way to do it, but you'll at least have access to them. And then what I did was I took all 20 PDFs in order, and then I combined them into a single PDF, which is 4,252 pages. So there are ways to do it without using my large PDF, and the best way would be to go to Marbury v. Madison's Twitter or Dee Dee's Twitter, which is Suspicious Sauce or Science, whatever it is, and go ahead and do it that way, because that's the best way to do it. Now, I'm just doing a post here about this bombshell revelation. Listen to me read and react to these bombshells live. All right, here we go. All right, now, let me see if I can get this for our dear friend. Grant is the Howard Cosell of SideBahs. Yeah, I'm a SideBah man. What can I say? I love SideBahs, and I love announcing court documents. I mean, it's probably the most interesting way to do it, I will say. All right, here is Suzanne Arnold's post, and this has the amalgamated links to all of the documents we're reading. And then up in the pinned comment, you can also get the full version that I'm reading. But if you're not able to read that, because again, it's 4,242 pages, either your device might not like that file length, or it's just like an issue with your browser. It's fine. If you go to download it from Google Drive, the one in the pin comment, it's going to tell you, hey, this file's big. I cannot preview it or screen it. You can download it anyway. Click download anyway, run it through your antivirus. You want to do that with everything you download, and then you'll be able to open it. If it will not download, you can go to the post I just linked. You'll be able to get each individual day and then just cross-reference what day we're on and open that PDF. All right. So here we go. We finished what was a bombshell revelation right there. It changes the whole timeline of when these witnesses were aware they were under federal investigation. Peaches, this is I've read like transcripts like as part of class before, where I've read sidebars as part of transcripts. But most of the time they're like redacted, and you get like working material. Like you don't need to know all the names of people. This is the first time I've ever read a sidebar where I know everyone involved, not personally, but I know all the people talking, how they talk, what they're talking about. It's very interesting. No, Lily Line Media, it is my honor to welcome you to the Blue Wall of Justice. We are all towel friends here. If for folks who are wondering, do we have any rules? Yes, they're pretty simple, though. No being discriminatory, no being derogatory, no gaslighting, no sea lioning, and no Kate Peters. The last rule is very firm. You come in, nope, not that anyone's going to do this, but you come in here as a Kate Peter or defending Kate Peter, oh no. No tolerance for Kate Peters. But yes, we don't really have any rules here other than that. This channel is just mostly based on being disagreeing without being disagreeable. Judge Cannoni is likable in the transcripts. She doesn't have an oratorical style. She's a judge. She's not thinking about, am I breathing too loud? Am I speaking in a way, like she's thinking about the jurors mostly. Am I speaking in a way that's not going to prejudice the jurors? That's all she cares about. She doesn't care about what you think about how she looks, how she's talking, her tone, her demeanor. She does not care. She only cares about is the integrity of the proceeding being protected. And she's also thinking ahead. Like when I told you, the judge isn't calling plays after they happen. She's anticipating where you're going, and she's like, bro, what do you think you're doing here? You know what I'm saying? And she'll call you on that shit. She will not, like, she'll stop your questioning, which really fucks with the flow, and be like, come over here and explain yourself. I do like the rules on Towel Channel. They're good. I'm only taking a break because I have a cigar. I'm an old-timey reporter. I like cigars. Mostly cigarellos. I just like it the nicotine helps my colitis, and then also I just like the routine of the cigar. All right, so we already did this sidebar. Oh, no, we stopped right here. This particular incident, so the last thing I read, by the way, okay, so the other proceeding, the federal grand jury, subpoenas went out in the spring of 2023, maybe the late spring of 2023, at which point many of the individuals, again, giving them lawyers, they did not have lawyers that I know of in April of 2022 when they testified with Mr. Lally at the state court grand jury. This particular incident, this particular notice was signed by Judge Krupp on September 23rd, 2022. And I believe his testimony is going to be something along the lines of towards the end of that month, without a specific date. He got rid of his phone in September of 2022, well before he would have had any opportunity to or reason to hire Mr. Henning. The court. Okay. So it wouldn't have been after consulting counsel, but there's still the Fifth Amendment issue now, right? Not a court order. Mr. Jackson, I agree. The court. So I'd like it, if you intend to do that question, I'd like you to do that for the purposes of voir dire. Mr. Jackson, okay. The court, just in case his lawyer says he should take the Fifth. Mr. Jackson, understood. The court, all right. May I, Your Honor? All right. So they were thinking about whether his lawyer would tell him to take the Fifth. And he never did. All right. So they're still at the voir dire. Oh, sidebar. Nope, that was the end. All right, so there was only one sidebar, and he never took the Fifth. So, do I think Judge Cannoni inserted herself too much? No, she was too passive. Think about Judge Everett from Donna Adelson's trial. He never would have put up with half the shit that happened in that Karen Reed case. We needed a Judge Everett. Judge Cannoni's fine, but she's a defense lawyer, all right? She's way too biased towards a fair process. Not that like, there's no such thing as being too biased towards a fair process, except if you're a defense attorney, because defense attorneys use process to create artificial reasonable doubt. So Judge Cannoni was too passive. Now, yeah, I can't critique Judge Cannoni. She's smarter than me. Look at the sidebars and stuff. I couldn't have done half this stuff. But the actual interventions, I watched all of the trials. She let things go for the defense way, way too long. Like, she waited for Lally sometimes, in particular, during moments when the defense was seriously prejudicing the case. And she was, after the fact, she was like, well, you objected now, Mr. Lally, but, you let that go on for a while. Judge Everett took Costco requests. Yeah, did you know Judge Everett personally, out of his own pocket, paid for the food for jurors? Now, yes, in Florida they have a budget for meals for jurors. They got lunch. Judge Everett literally used money from his own, which he's allowed to do, money from his own pocket to go buy a whole thing of snacks so that the jurors would have snacks during the day. And he took requests. He's a good man. And he takes no shit. You got to take no shit as a judge. Like, if you take even a little shit because of the context or the publicity or the pressure, they'll roll right over you. Lawyers are always trying to play games. Not really prosecutors as much, but definitely defense lawyers. That's how they win. Yeah, Judge Everett's a really good man. All right, so now we're back in front of the jury. Yeah, there was no nonsense in the Don Adelson trial. Like, good luck trying to cause nonsense with Judge Everett. Please, yes, sir, no, sir. How can I make your life easier, sir? That's all you need to say to Judge Everett. Even when they would argue with Judge Everett, they'd just be like, Judge, like, this was on us, I'm sorry. And he'd be like, that's the right way to do it. I want to see that kind of accountability from the lawyers. Not that Judge can really do anything. If a lawyer's like, Your Honor, I called the witness is driving here and hasn't arrived. Judge is not going to be pissed at the lawyer. Judge is more going to want to see the lawyer say, Your Honor, I didn't forget to tell the witness to be here. If you try to cover it up and be like, oh, Your Honor, this is on the witness, but it was really on you, then you're fucked with a judge. All right, here we go. So this is about when he received the motion on Karen's hearing on October 3rd of 2022. So this was like right around when he was going to get the preservation order. You received that notice on the 23rd or the 24th, looks like of September of 2022. I did not, says Brian Albert. Your Honor, I would pose a stipulation. I spoke with counsel off the record, if I may. The court, you both have a stipulation that I haven't seen. Mr. Jackson, we just determined I'm happy to approach. The court, yes, why don't we approach quickly? Whereupon there was a sidebar conference as follows. Sidebar alert while the jury's present, while Brian Albert's testifying about the 2023 court hearing when he got a 2022 court hearing in October when he got a preservation order. The court, what is the stipulation? Mr. Jackson, Mr. Lally was kind enough to confirm that he and his office did send this notice either on the 23rd or the 24th of September. The court, okay, so that it was sent, but not that it was received. Mr. Jackson, correct. I can't make him read it. They don't have a copy of the letter that was sent. I think a stipulation is cleaner. I simply want to enter into the record that the Commonwealth sent it. If he claims he never got it, so be it. The court, okay, so what exactly was the stipulation? What are you going to say? Mr. Jackson, I would propose the following stipulation. That the Commonwealth, on either September 23rd or September 24th, 2022, sent a letter on Commonwealth letterhead stating exactly what was just read into the record. The court, okay, don't read it again. Mr. Jackson, I won't. No. That what was just read into the record was sent to Mr. Higgins. I'm sorry, to Mr. Albert on either the 23rd or the 24th. The court, okay, that's the stipulation. Mr. Jackson, that's it. Mr. Lally, that's fine. I don't have an issue with that. The court, okay, Mr. Jackson, thank you. The sidebar conference concluded. All right, so Jackson goes and finishes up with that. We're waiting for the next sidebar. We're sidebar hunters. If you've never sidebar hunted, it's a lot of looking at text on screen and looking for sidebars. Oh, Michael Proctor has come up. I'd like to get into a little bit about Michael Proctor. I think we all wanted to find out a little bit more about Michael Proctor. Makes you wonder, what did Karen know? Is that why Karen told Aiden that she thought Brian Tully's unit were dangerous men? Maybe she knows more than she's letting on. I wonder if she's a cooperating federal informant. BB Baker says, oh, Grant, did you get a chance to look into the Rebecca Park case yet? So I only got to initially Google it, BB Bayer. So I want to, before I give you my opinion, I want to get to learn it. But yes, I Googled it, found some articles. I am aware of it, and I think I need a little time because I want to do it justice, and I don't know even the basics. So yes, the point is, though, I have it in my research repository. All right, so we're taking a look. Looks like they're looking at a video. They're talking about play fighting, objection. Sure, no sidebar, video pause, still going on cross of Brian Albert. Objection, cross, no sidebar, objection. A lot of objections, still going on the video, a couple objections. Couple more objections. No sidebar. Sidebar! I found a sidebar. It was hiding. Ladies and gentlemen, it was hiding. It was hiding. Okay, here we go. So let's see where we are in the cross. Mr. Albert, did you miss the call? How did you miss the call 17 seconds later? Hold on. Tell me what you're saying. How did you butt dial Brian Higgins at 2:20? Oh my goodness, it's the butt dial sidebar. Oh, my first year of SideBahs ending on that. My first year of SideBahs ending on that great note with the smartest guy who loves it so much. Oh, that's wonderful, Allie. Okay, so we're at the butt dial sidebar. Oh goodness, ladies and gentlemen, I've always wanted to read a butt dial sidebar. Aren't you excited and enthralled? All right, tell me what you're saying. How did you butt dial Brian Higgins at 2:22 in the morning? Answer, I don't know that the phone was locked. I could have been looking through my phone. I butt dial people often and make inadvertent calls. I could have hit a last call from him by accident, thus calling his phone. So you were actually awake and on your phone at the time. I was awake and I could have been looking at my phone. So Mr. Albert, how did you miss the call 17 seconds later? My wife is in the room with me and we were hanging out. And I never got the second call from him. So I'm not sure what time he called. I'm not sure what I was doing at that second, but I don't know. But it didn't go to voicemail? Well, I didn't get a voicemail from him, no. So it didn't go to voicemail because you didn't? Well, I don't know that it didn't go to voicemail. I just know that I didn't receive a voicemail from him. So if you're saying, we are guessing here, but he could have called voicemail. No, actually, we are not all guessing here. Answer, well, you are, because you don't know if he left a voicemail or didn't, or at least got voicemail and then hung up the phone. Question, I think one of us is trying to guess. Mr. Lally, objection, Your Honor. The court sustained. You know what? I want to see counsel at sidebar for just a second. Oh, goodness. Whereupon there was a sidebar conference as follows. The court, I'm giving you a lot of leeway with your questions. Please calm down. Mr. Jackson, yes, ma'am. Okay, I'm not even summarizing that. I'm just writing that. The court. I'm giving you a lot of leeway with your butt dial questions. Mr. Jackson, please calm down. Please calm down. Mr. Jackson. Yes, ma'am. That's the greatest thing I've ever heard. Yes, ma'am. Whereupon the sidebar conference concludes. Karen Reed and John O'Keefe, trial 1, sidebar butt dial conference update. The court. I'm giving you a lot of leeway with your butt dial questions, Mr. Well, she didn't say that. I'm giving you a lot of leeway with your butt dial questions. She said questions, Mr. Jackson. Please calm down. Oh my God, I can't. I just love your laugh through this and stop. This is amazing. This is the greatest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. I'm having a field day. Are you kidding me? She should have said, listen, I'm giving you a lot of leeway with the butt dials here. What are you doing? Calm down. Mr. Jackson, you are getting overly animated. Yes, Judge. Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. Scolded little dog. Whereupon the sidebar conference concluded. That was the first time he called her ma'am the whole trial. Yes, ma'am. Yes, teacher, may I use the bathroom now? Whereupon the sidebar conference concluded. Are you... All right, let me see. If there's another sidebar, we're just going to read this. No, there's not another sidebar. All right, when's the next sidebar? That was great. Give me another butt dial sidebar. I demand... The people demand butt dial sidebars. You don't understand. This is the whole thing. Give us another sidebar. The people demand it, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, wait a minute. What? Hold on. Wait a minute. What? Oh, wait. Wait. We got a big sidebar. There's something redacted. Okay, hold on. You had to have been talking about that. Okay, hold on. What are we talking about? 3 days later, you spoke to Brian Higgins at 8:48 a.m., right? So February 4th, yes. The subject of these calls, Mr. Albert, were all about the fact that John O'Keefe was found dying on your yard, on your lawn, on January 29, 2022. Isn't that right? I don't know the subject of all those calls, no. You had to have been talking about the event. Of course, it was a horrible situation that was going on. Everyone was distraught, and there were a lot of phone calls. The call log doesn't encompass all the phone calls. Question, no, it doesn't. Answer, there were a lot of phone calls being made to a lot of people because of this horrible situation. Question, the point is, Mr. Albert, those many calls that you've just described, especially as they pertain to Brian Higgins, Jen McCabe, Kenny Berkowitz, your brother, Kevin Albert, were those many calls an effort to get stories straight at the time? Answer, no, absolutely not. Question, were those calls... That's a weird interruption. Right in the middle of, were those calls? That is very interesting. Just, were those many calls? Interruption. The court. So I'm going to interrupt. We are going to send the jury out. Jurors, actually, why don't we take the luncheon recess? I'll see counsel at sidebar. Whereupon the jury is escorted from the courtroom for the luncheon recess, and there was a sidebar conference as follows. The clerk. Folks, sidebar. Redacted. Oh, it must be something about how juror having to go early. Mr. Jackson, I wish I had told you. I have 2 questions left. It's okay. It happens. Thank you. I appreciate it. The court. And they come over to sidebar as quickly as they can. Oh, she didn't interrupt him. The juror told the court officer they had like either a personal issue or had to go to the bathroom. Judge Cannoni was apologizing to Alan and saying, listen, Mr. Jackson, I didn't interrupt you. The juror needed to go. And you don't want to piss the juror off by making the juror wait. Judge Cannoni's protecting Alan there, because if Alan doesn't know the juror has to go, if he's oblivious to it, and Judge Cannoni just lets him go for 30 minutes, that juror is going to be pissed, and it will hurt Alan's case. Even though it might not be Alan's fault, the juror will blame Alan. All right, Mr. Jackson, I wish I had told you. I have 2 questions left. It's okay. It happens. Thank you. I appreciate it. The court. And they come over to sidebar as quickly as they can. Mr. Jackson, I get it. I've got 2 more questions and I'm done. The court, great. Mr. Jackson, thank you, Your Honor. The court, we'll take our luncheon recess. She was actually kind of... She doesn't like Alan because, one, she doesn't like the California lawyers. They don't stand up when they address the court. They don't do that there, and we do that here. So she got pissed at them early on. And then also they have a different style of how they do what is the word? How they do objections, and they also have different style in California as to how they the rules of evidence are a little different. And so Alan was just not doing it right for a little while, and it really upset Judge Cannoni. But no, she was protecting him there. Okay, so here we go. Just a few more questions from Mr. Jackson to Mr. Albert. All right, no sidebar. Redirect by Mr. Lally. Now, Lally is on redirect to Brian Albert. Redirect to Brian Albert. We're looking for SideBahs. We are sidebar hunters. No, nothing on redirect. We're on recross now, ladies and gentlemen. Wait a minute, is that a sidebar? No sidebar. Next witness is Brian Albert Jr. All right, Brian Albert Jr. Where does he live? He lives in Norwood. Huh. He lives in Norwood with Julie Nagel, or did he live with Julie Nagel back in the day and moved? Interesting. We're looking for sidebars. So we're in Brian Albert Jr.'s testimony. Saw an objection there. Mostly just going through the night. No sidebars so far. Entering exhibits. No sidebars. Oh, I also realized someone asked earlier, can you just Control F sidebar? You actually can't because this PDF is not searchable. Only some parts of this PDF are searchable. And if you Control F, it might find like some of the sidebar references, but it's not searching the whole text. Any sidebar? No, no sidebar. Looks like we're on cross now. Sidebar! Federal grand jury sidebar. All right, what's the question? You have no independent recollection as you sit here today where Mr. Higgins was when you looked out the window, correct? No, and you also Alan's asking Brian Albert Jr. about the night of the early morning of January 29, 2022. He was living with Brian. She was living with Brian at the time, but Julie showed up with his traditional donuts. I see. Donuts. Are you referring to the powder on the donuts? Is that some kind of subtle reference, Allie the cat? You also didn't recall Mr. Higgins ever saying goodbye to you or your group, correct? I believe that's true, yeah. Question, in fact, you actually testified before another grand jury on May 18, 2023, that at some point Mr. Higgins wasn't just there anymore. I must have gone to the bathroom or something. I came back and I said, where did Higgins go? And they said he left, correct? Sure, yes. You also testified before that grand jury. Mr. Lally, objection, Your Honor. The court, yes. I'm going to see you at sidebar, and if you could bring that, please. Sidebar conference about the federal grand jury. The court, so are these prior inconsistent statements, or are you just reading his testimony? Miss Little, well, those are prior inconsistent statements because he said that he just testified that Higgins was there. The court, okay, what are you reading now? Miss Little, I can rephrase it. The court, okay, don't just read that testimony, okay? Miss Little, okay. The court, all right, ask the question. Ask if it is a prior inconsistent statement, then you can impeach him, but don't just read it. Miss Little, sure. Whereupon the sidebar conference concluded. Fascinating. So they caught Brian Albert Jr. Evolving his testimony. Interesting. All right. So that's a federal grand jury sidebar. We try to make note of those. I'm trying to catch every sidebar. I believe he stayed in his room that morning. I think Brian and Nicole Albert live in Norwood too. He also bought property in Maine. I don't know if he moved to Maine or if it's just a summer thing. Interesting. I don't really track where those people live. It's not really of interest to me, but if it comes up incidentally, I sometimes make note of it. All right, so no redirect. Caitlin Albert on the stand. Oh, goodness, we might get some sidebars. You know we're going to get some Caitlin Albert sidebars. I wonder if Jen McCabe's coming up tomorrow. We got to do some kind of preview for the Jen McCabe part of this. I heard it gets really juicy. Like, exceptionally juicy. Sidebar? No sidebar. Next question, no sidebar. Yeah, no shortcuts, by the way, with reading this document. If you're all wondering, like, why are people having so much trouble, like, finding stuff in this? It's because there's no shortcuts. To understand it, there's a lot of ambiguity in the sidebars, so you literally have to read the whole thing. Sidebar! Hold on, I need to figure out where we are. Speaking of that, I lost my place. Cross by Mr. Yannetti of Caitlin Albert, and immediately we get a sidebar. We have a sidebar, ladies and gentlemen. I repeat, we have a sidebar during the cross of Caitlin Albert by David Yannetti. Sidebar. So we got to get the context. Okay, who is Katie McLaughlin? Katie McLaughlin is a girl who I'm in the same age as. We went to high school together. We graduated the same year, and we have a couple mutual friends. We interact with some of the same people socially. That answer was prepped. I can't because it was so in line with what Alan was trying to use to impeach Katie McLaughlin. This is the perfect answer. I can't think of a time possibly ever where her and I ever hung out one-on-one or individually because they know there's no pictures of them together individually. So more of like a friend or a mutual friend. That was a prepped answer, and Alan knew it. That's a prepped answer. I'm sorry, I can't prove it, but that's a prepped answer. He did. Wait, we just learned that Brian Albert. Wait, is this news to people? Wait a minute. Hold on. We got to go back. Is it news to you all that Brian Albert Jr. was called before the federal grand jury? Because if so, I have proof of that now. This was actually mentioned. No, we don't need to reconfirm this because Brian Albert Jr. was asked that on the stand in open court. Yes, he testified before a federal grand jury in April, and the subpoenas went out in May of 2023. The subpoenas went out in April, which means Brian Albert Jr. was one of the first people to testify at the federal grand jury. Go sidebar, hunt us. Yeah, this is a prepped answer. But anyway, I had to scroll up a little bit, so apologies for me losing my place. I got to get back to Mr. Yanetti's cross. All right, it's right here. We're on page 2509 of 4252 on my copy, by the way. So we're 2,500 pages in. We got about 15 or 1,700 pages to go, and we're moving at towel speed, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so sidebar conference, ladies and gentlemen, and this was about Katie McLaughlin. So let's keep reading. All right, this is a prepped answer, though. I'm telling you, like, that's a prepped answer, okay? Like, I now know, based on what Alan Jackson was arguing about at Sidebar the other day while trying to impeach Katie McLaughlin about these pictures, this is a perfectly prepped answer. This witness either violated the sequestration order on her own or was told how to answer this question in a way to not let Alan lay foundation to use the pictures as impeachment, and it's too perfect. Ah, indeed. Yes, indeed, Peaches. Towel speed activate. Yes, okay, so the only rule is, by the way, and I know we're about to go to a sidebar, we will eventually take like a 30-minute lunch break because I want to put some chicken in the oven, and then I want to cook it to save money because normally during streams we do delivery, but we're not doing that today. I'm saving towel money. So I'm going to cook the chicken, and therefore I need like 30 minutes to warm the oven, put the chicken in the toaster oven, make my cheesy bread, and then make my microwave rice, which is actually really good. If you've never had $1 basmati or sticky rice that you put in the microwave, it's absolutely delicious. It costs like $1. You can make a delicious cheesy bread chicken sandwich with it, and I am in heaven. I'm a very simple man. I'm a simple towel. I like chicken, bread, cheese, and white rice. If you give me anything more than that, other than a cheeseburger, you're probably going to overwhelm me. Anyway, what kind of chicken? It was the cheapest. Oh, actually, I had a really good day at Star Market yesterday. So I go to Star Market because some people sent some very kind donations for dinner. And after I bought 7-Eleven pizza, I was like, the best way to use these donations and make them last is to go to Star Market and look for deals and just get food for the week. So I'm like autistic and I struggle with executive function. The hardest thing for me is like managing money, although I'm working on it, and then like planning meals. Like I just live in the moment and I want to do my work. I don't care about eating and I forget to eat all the time and I don't drink enough water. I just want to work. But anyway, so I go to Star Market and I find this chicken that's on sale, as a bit of a digression here to give your brains a break. And I'm going through the frozen aisle and I find this really good chicken that I like. And the ranch flavored one is not on sale, but the plain version is. And I go to the counter, and the woman, the nice woman at the counter, was like, "Oh, this isn't on sale right now. Can you just show me where you got it?" And I was like, "Oh, don't worry. I don't want to make you walk. I'll go take a picture." So I go take a picture of the sale price. I come back, and she's like, "Oh, they forgot to take the tag down. Don't you worry, honey. I'll give you the discount." She scans them in and gives me like $6 off the two things, and I was in heaven, I'll tell you, ladies and gentlemen. So anyway, I got my nice chicken, and I got my minute rice and my Texas toast with cheese. Made me think of Ray from Dallas, actually. And I'm going to enjoy a nice lunch today. Someone said joy. I don't know what that is in reference to. I am joyful, I suppose, but as far as I'm aware, we aren't talking about anyone named Joy in particular. Oh, yes, it is delicious. The Alberts, McCabe's, and Higgins must have freaked when they got the Fed subpoena. Duck, apparently Jen McCabe lied to the FBI agents and said she was not her. And then her excuse was, when she got approached by them, and her excuse was she thought they were fake federal agents. Like, bro, no. Like, no. Oh, Joy was here earlier. Oh, I understand. Well, thank you, Jay Cormish. Enjoy your towel wrench. And then Peaches said, or Jay Cornish said, you do need to eat, Grant, which is true. And Allie the cat says, I love that you have money for food. You need to keep it going. Also, if you need help finding easy meals, I got you. Oh, that'd be great. Yeah, Allie, so I have colitis, and I have to eat very plain things. So, like, I used to be 310 pounds, and now I'm 180 pounds, and I have colitis, and I have other issues. I got, like, an abdominoplasty to have skin removed after I lost a lot of weight, and that wasn't a good idea. So, anyway, I only eat, like, grilled chicken, cheese, bread, rice, and homemade honey mustard from Mama Goose in Cambridge. That is my entire diet. Sometimes I eat lettuce, but only because Pete Bunny Towel makes me. Like, and I eat cheeseburgers from time to time. But yes, that's all I ever eat. Oh, Lily Lime says, my daughter is autistic, we think. She is 3. She's so smart, like genius smart, but she barely talks. I'm having her evaluated. Oh, that's very interesting. Yeah, there's all these different things like Gestalt language processing and delayed language processing. But if she's brilliant cognitively, I have no doubt she'll start to flourish. Although there's an excellent doctor named Dr. Temple Gardine, Temple, last name Gardine, Gardin. I highly recommend you look into her books and lectures. I learned about her through this wonderful woman named Kaylin, who has a channel called Kaylin's Autistic Angle. And Kaylin's like a lecturer who helps like institutions understand how to help autistic kids thrive. And Kaylin, learned a lot of her applied work from Dr. Temple Gardine. I'm saying her last name wrong. And so if you read Dr. Gardine's books and listen to her lectures, I think that will be very insightful. I'm not a doctor. I'm a towel, but Dr. Gardine is definitely a doctor, and she can talk about this from a medical perspective. So, absolutely. Oh, thank you, Allie. I would absolutely love that. You reach out to me on Twitter anytime, helping just like meal prep or just like understanding stable food expenses and not going to Burger King as much. Although I'll tell you, I really like going to fast food places because that's why President Trump goes to McDonald's. No one ever knows he's going. So try fucking with that food. But if I cook my food, that's also a good way to control it. And I'm sorry to hear about your colon issues. 2 of my siblings, unfortunately, don't have colons. One had his colon removed at age 4, 3-stage colectomy. That was a hell of a process. He barely lived. And one at age 14 had her colon removed, 3-stage colectomy, both by the same doctors. Great doctors at Children's, by the way. Goodness, they had the top doctors at Children. I forget who the doctor's name was. There was like a really, really good doctor. Because to do a 3-stage colectomy on a child, first of all, I don't think it had ever been done on a 4-year-old. When the doctor did it, I remember his name. He was this was the kind of doctor where he had 30 people around him all the time, and he would come in and you'd see him for 5 minutes, and you'd talk to his assistant if you needed something, and he'd come in for rounds, and that was it. I forget his name, but he was a massively influential doctor. And he did this procedure on my brother at age 4, and he somehow survived. The kid should not have lived. I remember, it got to the point where my brother at age 4 he had a very rare blood type, and he needed a blood transfusion to live. Not needed a blood transfusion to ward off other bad things happening. He was losing so much blood internally that he was dying, and they had to go find someone to do an emergency blood transfusion, and he had a very specific blood type, and I remember them testing everyone. They were we need to just find out your blood type. It's very important. So I go in there. I didn't have the right type. I would have done it in a heartbeat. I think we found one person in my whole family, I think it was my Uncle Rick, who had his blood type, and they were able to do the transfusion. But, yeah, he barely made it. So, but yes, Lily Line Media, I do hope you find Temple Gardine's work helpful. And if you're wondering, we are about to get to a sidebar. All right, so let's figure out what this sidebar about. Oh, it's the Katie McLaughlin and Caitlin Albert sidebar. Allie says, I got you. I love fast food, too. I live next to McDonald's. It's hard to be sick these times and find the right doctors is unreal. They must be so resilient. Oh, yes, Allie, and we're very lucky that we live in the Boston metro area. The amount of high-level health care here is just incredible. Dr. Leichner. Dr. Leichner was his name. And I know if you go and Google this guy, you're going to be like, oh my God, Graham was probably underestimating it. But yeah, Alan Leichner, he's probably dead now or retired. But he was like a force. That's when I learned hospitals aren't just like doctors seeing patients. It's this whole fucking like institution, and there's like power dynamics, and it was wild. And like doctors are like judges within hospitals at that level. All right. So here we go. I will continue. We're about to go to a sidebar. That was our mid-morning break. We're taking our 30-minute lunch break where I'm going to play a video for you about something or other at the 12 o'clock mark. That's when I'm eating lunch. And you don't want to hear me eating when we're eating anyway. I was eating popcorn yesterday, and someone's like, Grant, your microphone is so sensitive, I can hear you eating popcorn. Well, okay, it was still really good popcorn, though. All right. And I like popcorn, too. Did you know the most common ingredient in the food industry is air? It's a really good idea if you think about it. If your product's 50% air, you're selling air. It's free. So I was thinking about how popcorn's mostly air, you know what I'm saying? All right, so we got the answer from Caitlin Albert. This is Caitlin Albert about her friendship with Katie McLaughlin. Very prepped. But whatever. So next question. Would you not consider Katie McLaughlin to be a friend? Answer, she's not a close personal friend of mine. Question, I didn't ask you if she was a close personal friend. Objection by Mr. Lally. The court let her finish her answer. Mr. Yannetti, sure. By Mr. Yannetti. Question, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Finish your answer. Answer, I would not consider one of my, again, close friends. Question, okay, so let's get back to my question. Would you consider her to be a friend? Mr. Lally, objection. The court, I'll allow that. Mr. Lally, Your Honor, may we approach? The court, okay, jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch. Peaches, yeah, well, okay, before we read this sidebar, let me give a quick explication of this. So, it's not just it's not just like the air in bags. Let's see if I can find this educational clip for us. Hold on one second. I'm going to bring this up. Let's see. Food most common ingredient in, hold on. Air most common ingredient in food industry. It's not the packaging of the bag. It's like if you think of like a candy bar and stuff like that, like a very fluffy candy bar, that is like the reason like that's so valuable is that 50% of the product, like between the fluff, like of the chocolate that's whipped up, is air. So if you're making a product that has air artificially injected to it, think of it like aero bubbles. Let me actually show you a really good example from England. Aero Candy UK. So if you're from the UK, you'll know what I'm talking about immediately. But let me just show you this. Okay, so this is an Aero bar. Now, if you've never had one of these, get the green one. Don't get the chocolate one. The chocolate one's good, but if you want to experience it, you've got to get this. Now, I'm going to make this image a little bit bigger. Let me see if I can get a good quality copy of this. Okay, so this is what you want to look at. Okay, this is a good example of what I'm talking about. Do you see how that chocolate bar has aerated filling? Now, the filling's really good, and when you eat it, the bubbles have a really good mouthfeel, which is why they do this. But look at that by volume, okay? That's a cross-section. If you measured out this candy bar, all of those holes, even though they're a feature of the bar, which is what's so ingenuitive about it, most candies try to hide it because they don't want you to know. This uses it as a selling feature. It's really, really good. Like, it's just perfect the way they do it. But it's aerated chocolate. All chocolate is aerated, but this doesn't hide it, which means 50% of what you're buying is just a hole between the filling. That is what the food industry does, especially the candy industry. Its goal is to sell you air in the form of a product that you think is chocolate and filling. So, yeah, it's a very interesting way that it works out. And by the way, I know a lot of you have been having a great time, and we will, of course, we're going to keep reading the sidebars. But one of the things you got to know about me is if you ask a question in chat and it like leads me on one of these, or I bring something up and then I just start going on a digression, Sometimes I just have to teach about it. It's just a compulsion. I cannot stop myself. I'm just like, I got to tell people about this. And Aero bars are delicious, and I also have a little bit of ADD brain, so my brain just goes from thing to thing to thing, especially when I just want to bounce off the walls, which we're doing today. So that's what you get. All right, here we go. Chocolate isn't chocolate anymore. Yes, so Jay Cormish, I'm so glad you asked, because there's actually a differentiation in chocolate production standards between Europe and the UK and the United States. The reason why you can't get good chocolate in the United States is that Hershey and Nestle and other companies own the trademarks and patents for all the UK candies. Now, the manufacturing process for chocolate in the United States is a lot more artificial. You'll find the ingredient list to be closer to 20 ingredients for most American chocolate. If you go over to the UK and get a Lion bar or a double decker or an Aero bar or a my favorite is the crunchy bar, or even a flake candy sucks, but it's really good if you scrape it onto ice cream. But just eating a flake bar is fucking horrible. It's like the scraps from the floor. It's kind of like the shake of the chocolate world. But anyway, my point is the ingredients are more strictly controlled. So if you are a UK chocolate producer, you cannot just add like dextrose corn syrup to your recipe. It's regulated by the government. You can have like 4 ingredients. It's all very natural. It's akin to beer production in Germany. By law in Germany, beer can have 3 ingredients: yeast, water, and whatever the fuck they put in beer. I don't drink beer. In the United States, you can put preservatives, you can can the shit, you can do whatever the fuck you want. You cannot do that in Germany. That's why German beer is so good. State regulates the use, their state regulation of commodity production. Here, we like to think of ourselves as this like wonderful free market. No, what we have is this like tightly controlled market where corporations undermine health and food safety standards in the furtherance of centralizing corporate profit. How much shit fucking ingredients can we put in and still get it passed by the FDA because it won't necessarily kill someone the minute that they eat it? That's what it's all about. Lisa says, "You're so smart. That's impressive, Grant." Oh, thank you. You're very kind. And thank you for all your questions. Yeah, I totally get the science of it. And I'm not a fucking communist. I hate the commies. However, I do understand what's called regulatory capture. And I'm more of an Adam Smith style traditional free market capitalist, which is to say, like if you study like wheat cost in like 1789, which is the sample size that Adam Smith uses in The Wealth of Nations in order to make his commentary on regulatory capture. I actually have read this book multiple times. It's a really good book. It's worth reading, Adam Smith's Wealth of Nations. But anyway, the point is Smith points to the centralization of control over the wheat market, leading to a inflexive rise in wheat prices. So a centralized market commodity should result in lower prices because that means there's less competition. So you don't have to put as much work in. You're generating your commodity without having to compete. What it leads to is a paradoxical increase in price. Centralization of control over market sectors causes centralization of profits. It does not lead to lower prices. So Smith was like, that is not free market capitalism. That's the hidden hand of the market. That's the fucking, like, that is dangerous. That is regulatory capture. He didn't call it that, but that's what it was. So Smith was like, that's a perversion of my ideal of laissez-faire capitalism. And in fact, centralization harms the very people that capitalism is supposed to benefit, which is the consumers. It's a reflexive symbiotic relationship. Consumers spend their hard-earned money on goods, which in turn allows the people who produce the goods to make them for the highest profit possible without undermining the health, safety, and welfare of the people consuming the goods. Okay, that system goes completely awry if there's no regulation of how these companies are operating, and they're like, oh, who cares? Like, we'll put fucking fish toxin and the fucking thing is cut. Like, who cares? It's not gonna, they'll never figure out it was the fish toxin that killed him 20 years later. Or another example, the silicone breast implants. Dow Chemical, that was my father's case, by the way. Dow Chemical knew those breast implants were faulty in the 60s. They had my dad told me he got whistleblower documentation from a safe in Dow Chemical. He was like, yeah, somebody gave it to me. I don't know how he got it. He never told me. But he got documentation that their own scientists were saying, bro, like these silicone breast implants are going to kill people. And Dow Chemical was like, well, it's not going to kill people right now, so we'll just sell them. All right, 30 years later, women started dying of cancer, and Dow Chemical was like, all right, well, our bad. No, not your bad. Don't fucking do that to begin with. Why were you doing that? And that's what I get all riled up about. Yeah, so the specific term is called oligopoly. It's not really a monopoly. It is monopoly in form, but not really like John D. Rockefeller's centralization of the oil industry in Cleveland, like what you would think about in the 1860s, 70s, and 80s. That's more of a stereotypical monopoly where you buy all the oil refineries, you buy all the railroads, and then you put your competitors out of business because you won't ship their oil on your railroad. So you buy up all the local mom and pop oil refineries, which is actually how oil started. People just put wells in the ground in Pennsylvania in the rivers where there was like oil on the top of the river. They knew it was there. Didn't really have a use other than for like street lamps until cars and other things came around. But anyway, they just put the fucking oil. They just put wells in the ground. There were independent oil towns. In fact, Ida Tarbell's father, the woman who wrote the story that brought down J.D. Rockefeller and Standard Oil, worked at an independent oil town that got put out of business because of J.D. Rockefeller's and J.P. Morgan's monopoly. So anyway, the point is, monopolies are more like one company using a structure that puts their competition out of business. It leads to the same consolidated impact and effects as an oligopoly, but an oligopoly is like a multifaceted corporate structure where like one company owns another company, like BlackRock owns Vanguard and Vanguard owns BlackRock, and they all own Amazon and Target and Best Buy. It's this like complicated hyper-insulated mechanism whereby like securities trading allows for corporate consolidation, but not in the hands of one person, rather in the hands of like very powerful shareholders that work across market disciplines. It's very interdisciplinary. It's not like one market sector or one person. It's like 50 to 200 or 300 people who understand and have interest in every market sector and make sure they're working together. Price fixing is a good analogy. A trust is a good analogy, but it's not really that. It's more just like this all-encompassing structure that built the constitutional foundations of corporate personhood from 1886 onward with Santa Clara County versus Southern Union Pacific, and then entrenched it in every arena of our society, from contract law through to like from Lochner v. New York through to minimum wage law through to fucking civil rights law through to like election law with Buckley v. Vallejo and Citizens United v. FEC. It all stems, it's not a bug, it is a feature of the system in the United States that there's an entrenched oligopoly that doesn't have to really answer to the best interests of the people because it's more interested in extracting a very specific form of wealth that produces the lowest quality products possible in order to keep the public complacent. That's why I don't like the form of economy we have. I'm a very firm capitalist, but I believe in regulated markets. And a lot of Republicans, a lot of Democrats, they all agree with me. There's very few people who are out there and willing to say, like, yeah, we should just have complete deregulation, 12-year-olds working in the mines. But very few people, because a lot of them are paid off by these big companies, will say, yeah, we got to work on regulatory capture. No, nobody gives a shit. It's how it all works. And you got me out there being like, fuck all you motherfuckers. A good documentary on Rockefeller. Oh, by the way, the best thing you can possibly watch or listen to on J.D. Rockefeller, go on Audible right now. It is Doris Kearns Goodwin's book about the golden age of American journalism, Teddy Roosevelt and Ida Tarbell. My word, ladies and gentlemen, you will never, I'll put the link in the chat, you will never read a better book. I have listened to this book 47 times. If I could go to Professor Kearns Goodwin and be like, hey bro, can we listen to your book on my stream, I would do it. Audible, The Golden Age of American Journalism, Doris Kearns Goodwin. All right, so here we go. I found it for you, ladies and gentlemen. It's called The Bully Pulpit. Theodore Roosevelt, William Howard Taft, and the Golden Age of American Journalism. So let me just drop this for you right here. All right, go ahead and check that out. I highly recommend, if you want to learn about J.D. Rockefeller, J.P. Morgan, McCossie G, how you doing? Good to see you. Glad to have you with us. If you want to learn about any of that, all right, ladies and gentlemen, you go ahead and you take a look at this book. It is the greatest book I have ever read in my entire life. I've read it like 40 times at this point. I have listened to it so many times. I know it by heart. I know every exchange. I know every detail. I know about S.S. McClure, Henry Demiris Lloyd, Ida Tarbell, Lincoln Steffens, how they met with the president in the White House, how that led to the regulation of the beef industry because of Lincoln Steffens writing his book about tuberculotic beef, which he famously said he tried to hit America in the head, missed, and hit their stomach because he was trying to reform the governmental system and ended up writing a book where people were worried about tuberculosis in their beef. Anyway, I have a lot of information in my head. Hello, Dusty Rose LA. We took a brief sidebar break because I started ranting about all sorts of things. Apparently, I just have all this information in my head. You can imagine how tormenting it is to remember all of this all the time. I don't have to look anything up. I don't have any notes. I have this all in my head, and it's just up there. And I'm like, I guess I just want to tell people all this. I don't know how it stays up there. I don't know why it's there, but it's very interesting. Wow, Grant, I think we can all learn a lot from you. Oh, thank you, Peaches. Yes, I just say things sometimes, and it's all very interesting. It's all up there, indexed. It's kind of fun. Jay-Z said, my dad was Vietnam and exposed to Agent Orange. He passed of cancer at 42. I have birth defects, and the government knew, so I never underestimate people when it comes to money and power. Oh, Jay-Z, first, God bless your father for serving. And yes, that defoliation agent that they used against the Viet Cong, bro, they had our men, and it was mostly men back then, probably some women. Only men, actually. It was front lines. They had men out there. But they did have children, obviously, too. They had men out there spraying Agent Orange, shirtless, on boat decks, in the wind, just spraying it from fire hoses. We did that to our own troops, and we knew. But we had to defoliate. That was the excuse, and it caused birth defects, and it ruined lives of heroes and their families. Disturbing, and a very good example of why the government can't be trusted. McCossie G says, Grant, I also have a photographic memory about most things, but sometimes my memory is like Swiss cheese with others. Well, McCossie G, that's very interesting. I think that can be either a reflection of your hippocampus or your the wiring of your brain. You may have specific nodes that you memorize really well. You may think those things are more valuable than others, or your hippocampus might not actually be sorting things. You just might be telling it to sort things. The hippocampus is the part of the brain that's responsible for converting short-term memories into long-term memories, which is basically how memory functions. You have to encode newly learned information into your existing neurological pathways, and the hippocampus is the part of the brain that facilitates that. So maybe training the hippocampus, I'm not really sure. All right, the court. We need to go to sidebar now, and remember, this is about the Caitlin Albert and Katie McLaughlin sidebar. I put this off for long enough, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. The court. What is the objection? Mr. Lally, Your Honor, as it pertains to this witness, I'm not sure what the relevance is of anything to do with her relationship with the firefighter that showed up at her house that morning. The court. Okay, what do you say, Mr. Yannetti? Mr. Yannetti, okay, what I say is that there has been testimony that she told Trooper Proctor that Katie McLaughlin told Trooper Proctor, no ambiguous pronouns, that my client looked at Jen McCabe and said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Katie McLaughlin then testified before this jury to a brand new conversation that was back and forth involving multiple people. And she has admitted under oath that her testimony evolved, and that she also admitted it evolved after she learned that 34 Fairview was the Albert home. So this is directly on point to impeach Katie McLaughlin's characterization of their relationship as just acquaintances. We have multiple photographs putting them the court. I understand. I don't see their testimony as too different as different. Well, it's Mr. Yannetti. Right. I'm sorry. I cut the court off. Good move, Mr. Yannetti. The court. So I think you've covered the same ground that you were covering, or maybe the end of you covering it. You're just shaking your head. So tell me, what is it that you expect to ask of her now? Mr. Yannetti. Okay, so I want to impeach her, specifically saying that she doesn't know. She's minimizing her relationship with Katie McLaughlin. You know, in addition to H, I, J, and K, those are the exhibits, the photographs, which were the previous ones that were marked for ID. as I made the court aware, we received multiple photos after that which were more incriminating in terms of putting the two of them together. They are arm in arm in a lot of photos. They are at a baby shower together, standing right next to each other in a small group. And this witness is with her 2 college roommates and 1 other person. And that other person is Katie McLaughlin. She's trying to distance herself. And it is crystal clear to me that she has either read social media or she has received some information about the cross-examination that Mr. Jackson did of Katie McLaughlin. There was a big emphasis on her not being a friend. Yes, I called it. Oh, damn right I called it. I'm good at what I do. I called it. I'm a little towel. I called it. I called it. I called it. I called it. I fucking called it. David Unetti knew instinctively. I'm a little towel. I'm a little towel. I'm a little towel. How about them apples? Good evening, Grant. Thank you for the follow on Twitter. Helena, thank you very much for being with us. I would just like to say, if you missed it or about 15 minutes ago or 30 minutes ago before I went on a digression about all sorts of things that I don't want to think about right now because I'll start thinking about them again, I was like, bro, this shit was fucking prepped. This fucking answer on the screen right now, I was like, that shit is prepped. I got instincts like a lawyer. I'm not a lawyer, I'm a towel, but I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it. I was like, it's fucking prepped. And look what David Unetti goes on to say at Sidebar. He had the same intuition, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, I have been not just redeemed, I have been proven to be prescient. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, prescient towel, you shall call me thus. All right. I just want to say, I read that answer right there on your screen. Right there. Let's zoom in a little bit. I read that answer right there, and I was like, no, bro, that is so coordinated based on the cross of Katie McLaughlin. I feel like I'm being beaten over the head with it. Oh, goodness. Yeah, someone said, Grant has some kind of photographic memory. He can remember actual page numbers from court documents. It blows me away. Yes, like page 99 to 102 of the Canton Police Department audit report, which is about Sandra Birchmore. Yes, indeed. All right. Or the time of the Lexus event between 12:39:04 and 12:32 a.m. in 4 seconds and 12:32 a.m. in 14 seconds on January 29th, 2022. Or the exact times of the video recordings of Karen's car, 5:07, 5:11, 5:18. And her arrival at Jen McCabe, 5:35. Their arrival back to Meadows, and then over to Fairview. It's very helpful to have it all memorized. Anyway, the point is, I'm a towel, and David Unetti picked up on it as well. This man, I love this man. He's hilarious. He does it differently than Alan Jackson, though. When he wants to flex on a motherfucker, he's just like, I'll show you how to flex on a motherfucker. And then he flexes on a motherfucker. That's why I like David Unetti. You know, he came up to me after my dad passed, gave me a handshake. Very nice guy. Very nice guy. Anyway, my point is, you want to flex on a motherfucker. This is how you flex on a motherfucker right here, okay? You just go like this. You're like, motherfucker, it's crystal clear that that witness was prepped. That witness was prepped. Now, let's see what Judge Cannoni says. Hold on, we got to finish it before I go summarize it. Oh, I'm having a day. Listen, I'll read it back. So listen to what David Unetti says, because earlier in the stream I was talking about how Caitlin Albert's answer was, in my opinion, prepped. Unetti says during Sidebar, okay, so I want to impeach her, Caitlin Albert, specifically saying that she doesn't, no, she's minimizing her relationship with Katie McLaughlin. You know, in addition to H, I, J, and K, which were the previous ones that were marked for ID, as I made the court aware, we received multiple photos after that which were more incriminating in terms of putting the two of them together. They are arm in arm in a lot of the photos. They are at a baby shower together, standing right next to each other in a small group. And this witness is with her 2 college roommates and 1 other person. And that other person is Katie McLaughlin. Caitlin Albert is trying to distance herself, and it is crystal clear to me that she has either read social media or she has received some information about the cross-examination that Mr. Jackson did of Katie McLaughlin, where there was a big emphasis on her not being a friend, and that, the court. Why is that crystal clear to you? There is nothing before me that indicates that. Mr. Unetti, she used the exact language, which is, this is what I was saying. She used the exact language, which was, I was asking her if she was a friend, and she immediately jumped to, I don't consider her to be a close friend, which is exactly what Katie McLaughlin said as well. Mr. Lally, Your Honor, it could also just be the truth. Mr. Yannetti, well, I'm entitled to explore what the truth is or what the truth isn't. The court, I think we're just about finished with this. I know you feel differently. You don't have to agree with me. I'll give you one more question, but I don't think you're quite... Mr. Yannetti, so I don't get to introduce any of the photos, putting them together that depicts the actual relationship? The court, not based on what I've seen here. What I'll do tonight is I'll go back through my notes on Katie McLaughlin, but for the same reason that she didn't get it, talking about Eliza Little with Katie McLaughlin, I don't see you getting it here. I'll give you one or two more questions. Mr. Yannetti, rather than take the one or two more questions, I'd rather move on to another topic and then revisit it tomorrow morning. The court, okay. Whoa. Wow. Jesus. And then the judge wouldn't let him get into it. Bro, even I knew that fucking answer was coached. All right, now I have a little bit of concern about Judge Cannoni. Just a little. Kind of like, if I saw that, and Alan didn't even, so Yannetti didn't argue it the way I would have argued it. I would have said, Judge, it's not just that the witness's answer reflected what Katie McLaughlin was talking about on cross and this witness is sequestered. That witness's answer reflected what Mr. Jackson and Mr. Lally and the court engaged in a sidebar. It was about, like, this is exactly what Mr. Jackson was saying and Mr. Yannetti was saying to the court about how they said, listen, we just had to tip our hand here on some of this stuff. It was not just that the answers lined up. Yannetti missed this. It was that Jackson was told that unless Katie McLaughlin answered a certain way, he could not go down the route of the pictures. And then Caitlin Albert here answers the exact way that Jackson was told at sidebar would prevent him from going to the pictures. That's what Yannetti missed. Bro, that was a sandbag. I see it clear as fucking day. Oh my God. It's not just that she watched it. I don't even, maybe David saw this. I don't know. Someone would have to ask him. But it's not just that Caitlin Albert watched Katie McLaughlin's testimony, because that answer would not have been available. No one had the sidebar at the time. Only Lally and the defense lawyers and judge. That answer wasn't just, I listened to what Katie McLaughlin said. That is the perfect answer. That is an answer you could only give if you were a lawyer who was privy to the sidebar from a few days ago where Jackson was arguing about what he needed to do, or Eliza Little, whoever it was probably Jackson, that wanted to get in the picture of on the Katie McLaughlin cross. I think Judge just misspoke when she said she. It was actually Alan Jackson. Jackson and Judge had a colloquy where Adam Lally was present, where Judge said, listen, Mr. Jackson, unless she says X, Y, or Z, you cannot get these pictures in. If she answers the other way, then they're not coming in. Okay, well, Katie McLaughlin then went on to answer in a way that didn't allow Alan to get the pictures in. They're just still as ID. Identification means they're not actually in evidence. The jury never got to see them. Now we got this problem where David Yannetti, circling back, went on the Caitlin Albert cross to try to impeach Caitlin Albert and by proxy Katie McLaughlin by introducing the pictures again. David Yannetti knows he has to lay the foundation if he wants to get the pictures in, so he wants Caitlin Albert to say the specific things that Alan Jackson couldn't get Katie McLaughlin to say. When David Yannetti asked just one simple question, Caitlin Albert rattles off all 6 things she has to say so that David Yannetti can't get the pictures into evidence. Now are you understanding what I picked up on? That's why it's such a big deal. And Yannetti did get kind of cut off by Judge Cannoni, but I don't even know, like, his intuition, he wouldn't have even said, I think it was coached, unless his gut was screaming at him that it was coached. And I'm telling you, my gut was saying the same thing. It was screaming at me that it was coached, not coached to align with what Katie McLaughlin said, coached to specifically avoid the pictures being introduced into evidence, which only could have been figured out by someone who was at the sidebar the other day. That's a big deal. It's a big deal. Yep. And it really pisses me off. I don't like that kind of gamesmanship. Like, the question was literally, who is Katie McLaughlin? Look at the fucking answer. Katie McLaughlin is a girl who I am in the same age as. We went to high school together. We graduated the same year, and we have a couple mutual friends. We interact with some of the people socially. I can't think of a time, possibly ever, where her and I ever hung out one-on-one or individually, so more like a friend or a mutual friend. That's exactly what was talked about at Sidebar the other day. I got to write this up. Sorry, I'm pissed off about this. I don't think Yannetti exactly saw exactly what was going on. I think he was like, his gut was telling him there was something wrong, but he didn't lay it out right. He laid it out okay, but like, it wasn't how I would argue it, as I said. And it's during trial, so you can't be too, it's your Monday, you're literally Monday morning quarterbacking. Well, this is interesting. David Yannetti had a strong suspicion during a SideBah from the first Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial that Caitlin Albert was coached in her testimony. I think David may not have realized that coaching was specifically to keep pictures of Katie McLaughlin and Caitlin Albert out of evidence, something that only a lawyer at the Katie McLaughlin SideBah from a few days prior would have been able to convey to Caitlin Albert. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. I hate that kind of gamesmanship. It's not fair. Now, Lally's going to be like, yeah, but look, in my opinion, playing out, Lally would be like, okay, but look what I was up against. Like, seriously? You're being a dick. And I'd be like, oh yeah? Am I being a dick? And he'd probably be like, yeah, you're being a dick. And I think, okay. Meh. I don't really care. But yes, now I did write that up. And I think that's how I wanted to put it. Regarding her, Caitlin's regarding Caitlin's connections to firefighter Katie McLaughlin. Now, I also feel bad, because I think Katie McLaughlin and, what's her name there, Kelly Dever, I don't think they really did anything wrong. I just think they, like, knew some shit they shouldn't have known unrelated to this shit, and they suffered for it. So, like, I kind of feel bad for them. I'm not gonna, like, beat up on them. They didn't really do anything wrong. Like, Kelly Devers and Katie McLaughlin, I want folks to understand, they didn't do anything wrong. They just saw some shit and knew about some shit they should have known about unrelated to John O'Keefe's death, and they suffered for it. Now, imagine if you're just like some firefighter, you grew up in Canton, like, you know some shit, and then you get involved in like a criminal case just like any other day because you're a firefighter and you respond to things because like you're a hero and that's what you do. You run into dangerous fucking situations. You expect to have to testify, etc., etc. And then all of a sudden, because of what you got involved in, there we go. We now have a situation where your life gets turned upside down. You didn't even do anything. It's just because you know something about somebody or some group. And then Kelly Devers just happens to see Berkowitz and Higgins together. Oh, no, we can't have that. You know what I'm saying? All right. Now I feel bad for them. What the hell did Katie McLaughlin do to deserve this? Nothing. What did Kelly Devers do to deserve this? Nothing. They were just walking down the road, living their lives, and they happened to get caught up in some shit. Now, there are some people who got some crosses to bear here, all right? But it is not Kelly Dever, and it is not Katie McLaughlin. So if those two women are out there, I hope they take solace knowing that me, with my encyclopedic brain about everything related to this, does not see them as having done anything wrong. And I hope, although that won't like make their lives better, they take some solace in knowing I ascribe no ill will to them in any way or form whatsoever, and I will stop people from talking negatively about them. People people can talk about what they did, what they didn't do, what they saw, but I'm not going to let people rail on them because those two have suffered enough and we don't need to keep putting them through this. They just happen to be at the wrong place at the wrong time and know the wrong thing about the wrong people. All right? Everybody on the same page? Good. Yes, but, okay. Mama Rico, we can talk very gently about this, and I just want you to play it out. You're Kelly Dever. You had been with the Canton Police for however long, and you're working a double. You had come into shift at noon on January 28th. There's a blizzard coming, and you're going to work a double. So you agree to work from 12 to 8, and then from 8 p.m. to 4 a.m. or whatever it was, or maybe from 4 to midnight, and then from midnight to 8. Whatever. You're working a double. And you're sitting there. It's about 2:30 a.m., no calls had come in. It's snowing. People are moving their cars around the parking lot because the plow truck is out at the police station. And you're not thinking much of it. You're sitting at dispatch. You see all the cameras in the Canton PD. It's a normal night. Well, 1:30, 2 in the morning rolls around. And you see Brian Higgins and former Chief Berkowitz, who's now dead, God rest his soul, walk into an empty area of the police station. Maybe you've seen them before. Maybe you don't really care that they're doing that. Maybe it's none of your business. So you just go about your life. Those are two grown adults. Whatever. It's your boss. It's an undercover ATF agent. You just go about your life. Okay, you're going about your life, and then you quickly find out a few days later, this was the next day, in fact, 6 hours later, that there was someone dead, and Brian Higgins had just come from that house, and even if it had nothing to do with that, just the fact that he was at the Canton PD with Chief Berkowitz alone in a room, and whatever you saw, you know that's going to come up. Okay, maybe now Alan Jackson's approach to Kelly Devers makes a little more sense. He knew she was perjuring herself. It just wasn't about John O'Keefe's death. Likewise, that's why Commissioner Cox, in my opinion, probably talked to Kelly Dever. Bro, Kelly Dever, you cannot be saying that shit about what you saw in that fucking whatever they were in, whatever part of the police station. It was at like 1:30 that morning. There was nothing in that part of the police station related to John O'Keefe's death. It wasn't even called in at that time. Whatever you saw, you didn't see. All right? Like, now things make more sense. And that's what this case was like about. Like, Jackson would figure out someone was lying about something and then be like, you're lying. And then they'd be like, I can't tell you why I'm lying, but it has nothing to do with this case. And he'd be like, you're lying. Like, I know you're lying. How dare you? That's why I got frustrated with Alan. I was like, bro, Alan, please, don't do this to them. You know? Also, no, yeah, I'm not muted. If your sound went off and on, you should be able to come back in. I can monitor my audio live, and the audio is working on my end. But, yeah, and I try to be fair, Mama Rico, I try to be fair, so of course we'll listen to your perspective as well. But I do think there is something to be said about Kelly Dever and Katie McLaughlin were collateral damage. They've suffered a lot. I'm not going to talk about what I know about them, but they have suffered a lot. And I think, whether you think they should have to repent or not, they've suffered a lot. I personally don't think they had anything to repent for. I think there's other people who have things to repent for, not them. But I just want to note that about Katie McLaughlin and Kelly Devers in particular. There's a lot of evil in this case, but those two aren't it. So that was that sidebar. All right, let me see. Hold on. I think this might be the end of the day. So now they're still talking to Caitlin Albert, now about Colin, and then we're going to end the day. Sidebar. Oh, no, we're still in open court. So, wait a minute. Is this a sidebar? This is not a sidebar. It's an open court. So Yannetti's just saying what his plan is for tomorrow. Right. So my plan, Your Honor, it is based on the fact that Katie McLaughlin, when she testified, tried to minimize her relationship with Caitlin Albert. The reason why that's relevant is that we have proof that she has changed her story after she learned that 34 Fairview was the Albert family home. She was on record with Trooper Proctor stating this is Katie McLaughlin, that what she heard my client say she actually overheard. She heard my client addressing Jennifer McCabe on scene in a hysterical manner, saying allegedly, I hit him. And that evolved in this case to a multi-part conversation with many different people, including starting starting with Katie McLaughlin saying, was there any trauma? And my client supposedly responded, I hit. And then a police officer jumps in and asks another question. And my client supposedly said, I hit him. And there were like 4 different times where my client was responding to others, so that it wasn't really this burst of excitement and an excited utterance. She tried to cast it as statements that were made upon reflection, making them sound more ominous and more inculpatory than they were, particularly because the person to whom my client was speaking, who was no friend of my client, reported that she said, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Conflict in the testimony, 4 photos, we have them being Facebook friends, new information about them being together, never went with her other than on day trips, we know that's false, we have him in a hot tub. When is this? It was posted in 2016. When did it occur? Did it happen in 2016, or was it posted? It was posted in 2016. It's a new photo that was uploaded. The location was tagged in 2016, so we know it was after high school, which contradicts previous testimony. Do you have someone to authenticate that date? Caitlin Albert will authenticate the date. Why? Why are you so sure of that? She's going to be shown a baby shower, which occurred in 2021. Okay, that's when it's time-stamped on social media. And Caitlin Albert, her face, her body are in the photo. How many other people? 6. For the record, it's S. Actually, I didn't see these. I thought these were different photos. If I could have those. Oh, of course. There are 5 other people in the photo together on the right side of the photo. This is a classic bias and impeachment evidence case. There's no reason why we shouldn't be able to show photographic evidence of the relationship, what it looks like. It's intended to assist a jury in doing a 403 balancing test. We talked about this earlier in the stream, Your Honor. The probative nature of this evidence greatly outweighs any prejudice. She's able to explain these photos any way she wants. Lally does his redirect. It's with Katie McLaughlin's testimony. It's like she's wearing a suit of armor. We can't get through it. We have the tools and the evidence to get through it. We have the ability to expose her. Somebody's misrepresented something very important to this court, but if we can't ask these questions of Caitlin Albert to get these photos in, we're not able to do it. Then Lally argues back. We're looking for sidebars, though. This was all in open court. All right, so judge is going to take a look at the notes and do it in the morning. All right. I know you all want to start day 17. I know you're excited. This is a big cliffhanger, but I got to put my food in the oven. All right, so here's what we're doing. If you want to come back for sidebars, you got about a 20 to 30-minute break, and then we're starting up with sidebars. I'm going to make myself some lunch, and then expect me to return. I'm going to find a video for you to play. Actually, let's do a 15-minute break. No, I can't eat in 15 minutes because I got to turn the oven on. Let's do a 30-minute break. All right, what do you want to learn about over this 30-minute break? Would you like to learn about my chart? Did you know I made a chart? Have you ever seen my chart? Let me show you my chart. I keep it around all the time. I have the file name as Brian Tully. You deserve it, Brian Tully. That's my chart. Have you ever seen it? Isn't that a beautiful chart? It's like a historical mosaic. Now, you might be saying to yourself, Grant, please tell me you have a way to explain the chart. I do. I don't know if that's necessarily what we're going to watch, but I do have a way to explain the chart. Now, I want to find a video for you to watch, though. I don't think I want to watch a video about the chart. It's very interesting, but we did the Sandra Birchmore video yesterday. So, what if we do one of the Ray from Dallas clips? Ray's hilarious. What if we do one of the Ray from Dallas interview clips? He's also a really good interviewer with Lindsay and I. We did the story yesterday about Lindsay going to the party. What about, we did the Birchmore one. What about, actually, you know what? You can listen. It's 45 minutes. I don't want to do a 45-minute break. And this one's too short. The double date one. What's this one? No, that's too short. Let's listen to the one about Lindsay having a move made on her at a party. Did you know that Julie Nagel tried to make a move on Lindsay Gattani at a party? Oh, goodness. You could put on trial 1 where we got to today. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you liked the chart. Yeah, let me see. I don't think... I'm trying to think what's the best way to do this. I think the best way is to, let our brains rest during lunch. And you're going to like this, because a lot of the people you're going to hear referenced in what Lindsay's going to talk about, we just listened to, mentioned or referenced. So I think we're going to listen to this one. And if you've ever thought to yourself, wait, what do you mean Julie Nagel grabbed Lindsay's ass? Well, first of all, I didn't even say that, so how did you know where this was going? Did you listen to Ray's show the other day? And the second thing is, it's actually pretty hilarious. So let me see. Is this the right one? No, that's not the right one. Is this the right one? That's the right one. So I don't even know how to explain this, okay? Lindsay's going to explain it. But let me just read my post. New overnight. Julie Nagel made a move on Lindsay Gattani during a party at Jen McCabe's sister's house in front of an entire room of people, and the only person who tried to intervene to help Lindsay was Colin Albert. Then, after Julie Nagel tried to make that move, Colin Albert was talking to Lindsay away from the others. Kate Peter lied to Colin's mom and said Colin was making a move on Lindsay, and Lindsay wonders if this was to prevent Colin from leaking information to Lindsay. Colin's mom came up to Lindsay, Colin and Matt McCabe screaming at Lindsay right after Kate Peter tried to spread that rumor. After Lindsay left the party, Julie Nagel sent Lindsay Gattani a text message telling Lindsay that Julie wanted to hook up with Lindsay. The next day, Jen McCabe and others tried to talk to Lindsay to probe for information as to if Lindsay remembered what happened with Julie Nagel and Colin's mom. When Lindsay did remember, the people who attended the party went silent. The people at the party were Lindsay Gattani, Jen McCabe's sister, Kate Peter, Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, Kate's friend Gina/Rachel or Jen or whoever the fuck she is, Colin Albert, Allie McCabe, Brian Albert, Julie Albert, Brian Albert Jr., Proctor's mother and sister and or wife, not sure who, Julie Nagel, Bella's dad, Lisa Crisello, and Julie Crisello. And yes, so this is quite a story, all right? And we're going to, I think she spends a little bit of time talking about Natalie as well. So let's just listen to it, because we'll get the Natalie component as well. Are you ready for this? Let's just say Ray from Dallas got the tea, ladies and gentlemen.
That like, and were the voodoo dolls there?
Oh, the voodoo dolls. The voodoo dolls. You don't understand. Jen McCabe has voodoo dolls of Karen Reed and Turtle Boy. You don't understand.
There was one more incident with Jen McCabe or her sister. There was like a party, and you've talked about it a little bit on Twitter. What was like going on that night? Why did they invite you to a party? It was at night, like they were like hanging out. Like, how much can you tell us about that party and what was that like? And were the voodoo dolls there?
Okay, no, the voodoo.
Now, y'all, they told up real quick. Before we get to that, I got to turn up Carrie B and Mo Esk and Andrea Michelle. We're going to do it with the beautiful nurse Kim because, oh, Lord, yes, she is absolutely stunning.
We've got Tiny Mary, Tiny Jesus, and as Ray from Dallas would say, Tiny Kimmy is here. Right? She's not so tiny. We're in a Thick'em season, but we still appreciate it.
Y'all so much for that. And you know, the only thing, you know, because, you know, they did something to my monetization for, you know, a few more, whatever, but I ain't tripping about that. That's why I be telling everybody to Cash App and Venmo if y'all can support. I apologize, man. You said that they was trying to get her to go to a party or something?
Well, yeah, and before, Lindsay, I want you to talk about the party, but Ray, send me a message on Twitter. I did this boot camp and in that arena with YouTube, and we can talk. But Lindsay,
okay.
The party, I'm very interested. Like, it was at night. Like, what happened? How did you get there, and why were they having a party?
So Miss Natalie, everybody I think knows about Miss Natalie from California, the one who started all this. These conversations between Aiden and Karen and Jen Altman, the one who was granted immunity, the Miss Snoop Dogg, whatever you want to call her. So,
who is Miss Snoop Dogg?
Natalie, it's Natalie Wee Berkshire or Schneider. It's hard to say. I'm not kidding. That's her name. But yeah. All right, so the way to think of her...
Her name kind of matches her personality, right?
It's confounding. The way to... The way to think of her is... The way to think of her is...
I'm sorry, go ahead, sir.
No, it's all right. The Snoop Dogg is a good one. That's a new one. The way to think of her is Natalie the German, because otherwise it's just very complicated. So Natalie the German went to college.
The female Tupac. Yeah, that's right. The female Tupac.
The female Tupac. Okay. So Natalie went to Bethany
Poor boomer.
Karen. Yep, they're in that age range. And Natalie.
No. I mean, Boomer, the person. I'll get to that, but yeah.
Oh, I thought you were calling her a core boomer. And I was like, yeah, she kind of is a core boomer, but that's a little irrelevant to this. But anyway, so she goes to college. Natalie goes to college with Karen Reed, and they don't talk for like 20 or 30 years. Then when Karen Reed is with when Karen Reed is like in the summer of 2023 trying to look for PR people, the way I understand the story, this might be some tea, it might be out there, I don't care. Karen was paying $3,000 a month to her PR person before Aiden got involved in the case. And then Karen was getting frustrated, so she reached out to Natalie, and Natalie does PR, and Natalie's like very, I don't want to use the word like hoity-toity. I don't know her that much. She's always been kind to me. I have nothing like against her personally, but like you look into her pedigree, bro, she's basically in the aristocracy. So she is talking to Karen, and like, all right, her and Karen used to talk about fucking houseplants, bro. They would call each other, and Karen would be like, my magnolias are looking really good right now, apparently. And she'd be like, I don't know what fucking magnolia is, but then insert some other plant. And Natalie would be like, I really like my plants. All right, good for you, girls. I'm glad you like plants. Anyway, so they develop a bond, and the Karen's request on Substance is, hey, would you mind if we found a new PR person? Will you help me find someone? Well, in Natalie's infinite wisdom, she sees Jen Altman commenting on some of the posts about Karen's case. Because Karen's case, David Unetti got Court TV there in like August of 2022. It didn't really get attention till Alan Jackson like sprung it. But before Aiden was involved, Jen Altman was commenting on posts about Karen Reed. So Natalie says, hey, there's this Jen Altman woman. What do you think about reaching out to her and this guy Turtle Boy? Now, Karen must not have done her background research, because she's like, okay. So then Karen and Natalie start sending messages because Aiden doesn't want to talk to Karen directly, ostensibly. So Natalie's the intermediary between April and May and July of 2023. Now, originally, I thought Karen and Natalie had a falling out over houseplants, because Natalie, the story I was told originally, which was definitely disinformation, was that Natalie had called Karen late at night, and Karen was mad that Natalie bothered her. That's not what happened. Natalie knew an executive at Sony, and she went to Aiden and was like, Aiden, like, I'm going to try to teach you the ropes of Hollywood, bro. Like, you should talk to the Sony exec. Yeah, and this is all in Tully's interview with Natalie that is on Turtle Boy's channel. So Natalie hooks Aiden up with the Sony exec. Karen isn't really mad about that, because I think she thinks of it like, let's explore the options. Like, let's see what we're going to do with this. Okay, Aiden, in his infinite wisdom, like immediately wants to sign a deal with these people. That's why Natalie and Karen had a falling out, because Karen was like, what the fuck, Natalie? Why you got this like motherfucker who does not know anything about Hollywood talking to a Sony exec and committing himself to an exclusivity deal? He does not know what he's doing, you moron. And Natalie was like, well, fuck you too, Karen. I'm going to the state police in Cape Peter. Now you understand, Natalie, Weewiki, Schneider, whatever the fuck. So Lindsay, picking up on your story and Natalie getting you to the party.
Oh shit, that was a lot of, okay. Yeah, so Natalie was coming to town from LA. And so this was odd. So I'm in this Discord group that Kate Peter had invited me to, and the members of the group are such an eclectic, like, collaboration of people. Like, it's like weird, like me, Kate, all Kate's like inner circle, like Boomer. I don't like, these are people, online people, like her core online people, like Boomer, Mike Gaffney, Corrosive, this guy Paul, who is a lawyer, just like Gaffney, and then Troll Holmio, and this girl who calls herself Rachel or Gina from New York. And then like Jen McCabe was in there, and Jen McCabe's family members like Lisa Crisello, Julie Crisello, what's his name? The cop there, what's his freaking name? That was John's friend. I forgot his name.
Oh, I don't remember his name. John.
You know, the one
Jackson?
that held with his girlfriend outside the courthouse at Karen. You know what I'm talking
I
about.
know you talking about. He got that little.
The one that Aiden followed with the loud horn outside to his car.
Yeah.
What's his fucking name?
There's two brothers.
No.
Carl Dougal.
Yeah, Dougal. Yeah, Carl. Carl was in there. There's a bunch of people in there. It's just like this massive Discord group of people, right? So they all knew that like Natalie was planning this trip out there. And so Jen McCabe and company puts together this itinerary. That's like, they would always kiss Natalie's ass. All right. They would always like she was weird. She was weird as shit. Like when I tell you weird, like everybody's a little weird. Like I'm a little weird. I'll admit, like Grant, I'm sure you have some weirdness in you that you'll admit to. Everybody's a little weird. Everybody's got a little weirdness, right? But Natalie's weird. Like she would make people. She would ask Boomer. Boomer was like the guy that was good at like doing videos and tech stuff and like whatever. She would always ask Boomer to make these videos of her where she would want her face put on Snoop Dogg's body and do the Crip walk. And like she would be like obsessed with like videos like with her face on Snoop Dogg's body doing the Crip walk. So Boomer would always be forced to make these videos, Natalie doing the Crip walk, like featured as Snoop Dogg. It was bizarre. And like, she just would say weird things and like, I don't know. It was just very odd. And then she would have these freakouts where like, if anybody, like, especially geared towards me, like if she ever felt like anybody was getting more, and I don't even like to call it attention, but like if anybody was like, even like answering somebody about something other than her, she would get like jealous and weird and be like, oh, like she, like that's my thing on my profile. Like it's a thing from her on the Discord group where she says, this should just be called the Lindsay channel because anytime Lindsay needs anything, everybody just jumps and does what she wants. And like, you know, like, so that if you see my profile on Twitter, like that's what it's like, that's from Natalie. Like she just was weird. Like I can't describe it. And like I put up with it for a while. Like everybody would go in a side chat and be like, listen, this is just who Natalie is. We just got to deal with it because she's helping with, you know, the cases against Aiden and Karen. So you just got to fucking put up with it, you know? And I'd be like, fuck that shit. Like what? Like,
Your phone cut out. But real quick, shout out to Fearless_Form Girl for turning me up.
I ain't never represent, baby.
We got to give her a second.
Fearless_Form Girl, love you to death. Your phone was breaking up, Lindsay. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we got to wait for Lindsay to come back because there's this odd. Ray, I don't know. I see connections sometimes maybe that aren't there, but there's this odd pattern where sometimes Lindsay's about to drop something like very spicy or like in an interview with
That
you,
happened in our
and then
last thing.
Yes, and then all of a sudden it disconnects. So we got to give her a little bit of time because there is no way, as she's about to talk about. Now, this party, by the way, I think a lot of people don't want her to talk about it. So I hope that she's able to like click the link, come back in, because I'm telling you, this is like, she's kind of hinted at it on Twitter. She's spoken about it directly. It just blows my mind that it happened right at that moment. And I'm not going to bail on her. I'll give her time to reconnect. I don't trust her.
We good, man. Man, listen. Like, I done heard this. Oh, there she is. There she is right there. Here she is.
on a computer when I do this shit because my phone sucks.
Lindsay Gattani.
Lindsay, it's a conspiracy. We've already determined. We've linked it back to a number of international.
It's Meredith O'Neill and Justin Shadow.
Yes. It's
an international conspiracy.
It's kick me off every time.
For Carly Kramer real quick while they hating on you and stuff, but we ain't going nowhere. It's gonna get out. Longest time y'all got, I got. Turn up, Carly Kramer. Love you to death, baby. apologize about that. Now, yeah, you know what? That is crazy. Every time, well, the past 2 times you done been on here with me,
I know.
we done had them, but that ain't gonna stop us. They ain't stopping nothing. Excuse me, did you say something? Y'all ain't stopping nothing. I apologize to beautiful Lizzie Catani.
No, I apologize. When did I get cut off? Did you hear my Natalie itinerary?
Yes, and then you were about to. I think that was the last thing we heard. But Ray may have a better memory than me.
Dumpster juice. Dumpster juice. Who's in charge? Who the only one I talk to? She say it's Tully's.
Tully's in my phone. I knew it. He's been looking at my nudes. I knew it.
Damn it, Michael Proctor.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah. Wait. Did I lose you again?
No, you're
here.
Oh, okay. I'm still there. Okay. So yeah, they had this whole itinerary set up for Natalie, like minute by minute. I'm not even joking. Like I wish I was exaggerating, but I'm not. Like from the minute she landed to like getting her baggage to going to breakfast to like getting her in the car, like minute by minute, planned out by Jen McCabe. And it was all like on this fancy like thing, like, like it was all like it was a thing they did on like Microsoft Word or whatever. And like her name it had all stars and hearts next to it. It was like to make her feel special. Like I'm like, what the fuck? Like, why is Natalie being treated like she's some sort of celebrity? Like, this is weird. Because I still wasn't getting it at that point in time. I still wasn't understanding the value, I guess, of Natalie in terms of, in their eyes. And so she gets there, and first I think that's the day we were outside of the courthouse, or some people were. I think Kate was down at Dedham House of Pizza because Aiden showed up and she had the RO against her. So she couldn't be down there. But Natalie was there.
Can I ask a question about that?
Yeah.
I noticed that the only 2 times that anyone ever went to the courthouse to support John O'Keefe's family from that side was those days. And you seem to be involved with both of them. Did Kate Peter organize that? I know you hate taking credit for things, or like, were you doing that?
No, it wasn't even me that first. It was, I think John's cousin or second cousin Steph and Julie Ginto and maybe Elisa. And then I was like part of it, like shortly after. And then I asked Kate, like, oh, what time are you going to be in Dedham? And she was like, what? Why would I be in Dedham? Like, she had no idea about anything going on.
Wow. And then just as a point of fact.
Real quick. Yeah. Shout out to the beautiful human girl _4_humanity. You understand me, for turning me up. Love you to death, baby. Turn up.
I ain't never represent, baby. I ain't do no wrong. I can clean up good for you. Oh, I know right from wrong. Like I wanna thank you. Me gotta thank you.
Yo, you gotta chill, man.
Man, love you to death. Love you to death with everything in me, and I appreciate that. And everybody, if y'all can support, go to Venmo and Cash App. Now, I apologize, y'all.
No, I just wanted to say I don't know. I won't speak for Lindsay, but I saw this happen. I wasn't down the courthouse that day, but I was on social media, so I saw while Kate was there. She posted in 2 different Facebook groups. I know both of them. One was belonging to Critical K. The other one belonged to another person who shall remain nameless. And I know for a fact that Kate made posts soliciting donations, saying that she was going to use it to pay for supplies and lunches for people that day. Now, I know people eventually tried to come out and cover for her.
Never happened.
I have it on good authority. People paid for their own lunches that day, Lindsay, and didn't even know there were donations being raised in their name to Kate that have never been accounted for.
Oh,
no one had any idea. I bought the supplies at Staples.
They did that, Grant?
Yeah, and I have the screenshots of the post
Kate
Kate made, and
money.
Yep, and I know some of the people who donated, like Maui Swift sent a couple hundred. because I saw people leaving comment. Like people, I don't think people understand what I do. So like I have a photographic memory, and some things I actually archive. So like I not only remember the comments that Maui Swift was making on Kate's post in the different groups, I know because I personally went to the admins of the group and I was like, what the fuck are you doing allowing her to do this fucking shit? And they railed her out. I know for a fact, both of them. Critical K can run her mouth all she wants and try to cover for Kate. They've had a friendship for a while. I don't care. I know that girl reamed Kate Peter the fuck out over Kate doing that donation shit. And they just didn't want to talk about it publicly. Well, fuck you too. Now we're talking about it publicly.
Yeah. And we'll do it all the time on you punk ass motherfuckers. Y'all some mark ass motherfuckers for the shit y'all did, but you bitches, y'all got y'all time coming because they gon' get you. The truth is gonna come to the light. I see the light. I see the light. Thank God Almighty. I see the light. Oh, love.
I didn't want to make Lindsay go off track, though, but it is an important part of the story. She was just telling us about the protest, though, if you don't mind going back to it, Lindsay, because she was setting the stage for Natalie's arrival leading up to the infamous, I'm going to call it the Eyes Wide Shut party, Lindsay, but don't let that serve as a foretelling tool. You know, I'm just being a little sardonic.
All right, I'm going to tell a funny part of the story that I haven't told yet in a minute. I kind of alluded to it on X recently, but yeah, anyways, so yeah, that's what, and multiple people will back you up on that, Grant. Like Julie Ginto has been very open about that. I think, though I don't talk to her anymore, Elisa, Twisted Tragedies will back you up on that. Like nobody, Kate pocketed this money. There was no, this was all, and this wasn't the only time this happened. She did this twice, if I'm correct. The second time being the Tahiti party, with all of Jen McCabe's relatives, and Brian Albert was there and everything. Yeah. So this is not a foreign concept to Kate. Like she's a shady, the same way that she raised money for her Chile de Castro lawsuit, $70,000 that she never ended up, I think it was Chile, and just ended up pocketing. So she's just a scam artist. But anyways, going forward. Yeah, so Natalie was there that day, but she didn't want to be seen in front of the courthouse, so she stayed at Dedham House of Pizza with Kate. And that was the day she looked like she was wearing a shower curtain. I don't know. It was like a weird paisley like type, like I don't know. Aiden has commented on it. I don't know what that thing was that she was wearing, but yeah, she was spotted in Dedham House of Pizza, and then we went to Jen McCabe's sister's house later that night. Now, when I arrived, I was one of the last people to get there. I had to wait for a babysitter, and everybody was already there when I got there. I really didn't know when. It was my first time meeting pretty much all of them, except for the main people that I knew, like Kate and like maybe like 3 other people that I had already met previously, but like I knew nobody. It was very overwhelming. They have a lot of family members. There was a lot, like everybody was there that you could think of. So it was very overwhelming to walk into that. And I will tell you, one of the first people that made me feel comfortable that came up to me was Colin. And I've told this story publicly, like, he, in my opinion, was a little bit like had a few drinks, but came up to me and he said to me, and this is the thing, like my version of events, like never change. Like I've told my version of things between this and like millions of times, and like no details ever change because it's just like honest to God, even if it makes me look bad, like I just say it how it is. He came up to me and he said something along the lines of like, oh my God, like you're so pretty. Like, how did somebody like you get somebody like Turtle Boy? I think he called him Turtle Boy. I don't think he called him by his name, Eden. And you could tell he had a few drinks. Like, I'm not judging, whatever, but he was there to have a good time. But, and he wasn't being creepy. I never got the impression that he was like like he's a kid. Like my oldest son is a teenager. He's like, just, like in my eyes, is only a few years older than my oldest son. Like it wasn't creepy or weird or anything like that. He was just, I think it's just a little like nervous and whatever. So, but he was making me feel like I felt very uncomfortable. I didn't know anybody. And he said that to me, and I just kind of like giggled and laughed, whatever. And then I moved on to the patio and I met Brian Albert. I met Proctor's. I think it was his mother, and I don't know if it was his sister or his wife. Can't remember, but they were very sweet and kind to me. I met, who was the girl? Oh my God, who was the girl that Karen was jealous of? It was her, that woman's.
You talking about the what's that girl's name? I know you.
Sullivan, was it Marietta?
Not the one from Aruba, the woman who had the kid. Like it was.
What was that name they gave her though?
Oh, it was Bella's mom.
Bella's mom.
Bella's mom's. Yeah. So Bella's dad, I met. He was very nice. He was hanging out kind of with Colin the whole time, and like Matt McCabe was there, and everybody. Like Chris Albert wasn't there, but his wife was. Like pretty much everybody was there, and I just felt like it was just a lot at once. Like for the first time, going somewhere, like you don't know anything. And like Kate kind of just left me. Like she's the one that invited me, and she was there with her friend Gina, aka Rachel from New York or New Jersey, where the hell she's from. Kate kind of just left me to fend by myself. Like she wasn't there. Like, like if I invited my friend somewhere and my friend didn't know anybody, I'd be sticking by my friend's side the whole time. Like I'm a big girl. Like I can interact with people and like mingle and stuff, but it was still like a lot for the first time. Like they're very strong personalities. It was just, I don't know what they're thinking of me because I was once, dating Aiden. So it was a little like, do they hate me? Like, do they like, it was just an uncomfortable situation for me. So whatever, like I'm just trying to do my own thing. And then, so Colin kept like coming back towards me and like trying to talk to me. Right. So he's like, asking me, what do you want something to drink? Would you need something? And I'm like, no, I'm good. Like, I'm good. And he kept trying to talk to me and he's telling me like, I'm really, and I feel bad even like repeating this conversation because it was like a genuine, like, I felt bad for him. He was just telling me like everything he's been through, how he had to leave college and everything. And like everything, he's like, I know like the stuff that's been said about you. And I feel bad because like I've had stuff said about me. So I know what you're going, And I'm like, this little kid is trying to like give me like, like strength to like keep, like I'm like, I'm the grown up here. Like this kid's a teenager, not a teenager, but you know what I mean? Like, and he's trying to make me feel better. And I felt like bad. Like, and his eyes started kind of like welling up a little bit. And he's like, and we're on a porch that has 3 steps. Okay. And then there's the yard. 3 steps. It's not like, so you walk down the 3 steps and you're still like only 5 feet away from the people that are up on the porch there. So, but when he started like talking to me about how he had to leave school and everything, he was like, you could tell he didn't want people to see him getting upset. So we walked down the 3 steps and then he's still talking to me. And then all of a sudden Matt McCabe comes over like the other side of the yard, like goofily, like what? I wouldn't call it a run, like a fast, like, or a slow jog. Like, and he's just he's got this big goofy grin on his face. He's like, hey guys, what are you talking about? Like, and like, we're not doing our, everybody from the porch could see us. We're literally 5 feet away from them. So we just kept, the conversation going. And then all of a sudden, Colin's mom came screaming down the stairs, like, Colin, whatever his middle name is, like, Colin, blah, 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 Albert, like, get over here right now. And she's flipping. And I'm like, I just look at Matt, like, what the fuck is going on? I had no idea what she was screaming about. And Colin's like, what, Mom? What? And she's like, you're leaving right now. Get over here. You're coming with me. She grabs him and drags him out the yard through the driveway. And then I'm like, Matt, what just happened? He's like, I have no fucking idea. I'm like, is she mad at me? Did I do something? And he's like, no, like, I don't know what the fuck that's about. And I look up and I see Kate Peter and her friend from Jersey. She calls her Gina in the Discord, but her real name's Rachel. And they're both standing there. Well, no, Kate was standing there alone. Gina had walked off, or Rachel, whatever the fuck. Like, this is the thing. They all give each other fake names. It's weird as fuck. But it was Kate standing there. And she has this like evil grin on her face. And she's like, oh, I walk up the stairs. She goes, is everything okay? I'm like, no, like, what the fuck was that? And she goes, oh, I don't know. Gina just told me that somebody had to rip Colin off of you, that he was all over you. And I'm like, what? What? Like, is this a joke right now? And she just like was glaring. Like she set this whole thing up. Like she went and triggered Colin's mom to thinking something like this fucking bitch. And I'm like, and then I'm like, what? And she goes, oh, Gina's. And I'm like, well, where's Gina right now? Let's get Gina back here. Nobody could find Gina, apparently. How convenient. And so I'm like, that's it. I'm fucking done with this shit. Oh, prior to that. So this is what I've been alluding to on Twitter. Prior to that, Julie Nagel, and I don't give a fuck anymore. I'm sick of like covering for all these people because, you know, I think some of them are good and they turn out to all be shitbags. So I don't give a fuck.
Let me ask you, Julie Nagel was that broad who said she's seen the black blob, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. Julie Nagel, right prior to that, she was like trying to get me away from Colin and kept grabbing my fucking ass. I was sitting on the Yeti cooler, like on the patio, and she kept like putting her hand like up my fucking ass, like squeezing my fucking ass cheeks. I'm like, oh my fucking, and I kept like I'm like, what the fuck, get me out of this fucking place, no. And that's why I went up with Colin, because I was like, oh, thank God, distraction, get me, what is going on? But then Julie Nagel was texting me after, like, I want to make out with you so bad. Like, trust me, I have these text messages. Like, I have everything. These fucking people want to fuck with me like this. I will fucking blast them all. I will put this all out there. So don't even try to play with me. Yes. So Julie Nagel's doing all this shit. And then, yeah, so I just like peeled out of there after this shit, like with Colin's mom screaming at me and making this scene. I was like so offended. I'm like, first of all, ew, like, if you thought I would ever fucking do anything with Colin, you're just, but like, second of all, like, you guys all, like, we were literally standing 3 feet away from, I didn't do anything like that. Colin didn't do anything like that. So after I left, I never heard from Kate Peter. I never heard from Gina/Rachel. Never heard from anybody other than Julie Nagel texting me and saying she wants to make out with me so bad. Then I hear, from Jen McCabe. She texts me or sends me a message on Discord, like very early the next morning. And she's like, I hope you know that like everybody knows that nothing happened with you and Colin. Like it was just, everybody thinks like Colin's drinking is out of hand and they didn't trust him with you. Everybody knows that you didn't do anything wrong and nothing,
Oh my God. Now, hold up real quick. Julie Nagel trying to want to text you and say make out with you. I got to do this right here. Hold on 1 second.
Brother, what's that? What's that, brother?
Yeah, no, for real.
Sorry, when I get worked up, I really get out of breath and I got to calm myself down.
Yeah. No, I just imagine that freckle face looking motherfucker up there lying. And then she talking about she want to make out. Girl, you better go in there and talk to Brian Albert's son. Fuck you talking about?
I mean, like, I felt bad. Like, what do you do? It's like an awkward, like, you don't want to, like, oh, I felt like, I don't.
Oh, God. And this is something that they can't debunk. You said you got the proof on this, huh?
Oh, yeah, I have all the text messages, and I haven't put like, I've been respectful towards the people that have not, like, yet publicly done anything to me. Like, I know Jen McCabe's behind a lot of the shit. Kate, I will expose her. But, like, Julie Nagel hasn't come at me personally that I know of. She's probably under some burner account coming at me, but you know what? Fuck it. I'm sick of covering for any of these fucks because none of them have come forward and said, you know what? Leave Lindsay alone. She's telling the truth. Like, like none of them have had my back. So why the fuck am I going to defend them? Any of them. I don't care anymore. Time for all the truth to come out. All of it.
You know what? Because they trying to cover their ass, but boy, oh my God, this is so fucked up. That's why, I'm glad that the world is getting to hear this right now. You know what I'm saying? This is free game. See, this is what we didn't know. And with us out not knowing this, including myself, we made a lot of judgments toward this. But now knowing how these sick, rotten motherfuckers are, Julie Nagel, y'all, hold up, y'all. Julie fucking freckle-faced Nagel?
Ugh. Brother, ugh. What's that? What's that, brother?
Yeah, and I'm not trying to be a mean girl. Like, whatever. Like, everybody's got fucking whatever. That's not what I'm trying to do. But it's like all these people, they all had an agenda. And none of them gave a fuck about what happened to me. When at the end of the day, they were looking out for themselves. So why am I looking out for them? Why am I trying to protect them?
Facts. Just like Doctor said, fuck them all. They never gave a damn about LG. And they left her out on the curb to deal with the fuckery.
Yeah.
Big fact.
I got a question about this. So maybe we're overlooking the obvious.
I think they're minor.
Okay. I want to ask you more about that. But before we do that, who? Hey, listen, I've watched SpongeBob before. Okay,
And I think they're into cocaine big time. Those are just my opinions.
Oh, okay. So before we get there, could you just list the people that you remember at this party? Because now, just so we understand, can you tell us like what the date was roughly? It sounds like it was during the first or second trial.
It was, I don't know, like if you go back to find the pictures from that day that Aiden posted, Natalie in Dedham House of Pizza wearing that blue and white, like shower curtain, whatever the hell she had on, you'll find out the date. That was the date at the party.
Yeah, and do you remember, it sounds like that was probably the summer. So I'm thinking like April, May, June of 2024 sounds about right.
God, I went for the dates, Grant, you know that.
Yeah, so I think it was around then. And if I recall, you mentioned a few of the people that were at this party. The reason
it was a moo-moo. Yes, Ray Bandana. It was a moo-moo. That was the word I was looking for. Not a shower curtain. It was a moo-moo. Sorry.
Oh, okay. I don't know what is this like what Homer Simpson wore in that episode of The Simpsons where he got stuck in the radiator pipe for the nuclear
I don't know. It's just like a giant sheet, like with a hole in it for the head and arms.
Oh yeah, that's definitely that episode. He calls it a moo-moo. That's why I knew what it was. But all right, let me get back to this important thing. So, all right. I always thought it was for a cow personally, but I guess I just misunderstood the alliteration there. All right. So, about this day at the courthouse, it was probably in the spring or summer of 2024. That was during the first trial. This was at Jen McCabe's sister's house, it sounds like. Was that right?
Denise, I think. Yes.
Yeah. And
I have the address, but I won't blast that on the internet.
Yeah. If you could, who was there? Like, I know you mentioned the list kind of quick, but this is actually an incredibly important detail based on the timing. Could you do the list again? Who was at this party that you remember?
Me, Kate, Jen McCabe, Kate's friend Jen / Sheena, whatever the fuck her name really is. Colin, Allie McCabe, Brian Albert. Proctor's mother, and I don't know if it was Proctor's sister or wife, one of the two. I forget. I don't really remember. Let's see. Bella's dad. Oh my gosh. Brian Albert, Jr., Julie Nagel, Lisa Crisello, Julie Crisello, I believe. Gosh, I don't know. Like, you would have to like name names, and then I would have to say yes or no. Those are the ones I can remember off the top of my head.
Chris Albert was also there.
Chris Albert was not there. Chris Albert was missing. Oh, his wife was there. What's her name? Julie
Albert. Okay, and what about Matt McCabe?
Oh yes, Matt McCabe was there. Yep.
Okay, and so it seems to me, and you wanted to lead us there earlier. I'll just let
Proctor was not there. Sorry, somebody asked. Proctor was not there. No.
All right, so it was Proctor's mother and sister or wife.
Sister or wife? Yeah, his mother was definitely there, and then it was either his sister or wife. I don't remember which one.
Okay.
Now very to me. I do remember the interaction with them. They were hugging me and everything. Yeah. No, I know one of them was there. I just don't know which one it was.
Now, the reason I bring this up is obviously Matt McCabe and Jen McCabe drove Julie Nagel home at 1:30 in the morning from Brian Albert's house on the night of John O'Keefe's death. What you've just told us has a lot of implications for a number of reasons, but narrowing in on the Julie Nagel.
Jen's sister was there. Sorry. Yes. Sorry. Just reading the chat. I wasn't on the chat this whole time. I'm just starting to read it. Sorry.
Yep. Jen McCabe's sister. What you've just described to us, where, if you are comfortable talking about it, you've brought it up, so I'll ask. You get there, eventually Julie Nagel, like everyone's been at a party. They know what it's like when someone makes a move on someone. You described something that was more than making a move on you. She was being openly sexual with you in front of a group of people. What was the room like? Were they like taken aback? You said Colin was the only one who seemed to like think this was a problem. Were other people just watching her do this to you?
Yeah, pretty much. And then like when it came up in conversation after the fact, like when it was brought up in Discord a couple days later, after Jen had privately messaged me and everything, and they were all trying to, it seems like they were really trying hard to do damage control after that, because I just took off and then I didn't answer anybody's calls. Kate never tried calling me, interestingly, but like I was just avoiding everybody else's calls. And you could tell like the reason Jen messaged me is because they were a little bit nervous. Like, oh shit, like, is she gonna say something? Like so Jen was trying to do damage control by messaging me. And then finally, like when I responded to her a couple days later, because I was pissed, I was really offended. Like, first of all, Colin's mom flipping out on me like that. Like I had to, it was so offensive. Like, first of all, you think I would ever touch like a child? Like, to me, he's a child. Like, that is gross. Like, even if you thought that he was being inappropriate, like we were standing 3 feet away from you. You could see everything. Like, we were talking, we were standing 10 feet apart. Like, and Matt was standing there the whole time. And Matt was telling you that nothing happened. So like, I was very offended. But like they're messaging, Jen's messaging me and like whatever. And then finally, when we discussed it in Discord and I brought up Julie Nagel grabbing my ass, they immediately tried to shut that down. They were not happy. Like, I think they thought like maybe she's so drunk she won't remember. I think that was the kind of thing, because Julie Nagel started texting me a lot after that. Like, I'm so sorry, I was so drunk, like blah blah blah. Like, trying to do her own damage control. Like, I really didn't give a fuck. Like, whatever, people are drunk, people do. But like, if you put it into context and like everything that we've heard and the rumors that have been flying about these people, like, it kind of starts to make a little bit of sense.
Nigel, let me ask you something. Do you think that was a plot and a scheme to try to get you in the mix with, they trying to blame you for trying to touch on Colin or something? Do you think that was a plot that they was doing?
Oh no, I think Colin just completely like acted like that. I think Colin, I feel bad for Colin. I think he was just acting like normally, like just wanted somebody to confide in, and he found me to be like a real ass person that he could talk to, and like, that had been through similar shit, and like, and they didn't like, I got the impression at least that they were like, oh no, like, you cannot talk to her, you cannot confide in anybody, and like they shut that shit down like real quick. I don't think it was ever anything. I don't think they ever thought anything sexual or weird or creepy was going on. I think they were afraid that he was going to confide something in me. That's the impression I got.
So they didn't want him talking to. Oh, okay, I get it. It makes sense.
And then it seems like Kate or someone, despite the fact that Matt McCabe was standing right there, Lindsay, Kate went to Colin's mom, Chris Albert's wife, Julie, or something, and said, hey, Lindsay and Colin are like off in the corner, and she tried to make an innocuous, inane interaction that Matt McCabe saw, and that someone, Jen, texted you the next day on Discord and told you was innocuous. She tried to, the sister, or the Chris Albert's wife, Julie, tried to make it seem like Colin and you were doing something inappropriate, and then used that as an opportunity to scream at him, making you feel uncomfortable, thus preventing Colin from talking to you.
Yes, and I never heard from Colin ever again after that night.
Wow.
Not that I would, because like, I mean, it's not like, he didn't have my number. We don't run in the same circles. Like, I'm a grown-ass woman with kids. He's a child, essentially. Like, not that we would, but like, yeah, I was never invited to another event. I was never, I never spoke to him again. Yes, 100%. I think 100% knew it was nothing creepy, sexual, or anything like that. I think they were afraid that Colin had been drinking, that he was going to spill something to me. He was confiding in me. He trusted me. He got a vibe from me that he could talk to me about his real feelings and things that were going on. And they were like, we got to shut this shit down.
So, like, when his mama screamed at you, how did that make you feel? That she
Oh my
would
God.
even think
It's
that?
beyond anything that I can actually describe to you. It wasn't just like, you know, she came, like, it was 3 steps, like I said. It wasn't like she just came down and was like, Colin, let's go. No, she was at the top. Like, I don't even think I met her. I introduced myself to everybody else at the party. I think she was the only one that I actually didn't get a formal introduction to. So I don't even think I had been introduced to her. And she comes down the stairs, screaming, like, you haven't even met me. And she's screaming at the top of her lungs in front of a person she doesn't even know. At the top of her lungs. Like, if I put imitate, like, I'm not joking, like, Colin, get your ass fucking out of here right now. Like, gripping him by his collar. I'm not joking you. Like, it was insanity. I've never seen anything like this in my life.
Oh, my.
All right, hello. Now, I have 4 pieces of chicken left, so I want to play one more video for you, and then we're going the rest of the day. We're reading all the sidebars. I'm here. I've had my energy drink. I had some calories. I'm awake, ready to go. Yep. Now, people are asking me, how do you think about the state police unit and what they're capable of? What they're capable of is compromising investigations and doing so in a way that would be favorable to the defendant and then hiding that information. Does that exonerate Karen per se? No. But does it mean that there was evidence she was entitled to that wasn't given to her that she could have used to show her innocence? Yeah. Does that mean I agree that she's innocent? No. But I've talked before about the distinction between procedural and substantive due process. It's similar with Aiden. We have evidence in the Aiden Kearney case that an email from Kate Peter to Special Prosecutor Ken Mello from February 14, 2024, was withheld from the defense, the Kearney defense, until December of 2025. During that time, Robert Cosgrove, the special prosecutor, did an extensive search and produced 5,000 pages of emails involving Kate Peter, Brian Tully, and Kate Peter and Ken Mello. Somehow this email wasn't included. And you might say, well, why did the state suddenly disclose it? Because Lindsay posted it on social media, and they couldn't deny it existed. It didn't exist anymore. So, yeah, in that sense, I'm sympathetic to what Karen went through. Obviously, I wouldn't be doing this, but I'm a very authentic person in my principles. I've always felt that Karen Reed doesn't really know what happened that night. She knows it's possible she did something by accident. Likewise, I think she's convinced herself it's possible something else happened. I'm never going to be in her mind. Okay, I've looked in her eyes. I've asked her a lot of questions. She's never answered any of them. But she let me look in her eyes once. After the Canton police, in February of 2025, confirmed the federal probe into John's death was over, vis-a-vis U.S. Attorney Leah Foley, she gave me like 5 seconds of looking into her eyes. I have the picture. You want to see it? Let me show you this picture of Karen. It's a really fucking good picture. It's probably the best picture I ever took of her. I mean, it's one that, like, for my entire life, I will remember. And someone asked in hindsight if it would change my perspective. I think it would have made me be a lot kinder to her in my questions. Like, that's the one thing I kind of regret. Like, I was a dick to her without realizing what she had went through. Like, I feel bad about that. I'm not saying that John's family didn't go through a lot. I think everyone agrees that they did as well, okay? And the witnesses. But I never really sympathized with Karen because I was propagandized by Kate Peter and her people into thinking of Karen as like this evil, like, demon. But that's not really what Karen is. That's like what people did to Lindsay. Like, it was wrong of me to fall victim to that. And I would have changed my style of questioning. I still want answers to a lot of questions about Karen's movements that morning, like who Karen knows in the feds and why, and there's a lot of stuff I want to know. I know I'm not entitled to it, but there's stuff I want to know that I don't know about Karen Reed. I just wouldn't have been so like mean to her in the questions. Like, I didn't need to do that. There was no reason for it. Little did I know we would end up staring down, in some sense, at a similar style of monster in Brian Tully's State Police Unit. But I would hope she shows some forgiveness towards me, that being Karen, because I didn't know what they were capable of. Why would I think at any point in time the state police would be capable of like doing very, very, very bad things, including potentially covering up Sandra Birchmore's murder or like releasing Lindsay's phone extraction? I just didn't know. So yeah, that's all. I mean, I wouldn't even now, like I think for the past like 6 months, you can listen to my streams. I am very complimentary of Karen's intelligence. And no one's ever going to be able to stand up there and say that I accused Karen of being dumb. Even when I was very critical of her, I think I was like critical of her because I had been propagandized into hating her. I was never critical of her strategy, her intelligence, her anything. Like I just tried not to be derogatory. Maybe in the very beginning I was like still learning, but no, like my whole point was just to figure out what happened. So I think, and this is probably why David Yannetti was compassionate towards me, and I'm sure even Alan was like, yeah, all right, he's starting to figure it out. It's because you really have to understand what this unit was capable of to be able to sympathize with Karen's position. There are people who support Karen because of their views on the facts, but there's only a few people that can support Karen because they sympathize what she was put through. I think even, I didn't listen to her full interview the other night. We can listen to some clips of it, but like, I don't even think Karen has or is able to fully explain like how dangerous this unit was. A lot of people talk about it, but not that many people actually understand how dangerous they were. And by the way, I'm looking for this picture of Karen. Joy says, we all make mistakes. It takes a bigger person to admit things. Sure, and I'm also autistic. So, like, I was on the spectrum, and I have to learn things my own way. I don't know if Karen's similar or whatever. Maybe Aiden's similar. You can't just be like, Grant, I want you to believe something. Like, no, bro. Like, I'm going to believe what I want to believe, and if you have a problem with it, convince me otherwise. Like, I'm not just going to do it because you tell me. And so it wasn't until the Karen Reed and Turtle Boy side showed me that grace where I was like, okay, see, like, I may not agree with you on everything, but now, like, you're just letting me do my thing. Like, we're all kind of being nice. And even if I don't agree with you on everything, you probably want my research because I'm exposing the people who did bad things to you. And then everyone was like, okay, that's cool. Which, that's all I was ever doing to begin with. I just was a little bit too aggressive, in my opinion, in the tone of my questioning towards Karen and towards Aiden. The jury's still out on Aiden, but, and he said some very mean things to me, all right, and he also has a style, which I think he can evolve from, all right, like, if he wants to go national anyway, dude, no one's going to want, like, the ratchet stuff anyway, so, if Aiden can come around on some of this stuff, I think the sky's the limit for holding Tully's unit accountable. Aiden's the last one, and I think Ray, strangely, I think Ray's in a really good position, not to tell Aiden, because Ray really likes Aiden, it's clear. Not to tell Aiden anything. I don't even think they talk. They're very different people. I think Ray just likes what Aiden's doing. Probably because of the glare, but it doesn't matter. The point is, I think Ray's actually the person who can kind of show but not tell Aiden how to approach this. Because, like, Ray has that, like, very, like, protect this house mentality, which I do too, but it's tempered by this, like, first of all, like, leave, for the most part, unless, like, they involve themselves, leave women and children out of it. Like, it's very old school with him, and that's, like, important. Like, I think we all have to get on that same page. So Ray is a very good influence. And he's not just a good influence, he's smart. He's a good interviewer. So I really like Ray's involvement in all of this, because he's the type of person who, he commands respect, but in more like a paternal way. Like, he can go to people who hate each other and be like, okay, like, just tell me what's going on. And then he'll listen and be like, okay, that's some fuck shit. Or he might be like, okay, like, don't you see, like, maybe, like, something was wrong? Or he might ask a question to be like, wait, so, like, you really didn't see this happen? Like, you didn't know what was going on? Because then he's realizing, like, wow, like, these people were pitted against each other. They were divided and conquered, and it was to protect the state police. Ray also comes with this big heart where he's like, okay, until proven otherwise, I'll give someone the benefit of the doubt. That's all we really need. All right. Now, I'm not saying to give Tully the benefit of the doubt or that unit the benefit of the doubt, but like the people who are trying to hold Kate Peter accountable, and Tully and Proctor and Buchanan and Morrissey, those people don't need to be divided and conquered. And that's why I really like Ray. All right. Can't say enough superlatives about Ray. Well, first, I'm so sorry to hear midnight evidence that your son was attacked. I hope he's recovering. That's a horrifying situation to be in. And then also someone I mentioned earlier, we just got to talking about Karen, okay? And this was the longest Karen ever looked into my eyes, all right? And it was kind of like the crescendo of our mutual dislike. We've never talked. I sent her a DM once. I was like, hi, Karen. She never got back to me. She's welcome to. I would talk to her. I really do think she's, like, as a person, probably not a demon. All right, Kate Peter's a demon. Karen Reed's not a demon. So this is the only time she ever looked me in the eye. And I asked her a lot of questions. But, like, she never would ever, like, look at me. Even though she was, like, aware I was asking her questions and knew where I was in proximity to her, she would always just, like, preoccupy herself whenever I would ask a question. But this day, oh, goodness, she looked me right in the eye. And it was a quick look. You can see a baffled Christina Rex in the background. Christina Rex's hair, like, captured mid-movement actually is a great compliment to this moment. Because it was, you can't really capture action in a still photo, but that was a moving scrum. Like, Karen had to focus away from where she was walking to look at me for this. And she looked in my soul, and I looked into her soul. And at the time, I was like, stay out of there, Karen. I didn't say this, but the vibe I was giving off was like, I'm very guarded. Like, I don't like people looking in my soul. But she was saying the same to me. Like, I'm guarded. I don't let people look in my soul. And so we had this moment. And what I saw was, and this is just my read. I was within like a foot of 3 feet of her. Okay. This is just my opinion. What I saw was a mix, like what that look is that you see right there. Well, first of all, it's like her Mona Lisa smile, but what that look is, what I took it to mean, like I looked right into that soul and it was like, why are you being mean to me? That was like her first concern. And then like, don't you see, like, you of all people, Grant, like how evil these people are? Why are you doing this to me? Why are you like giddy in your defense of them? Like, even if you do not like what I did that night, if you think I'm responsible for John's death, why are you taking pleasure in defending these evil men? That was like and then she was also like, the look was kind of like, I know something you don't know as well about all this. You know, it was like, and Deutsch hadn't announced his run yet or anything. There was just something in her eye that was this combination of like, please stop like beating up on me. It's pointless. Like, it's making me feel bad. And then also if you were doing it for a good reason, I would be okay with it, but you're not. You're missing the bigger picture. And then also, like I said, like the vibe was very much like, just wait, kid. Like, just wait. So that's my opinion of Karen. Oh, it's great to have you, Melissa Hendricks. I'm so glad you found one of your friends here. And we're going to get back to sidebars in 1 second. I think I'm done eating for now. We can do some more sidebars. If I want to play a clip and finish up my food, I will. Oh, I lost my good lighter, of course. You know why? You know why? Because, as my grandmother said, as good as my memory is, I would lose my head if it wasn't screwed onto my shoulders. Like, I definitely have, like, absent-minded professor syndrome. That is definitely a thing. All right, notwithstanding, let's go back to the SideBahs. Depending on how I feel, I might want to watch. Actually, you know what? Because we're talking about Kate Peter, let me eat my food while it's warm. I have like 10 minutes of food left. I measure meals in time. And I want to play one more clip for you. This one is about the fake double date, okay? I hope you understand Kate Peter is so malicious that she set up a non-existent fake double date before I even really knew Lindsay in order to try to drive Lindsay and I apart. And you might be saying to yourself, Grant, that takes a serious level of, like, you know, fucked upness. Well, yeah, it's Kate Peter. So let's do this, and then we'll go back to the sidebars. And then once we start sidebars, we're going through for the rest of the day. A lot of you have been asking, like, what exactly? A lot of you are commenting on Kate Peter, talking about her, rightfully so, because Jen McCabe was part of this. I think she hired the PI Marty Kraft first, but don't underestimate Kate Peter and her role as a intermediary or go-between or handler for Michael Morrissey and Brian Tully. All right, there's something there, and there's no reason that, mind you, this was 1 month, this double date fake that Kate does. 1 month, ladies and gentlemen, after Lindsay Catani's phone got leaked, unredacted by Brian Tully in 2024. And I just want to say, Lindsay's wonderful, okay? And it was my honor to help her. But I don't, and she said it. She was like, she said something very touching. It made me cry. Like, she was like, I don't know if I would have made it without Grant. And, like, I was not going to let them do that to her. I really thought that Tully and Kate were trying to get her to take her life. And I was so heartbroken by that I just never gave up on her. And you're going to hear me talk about, like, how sad I was that I thought that Lindsay was responsible for this, like, fake double date thing Kate did. And I stopped talking to her for a few months at a very crucial time. And, like, I just feel so guilty about that to this day. So let's just play this, and then we'll go back to the sidebars, and I'll make a post on Twitter saying the lunch break is over. Our luncheon recess, I should say.
Yeah, and so I remember saying to Lindsay, hey, you know, you should establish your own contacts with the press. Here's a contact at Law and Crime. Here's her cell phone number. Now, I'm willing to be direct about this. I was doing that on purpose. I don't think Lindsay picked up on it, but I was baiting Kate because, and this was, I didn't like premeditate it. I did it in the moment because I thought it was the only way to determine if what I was saying was right. And so I baited her, I baited Kate by saying to Lindsay, here is the cell phone number of this person who works for Law and Crime. I could have just given it to Lindsay on like a text or something, but I wrote it down on a piece of paper very demonstratively. And it's like, here's the cell phone number. And then I said the sentence. It was very calculated on purpose. Lindsay, I think people are trying to keep you away from the media to protect Brian Tully. And it was specifically about the phone extraction leak. That was the implicit context. Yeah. I have never in my life seen a series of events unfold so quickly. When I bait someone,
crazy.
I was kind of feeling Kate out. Like, I didn't know Lindsay that well. I didn't know Kate that well. So I expected the reaction to the bait to be a traditional kind of like, oh, okay, like I should take stock of this and tactically respond. That's what I'm used to when playing chess politically. Oh no, that is not what I got. This woman, Kate Peter, stood up from the table. Now, I didn't know this next exchange happened. She walks over to Lindsay and whispers in her ear, apparently, like, just go along with this. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, she walks over to me and she says, just go along with what I'm about to do. Okay. I'm like,
right?
What's that?
It's Krusty we talking about, right?
Krusty, yes.
Okay.
Period blood, I call her now. Her new nickname. So she whispers in my ear and she says, just go along with what I'm about to do. And I'm like, oh, fucking Christ, what is it? Like, I have no idea. And then she says, Grant, you can tell, like, she says, like, I got to go out to my car to get something, or I don't know, whatever she said. And she leaves the apartment. Grant, am I right? Or
yeah, she was like, I need a vape break or something. And I'll never forget. She was like so upset. Like, she was not normal Kate. She was like Hulk smash. Like, that's when I like the Shrek, like the Shrek thing. Like, it's not to make fun of her looks. Like, she has a Hulk smash mode. And I saw her go into that mode in that moment. There was a, like, emptiness in her eyes. Like I looked at her eyes when she was walking out to go on her vape break. I didn't know what I had done. And Lindsay, by the way, to show her honor and like she was not like trying to like screw Kate over. I don't even think she knew what Kate was up to. Lindsay did not tell me that Kate had said, just go along with this. So all I heard was Kate saying, I'm going to take a vape break, and her storming out. And I was kind of like, oh, well, fuck that bitch. Like she deserved to get angry over that comment. I was trying to piss her off. Fuck her. And she comes back in. She doesn't say a word. She sits down on Lindsay's island in her kitchen and looks at Lindsay with her back to me, kind of like straddling the chair, like angled at Lindsay. And
With
says,
her period blood leaking all over my stool.
and says, this happens all the time, by the way.
Real quick, Grant, before you finish the story, you know, they said, do you still think Olivia is a Fed?
Oh, is Olivia?
Fed?
No,
That's what they said.
I don't.
I don't know. I'm just asking.
Me?
No,
Olivia. Olivia's
Oh,
in the chat,
Olivia.
Lindsay.
Oh, I thought you said Lindsay.
No,
Oh,
so look, let me say this. I think Olivia is very smart, okay? And people will dog her for her style. Okay, like look at how I write. Like a lot, 90% of it is by hand. And then if I use like summaries, I tell you. Olivia's style is very similar. She like amalgamates information and digests it and synthesizes it and presents it. That's someone who does like applied legal PR, public relations. I don't think she's a Fed. I had my suspicions for a while, but not right now. Olivia's mom, who she does not have to talk about, and I don't really care. It's not like Olivia's connection to her mom that I care about. I saw that Facebook picture where Olivia's mom went to Josh Levy's like retirement or celebration party after Levy left office as U.S. attorney. I'm intimately familiar with not just the inner workings of the DOJ, but the inner workings of this specific region of the DOJ. You do not get in that circle if you're some random person. There's something there. I don't know what it is. I don't know who they're helping. If they're trying to get Tully for Birchmore, great. I don't care. Good job, Olivia. Keep doing you. Now, back to what I wanted to say about this story, though. What Kate did next, I've never seen anything in my entire life like it. Kate straddling the chair with Lindsay's vivid description in your mind. And Kate says to Lindsay, hey, Lindsay, you remember that hot guy in South Boston with the abs? And am I wrong, Lindsay? She said that exact sentence out of nowhere.
Wait, sorry, I missed that. Can you repeat it once more?
Oh, the sentence that Kate said to you was, Lindsay, do you remember the hot guy in South Boston with the abs?
Yes, correct. 100% correct. And then she says, I set up a double date with him and his friend, and we're going to go on Saturday. Are you okay with that? And then she shows me a picture of a guy with like a 12 pack. Like, first of all, I don't even like guys with muscles like that. So but she does this in front of Grant purposely to antagonize him, to get, a rise out of him, to like make him feel uncomfortable. Like, she is a sick bitch. She did this 100% intentionally. And
it was way more devious than that and this is part of the learning process. Like, I get a little moody. All right. I'm never going to not own up to it. Like, I get moody. It could be my autism. It could be I just get moody. In that moment, if I had the piece of information that Lindsay had in her ear that Kate was like telling her to go along with it, I would not have done what I did next, because I don't like it. Not because what I said to Kate was wrong. I'm fully of the belief I was in the right, but because I think Kate's larger tactical goal was to fissure Lindsay and I's connection so that I wouldn't be around Lindsay as all this shit was going down with the phone extraction, and Kate could put like planted lawyers around her and all this stuff. So I stand up from the couch. I very calmly walk over to Lindsay, and it might have been the opposite way. I actually go to Kate and I say, fuck yourself, you're a piece of shit. Then I walk over to Lindsay, give her a hug, and proceed to leave. There was no further exchanges. Now, what got a little weird is I think Kate actually at that moment thought it was like not the best idea to have done that, because she immediately had this woman who I have never talked to again try to reach out to me and be like, oh, like you should talk to Lindsay, like, et cetera, et cetera. Now, I didn't realize it at the time. Okay. It was probably one of the things I regret most and the biggest mistake that I made in all of this. And I'm very sorry about it, but I took it out on Lindsay. I was like, you know what? I don't like that. Like, I felt like Lindsay had coordinated it when she did not. I was like, I don't like that. Like, I don't really care about the underlying implications. I just didn't like that specific way that was done. And
Okay,
I
so
stopped talking to her.
Hold up, Grant. So at one point, you thought Lindsay had a play involved in it.
I just didn't know what was going on. I was like, because I didn't have that crucial piece of information that Kate had said, go along with this. So 3 months, 4 months go by. I was not talking to Lindsay. I'll always remember this moment. It was fall of 2024, I want to say. Yeah. And I was starting out my third year of law school, and it was very cold. And I was walking down Stewart Street to get to my car where I was parked. And I looked down at my phone, and Lindsay was calling. And I was sad that day about something. And I remember picking it up. And the first thing she asked me was like, how are you doing? And we talked. And then immediately, within like a week of talking again, we put together what had happened back in like when that incident went down. So I don't know. I really learned from that what kind of things like Kate would do. And even after learning it, I'll never fault anyone for falling victim to her tactics, because they're really manipulative. And even as I was in it, being subjected to it, watching what she was doing, understanding the potential motives in the players, I still couldn't see everything she was doing. She's not that good, but she has a lot of connections. Kate Peter.
A lot of connections. She's so dirty and grimy. Like, Grant's been a part of this world for a while. He had to teach me a lot of what I now know. Like the way that people like undermine and use mold and like people to like try. Like, I just took people at their word. I was a very naive, stupid person that just kind of like trusted in people being honest and like I thought Kate was my friend. Like, to find out she was a PI and she had already done all this work into my past and like knew all this shit about me. I'm like, who the fuck does that? Like, what is going on here? And then she wants to cry about like, I'm so hurt. I really thought Lindsay was a friend. Like, what, bitch? Like, you entered this. You were working for Marty Kraft. You knew. Like, yes, I reached out to you first, but you guys were already stalking me. Like, they were posting pictures. Like I said the last time, they stalked me and Aiden when we had went to Mick Morgan's the first time, and when we went to the Halloween party, they were posting pictures of a cartoon devil because I was dressed as a devil. Whether or not I had reached out to Kate, they would have eventually reached out to me. There's no doubt in my mind. But like, I was not operating on this higher level that they were, because I just like took people at their, like, I knew, like, obviously, like, being in, addicted to drugs at one point, like, I knew people were shady and I couldn't, like, I'm not, like, I'm street smart, but they didn't operate on this, like, higher intelligence level of, like, working for a PI and doing undercover work and all this weird ass shit that Kate's involved in. Like, that world was so foreign to me, but Grant knew all about that. And, like, that's where our minds kind of came together. And, like, he was able to kind of show me the bigger picture of what was really going on. And I know he sounds to some people, because he's so intelligent, that he sounds a little
great to me. Listen, he breaking it down, and I'm understanding everything.
Are you right? I hope so. I hope you're following on, because I think he's just one of the smartest people I've ever met. Like, honestly,
man, this dude right here, and I don't gaslight nobody. I ain't in the business of that. Right, everybody know I'm here for one reason and one reason only. That's to protect the house at all costs. This guy right here is super fucking smart, intelligent, and places his words as correct as they come. See, and what he do is too, what's special, what I see about him, he do a lot of thought before he think and say it out. And I'm peeping that. No, I catch everything, Grant.
Oh, well, thank you both. And listen, I have high admiration for both of you because you both have your own styles. But I think all of us, listen, I don't know if people can see through it, but like, I am not some kid from Belmont. I lived very hard and I went through some shit and I got through it and I'm on the other side now and whatever. Lindsay was the valedictorian of her class while being a single mother and going through housing difficulties. Ray has a family and manages, like, from Texas to understand this puzzle up in the Northeast. You're dealing with three people who have a lot of street smarts and don't care that you don't like it. So I like both of you for that reason. Furthermore, there's something about that Halloween 2023 party, Lindsay. I know I was not even, like, I was barely knowledgeable about any of this at that time, but that Halloween 2023 party, I think Kate Peters people were there all the way back then. I think they were spying on Lindsay. I think, like, if Lindsay hadn't, like, had a falling out with Aiden, they would have gone at her as hard as they went at everyone else. And the only reason they backed off for a few months is they thought she was useful. The second she wasn't useful anymore, when Aiden was out of jail, the RO got amended, Lindsay became fodder. And why is she great fodder? Because if Jason Broyles is attacking Lindsay, if all these moles are attacking Lindsay, why would anyone think they're aligned with Kate Peter? That's why Kate Peter had to keep up that narrative that she was Lindsay's friend. Why would anyone do that? Oh, well, because they were trying to get Aiden's trust or people around him.
Oh my. Oh my.
I think Ray's a believer. And I'm telling you, folks, it really is that complex. All right, I'm back. Who is ready for more sidebars? We'll listen to one more at our next break. You can listen to the next clip where I talk about how smart Lindsay is. All right? But we're on page 2537. Oh, yeah, it was definitely a long gameplay. Allie the Cat Tracks, I agree. And Melissa Hendricks, thank you for your kind words. I do think I was, and Lindsay and Ray, we were all making good points. People were learning. It was interesting. All right, so we're getting back into the sidebars. Who's ready for the Jen McCabe sidebar to come up? Let's do a towel poll. Are you excited for the Jen McCabe sidebars? Yes, this will be glorious. No, I hate puppies and towels. All right, if you want to admit to hating towels, you also have to say you hate puppies. Now, anybody who hates puppies, I don't know what to tell you. I don't want anything to do with you. All right. This isn't their first rodeo here, people. No doubt about that. Squirrel, how are you doing? I saw you in Ray's chat yesterday. You are such a wonderful human. I was like, oh, that's Squirrel. I love that username. You don't understand. You are wonderful. Will you post cash links, please, says Midnight Evidence HQ. Oh, you're very kind. I didn't even do that today. All right, so this is the first time someone has prompted me to do this. I'm extremely grateful and humbled, and please don't feel obligated, but yes, I'm happy to share my donation links. This is my Christmas present to myself, watching the stream. I'm so glad you're all having a good time. And yes, I was able to drop those in the chat. And then if you have a phone, I can make this a little bit larger. Hold on. I also have this little thing to the right there. There's a little Venmo thing. I do it manually, though, so. Oh, God bless you all for being so kind. I neglect myself, obviously. What are we, 4 hours in? I don't even really think about that stuff, so. Some days I do when I'm struggling. I guess this week's going to be a little shitty. I'm not going to have... No, I'm not even going to complain. Whatever. It is what it is. I just wish I could help, like, other people. I don't really want anything for myself. I just get frustrated when I can't do things for other people. All right, so if you're just tuning in, I do need to tweet about this. Oh, Squirrel, you are going to be so excited, Squirrel. I am thrilled to announce that by becoming a member on Towel Channel, you now have access to a full suite of custom towel emojis. And you might be saying to yourself, oh my goodness, I had no idea that there were towel emojis. Oh yes, there are custom towel emojis. I made like 40 of them for the channel. Oh, yes, Melissa, I'll take a few days off this week for the holiday, but, you know, it's actually helpful for me to stream, keeps my mind off other things, and it makes me feel less lonely, so it's isolating to know a lot. I don't want to, like, complain about it, but, like, I don't just like have people in my life. I can't afford that. It's luxury because they could be compromised. So I just have to live a very lonely life. So if I can just talk to people about what I know all the time, it's great. Emojis, yes, towel emojis and Chloe the dog emojis. You're an empath, Grant. I will remember if I ever get my child support. Oh, God bless you, Allie, the cat tracks. I'll say a prayer for you and your child today, and I know you will both eventually find solace and assistance and figure out a way to understand such a complex issue. Joy says, you're helping others and exposing the truth. Well, I hope so. And Melissa says, it's only a season. Hopefully things change for you soon. Oh, yes, that reminds me of my favorite movie, Being There, from 1978 with Peter Sellers. Maybe 79. Life is like changing seasons. That movie is wonderful. I've been thinking about that movie and Forrest Gump and how both of those movies are definitely allegories for Jesus. Like, if you think about Mary Magdalene and Jesus and then you think about Forrest Gump, there is so much obvious Christian symbolism in the movie Forrest Gump. Like, he's clearly Jesus, like a stand-in for Jesus, and Jenny is clearly Mary Magdalene. It's like a beautiful retelling of the Christ story for a modern age, and it hides in plain sight, which makes it even better. Being There from 1978, very similar. Peaches 212877, thank you for being a towel fan. FBI DOJ corruption survivor, I see you were back. We are not going to have any more nonsensical defending Kate Peter and Brian Tully State Police Unit. As to me, like, I don't know how to explain this to you. I am an omnipresent towel. I have written laws in this state. I have overseen regulatory apparati. I have reformed regulatory apparati. I'm connected in some way, shape, or form to a number of different entities, all of which read my reporting religiously. So I don't know what to tell you. You're not talking about someone who has an inside source of information. You are talking about the source of information. So, I don't know. Lisa, I don't, but it's grantsmithellis@gmail if you'd like to reach out to me. That's correct. Christmas, Jesus' birth was probably in August of our modern calendar, but the reason why we celebrate Christmas during the solstice is it represents the adaptation of the Christian religion to pagan traditions in order to facilitate the spread of the religion. The pagan calendar was just adopted by the early Christian church in order to convert people, and it worked. But yes, okay, so we're going back in. We are going right back in. We have transcripts to read. That's what I was going to do. I was going to make a post saying we're back from lunch. All right. See, I got myself all distracted there, little towels. Not on purpose, just because I was being a towel. Okay, we are back from lunch break and ready to finish the last 1,700 pages of Karen Reed and John O'Keefe Trial 1 transcripts. The Jen McCabe SideBahs are upcoming. I am looking forward to that, to put it lightly. All right, let me drop this link. Join the chat here. We have a wonderful chat going, so I'll direct some people to it. All right, here we go. All right, 100% of you are looking forward to the Jen McCabe SideBahs. All right. So we are on, if you're wondering, it's May 14th, 2024. We left off the last day, as you remembered, with a little bit of discussion about what was going to happen the next day. So this has to do, we're waiting for the ruling on the Katie McLaughlin photographs. I forgot about that. All right, so we're coming into court, ladies and gentlemen, setting the mood, setting the tone. It is May 14th, 2024. All right. Are the jurors? No, the jurors are not yet here. All right, sidebar conference. Oh, goodness. Right before the jurors come over, we have Yannetti saying, Your Honor, there's one other thing that we need to put on the record. The court, nobody told me that. All right, why don't you come up here at sidebar? Whereupon there's a sidebar. Ladies and gentlemen, oh, yes, you're going to need some coffee. We got 1,700 pages to go, and I'm ready, rearing, and excited to do it. We can't go past 8 p.m. though, because I probably won't stay up. I was going to say I want to watch the Patriots game. Not happening. All right, here we go. All right, sidebar before the jurors even arrive. Here we go. The court. It's just easier with them on their way. Mr. Yannetti, I understand. The court. They are coming now. They are coming in now. Mr. Yannetti, it may be appropriate to do this at sidebar. Oh, God bless you to the person who just sent a towel donation. You are absolutely wonderful. Towel gives you a big super towel hug. It may be appropriate to do this at sidebar anyway. Your Honor, from the defense's perspective, there was some troubling testimony yesterday from Brian Albert. Ooh, boy, this is going to be good. You will recall at a prior sidebar, we had broken for the day at one point, and the court, shouldn't Mr. Jackson discuss any problems with the witness that he cross-examined? Mr. Yannetti, you'd like to hear from Mr. Jackson? The court, unless there is something regarding Mr. Jackson, the only issue that was trouble to us that needs to be addressed and can be addressed in very short order. The court, you can bring them in, the jurors. Mr. Jackson, I think it can be addressed in very short order. During Mr. Albert's testimony yesterday, he indicated that while he was a sworn witness, that he had communications during the break with the Commonwealth. We want to make sure we believe that is completely inappropriate. We want to make sure that does not continue to happen. It happened once. He admitted to it. I don't think there is a proper protocol. Mr. Yannetti agrees with me. We just want to make sure we address it on the record and ask that the court order the Commonwealth to respect the same parameters that we respect. If there is a witness that's under oath and in the middle of cross-examination or direct examination, that witness not be addressed or dealt with. The court, do you want to say anything, Mr. Lally? Mr. Lally, Your Honor, the only thing that I would ever discuss with a witness while they are on the stand is as far as scheduling, as far as how much time I expect them to be on the stand. I may advise as to an area on redirect, but not specific questions as far as what I'm going to ask or anything along those lines. So I don't think there would be any problem as pertains to this witness or anybody. Mr. Jackson, I don't want to cast aspersions, and I don't assign malintent to Mr. Lally at all. It's the second category that's completely inappropriate. You can't talk to a witness about what you expect them to do, them to testify to, what you expect them to ask. The court. So I don't know whether that's right or not. It sounds right to me, but before I make an order to the Commonwealth, I need to look at the rules. Mr. Jackson, of course. The court. All right. Thank you. Mr. Jackson, thank you. Whereupon the sidebar conference concluded. Then the jurors came in. Okay, then Caitlin Albert stands up. So apparently we're just going to pause that for now. We'll find out if Alan Jackson or Adam Lally was right. So Caitlin Albert's back up on the stand. She's still being crossed. It looks like it's by Mr. Yannetti. Caitlin Albert being crossed. Oh, someone else sent a donation. Oh, you guys are all so wonderful. God bless each and every one of you. And thank you for suggesting people hit the like button and subscribe. That does help the channel, especially while the video is live. All right, so let's see. Sidebar. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a sidebar. All right, hold on. The sidebar happened here. Since high school, you've gone to Maine with Katie McLaughlin, correct? Mr. Lally, objection. The court, I'll allow it. Did you go to Maine with her? The witness, I did, and the year would have been like 2015 or 2016. By Mr. Yannetti. If I suggested it was July of 2016, would that make sense? Answer, that would sound about right, yeah. Question, and while you were in Maine, there were 7 of you in a hot tub together, correct? Mr. Lally, objection. The court, sustained. By Mr. Yannetti, you were in a hot tub with Katie McLaughlin in Maine, correct? Mr. Lally, objection. The court, sustained. Mr. Yannetti, may we approach, Your Honor? The court, yes. Whereupon there was a sidebar conference. Oh, goodness, the hot tub sidebar. Oh, boy, sidebar, and it's not just any sidebar, it's a hot tub sidebar. Mr. Yannetti, I don't understand why I'm not allowed to fully explore the relationship between Katie McLaughlin and Caitlin Albert. The court, because you already got what's relevant, so you don't have to understand more than that, Mr. Yannetti. I sustain the objection. Mr. Yannetti, Your Honor, to understand the court's ruling, you are now prohibiting me from asking about any other specific instances where they've been together over the last 10 years and the extent of their relationship, because that's what I'm being prohibited from doing right now. I am being prohibited from exploring just how close they were. The court, I'll sustain that objection. So you can ask questions and I'll sustain or I'll overrule the objection. Whereupon the sidebar concludes. Okay, so then he goes back to asking those questions. Objection sustained. He's still asking those questions. Some objections, some sustained, some not. Okay. A lot of objections. Okay, sidebar. Another sidebar. Oh, goodness, this is tough to follow. Here we go. I had multiple college roommates at the time, and two of them were the mutual friend that Katie and I share. And, in fact, there was an occasion where you were in a kitchen with your two college roommates and another person. One other person, correct? Mr. Lally, objection. The court, we need a time frame, Mr. Yannetti. Mr. Yannetti, sure. By Mr. Yannetti. Question, that was around 2016, was it not? Answer, that sounds about right, yes. And do you recall which college roommates they were? Mr. Lally, objection. The court sustained. By Mr. Yannetti. And someone took a photo of you, your two college roommates and one other person, correct? Mr. Lally, objection. The court sustained. By Mr. Yannetti. In 2016, Mr. Lally, objection. The court sustained. Mr. Yannetti, may we approach the court? Okay. Oh, these photographs. It's been going for days. Whereupon there was a sidebar conference as follows. Mr. Yannetti, why is that not admissible? The court, I'm not here to answer your questions, Mr. Yannetti. Oh, my. Oh, boy. Oof. Judge Cannoni was really not having these photographs. Sorry, I was eating some rice. Oh, my God. Oh, my word. Howard Cosell towel mode activated. Wow. I was not expecting that. I knew it was going to be bad. I didn't know it was going to be that. Mr. Yannetti, Your Honor, I would ask the court to put on record why this is being disallowed in light of the case law that supports a constitutional right to explore the bias of a witness. I believe I'm entitled to that. The court, so you can explore bias. This is cumulative. She has already testified to it. Mr. Yannetti, she has not testified. The court, she just said that she was with her two college roommates. Mr. Yannetti, why am I not allowed to explore that Katie McLaughlin is the only one with her and her two college roommates? Why can't I answer that question? I haven't even offered the photos yet. The court, do you have an objection to her to showing her this photograph? Mr. Lally, I do. I don't see how any of this is relevant, and I don't understand how bias of this witness has anything to do with her relationship with Katie McLaughlin. Mr. Yannetti, I'm not exploring the bias of this witness. I'm exploring the bias of Katie McLaughlin. The case law is clear that it rises to a constitutional level under Article 12, that's of the Massachusetts Declaration of Rights, and the Sixth Amendment to the United States Constitution. The case law is clear that not only all the defense needs to do is demonstrate the possibility of bias, and then extrinsic evidence is permissible. There is case law directly on point. I can get the case for you at counsel table. And right now, I'm trying to explore extrinsic evidence, and I'm being denied by this court. That's why I'm pushing so hard. Katie McLaughlin has changed her testimony. She admitted that she changed her testimony. She admitted that she changed it after finding out that the Alberts lived in that home. This witness has already contradicted her testimony in multiple ways, and I'm trying to explore the nature of their relationship that she minimized. It's also very concerning to me that when asked who Katie McLaughlin was, she's using the identical language that Katie McLaughlin used. Nobody asked her, not Mr. Jackson, not me, whether they were close friends, and they both said we're not close friends. Your Honor, I don't have a lot more on this topic, but I will be offering these photos, and at a minimum, I should be able to demonstrate that it's not the large group solely, because that's what she's saying. Every time I ask her if she's with Katie, she talks about the mutual friends. The court, show her that photo, question that photo, and then move on. Oh, goodness. Those doggies, Joy, you make sure they have a very nice time while they are on their way out, and God bless those little doggies. Little doggies, they can be towels. All right, I want this sidebar captured for the record. All right, I want it captured for my record, and then I also want to share it, because this is a crazy sidebar. That was, I mean, I've seen some sidebars in my day. That was fierce. I'm not here to answer your questions, Mr. Yannetti. Wow. I mean, Judge was just, to say Judge was not pleased, I think is an understatement. Judge was upset. Judge really didn't want him to get these photos in. I mean, like, she's letting him ask about them, and I think he does eventually get some in, but, like, I'm not here to answer your questions, Mr. Yannetti. Oof. Oh, hold on. I'm going to take down that video until we watch it again later. All right, there we go. I'm going to use this to tweet, though. I'm not here to answer your questions, Mr. Iannetti. Wow. Things got quite heated between Judge Cannoni, David Iannetti, and Alan Jackson when Iannetti tried to ask Caitlin Albert questions about the nature of her relationship and contacts with Katie McLaughlin. Judge Cannoni really hated those photos of Caitlin and Katie together in a group or otherwise. And David Iannetti seemed to pick up on the fact that there may be some tomfoolery afoot. I mean, that's, to put it lightly, that he picked up on the fact that there was some tomfoolery. He was saying out openly, there is tomfoolery, Your Honor. And she was like, okay, you can go gently into that, Mr. Iannetti. But the point is, like, that was an awkward sidebar, and I think Iannetti was technically in the right. Like, somebody was protecting these witnesses. Like, even Judge Cannoni was, like, her tone really changed when this stuff came up. Like, she wasn't this much of a dick to David Iannetti before this, but as soon as these pictures came up, she was a jerk to him. She was like, fuck you, Mr. Iannetti, in so many words. Like, she was pissed. Like, this is a marked change in tone from Judge Cannoni. She really started acting differently, like at sidebar. Now I see it. Like, she really did not like that these pictures came up. There's a marked change in tone. There is, for sure, a marked change in Judge Cannoni's tone towards Iannetti over multiple days when the issue of pictures involving Caitlin and McLaughlin were brought up for identification ahead of Iannetti trying to get them into evidence. Like, there's just, I've read all of this, so I can't hear Judge Cannoni's tone, but I'm listening in the sense that I'm reading the words. Watch me read these documents live now. But there's something to it, all right? I'm sorry. She just got so strange when these pictures came up. Not just strange. Judge Cannoni was directly going at David Iannetti. Like, she really didn't want this to come in. All right, here we go. We got more to read. I was just stunned. Like, I think it does. I don't know what comes in. So he identifies it. Okay, then they talk about the picture. More objections. Okay, and Mr. Iannetti, they're offering it as full Oh, they don't come in. The objection is sustained. Oh, he couldn't get them in. Wow. They never got in. And then he just moves on. Oh, wow. It was all leading up to him trying to get the picture in, and Judge Cannoni didn't even have a sidebar about it. But the thing is, Lally had to object, which he did, and the court immediately sustained. She knew she was going to reject those photos, whether or not Iannetti established foundation. Goodness gracious. Now they move on to Higgins. She knew Higgins too? Higgins was a good friend. Oh, that's right, because this is Caitlin Albert. So it's a good friend Higgins was a good friend of Caitlin Albert's dad. Okay. All right, so questions about Caitlin Albert. questions about the boyfriend, no sidebar. Still Yannetti on cross. Yannetti was taking his time. Oh, here we go. Redirect. Any objections on redirect? No. I mean, any sidebars on redirect? Nothing so far. Recross. Any sidebars? The witness is excused. Tristan Morris up next. This trial taught me lawyers lie. Yep, Carol Jakes, you're certainly right about that. Lawyers are very good at play acting, but they have to maintain decorum with the judge or they get in trouble. So this is Caitlin Albert's boyfriend, Tristan. I think he's the one who had the run-in with Aiden in Southie with the nuns. The nuns were around. I don't think he knew they were nuns, but I happen to know they were nuns. All right, so a lot of objections with no sidebar. Asking about whether the McCabe's and Alberts clenched their fists. No sidebar. No sidebar. No sidebar. No sidebar. No. We are on redirect of Tristan Morris now. We are on Sarah Levinson, ladies and gentlemen. Sarah Levinson, I think, was who was she again? The then boyfriend of, she was somebody's then boyfriend, right? Or was she somebody's friend? Brian Albert Jr. friend? I thought maybe she was dating someone or they broke up. I don't remember. But the point is, so she was somebody's friend. All right, so now we're looking for, and she was at the house, and this is, let me just get her name again. I know her name already, but I'm going to forget it, because Sarah Levinson. All right, so Sarah Levinson's on direct from Lally. Any sidebars during the Sarah Levinson direct? Nothing so far. I don't remember how long this direct actually goes. Sarah Levinson direct, anything... Any sidebars? No sidebar. No sidebar. No sidebar. No. No. Oh, potential sidebar. Objection. Ask it differently. Sidebar. Ladies and gentlemen, we have found a sidebar. We are on page 2644. Now, this is about Sarah Levinson driving by the house, and then Mr. Yannetti asks an objection. Seems to me Mr. Lally's leading a little bit. All right, so let's take a look at what the sidebar is about. Mr. Yannetti, objection, the court. All right, I'm going to see counsel at sidebar on this one issue. Jurors, feel free to stand up. Whereupon there was a sidebar conference as follows. The court. So why don't you just tell us for the record the objection, Mr. Lally? Mr. Lally, hearsay. Wait, what? What? This is an error. Mr. Lally didn't... I'm so confused. Wait, what? I'm so confused. Why is Mr. Lally... Are we still on direct? We are, I think. So, Mr. Lally's still on direct. He can't object. He's objecting to his own witness's answer? Oh, no. It's Mr. Yannetti who's objecting. Okay. Mr. Yannetti is objecting. So why does the court say, why don't you just tell us for the record the objection, Mr. Lally? I'm so confused. Yannetti just objected. I don't even understand. I don't know if this is just an error or if it's the judge. Why is the judge asking the prosecutor why the defense attorney is objecting? I'm a little bit confused by this. It makes, I mean, we'll see their response, but I don't understand. Because then it has Mr. Lally saying hearsay, and then the court saying, okay, when you object, make sure you stand up. And then Mr. Lally says, I'm sorry. And then the court goes, so go ahead. And then this is where Mr. Lally should actually be responding to Yannetti's objection. I don't know why that prior part just happened. So it is hearsay, but I think it's an exception because I'm not offering it for the truth of the matter asserted. I'm offering it for the effect on the listener, essentially. What I anticipate the response to be is, Miss Nagel indicated something that she saw on the front lawn area, and that drew Miss Levinson's attention. Now, Miss Levinson didn't see anything because by the time she looked over, they already passed the lawn. But I think the fact that the statement was made and her attention was drawn to it is relevant. The court, what do you say about that, Mr. Yannetti? Mr. Yannetti, the stated offer of proof is that it is offered for this witness's state of mind, which is not an issue at this trial in terms of what she thought or didn't think. It's what she saw or didn't see. So I still maintain that it's hearsay. The court, yes, the statement itself is not going to come in. It's not an excited utterance or anything, right? Mr. Yannetti, no. The court, so it won't come in through this witness, but you can certainly talk about the event, just not the statement. Mr. Yannetti, okay, that's fine, thank you. I am baffled. Oh, is Nanya here? Hello, Nanya, you are a towel. I don't think they edited it. I just don't understand this exchange. Like, why... I don't understand why the court would ask Mr. Lally for Mr. Yannetti's objection. That does not make sense. There's no reason for that. Unless there's a part of the sidebar that got cut off and not caught. But this question doesn't make any sense. Like, why would Mr. Lally know what Mr. Yannetti is going to object to? Yes, you can presume it's hearsay, but then the other thing is, why would the court, while Lally's giving a direct and Yannetti's objecting, scold Lally? I'm so confused. This whole thing, this makes no sense. I just don't understand. My train. I'm not a lawyer. This is not legal advice, but my trained brain is like, what the fuck? That conversation does not make sense. If I was there for that, I'd be like, what are you two talking about? It's not Lally's objection. So I don't understand. Someone's got to help me understand this. I don't get it. I cannot give you any insight. But now, I understand how it all played out, and Lally can't get the statement in from Levinson about Julie Nagel saying that she saw something on the lawn as they were driving away. But the point is, that something's off. There's a transcript error there, or that's just not how that sidebar happened. Because and I found at least 11 errors so far, but, I mean, come on. That's ridiculous. All right, so we end the direct, and they do a brief recess, and then we come right back to the cross by Mr. Yannetti of Sarah Levinson. So we're sidebar hunting in the cross of Sarah Levinson. We've been making pretty decent progress today. We've done maybe 500 or 600 pages. We're going to be here for a few hours. So we're doing good. I think everyone's waiting for the Jen McCabe cross. Sidebar, ladies and gentlemen, during the cross of Sarah Levinson. Oh, of course, it's about Michael Proctor. And the investigator that spoke to you about 9 months after January 29th of 2022, you will agree with me, was Michael Proctor, correct? That's correct. And almost a year after that, you were visited by 2 female members of the defense team, were you not? Mr. Lally, objection. I'll allow it. My home was. Mr. Yannetti, okay, do you recognize Miss Little seated at counsel table as being one of those 2 female? The court, I'm going to see you at sidebar. Sidebar. Okay, interesting. The court, if there was an objection, I have no idea where you are going with this. Mr. Yannetti, okay, the court, what's this? Mr. Yannetti, so Miss Little and a female investigator went to the Levinson home, attempting to interview Sarah, and she refused to speak to them. The court, I think you can leave Miss Little out of it. Mr. Yannetti, okay. The court, I don't like the lawyers to inject themselves for Mr. Yannetti, okay. The court, you can just ask her that. Mr. Yannetti, okay, thank you. So, and what, she can just ask her, I guess it's that's weird. I don't understand. Must be just like Judge Cannoni's style. So just don't mention, I guess it was just don't mention the lawyer by name. Just say the defense team. Okay. All right. So that ends out. All right. Julie Nagel direct. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the Julie Nagel direct. Oh, goodness. Did you grab Lindsay Gattani's ass? I don't know what, Lindsay was pretty tolerant of it, but I don't mean to joke about it, but in front of a group of people grabbing up her ass on a cooler, come on, man, she's not a piece of property. All right. So we are in the Julie Nagel Direct. I guess that lunchtime break was quite relevant after all. All right. Do I see a sidebar? I do not see a sidebar. No sidebar. We are on the Julie Nagel Direct, if you're wondering. Julie Nagel Direct. All right. All right. Hold on one second. All right. Now, the question was, the second position that you indicated, you had observed that black SUV in with relation to the house. If you could, using the laser pointer, draw the jury's attention to where that would be in this photograph. So it's about where Sarah Levinson saw... welcome, Angel Fire. Thank you so much for your support. Enjoy your towel wrench. So it is about where Sarah Levinson saw Karen's SUV when they were driving away. Mr. Yannetti, objection, sidebar, Your Honor. The court, all right, jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch. Mr. Yannetti, this testimony is coming in. I fully realize that. However, my objection is the lack of foundation here, because I believe the testimony was that she saw the vehicle move from one point to the next while she was inside the home. Mr. Lally now is questioning her about where Ms. Nagel's car was when she came outside, and we've morphed into where my client's car was when she was inside. So I just want a clarification for the jury that what he's asking right now is what she saw when she was inside the home. The court. Okay, you can do that on cross. I think it's really clear. I think there was not another car there when she left that drove up. Now that we are here, I did not get an opportunity to address your point about Mr. Lally speaking to a witness. Oh, okay, it was bifurcated. Oh, boy. Oh, boy, ladies and gentlemen. I am very excited because look at this. We get the follow-up about whether what Lally did with Albert was okay or not. Now, are you thinking Judge Cannoni is going to say that it was okay or not okay? What are you thinking? Wow. Okay. We got our answer. I'm eating rice. Wow. David Yannetti was right. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. There you go. It was bifurcated, but in the end, David Yannetti was right. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. All right, did I write this up? All right, no, I didn't, so I got to go back now and find this. All right, hold on. Page 2701. Just you don't have to remember that. I'm going to make a note. But we got to go back now because I got to get the other screenshot of the first sidebar. So now we got to go all the way back. Because I know I took pictures of it, but I'd rather just go back because I know the page we were on. So I'm just going to go back and find it. It was a while earlier. I think it was in the beginning of this day, if I remember. Hold on. So we're going all the way back because now we got to get the sidebar where Yannetti initially complained and Judge said she would do some research. And then we're going to jump back to page 2701. I think it was in the beginning of the day. It's just crazy that it's bifurcated. Talk about a close read. Come on now. That rewards a close read if I've ever seen it. This goes forever. It was in the beginning of the day, if I recall, actually. That's all right. I'll be able to tell when the beginning of the day starts because there's a break in the pages. Wow, this was a long day. Oh, that's right, because we finished up with a cross, if I recall. It was Caitlin Albert, I think, on cross to start the day. Yeah, and that cross went for a while. All right. Nope, that's all the objections during the cross. So this is where Yannetti's during the cross. All right, so the cross is about to start. So this means we're about to get the sidebar. I think I remember. Yep, here it is. Got it. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. I found it. You can see it up on your screen. This is the part that led Judge Cannone to admonish Adam Lally for communication with Brian Albert during the while Albert was on the stand. So there it is. All right, I found it. Now it was 200 pages ago, ladies and gentlemen. So 200 pages ago. Now you see. How do you remember the page numbers? I just made a mental denotation, I guess. And then I remembered roughly where they were when they were talking about the Albert sidebar, because as I had mentioned, we aren't just reading this. I'm doing it in sequential order so I can pay attention to the cross-referenced sidebars. And when they did the sidebar earlier about Brian Albert and Lally's contact with him, which I think was about whether Chloe was involved with the federal investigation, I said, Judge Cannone said she's going to follow up on that, so I made a mental note, and it turned out to be 200 pages later, but nonetheless, we found it. Now, let me write it up, because I don't know if anyone put those two things together. Well, now, this is interesting. While Brian Albert was, Albert was on the stand, Adam Lally talked to Albert's lawyer about Chloe the dog being investigated by the federal government. Yes, that is a real sentence. Judge Cannone ended up admonishing Lally for doing so at Alan Jackson's insistence. This is interesting. Yes, indeed. That's how you write it up, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, that was a big no-no, indeed. I mean, a big no-no is an understatement, because he got absolutely spanked by Judge Cannone there. I mean, there's no other way to put that. He got quite literally spanked. She was very upset. 1 second, let me just make sure this is the right one. That is the right one indeed. All right. Yep. And I think it was specifically, I mean, the lawyer was there, but it was about whether Chloe the dog had been investigated by the DOJ. But yeah, I think Lally said he also talked to him about potential questions that could come up, which is what I think the Chloe thing was about. So yeah, to put it lightly, that was not good. Okay, that was not good for the Commonwealth, and Adam Lally should not have done that. Lally tried to defend himself by saying that kind of discussion over lunch was within the rules. It was indeed not so. That was pretty wild. It took over 200 pages of transcript to get Judge Cannone's ruling on that issue, and this document rewards a close reading. Watch me do so live and join the chat here. There you go. See what I mean? Let some people know. Have them come over. Join the chat. I'm a little towel. There's so much that you have to do. It's not. See, this is what we redid the JFK docs for and the Watergate docs. It's really just research preparation. Someone was watching Albert at lunch. I don't know if it was. No, it was. Somebody admitted to it. Lally admitted to it during a sidebar. Duck, duck. Lally, said that, or he said it in open court and then followed up in a sidebar. And Lally basically was like, hey, so you were followed up with the feds or something. Like, it was about the lawyer for Albert telling Lally that the feds had asked for information about where Chloe was, and the Alberts gave that information to the feds. Like, that's what Brian Albert's lawyer with the Alberts there told Lally while Albert was on the stand, apparently. So, all right. Now, so this is the thing we just did. And by the way, the reason that was so intense, we started like on page 2,500 something on this day of testimony. And David Yannetti or Alan Jackson raised the issue about Lally talking to Brian Albert and his counsel while Brian Albert was on the stand, and only 200 pages later, page 2701, do we get the answer. And you would never have understood this, like the earlier conversation, if you just found this sidebar. But as we, use the Joycean recursive historical circle akin to Hegel's dialectic, we can see that there is a form to this, and it rewards a close read. I love things that reward a close read. You don't understand. I live for close readings, ladies and gentlemen. I'm a little towel. All right, now we're continuing with Julie Nagel on direct. That was a very random sidebar interjection. We totally could have missed that if we were not paying attention, but we were indeed paying attention. And let's just say a lot of you are looking forward to the Jen McCabe sidebars, but we don't have those yet. All right, we're on the cross-examination of Julie Nagel by David Yannetti. All right, making steady progress, looking for SideBahs. We are the SideBah hunters, ladies and gentlemen. We look for sidebars, we explicate their context, and we link them back recursively to potentially prior sidebars, and you get some nuggets of gold in here, indeed. Apparently, I'm the Howard Cosell of towels. Oh, by the way, yes, definitely give Ray's channel a follow. If you're not following Ray from Dallas, Ray is great, and maybe there's a chance you'll see, well, there's definitely a chance you'll see Towel talking with Ray again soon. So give Ray's channel a follow. Ray's channel is great. So go ahead and follow that channel. And by the way, you can post links here. Obviously, don't abuse the privilege, but absolutely, folks, Ray deserves your support. All right, so we're looking for sidebars. We are continuing our sidebar hunt indeed. All right, and we are looking around. What do we see here, ladies and gentlemen? Do we see any sidebars? Always looking for sidebars. Julie Nagel is on cross by Mr. Yannetti, if I recall. Jen McCabe came up. Oh, goodness. Please say there's a sidebar. Okay, this is about Jen McCabe asking for a copy of screenshots involving Ryan Nagel and Julie Nagel. So Jen McCabe was like collecting evidence. And they call her JJ McCabe. Oh, Jennifer Judas. Why did you... Did Jennifer McCabe, when she asked you to provide her with these screenshots, claim that she was an investigator in this case? What the fuck? Oh my God, they knew. Whoa. Wow. I must have missed that live. Nanya, this is intense indeed. And yes, she says no, but wow. That's intense. Hey, Ray, how you doing? Great to see you. Oh, I didn't even see Ray when I was like, yes, of course, support Ray's channel. Good to see you, Ray. We are about to come up on the Jennifer Judith McCabe sidebars. Those could be great. But we are also right now going through Julie Nagel's. Julie Nagel is on the stand right now, and we played the interview with Lindsay about the ass grabbing earlier. It was great. And what we are looking at right now is we just found out that Lally was asking Julie Nagel, or I think this is Julie Nagel. Yep, I might be wrong. Hold on. Let's see. Do we move on to a new witness? I don't think it's Sarah Levinson. I think this is the cross. I'm pretty sure this is the cross of Julie Nagel. And I just want to be 100% sure. Hold on. Yes, this is the cross of Julie Nagel. And we just got to a part in the cross where Jen McCabe was brought up. And David Yannetti asked if Julie Nagel thought that Jen McCabe was an investigator on the case, because Jen McCabe was asking Julie Nagel for screenshots of conversations between Julie Nagel and her brother. And you can see this part right here. It's actually on page 2729. Yannetti says, did Jen McCabe, when she asked you to provide her with those screenshots, claim that she was an investigator in this case? Mr. Lally, objection. The court, you can answer that. And the witness says no. But I think that's very interesting. So Julie Nagel's on cross here from Mr. Yannetti. We're looking for sidebars. We are the sidebar hunters on this stream right now. Mostly interested in the sidebars because that's the stuff that you cannot watch from open court and all of the recordings. All right, here we go. You know, Ms. Nagel, that as of October of 2022, the defense in this case had publicly announced that. Mr. Lally, objection. Mr. Yannetti, no one in that house saw a body on the front lawn. The court, so that question is improper. I'm going to strike that question. Mr. Yannetti, no further questions. Thank you. The court, all right, we're going to break. I have to bring you back tomorrow. The witness, okay. The court, okay, so jurors don't discuss this case. The jury excused from this courtroom. Ms. Nagel, you can go. The court, Mr. Lally asked about a scheduling thing. There was a sidebar. Mr. Lally, so, Your Honor, I just wanted to remind the court and counsel, so tomorrow Ms. Kuhn from the UC Davis lab is flying in today. I anticipate I need her to testify tomorrow because she's flying out tomorrow. The court, okay, was she otherwise a rebuttal or was she a case-in-chief witness? Mr. Lally, well, until Mr. Yannetti, so weeks ago, Mr. Yannetti had stated in open court that the dog thing, oh, goodness, the dog thing wasn't something they were pursuing. But then when he mentioned her in his opening, she became a witness in the case-in-chief. The court, okay, all right, so you don't have much longer with this witness? Mr. Lally, no. Mr. Yannetti, can I ask, Your Honor, it was a little bit confusing, but I thought at one point this witness had said that she told Mr. Lally this information about the length of the object prior to her testimony today. Did I misunderstand that? The court, I didn't hear that. I heard that Mr. Lally asked her and she answered today. Mr. Yannetti, okay. The court, I thought she agreed with you that there was, Mr. Lally, she and I never talked about that. Mr. Yannetti, that's all I wanted. Mr. Lally, it's frankly a question that came to me at the end. The court, okay. Mr. Yannetti, fair enough, thank you. The court, all right, we'll see you tomorrow. All right, whereupon that day ended. Oh, goodness, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, this is... Oh, and by the way, one of the really interesting things about these transcripts is they have this very unique way of indexing things. And so when they index at the end of a section, they put the word like, okay, let's use the word like Albert. Okay, you can find the word Albert in here 157 times. On page 2, line 4, page 4, line 25. This is why it takes so long to get these transcripts out. These people index every word in the transcript and tell you exactly what page it's on, exactly what line it's on, and how many times that specific word was used. And you might be like, oh, they do this for proper nouns, right? Nope, they do it for every word. Facing, 22 times. Fact, 13 times. Fair, 19 times. Yep. That is what our court reporters do. They absolutely, ladies and gentlemen, have one of the most difficult jobs. So if you haven't thanked your court reporter today, or a court reporter, do so. That's a hell of a job right there. I don't care what anyone says. That takes a hell of a lot of effort. All right? That is a substantial amount of work. Look at everything cross-indexed. Now I understand why there's sometimes typos. because most of their work is making a fucking 500-page index with. Why exactly do we need to know that the word "the" was used 1,601 times in this document? I don't understand. Why do we need to know that? I'm glad it was used on page 1, line 6, page 1, line 7, or excuse me, page 1, line 6, 17, 19, page 3, page 3, lines 5, 7, 9, 11, 12, 15, 18, 21, 24. I don't need to know this. It takes up 4 pages of text just to track the number of times that the word "the" was said. And at a certain point, it really becomes unnecessary. It's not just type it up. They had to go through and count and index the words. And why would... Oh, God. All right. So, with that said, we finally moved to day 18. Sherry TV, thank you so much for being with us. Sherry says it was a great show. The interview with Grant and LG the other day, Ray. It was indeed. I agree, Sherry. You are wonderful. Thank you for your support and for being so kind. All right. Here we go. It is now May 15th. Court is in session. It's 9:12 in the morning, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Counsel, would you come to SideBah, please? Ladies and gentlemen, we have a SideBah to start the day. I repeat, it is a SideBah to start the day. Mr. Lally. Good morning, Your Honor. The court. Good morning. Mr. Jackson. Good morning, Judge. The court. You have to stop being late. Really. Mr. Jackson, I just want to put very briefly on the record, the court, why don't you step aside? Mr. Yannetti, of courses, yes. I think that, of courses? I think that's a typo. I don't think Mr. Yannetti said of courses. Mr. Jackson, I just wanted to put very briefly on the record with regard to Ms. Kuhn. We want to interpose an objection, just for the record, in terms of her testifying before the foundation has been properly laid. I sort of expected it. I knew that she was going to be taken out of order. Mr. Lally let us know that. But I expected the court, because of that, what it is, Mr. Lally, yes. Mr. Jackson, I have no problem with that whatsoever. It was a personal issue with her kid. We learned about that in a sidebar a few days ago. I just want to make sure that I didn't waive any objection if the later foundation for her testimony is not established. I think it will be. The court, if it's not established, move to strike it. Okay. That's what I wanted to make sure of. That's all. Thank you. The court. Okay. Miss McLaughlin, the 88. While we are here, one more thing, Your Honor. The court. Sure, of course. Move aside, Mr. Lally. Miss McLaughlin, based on the court's order yesterday, the Commonwealth did review the professional rules of conduct. The court. Okay. Miss McLaughlin, the Commonwealth did not find any rule that pertained to the situation or the issue that defense counsel raised. The closest thing would have been Professional Rule of Conduct 3.4a, discussing an attorney's duty not to obstruct evidence. That's not what the Commonwealth did nor intended to do, and there's no cases citing that rule for any proposition or supposed issue raised by the defense. However, given the court's broad discretion, the Commonwealth, myself, and ADA Lally will abide by the court's order as it likely falls within the judge's broad discretion pursuant to Criminal Procedure Rule 21 and sequestration. So myself and ADA Lally will abide by the court's order, as I presume defense counsel will as well. The court. Okay. Unlike all of you, I have never been a prosecutor. All right? Are you still moving for that, Mr. Jackson? Yes, Your Honor, we are. Anybody from the Commonwealth's team, their investigators, their victims advocates, the trial team themselves, nobody from the Commonwealth, just like nobody from the defense, their victims advocates, the trial team themselves, nobody from the Commonwealth, just like nobody from the defense, should be engaging with a witness who is currently under oath during the breaks, overnight and things of that nature. It's just not done. The court, I think investigators is a little too broad. Police not allowed to talk to witnesses. Mr. Jackson, not while they are on the stand, not while they are under oath. The court, what do you say? Miss McLaughlin, there is no rule that suggests that. If that's the court's order, the Commonwealth would abide by it. However, I feel as if a victim's witness advocate needs to be able to speak to the witnesses. As it came up in this case, our witness was confronted about a conversation they had with a member of the Commonwealth. And their answer was, they asked me if I wanted any water. So I think to effectively, move the trial forward, advocates or witness people need to be able to ask people, do they know where the bathroom is? Or you're going to be next up in 5 minutes. Just normal ability to facilitate the time management of the trial. Mr. Jackson, to be clear, that's not what I'm objecting to. I'm objecting to any interviews or discussions of the substance of their testimony, asking where the bathroom is, what time do you need to be here, can I have some water? I have no problem with that. The court, how long your testimony is going to be? Mr. Jackson, correct. I mean, you're going to be another hour. I have no problem with that. I just don't think it's appropriate to talk to them about, I'm going to ask you these questions, I expect Mr. Jackson, etc. The court, yes, I don't think that's proper either. I may be wrong, but I do know sometimes things come up during trial that a police officer has to go out and find a witness or approach a witness or something based on something that's been said. So I don't want to tie the strings of law enforcement. I was concerned you raised it regarding the lawyer, Mr. Lally, and that's what I addressed. Mr. Jackson, right. The court. So, Mr. Lally, you're not to flag the witnesses, what you're going to examine them on, or do redirect on, or any other substance of what you're going to do. Mr. Lally, understood, Your Honor. Just so the record is clear, that was not what happened in this particular case. I went to tell the witness, this one being Mr. Albert, how much I anticipated he would be left on the stand. He asked me a question as far as, are you going to cover this in your direct? And I said, yes. There was no substantive conversation about, I'm going to ask you this, Mr. Jackson may ask you that, or anything along those lines. But whatever the court's ruling is, obviously the Commonwealth will abide by whatever the court tells us to do. The court, my understanding has always been when a witness is on the stand, you can't discuss anything of substance with that witness. Mr. Lally, I understand. The court, and that's what I always thought, and that's what I believe. We will leave it at that. Miss McLaughlin, thank you. Mr. Jackson, thank you. Oh, goodness. Yeah, Adam Lally should not have done that. I don't understand. I get, like, Laura McLaughlin's interpretation of 3.4C, like, which is right. Like, obviously, if someone saying to you, like, where's the water fountain is not really a problem. But someone coming up to you and being like, hey, are you going to ask me about Chloe being investigated by the feds? I think my lawyer should tell you that, hey, we did tell the feds where Chloe was. Like, that is not, where's the bathroom? That's basically the sum and substance of it. So Lally tried to defend himself, and he just ended up making himself look worse because he was wrong. I mean, McLaughlin was trying really hard. It's not an ethical violation, but it was definitely not, like, acceptable, okay? Like, that's very clear. All right, so we are done with that sidebar. Should I sum this up? I think I should take screenshots of this. Hold on. I think it kind of, like, you know, not the Miss Coon thing, starting with Laura McLaughlin's thing right here. Like, she's like, Your Honor, can I just defend Adam Lally's honor? And judge is like, okay. You want to defend Adam Lally's honor? That's nice, I guess. And she lets her do it, but, like, it was not a very good argument. Like, she lost. Laura McLaughlin looked really bad. I'm sorry. I got to call it like I see it, you know what I'm saying? I mean, like, she looked, they looked really, really bad. All right, the state looks really, really bad here. All right, let's go back to our close read. All right, here we go. All right, so after that morning sidebar, we jump right back in. We're on page 2,837 for the record. All right, now we have Julie Nagel and Adam Lally's resuming his direct. Okay, recross. I guess that was redirect. So now we have recross. Next witness is Miss Coon. Sidebar before Miss Coon. Can I just see counsel at sidebar about this witness? The court. So I know sometimes I do tell jurors that the witness is out of order. Is there any reason to fear or anything? Mr. Lally, I think I would prefer it just because I think I would. The court, is there an objection to it? Mr. Yannetti, no. The court, and then I can just say sometimes schedules make it such that we have to have witnesses testify out of order. All right, thank you. Mr. Lally, thank you, Your Honor. Whereupon the sidebar concluded. And then, the judge tells them sometimes they have witnesses testify out of order. So now the dog witness comes in. There's no dog DNA involved in this case. I just want everybody to understand there is no dog DNA in the case. All right, you can think what you want about Chloe the dog, but this is the witness who confirmed there's no dog DNA. All right. There's no doggy DNA. If Chloe bit John, she is the only dog in the world that defies the laws of gravity and has no DNA. Now, is it possible that there is some dog out there that defies the laws of gravity, can jump to a right angle, and then leave no DNA? Yes. Okay. Maybe. But I don't think that's a dog. I'm pretty sure that's some kind of like alien creature that is not a dog. It's a lot of things. It's not a dog. Now, if you're telling me that you believe Chloe is some kind of animal that doesn't follow the laws of gravity or leave DNA, I mean, it's possible. It's also possible she's in the Doggy Witness Protection Program and is going to bring Michael Morrissey down, although I highly doubt that because she's a dog. If Josh Levy tried to ask her questions at the grand jury, it would mostly consist of him saying, "Are you a dog?" and then Chloe barking. All right, we're on the cross now of Ms. Kuhn by Mr. Jackson. We're now on the redirect, recross. All right, briefly at SideBah, ladies and gentlemen, that witness was quick. And don't worry, I'm never going to say to you that your theories about the case are not right. I'm just going to say it's an objective fact that no one found any dog DNA. So if a dog, there's a lot of theories that make sense, but I don't think the dog can bite anything without leaving DNA. I understand the counter argument is the dog would have like bit through clothes. Okay, but there would be dog DNA somewhere. I don't know. I cannot understand how the dog didn't leave DNA. Therefore, I think Chloe was actually a federal informant. That's a good question. What were the samples taken from? I'm not a scientist. We will have to review that part of the testimony. The question was, where were the exact samples taken from? And we'll have to review that testimony. Whereupon, there was a sidebar conference as follows. Miss Little, just very briefly, if you don't mind, I just didn't want to run out of the courtroom. The court, no, you can run out of the courtroom at any time. Miss Little, okay. The court, but did you want to take the morning recess, or is this something that might take more than a few minutes? Miss Little, no, it will just take a minute, as long as I'm allowed to leave you guys. The court, okay. Miss Little, thank you. The court, that was it. Miss Jackson, okay, got it. Mr. Jackson, okay, got it. She said, you guys. That's kind of funny. That's adorable. I think I know what that was about. You guys, I just need a minute. Okay. All right. All right. So, Ryan Nagel's now on the stand. This is the Direct of Ryan Nagel by Adam Lally. Direct of Ryan Nagel by Adam Lally. Direct of Ryan Nagel by Adam Lally. All right. We're looking for anything that might look like a SideBah. No SideBahs so far. No SideBahs so far. Been pretty smooth. We're coming up to the Jen McCabe testimony, though. You know that. You know it. I can sense it in my towel bones. All right, we're on the cross of Ryan Nagel. Who's doing the cross? Mr. Jackson. All right, Mr. Jackson doing the cross. He tends to get a little bit animated. Any sidebars? No sidebars. Just questions. All right, then they go up and talk. They're just talking to the witness, identifying documents. All right. SUV, they're talking about what did he see that night. Redirect by Mr. Lally. That was it. And then they take their morning recess. All right, no sidebar. Heather Maxon's the next witness. Oh, she was the one who was the girlfriend of someone at the time and is no longer the girlfriend. Maybe Ryan Nagel's former girlfriend. So Maxon gets up there. We're on direct. They're talking about Ricky and going to Hillside and then picking up and going over there and what they were doing that night. No sidebars, not even too many objections during Heather Maxon's testimony. We get to the end. Cross. Who's doing the cross? Mr. Yannetti, Mr. Jackson, all right? Jackson's been having himself a day, ladies and gentlemen. Jackson's been doing all the crosses, all right? Taking a look, scanning. Are we seeing any sidebars? No sidebars. All right, we're on the redirect, recross. All right, Ricky D'Antonio's next. There's so many of these people, like in the car, around the car, related to the car, somebody's boyfriend, somebody's girlfriend. Ricky D'Antonio getting asked questions on direct by Adam Lally. I don't think this goes for very long. All right, Ricky D'Antonio asking questions. No sidebar. That was some kind of exchange. No sidebar. Cross. Mr. Yannetti's crossing. Ricky D'Antonio. No sidebar. Potential sidebar. Sidebar, ladies and gentlemen. Page 2,989. We're almost at page 3,000. What were you first asked about your memory about? Well, it was technically over a year, I suppose. Oh, is it a federal grand jury? All right, hold on. This might have been that he wasn't interviewed by the state police until then. You were first asked about your memory about, well, it was clearly over a year after January 29th. I suppose maybe about 16 months after the events that you were asked to describe, right? Correct. And then it was only after you talked to someone else, again, not the prosecution or the defense, that objection, Your Honor. Mr. Iannetti, why don't I see you at sidebar? Wow. Federal grand jury sidebar, ladies and gentlemen. Federal grand jury sidebar, because he's trying to ask if Ricky D'Antonio was first investigated or asked questions at the federal grand jury. All right, ladies and gentlemen, what's the sidebar? Sidebar. The court. What is the objection? Mr. Lally. I mean, I think Mr. Iannetti has danced around it, but at this point, I don't know. I think the point has been made. So asking any more questions about this particular topic, I think is going to end up eliciting a response similar to Ms. Nagel's response. We are just going to get into an area that's prohibited. The court, can you say proceeding? I'm just concerned that, Mr. Iannetti, I know. The court, just so the record is clear, I do not say for a second that Mr. Jackson intended to have that result. Mr. Lally, no, I did not mean that otherwise. The court, I know you didn't. I just wanted to. Mr. Iannetti, no, I appreciate that, Your Honor. So I think we are past. I'm not talking about the feds, not because now I'm asking about the state police. An interim proceeding. It actually was not testimony. It was an interview. The court, right. Mr. Iannetti, so I'm trying to. Mr. Lally, it actually was testimony. He testified in the federal grand jury. Oh! The court, I didn't think you were going after this testimony. I thought you, Mr. Iannetti, that's right. The court, so I didn't understand what you're doing. I thought you were talking about a report. Mr. Iannetti, it was a report. All I'm after right now is that he talked to the state police in September. So I'm not asking about anything to do with any other agency. Just playing off of the first time they talked to him was in September. So I don't think there's a danger of, or anything else at this point. I'm leading him, and I'm going to say it was the state police in September. I think he will agree with that. The court, okay, I just asked you for your caution. I didn't understand where you were going. I thought it was a report, but I knew he testified at the federal grand jury. See, Judge Cannoni did read the TUI materials. Mr. Iannetti, right. The court, and if you're talking about a report and he's talking about federal grand jury, Mr. Iannetti, of course. I knew it. Of course Judge Cannoni read the federal materials. I knew it. I knew it, ladies and gentlemen. I knew it like the back of my hand. I just knew it. Because, of course she did. Who said she didn't read them? Of course she read them. I forget who was trying to argue to me that she didn't read them. Of course she read them. All right. More. Alrighty then. That was a very, very interesting series of events. Let me make a post about that. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. Are we at page 1,000? 3,000? No, we're at 2,991. We should be done in the next few hours. As I drop my keyboard. It's common, by the way, for me to drop my keyboard. I've had less drops these days, you know? Maybe I'm getting more coordinated. Hashtag coordinated towel. All right, how do I write this up? Ricky D'Antonio. I got to spell his name right. All right, hold on one second. All right, let's see. Ricky D'Antonio. All right, let's take a look. Karen Reed case. Oh, is that how it's spelled? It's not D'Antonio, it's D'Antuono. I never would have got that right in a million years. Well, this is interesting. An inadvertent sidebar. It was inadvertent. An inadvertent sidebar topic during the first John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial was that Ricky D'Antuono was brought before the federal grand jury investigating the John O'Keefe case. Very interesting indeed that Mr. Lally confirmed that. It was kind of incidental. He didn't really mean to. There was 3 pages, right? Yeah, 3 pages. All right. This is harder than you think. And what I'm doing is, it's helpful to have this record, this real-time record on the stream, but I also am writing up what we're seeing, that I'm screenshotting. You can see it on my Twitter. I'm screenshotting each sidebar, and then I'm explicating the context. And so there's a record on my Twitter of every sidebar we find that I think is important. I was going to do that with the errors as well in the document, and then I was like, screw it. I don't care that much about transcription errors. We're still not at the Jen McCabe part either. That's where it could get intense. All right, here we go. We just finished that sidebar, and now we're moving back to the questioning of Ricky D'Antuono by David Yannetti on cross. All right, so the cross continues. That was an interesting sidebar, although it shouldn't have really even happened because Adam Lally just didn't understand what Yannetti was asking about. Yannetti was asking about the state police and just trying to say they took a while to interview D'Antuono. All right, your next witness, Mr. Lally. Miss Allie McCabe. Ladies and gentlemen, I think that means Jen McCabe might be coming up. Oh, goodness. We might have to do a build-up before the Jen McCabe. You know, I think Ray and Lindsay and I talked about Jen McCabe on his stream the other day. Maybe I haven't clipped that yet, but maybe we'll play the Jen McCabe part. All right, hold on. So this is Allie McCabe on direct from Adam Lally. We're past page 3,000. We're heading down the home stretch, ladies and gentlemen. We've done this document by hand, heading into the last 1,000 pages. All right, so Allie McCabe is still on direct. Afternoon recess. They come back. Mr. Lally resumes the direct. No sidebars so far during Allie McCabe's testimony. Sidebar. All right, and this is text messages with Colin's contact information. Oh, this gets brutal. This gets brutal because the texts are like, first of all, they didn't do an extraction. Like, why did Lindsay have to get her phone extracted, but they didn't do an extraction for Colin or Allie McCabe? Watch how weird this is. Ready for this? We're on page 3026 for those of you following along. Sidebar. I repeat, ladies and gentlemen, we have our first McCabe-related sidebar. And this is about Allie's contacts with Colin that she provided to the troopers in August of 2023. Literally, as the federal grand jury was going, they were trying to keep doing the investigation. All right, here we go. Okay, come up. Mr. Yannetti, objection. I'd like to be heard. The court, okay, come up. Whereupon there was a sidebar conference. Mr. Yannetti, Your Honor, I'm objecting on multiple grounds. One is that this is rank hearsay. It's being offered for the truth of the matter asserted. Secondly, and equally important, is that these screenshots are unreliable. We don't know that they are what they purport to be. In other words, there are times listed, but again, being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, which by an iPhone could be changed very easily by going into settings. So we don't have a forensic extraction of the phone. The police did not ask to actually take her phone and confirm that those times are actually accurate. They chose not to do that. And given that her phone is gone now, they robbed us of any ability to challenge those times through forensic methods. So I believe these are inadmissible in the form that they are in. If the court is inclined to overrule my objection, I would ask for a voir dire to be done before they are admitted. The court, okay, what do you say, Mr. Lally? Mr. Lally, Your Honor, what I say is that the witness on the stand is a participant in the conversations and can authenticate those conversations under Purdy. Secondly, I would say as far as any questions that counsel has to them, go to the weight and not their admissibility. The court, how long of a voir dire do you need? Mr. Yannetti, 10, 15 minutes. The court, all right, I'll give you a short voir dire. Mr. Lally, Your Honor, if I may, just for the sake of not coming back up. The court, yes. Mr. Lally, I also intend to introduce those two. They are also screenshots that she took for the photographs of Colin Albert from February 11th. Essentially, what these are is two separate photographs from the defense that show the Albert's home. She was present during this event, so she can authenticate that's what Colin Albert looked like on February. The court, who is the one? Mr. Lally, that's Nicole Albert. The court, all right, so we will have a voir dire on it. The court, jurors, I'm going to ask you to step out for a few minutes. Lily Line Media, that's a good question. We may have to actually review that. I don't want to... So I remember a lot of this trial. I do not remember the specific testimony about sample collection, about that specific thing. I want to watch it because, as you all know, if you're scientists, don't even try to understand the discipline of science, especially like refined sample collection and analysis, unless you just listen to a scientist say it. So we will rewatch that at some point. But for now, we're in the middle of Allie McCabe's testimony, and now we're doing a voir dire because Adam Lally wants to introduce screenshots of text messages that Allie McCabe sent Colin Albert and vice versa, and there's no record of it because they never extracted Allie McCabe's phone or anything like that. I wouldn't doubt you're right on the money about that, Lily Lime. I would not doubt it. Okay, so the court reporter, all right, screenshots are entered. They're doing an open court voir dire right now. And then Mr. Lowley's asking about, like, validating their authenticity. Mr. Yannetti challenges Allie McCabe about why the phone's gone. They're still in open court. They're doing a voir dire. All right. I'm going to allow this testimony in. Your argument goes to the weight of the evidence, not its admissibility, but I did give under Commonwealth v. Troche. Want to give you voir dire, okay? Thank you, Your Honor. So I'd like to bring the jurors back in. I'd like to see counsel at sidebar. Will they come in? Mr. Lally? All right, sidebar as the jurors come in to resume Allie McCabe's testimony. And judge does end up allowing in the screenshots, although it ended up requiring a voir dire. And judge is basically saying Yannetti can attack their authenticity. The court. So what you did during the voir dire, you can do with this witness. You just taught her something, I guess. So she said, now I know. So it's couched in terms of either pre-voir dire or post-voir dire. That's fine. If it's not, Mr. Lally is going to get leeway to then say that you questioned on those things. Mr. Yannetti, yes, I understand. Of course, I understand. The court, all right. Okay, all right. Mr. Yannetti, I understand. Thank you. The court, thank you. So now the jury's back in, and they're basically saying, like, Mr. Yannetti, she just learned new things in the voir dire. If you ask her about those, Mr. Lally can say, did you learn them at the voir dire? All right, so, another sidebar. Mr. Yannetti, Your Honor, I apologize profusely. I just need one more minute. I'm so sorry. It is completely my fault. Another sidebar. Mr. Yannetti, Your Honor, the only thing I was going to bring up, I understand the court's ruling. We object, but I accept it, obviously. But with regard to the photos, Your Honor, there is no need to have that date underneath the photo itself. The court, I didn't even notice that it was on there. Mr. Yannetti, I'm just asking that can be cropped off. If he wants the photo in, she can testify to the date. That's hearsay. That should not be part of the photo. The court, do you care? Mr. Lally, I don't care. But again, I mean, she was there for it and can testify to the date that the photo was taken. Mr. Yannetti, well, that's what I just said, as long as it's not on the exhibit itself. The court, okay, so we'll remove it from the exhibit. It is on a slide that you probably are going to put up on the screen. Mr. Lally, it is, but I can advise Miss Gilman she can put it on the screen on the laptop and enlarge it just for the photo and then somehow... Mr. Yannetti, yes, as long as it's not visible to the jury and we can redact it afterwards. The court, one person at a time, okay? She can do that. I'll give you a minute to let her do that. Mr. Yannetti, thank you, Your Honor. All right, now they're finally back, and the screenshots that the defense vociferously objected to are going to be able to come in. And it has to do specifically with the fact that there were only screenshots. So those aren't ideal, but you can get screenshots in. All right. So now they get the screenshots in. She testifies to the date. Now this is Allie McCabe on cross by David Yannetti. Notice they have David Yannetti crossing the younger witnesses because Alan can get a little aggressive, to put it lightly. All right. All right. All right. Oh, sidebar. Sidebar, ladies and gentlemen. All right, here's the questions. You don't recall clicking on that text message app, the green app with the kind of white speech bubble? You didn't click on that and click on the Colin Albert conversation and say, here it is, did you? No. In addition to not asking you to see your new phone, they also did not ask you to do an extraction of your new phone, correct? Correct. And at some point in time, you realized that you'd have to be a witness in this case and have an unfortunate incident of having to talk to me, right? Mr. Lally, objection. The court, I'm going to see counsel at sidebar. Whereupon there was a sidebar conference as follows. The court. I just want to let you know, the other day when Brian Albert Jr. testified, he said he couldn't differentiate between the two hearings. One was for the harassment he and his family has received. I think you're opening the door if you get another answer like that, and the Commonwealth can run with it. So focusing on the screenshot, it may be why she didn't do it before, why she felt the need to keep these things. Mr. Yannetti, I see where the court is going. Okay. The court, I'm just warning you on that. Mr. Yannetti, I understand. Mr. Lally, thank you, Your Honor. I think the door is already open. The court, I think it is too, okay? Wow, so Yannetti opened the door on Cross to the harassment coming in because he asked Caitlin Albert why she saved the screenshots with Colin, and the court saying, listen, ostensibly she started getting harassed around then, and so she saved them. And then judge is saying, Mr. Yannetti, if you get an answer from this witness that it was because of the harassment, Mr. Lally's going to run with that. Because Mr. Yannetti really didn't want the harassment to come in. All right. So, all right. They had a Zoom and review on August 25th. All right. All right. So Allie McCabe still talking to David Yannetti on Cross. No sidebar. Redirect by Mr. Lally of Allie McCabe. Adam Lally on redirect. No. Oh, sidebar. No sidebar. Colin Albert. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Oh boy, we have reached the Colin Albert section of the transcript. Are you ready for this? It's not Jen McCabe. It's Colin Albert. Oh boy, dropping things, being a little towel, getting all excitable. All right. Now, Colin Albert did defend Lindsay's honor. All right. I don't think he was being weird. I think he was defending her honor and being a good kid. So, I'm not going to knock Colin Albert. Now, you may have seen the news that Turbo Boy reported today. Let's just say that Colin Albert was reported to have been in some kind of altercation last night. I would guess it's probably not as Turtle Boy initially reported it. There's probably some, like, larger story about, like, somebody bothering Colin or, like, whatever. But apparently some shit went down. Now, 3 cruisers responded. Whether there's a run report, I don't know, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know, but we're going to find out together. Oh, all right. Where is this one going? I guess I'll tweet about it. I tweet about things, you know what I'm saying? All right. We have reached the Colin Albert section. Colin Albert section of the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial transcript. These sidebars could be good, if you consider the fact that you're a sidebar and a towel. I am a towel. That's true. All right, let's do it. Here we go. The direct examination by Mr. Lally of Colin Albert. Wait, what? Oh, one of his brothers must be a minor. All right. You know, if I see a single sidebar right now, I'm looking. Ladies and gentlemen. I'm looking. I could imagine some of these Colin Albert sidebars could be fun. All right. No sidebar. Really? Mr. Lally is pretty good at doing his directs. We don't get a lot of objections. All right. No sidebar. No sidebar. Entered into evidence. No sidebar. No sidebar. All right, and that's the end of the day. All right, so Mr. Jackson will start up his cross. Nicola, hello. I think we found... Let me give you an update before we go to the next day. Let's see if there's a sidebar at the end of the day. Nope, nothing. So we're moving to the next day. Oh, goodness, there's another index. All right, while I'm scrolling that, let's give Nicola an update. I hope you're doing well, Nicola. Oh, one second. Here are the updates I have for you so far today. Let's see, when did this day start? All right. Judge Cannoni and Alan Jackson discussed, along with Adam Lally, Aiden Turtleboy Kearney's first exclusion from the courtroom. That was about 4 hours ago. Then we hit 10,000 followers on Towel X in live in real time. That was pretty awesome. And then during a sidebar, Alan Jackson revealed to Judge Cannoni that the original federal subpoenas related to the John O'Keefe investigation went out in the spring of 2023. And then the court said, I'm going to give you a lot of leeway with your questions about butt dials, Mr. Jackson. That's what she was saying in context. Please calm down. And Mr. Jackson said, yes, ma'am. David Yannetti had a strong suspicion at one point that Caitlin Albert was coached in her testimony regarding firefighter Katie McLaughlin. And at one point, Judge said, I'm not here to answer your questions, Mr. Yannetti, when things got heated between Judge Cannoni, David Yannetti, and Alan Jackson, when Yannetti tried to ask Caitlin Albert questions about the nature of her relationship with Katie McLaughlin. And then I also see, let's see. Oh, yes. Adam Lally talked to Brian Albert during a recess, potentially about Chloe the dog being investigated by the federal government, and definitely got in some trouble for it. So, and then an inadvertent sidebar topic was that Ricky D'Antuono was brought before the federal grand jury investigating the John O'Keefe case. And, yeah, there you go. So those are the updates from the day. I hope you found that helpful. I was just reading kind of on my Twitter. It's Bunny. Jay Corner says, I'm really impressed with Grant. And then it's me, Bunny says, Grant is super intelligent. Oh, you're very kind. All right, so let us continue scrolling. So if you're looking up on your screen, when we get to the end of this long index, we're going to resume with the Colin Albert cross-examination. Now, we are at 3,135 pages or so, folks, and we only have about 1,000 pages to go. We absolutely chipped away at this thing, no pun intended to Michael Proctor. We did it, ladies and gentlemen. It took hours and hours and hours, and we have hours to go, but only 1,000 or so pages. I think this has been quite an exercise, I will say it, and we are heading into the last quarter. It has been fascinating to serve with you all. I am grateful for the opportunity. And I think we could be crescendoing towards something very interesting. But of course, on this close read, you don't miss anything. That, although it takes a long time, the benefit is there's nothing that gets by the Tau friends. In fact, everything that we have caught, we've literally caught everything. There's not one section of this document, or one sidebar in this document, or one thing that was not in open court that we didn't catch. We even caught some things that were in open court. That was kind of fun. This is the index, by the way. They track every word that's used in the transcripts and then tell you how many times the words are used, including the word the, and what page and line number you can find it on. It gets a little excessive. I'm not kidding. Like, at least 300 pages of this document was just the clerks typing, or the court reporters typing out an index of what words are used and where they are used. Ray, thank you. Ray says, this is putting in work. Jay Corner says, Grant, you are very charming and so smart. And Nicola Cox says, seasons greetings. I'm a Trojan. I'm doing my best. Trojan towel. Oh, yeah, once I start on something, I don't stop. I mean, we'll knock it out. We'll just do it. Thank you, Gabrielle. You're very kind. All right, so let's continue. We are now on May 16th, all right? We have been working. I think we have probably 2 to 3 days to go. This could start getting really intense, though. You got this, Ray. I'll say a prayer for you. You got it locked in. They'll go out there and rack up those points. I just burnt my nuts. Got distracted here. Oh no, Nicola, were you roasting chestnuts on an open fire? I've always wanted to do that. Never got the opportunity. Maybe one day. I did ride on the back of a horse-drawn sleigh one time in New York. It was okay. I was a little baffled. The horse seemed a little sad. I tried to, make its day a little better. I think I fed it a carrot. It seemed pleased with the carrot. Anyway, Ray's in a championship game. Ray, you got this? All of the Towel friends reading along will be willing you to victory in your fantasy championship. I have no doubt you will pull it off. All it takes is a number of miraculous receptions, clearly. I don't know a lot about fantasy football. I know a lot about the game of football. My roommate back in the day got drafted in the second round by the Patriots. So then, when Randy Moss was playing on the Patriots, I used to go down to Foxborough, and he lived in the rookie compound, and I think it was Pat Chung's rookie year too. So I would just go down there. I would just hang out. I don't know. It was kind of cool. That was kind of interesting. Definitely saw a side of the world. That was 2008, man. I saw a side of the world I didn't understand. I kind of understand it. Either way, that was me at 21. So if I was at 21 as a college kid, wasn't even 21 actually, 2009, bro, I was 19 or 20. I was just kind of hanging out with the Patriots. It was kind of interesting. I don't know. He was a cool guy. Rest in peace. He passed away. I think he played for the Pats. Then he went over to Oakland when they were the Raiders, and then he went to the Redskins. Then he blew his knee out. He was interesting. I think we met Waka Flocka Flame one time. He was friends with Waka Flocka Flame. I don't remember exactly the context. All I remember is listening to Wale a lot back then. It's a really good album. And then for some reason he knew Waka Flocka Flame, or Waka Flocka Flame knew him, and Waka knew Wale, and I think I ended up at a Wale concert. I don't know. It was an interesting time in my life. My point is, I've just had a very interesting life, I suppose, and that was me at 20. So anyway, that's what I think about when I think about fantasy football. My days hanging out with the Patriots. All right, let's continue. All right, so are we at sidebar or are we in open court? I need to be seen at sidebar, but I need to be seen about an issue from yesterday, so you'd like to be heard. What's it about? The alleged harassment. This was the harassment evidence that came in. Specifically moving to strike that testimony, asking the court we get started to instruct the jury, disregard that evidence. We didn't even come close to opening the door, but we know at sidebar he did. I've spoken to every witness. That was the first time Ally McCabe spoke to the state police. None of their conversations had to do with harassment, strictly related to John O'Keefe. He stayed clear of harassment conversations. I opened no door, didn't even approach the door, and yet that evidence came in. It led to a moment, that Mr. Lally, I believe, had been waiting for it, which is for a witness to break down on the stand and feel sorry for themselves, to gain sympathy before this jury. It was prejudicial. It's prejudicial. It is error, and we are asking the court to correct it. What do you say, Mr. Lally? Mr. Lally, Your Honor, counsel absolutely opened the door as far as questioning was concerned. It was not just the characterization of the questioning is just simply inaccurate. As far as the questions that were posed to the witness, mere geared towards why, only this witness only provided this after testifying at the other proceeding or being questioned about it in any environment, and that's the only reason that she had these messages. And why hadn't she turned these messages over earlier? And this is in direct response to the harassment that the witness and the entire family, as well as Mr. Albert, had as a result of actions by several different parties, including counsel. So for those reasons, it was really, I remember clearly the lines of inquiry that you initiated. I disagree with you in the strongest way possible. You made your record. Your motion is denied. Thank you, Your Honor. Slip in court. So, oh no, Joy. I do not like stale bread at all. I eat English muffins. They take a while to go stale, but it frustrates me. All right, so now what are we looking for? Okay, jurors are... Oh, this is the start of the cross by Alan Jackson of Colin Albert. Mr. Albert, who did you talk to in order to prepare for your testimony starting yesterday? Can you rephrase that question? Yes. Rephrase the question. You didn't understand my question? No. Who did you speak to in order to prepare for your testimony yesterday? My lawyer? Other than your lawyer, who did you speak to for your testimony yesterday? No one. You didn't speak to your parents? No. You didn't speak to your mom, your dad? No. At any time before yesterday about your testimony or your statements? No. Did you discuss with your parents their testimony? No. So after they got off the witness stand, your dad didn't come home and say, here's how my day went? No. Your mom didn't come home and say, here's how my day went? No. The Albert family just ignored the fact that both of them testified in a court of law before a jury about the events of 1/29/2022. Nothing was ever said? No. Did you talk to Mr. Lally at any point before yesterday in preparation for your testimony? Before yesterday, you said? Correct. Yes. Tell me when. I want to say about a month ago. What did you talk about? I got prepped for this. Tell me what that means. What does it mean to prep for this? What I'm going to be asked. Okay, remember my first question, very first question. I said, have you spoken to anybody in order to prepare for your testimony? And you said no. That was not your question, though. It was, who did you talk to in order to prepare for your testimony starting yesterday? Starting yesterday. He didn't ask him about a month ago. He was trying to trip him up. Two different questions. And then, see, this is really unfair to Colin here because Colin's nervous and Alan gets him to say, okay, so that's not true. And you spoke with Mr. Lally. Yeah, not between yesterday and today. And then he's like, so that's not true. And Colin's like, okay, it's not an okay, it's yes or no. Yes, but that's not the answer because Alan cheated him there. That was not the original question. All right, so we're looking for sidebars, though. Wait, did he call him Sergeant Tully? Why did he call him Sergeant Tully? It was Detective Lieutenant Tully. Did he get promoted at a certain point? Why is he calling him Sergeant Tully? Why is Alan calling him Sergeant Tully? He knows nothing about the media coverage. All right, we're looking for sidebars anyway. This is Colin Albert on cross during the first trial with Alan Jackson. So it's kind of interesting. Like, I don't think that's fair what Alan did to Colin there. Sidebar? Sidebar? Nope. Just intro. Oh, we have a sidebar, ladies and gentlemen. All right, our first Colin Albert sidebar. Here we go. Joy, that is very nice of you to feed your doggos. I'm sure they'll appreciate it. Maybe that's why the bread was stale. It was because the doggos were hungry and they needed a sandwich. All right. So, can you just take a look at this photo and tell me if you recognize it? Do you recognize it? Yes. Who's in the photo? Mr. Lally, objection. The court. The objection is sustained as to the content of the photo. Do you want to come to sidebar and explain this to me? Mr. Jackson, yes. The court. Would you mark that for identification, please? It was marked DD for identification. Sidebar conference about some photo that Alan wants to show Colin Jackson. This photograph, Mr. Jackson, this photograph establishes a close familial relationship between the Albert family, specifically this witness, and the Proctor family. The court. Okay, he testified to that just now. Mr. Jackson, I know he did, and I just want photographic evidence of it as well. The jurors are entitled to see it. I'm about to ask him a series of questions about being in a wedding, being part of the wedding party, the fact that's him, the fact that is Michael Proctor. The court. Okay, so Michael Proctor, because this is DD for identification, is what looks to be a young man on the left-hand side, far left of the photo. And Colin Albert, this witness, appears to be the child standing next to a bride. How many years ago is this? Mr. Jackson, I want to say it was 2011. Wow, Colin Albert's known Michael Proctor since 2011? The court. Okay, what is the Commonwealth's position on this? Mr. Lally, wait, wasn't Proctor just becoming a trooper in 2011? The court. Okay, what is the Commonwealth's position on this? Mr. Lally, the Commonwealth objects, as it is irrelevant and the time period is far too removed to have any relevancy whatsoever. Furthermore, any relationship between this witness and Julie Proctor, again, goes to bias. The court goes to what? Mr. Lally, it could be proper impeachment or bias questioning for the trooper. But again, impeachment bears to the witness on the stand pursuant to the case law. This witness is not an investigator. His bias has absolutely no relevancy whatsoever. There is no bias just because he knows a trooper. Mr. Jackson, I couldn't disagree in stronger terms. It is both of their biases. And the fact that the photograph was taken several years ago establishes a long-standing familial relationship between this witness and the investigator, who ultimately was the person in charge of and did, in fact, conduct the investigation. It is a level of comfort that they had with each other. The bias of Trooper Proctor showed the lack of investigation on Trooper Proctor's part of this particular witness. He's obviously a seminal witness. The prosecution called him to the stand. We didn't call him to the stand. The jurors are entitled to realize the depth and nature of the familiar relationship, and I think the photograph speaks for itself. The court. So the photograph are cumulative. Mr. Jackson, I'm sorry, the photographs, the court, cumulative. I mean, he said she's not allowing it in. I mean, he said not that close with the family, but close. And then he said more close when I was younger. So I understand you want this in. You need to establish a little bit more of why. I'm not letting it in now. I'm not inclined to let it in. Let's see if you can develop it a little bit more, which doesn't mean that you can describe the picture intentionally. Mr. Jackson, you're saying it's cumulative. If I can't use the photo and I can't describe the photo, how am I supposed to establish to the witness's satisfaction or the court's satisfaction that the witness has a deep familial relationship in the photo if I can't even describe it? The court, you can talk about it without, you are a skilled trial lawyer. You know how to get this in. Mr. Jackson, I know. The court, so I'll give it back to you, and we'll see where you go with it. It's not coming in right now. Mr. Jackson, may I give it back to the witness so I can ask him about it? The court, sure. All right, let me see if this ends up coming in. All right. All right, now they approach again about the wedding photograph. Well, patience is definitely a virtue when reading this document. I'm not exactly sure what you're all debating, but yes, patience is a virtue when reading this document. I have had to learn patience over the past, oh God, how long have we been doing this? 12 hours over 2 days? We're almost done, though. I say we're almost done, but you know there's going to be some crazy shit that happens when Jen McCabe takes a stand. Lily Lime, I'm so glad you were here. You have a great time doing your Christmas shopping. And absolutely, Patriots playing tonight at 8:20 against the Ravens. I won't be watching, but I hope they win. All right, so we're about to do a sidebar conference. This is about the photographs of Colin Albert in the wedding with Michael Proctor in 2011. Mr. Jackson, I don't understand how this is cumulative or not relevant. They are literally standing in the same wedding party. And when I ask if that is a wedding party, counsel is objecting and it's getting sustained. What more can I ask about the foundation of this photograph? The court, so I don't see why you need the photograph of a wedding that's 10 years ago. Mr. Jackson, because I'm choosing what evidence I want to present to a jury to establish bias. It's one thing for them to hear about it. It's another thing for them to see it. A picture is worth 1,000 words. This is basic Hornbook trial lawyering. The court, okay. I disagree with you on that. Tell me about your specific reason. Mr. Jackson, my specific reason is because that man on the left interviewed that young man, a new, now grown man, on the right. The court, and you just got that through the witness. Mr. Jackson, I realize that, but the visual of having them in the same wedding party at the same time is powerful information that jurors can weigh and balance in determining to assign credibility not only to this witness as to his description about the relationship with the Proctors, but ultimately with Michael Proctor and his relationship with the Alberts. The court, what do you say, Commonwealth? Mr. Lally, Your Honor, the fact that he is in this wedding party as someone 12 years ago when he's a child, again, the relationship to a family does not equate to a relationship to an individual. So the fact that he's in a wedding party as a ring bearer and the brother of the bride is also in the same wedding party 12 years ago has absolutely no relevance whatsoever to 10 years later. Any interaction they may or may not have had. And as far as the investigation is concerned, again, this is a trooper who, yes, he's involved in the investigation, but so are the court. Is it in evidence that he interviewed this witness, Mr. Jackson? Yes, he was asked by Mr. Lally yesterday. The court, fine. And you told me that you were going to go through the ease with which he feels with the investigator and then the investigator not going further. You didn't do any of that just now. Mr. Jackson, it's coming. I was going to publish. The court, it might help you get the photograph in. All right. She literally told him how to get the photograph in. How can you say you bias against the defense now? She's literally telegraphing to Jackson, like, Alan, Why are you not doing this? Oh my goodness. This is a comedy of errors at this point. It really is. I'm sorry. It's an absolute comedy of errors. It's just a ridiculous series of events. Okay. Just absolutely absurd. He wants his photograph in so bad and he just can't figure out how to do it. She's telling him, Alan, here is how you do it. And then he's like, oh, thanks, Judge. Oh, goodness gracious me. All right, so let's see if he gets this damn thing in. I just want to know if he gets the picture in. Let's see. So I think he's going to try to do it another way. Interesting. All right, so I think he's going to try to come back to the picture after he asks if he, like, the Proctor interview, like, ended quickly because Proctor was familiar with Colin Albert. SideBah! All right, so, and when it was done, he said, you're free to go. And Trooper Proctor was the one who was sort of leading the conversation, yes? And when it was done, he said, you're free to go. And he didn't take your phone. He didn't ask you to look at any text. No. He didn't look through your phone. No. He didn't take any screenshots or videos of your phone or the contents of your phone. No. He just let you walk out the door. Correct. Mr. Jackson, Your Honor, may I publish the photo? The court, why don't you come over here for just 1 second? May I have that, please? All right, now we're finally getting back to the photo. I told you he was going to go back to it later because he had to lay the foundation. The court. So, Mr. Jackson, are you telling me now, after this line of questioning, that this photo that I view as cumulative is essential to the bias of this witness because this witness is your third-party culprit or a third-party culprit witness of yours? Is that why you intend to introduce this exhibit? Mr. Jackson, no. I don't believe that we are forced at this point to put him in a category of a third-party culprit. Evidence is still coming in from the Commonwealth. That evidence is still being explored by the defense. This photograph is specifically to establish the bias and lack of investigation or lack of proper investigation by an investigator. This is evidence that the investigator never should have been interviewing this witness in the first place. It should have lasted far longer than 10 minutes. They should have done their due diligence. They did nothing. They never looked at phones. They never looked at text messages. They never looked at the phone. They never sought an extraction. This was a 10-minute conversation with someone a year and a half after the fact that they left pretty much alone for a year and a half, notwithstanding the fact that he was at the house for the interview at or around the time that John O'Keefe was injured, and the court seems to have an issue with establishing basic bias, and that's part of our defense. This entire investigation has been crippled by bias, personal relationships, favoritism, etc. This is absolutely some of the best evidence we have of that. It's not cumulative of anything. We haven't put any photographs in. It's not like this is the 10th photograph. One, and it's certainly not more prejudicial than probative. It's highly probative to the relationship and the interpersonal relationships that these witnesses have with this, especially this witness has with the Proctor family. The court, what is the Commonwealth's position? Mr. Lally, the Commonwealth's position is the same. It's not evidence of that. And as far as it bears on the investigation, that does not bear on this witness. He doesn't control what questions are asked or what things are asked of him. Furthermore, as far as anything to do with the third-party culprit, there is no evidence of third-party culprit because there is no evidence of a third-party culprit specifically as it relates to this witness or numerous witnesses who have already come and testified before this jury that he wasn't even there at the same time as Mr. O'Keefe was. The court. All right. So I asked you that, Mr. Jackson, because I think that might be a basis to let it in. But on that basis, it is strictly cumulative, and it's not coming in. Is there anything else you want to say? Mr. Jackson, if we develop a third-party culprit defense to our satisfaction, ultimately, that we are comfortable with, and ultimately the court is comfortable with, I think that should come in for that purpose. However, irrespective, the court, you can renew it. Mr. Jackson, I appreciate that. I appreciate the court leaving the door open, but I believe strongly that this goes to a Bowden defense as well, which is what we are really exploring at this point. It's a lack of investigative interest in this witness. Why? Because he's a kid that he's known his whole life. I mean, the court, I get all that. You got all that into evidence, which is why I contend that your own photograph is cumulative. But I will leave it open if you tie it in otherwise. And just so you know, it's DD, okay? Mr. Jackson, thank you. So they kept that one out as well. Wow. Wow. I mean,
I mean, I'm starting to have my questions. Cumulative? I don't know about that. He can't lay the foundation. Like, she's using the fact that he had to ask questions about it against him. He's like, she made him lay the foundation. He laid the foundation, and then she's like, yeah, it's cumulative. Wow. I'm a little baffled. Now I get why they were frustrated with Judge Cannoni. She gives the defense a lot of leeway, but when it came to like certain witnesses, she was very protective. Especially the witnesses that were younger. And I don't know if it's because they were younger or if it's just because they are them, but she was protective. I think that's the best way I can describe it. There's like a maternalistic undertone to a lot of these decisions. Specifically about like keeping some photographs out. Like, she really didn't want those photographs in. It's interesting to read. Like, very, very protective of them. Alright, let me get the screenshots. Hold on. Yeah, this is a very interesting sidebar for me to read. It tells me a lot. There's some undertones to all this. There really is. It makes me very uncomfortable, in fact. Very uncomfortable. Whew, goodness. I don't even know what to say about that. Well, now I have more questions. Judge Cannoni did not let in pictures of Caitlin Albert and Katie McLaughlin, and then she also did not allow in pictures of Michael Proctor and Colin Albert at a wedding. Seeing the SideBahs do not make me more comfortable with the decision. Yeah, I think they make me less comfortable, actually, not more comfortable. Oh, this kind of close reading, though, it gets to you. Then you realize we probably have, whether screened or read, I mean, we are talking a substantial amount of words. I don't even know how many words we've read today. It's a lot. Yesterday and today we've probably read, 3,300 pages. Like, I'd say we're in the millions. We're not reading them all out loud. I've probably read like 50 or 100,000 words over the past few days. Probably one of the longer documents we've ever read on these streams. We read a lot of documents here, but this has definitely been one of the longer ones. Worth it, though. Very interesting. Good exercise. You really learn a lot. It's a very all-encompassing, comprehensive document. You see every single part of the trial process. It's fascinating to do it. Live read-through. All right. Here we go. Let's go back to this. All right, so we come out of that sidebar. He can't get the picture in. That was of the wedding party. All right. Now they're talking in open court. It was Proctor and Colin Albert at a wedding. Neither that nor the Katie McLaughlin and Caitlin Albert picture was allowed in. All right, so this is Alan Jackson on cross of Colin Albert. Oh, very interesting indeed. So Caitlin Albert and Colin Albert both had pictures, one with Proctor, one with Katie McLaughlin, so both tied to investigators, and neither picture was allowed in.
All right, so now they mark stuff. Sidebar. All right, Mr. Lally, where are we for this sidebar? Mr. Lally showed you that photo, correct? You were showing a photo yesterday of you into February of 22 with your aunt. Do you remember that? He said he wanted you to pay special attention to your face and hands and asked you if there was anything unusual. And you said, no, there's nothing unusual about your face, hands, and fists, right? I want to draw your attention to February 26th, same month, less than a month after the incident. You're in a place called Fenway Johnny's with your buddies, weren't you? Correct. Mr. Jackson, Your Honor, I have 2 documents I'd like to mark for identification. Oh, I think this is the picture when he has bruises on his knuckle. Hello, Allie the Cat Tracks. I hope you had a good talk with your daughter. Sending special wishes to you and your family. You can all be towels. All right, so here we go. We are about to get this. These are the bruise calling knuckle photos, so we're getting a sidebar about that. Mr. Jackson, may I present these to the witness, Your Honor, the court? Yes, thank you. Mr. Lally, may we approach the court? Yes, let me see them again, the pictures. All right. Whereupon there was a sidebar conference. The court. So tell me, what you are planning on doing, Mr. Jackson? Start with FF. Mr. Jackson, FF is just an enlargement of EE, which is just that single photo. Okay, so EE, just for the record, appears to be 6 thumbnails with an additional 6 partials. Mr. Jackson, yesterday, Mr. Lally opened the door to this line of inquiry, presenting a photograph in February that he claims was in February of this particular witness. The court, yes, I was just trying to go back and find the date. What was the photo that's in evidence, like February 11th or something? Mr. Yannetti, that's what the testimony was. Mr. Jackson, which we dispute, but given the fact that he opened the door, he specifically asked the witness questions about his face, his hands, his extremities, etc., implying that this witness as having been in a fight. He wasn't in a fight. He's got no injuries suggestive of a fight, etc. This particular photo is manipulatable. That photo was taken by a family member. It was on their phones. It was on their own data. The court. So I just have to ask, though, because I missed it, where is there evidence that it was manipulated? Mr. Jackson, I think that the fact that it's manipulatable is the evidence that needs to be weighed and balanced. I don't have to prove that it was manipulated, but I can say that there is no evidence of that. But go ahead, I'll hear this. Mr. Jackson, so what I can prove is that on February 26th, that photo is not manipulatable because it doesn't belong to any of the parties. This was taken at an event logo. It is taken by an event staff member, so they had no access to dates, times, metadata, changing anything, etc. It shows very clearly that this witness appeared significantly injured, white knuckles indicating a fight, indicating some level of violence, indicating a physical altercation, etc. The court. What do you say, Mr. Lally? Mr. Lally, Your Honor, I don't know that there is any evidence that this came from a source or that it's not able to be manipulated. I don't know what that is on the EE that's on the side there, as far as whatever labeling is on there is complete and utter hearsay. I don't know what any relevancy any of the other photos have, but as it pertains to this event, it is irrelevant. There is no evidence that the first photo is manipulated. There is no evidence that the first photograph wasn't taken on February 11th. And if it was, then there is absolutely no relevancy to this. Mr. Jackson, Mr. Lally did not have to put that evidence in. He chose to open the door to this. He's put the relevance of this right before the court. He doesn't get to have his cake and eat it too, saying that there's no injuries and knowing full well that we might have a photo that shows significant injuries. The court, all right, you're telling me it's February 26th. And just so it's clear, EE is something from Facebook, from someone named Caitlin who posted it. That's not a Caitlin in this case, correct? Mr. Jackson, no. And it's a bunch of, the court, and it's a bunch of young adults posing and partying. What I'll let you do, because it appears that the injuries to Mr. Albert's knuckles on his right hand in FF are not recent, I will let you put in Colin Albert 34. It means he posted this himself. Mr. Jackson, I am assuming he did. The court, okay, so the Colin Albert 34 will come off because you don't know. You can show him I'm not letting EE in. Mr. Jackson, I would say I'll redact everything on EE. He has already established I don't need EE. He just established that he was there on the 26th. That's all I need. The court, right. So you can show him this and you can put this. I realize it's post February 11th. Mr. McDermott, could I have that photograph? What exhibit number is the photo? Mr. Lally, I think it's either 83 or 84. The court, 83 or 84? Mr. Lally, it's in the book. Miss McLaughlin is going to go get it. The court, okay, do you know if you can see his right hand in that? I think it's hanging down by his side and you can see it. Mr. Jackson, it's around the neck. Mr. Lally, you can still see it, yes. The court, but there was a separate one where he doesn't have his arm around somebody, and I think that's the right hand. Is that the right hand? Mr. Lally, I believe it is, yes, Your Honor. For the record, also with those exhibits, as the court has requested, we redacted the dates off of those. The court, yes, thank you. Also showing right knuckles in 82. In 83, you can see his right hand. All right, I'm going to give you that. It's giving you quite a bit of leeway, Mr. Jackson, so that has to be redacted if you intend to show it. So these have exhibit numbers on them. These are trial exhibits. We need these. Mr. Jackson, I'll ask my IT person to just show this portion without the court. Yes, I don't think you can separate that. Mr. Jackson, no, that's impossible. The court, the Johnnies, all right? So I'll give you EE in case you need it because he doesn't remember. Mr. Jackson, understood. Thank you. The court, you need to physically put it in evidence first. So we did get the call in hand photograph. Lally knew it was coming in no matter what. But Lally found out that they were going to use that. And so Lally got ahead of it. And then Jackson's forced to only be able to use it as grounds to get it in. Jackson was going to get that in no matter what. Fascinating sidebar colloquy, though. If you missed that, that was about Colin Albert's... the pictures of Colin Albert, in particular, like his bruised hands from February 26, 2022. Very, very interesting. I mean, it's just interesting to read how they talk about it. Like, Judge really had to, they spent, court time talking about Colin Albert's hands. I mean, that's kind of weird. You know what I'm saying? It's a very strange thing to read about. I'm sure if you're Colin Albert, you're like, why are these people talking about my hands? But at the same time, it's relevant evidence because Jackson did get to bring it in. But Jackson only got to bring it in because of how Lally opened the door. Now, Lally opened the door because he knew Jackson was going to bring it in no matter what. So it's not really a fault. Lally didn't make an unforced error. Lally preempted Jackson's strategy, and Jackson was pissed about it. All right, so now we're back in The Cross of Colin Albert by Alan Jackson. We have not got to the Jen McCabe section if you're just tuning in. Oh, wait a minute. Sidebar. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a sidebar. Okay, any other cuts or scrapes from the terrible fall on the asphalt? Mr. Lally, objection, Your Honor. I'll rephrase it. Mr. Jackson, any other cuts or scrapes or injuries from that fall? I don't remember. Just your right knuckles? Yeah, and you said you've never been in a fight before? No. Did you post a video where you threaten that you're going to, quote, Mr. Lally, objection, Your Honor. Mr. Jackson, if I could finish the question. The court, the objection is sustained. I'll see you at sidebar. Whereupon there was a sidebar. Oh, boy, this is going to be a fun sidebar. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness gracious. The court. All right, so this is one of the videos that people were kind enough to send me. There are two drunken videos with this kid. Is that right that you sent me? Oh, Judge Canoni. Mr. Jackson, I don't know if they are drunken or not, but two videos of this kid. The court. Okay. Mr. Jackson, one is just to define them. One is the Advantage Boys, I'll fuck you up, and one is the KO Bang Bang. Two separate videos. The court. Okay, neither one of them depicts fighting, right? Mr. Jackson, they both threaten fighting significantly. The court. What do you say, Mr. Lally? Mr. Lally, they are videos of a high school kid talking about a hockey team. There is no evidence that any fight ever occurred between himself and this group. There is no evidence that anything was ever actually followed up on. So it doesn't go to bias. It doesn't go to impeachment. It goes strictly to character, which is subject to the motion in limine, which the court allowed as far as reference to any of these witnesses. So I don't see any relevance whatsoever to it. It has nothing to do with John O'Keefe. It has nothing to do with anybody that has anything to do with this case. Online social media fodder is what it is. Mr. Jackson, that's not online social media fodder when he's threatening to, quote, beat your ass, pardon my French, to fuck you up. I'm going to F you up. I'm going to beat your ass. KO means knock out. Bang, bang. What? Okay, this is Alan Jackson talking to Judge Canoni. These are not the innocent musings of a child. These are a grown young man making violent threats towards other individuals, and he has just testified, I've never been in a fight in my life. The Commonwealth is doing their absolute best to sanitize this person's reputation. It is wrong. It is a fraud on the jury. The court, I disagree with all of that. But, Mr. Jackson, the court disagrees that the Commonwealth is trying to sanitize this young man as an Eddie Haskell who has never been in a fight. The court, hold on, and committing a fraud upon this jury. Mr. Jackson, no, I'm not saying that. The court, you did just say that. It's true. It is a fraud on the jury. He said that. Mr. Jackson, I'm not saying that he's committing the fraud. I'm saying the witness is committing the fraud on the jury. It's not a true and accurate representation of his... The court, so explain to me, we are going to need to play the video and have a voir dire. Mr. Jackson, I'm happy to. The court, all right, I thought it was 2 different videos. Mr. Jackson, they are. The court, which one are you planning to try and introduce? Mr. Jackson, I was going to do Advantage Boys first and then the Bang Bang second. I don't remember. The court, I don't remember. I watched these whenever you gave them to me. I just remember 2 drunken videos. Mr. Jackson, it's been a while. They are probably 10 seconds each. They're not long. Maybe one is 15 seconds. The court, so what I'd like to do is we will let the jury out. I'd like to see the videos again on the screen as the jury would see them. Mr. Jackson, sure. The court, and then I'll hear you. We'll see them. We'll have a voir dire of this witness. Then I'll hear your arguments. Then I'm going to go watch them again in my lobby. That's how I'd like to do it. Mr. Jackson, yes, Your Honor. The court, so it will be a long break for the jurors, and you will all get a very short break afterwards, okay? Mr. Jackson, understood. The court, all right, this is time. I'm going to send you off for a recess. So, Mr. Albert, you stay where you are. We're going to watch some videos, and I'll hear you. All right, okay. So they do a voir dire. Let's see how she rules on this. All right, how does she rule? I forget how she rules. All right, so, all right, if we can make the argument outside the presence of the witness. All right, so the witness steps out. Who asked for that, Mr. Jackson? He's not gone yet. Oh, I'm sorry. All right, they cannot hear in the back room, no problem. All right, very clear, or highly, highly relevant. All right, okay. Open the door. But the court, tell me how it is relevant to the issue. The court, it goes to both. Yeah, this was an open court, by the way. Lally argues. Mr. Jackson in response. Okay, so I made these 2 flash drives. All right, let's take a recess. So Judge goes and watches them. Now we have a sidebar after Judge watches the videos. I'm here for the fishing chat. Yes, fishing chat. You all coordinate fishing meetups. You all share those plentiful fish. Here we go. Whereupon there was a sidebar conference as follows. The court. So separate and apart from whether the Commonwealth opened the door, I really appreciate the opportunity to have been able to view these a couple of times. With the record before me, I'm going to let it in. The Commonwealth's objection is noted. Thank you. The court. Okay. So it didn't matter whether the Commonwealth opened the door. At the end of the day, she was letting them in. So, I don't know. Can't really. Judge Cannoni's going back and forth. She stopped the pictures of the Proctor and Colin Albert connection from coming in, and she stopped the Caitlin Albert and Katie McLaughlin pictures, but she let in the Colin Albert Instagram videos. All right, so those come in. And then he uses it to impeach Colin Albert. All right, the video is played. Okay. Mr. Lally objects. They're still asking questions about the video. Sidebar, ladies and gentlemen. All right, we are on page 3,352. We're getting a lot of sidebars, so this is taking... Oh, people are meeting up and planning fishing trips. This is the greatest day ever. And we haven't even got to the Jen McCabe cross. All right, my name's Grant Smith Ellis, by the way. Thank you so much for tuning in. If you're enjoying this content, I've been at this for almost 12 hours over 2 days. We're 900 pages to go. We're in the final stretch. Thank you for watching. Feel free to like the channel, subscribe. Go ahead if you want to do that. That is wonderful, and thank you for all of your support. Towel is working hard, and glad to have you with me for the ride. All right, and it was your right hand that was busted up, correct? So when you throw your hardest punch, that's with your right hand, isn't it? I'm not sure. I'd say they are equal. You're equally strong with both hands? I'd say so. So in your words, you could fuck somebody up with either hand, right? Mr. Lally, objection, Your Honor. The court, can you answer that? The witness, no, I'm not saying that. Mr. Jackson, that's all I have, Your Honor. The court, okay, Mr. Lally. Mr. Lally, thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, just before I begin, may we approach? The court, okay. Whereupon there was a sidebar conference as follows. Mr. Lally, I just wanted to clarify with the court, based on my understanding of the question, I believe the door has been opened as far as harassment with this witness as well, and I intend to go down that road. The court, okay, do you want to point to specifics? Oh, Lally was pissed about the Colin Albert cross from Jackson. The court, okay, do you want to point to the specifics? Mr. Lally, I think specifically what was asked as far as the timing, as far as you never talked about this case with family or friends for 2.5 years, and then you indicated no just more recently. And I think in order to explain sort of why that is, it is in reference to the harassment this witness has sustained. What do you say, the court? What do you say, Mr. Jackson? Mr. Jackson, with all due respect, that is a ridiculous argument for opening the door. Mr. Lally is desperate to get anything he can in about these witnesses being harassed. I did not come anywhere close to asking any questions, especially about yesterday. My questioning was tight and thoroughly, narrowly tailored to issues concerning this witness's credibility, and I questioned based on the door that opened of his violent tendencies. I didn't come anywhere near asking a question about whether or not he had been harassed, whether or not he had been contacted by the police based on harassment. I asked him, have you been, I have to be able to ask, we have to be able to ask, how many times have you spoken to the police about this case, this specific case, not harassment? And that's what I asked. The court, what do you intend to ask? I do have in my notes at the very beginning, I wrote down that I believe the door was open, Mr. Jackson. Frankly, I was surprised. It is in the beginning when you went through the whole litany of the preparation and just a couple of other things that I didn't get to write down. Quote, you've been thinking about this case. How long have you been thinking about this case? And he said, since people started writing about me on the internet, which was in response to the question as phrased. But tell me what you intend to get into, Mr. Lally. Mr. Lally, just following up on that, Your Honor, as far as the people writing about you on the internet, what was that? When was that? What did that entail? The court, all right, I'm going to give him some headway on that. Like I said, frankly, I was surprised. Mr. Jackson, we are getting to a point, Your Honor, where we can't ask anything. We're being hamstrung because Mr. Lally is going to come up with, I'll say, what color is the sky? And he's going to say, well, he said blue. He felt blue in years past because he's been harassed. It's such a square peg in a round hole. No, then what? What? No, that is not a good argument. We are getting to the point that we can't do, because Alan's like, okay, what if I ask the witness, what color is the sky? The witness says it was blue. Then Alan's like, Mr. Lally's going to come up here and be like, the witness said the sky was blue. He was clearly feeling blue. That was harassment. That's not what happened. Jackson said, have you been thinking a lot about this case, which you never ask an open-ended question on cross. It's always who, what, when. It's always yes or no on cross. Who, what, when, where, why, and how on direct. Yes or no on cross. Jackson said, have you been thinking about this case? It's an open question. Colin responded yes, because people were writing about me on the internet, and that opened the door. Jackson opened the door. That was a way bigger unforced error than Lally opening the door intentionally. That was a tactical choice on Colin's hand not being injured on the 11th of February. Wow. Jackson's pissed, too. We are getting to the point that we can't defend this case without fear that the court, you just have to be careful and skilled, counsel. Mr. Jackson, I think I am careful, and I think I am skilled. I didn't come anywhere close to opening the door, Your Honor. The court, unfortunately, I believe he did, so I'm going to give him a little leeway on this. Whereupon the sidebar conference concluded. Yeah, Lally got that one. Lally got that one. Big time. Yep. Oh, thank you, Allie the Cat Trucks. Thank you, and thanks, Ray, for being here, and thanks all of you in chat. I'm so glad you're so engaged. There's nothing that makes me more pleased, regardless of your views, than to see people engaged in good faith and discussing material like this. It makes me a very happy towel. All right? There's nothing I like quite so much. I love good discussion, good people, and respectful commentary, even if we disagree. All right, so there's that. I'm just screenshotting this sidebar because it is actually a big deal. Oh, boy. I know, see it. So you got to write this up for people, otherwise they won't exactly understand. I understand now. The reason why Adam Lally was able to bring in evidence of Colin Albert being harassed during the first Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial was, per a new SideBahs transcript, Alan Jackson was the result of Alan Jackson asking an open-ended question to Colin on cross. Judge Cannoni was surprised that Alan Jackson opened that door, and Alan, for his part, was very upset at Adam Lally for going tit for tat with AJ after AJ introduced videos of Colin and his Advantage Boys escapades. I think that's the best. His Advantage Boys escapades is probably the best way to describe those ridiculous series of videos, which Judge Cannoni, at a prior sidebar, kept calling the drunken videos of the kid. I mean, that was a very, very strange thing to read. I'll tell you that right now. I've read some things in my day, ladies and gentlemen. That was one of the weirder ones. Dear Lord. What are you, I mean, like, what? What exactly went on there? You know what I'm saying? Oh, goodness. The thing where Judge Cannoni was like, that she just kept saying the drunken videos of the kid. Like, I don't know if she was in a mood, if she thinks of him as a kid. Like, the way we use the word kid around here is not, like, it's not referring to a close family member. If you call someone a kid, it's more like KEHD. It's like referring to, like, a young person who is stupid. Not really stupid, but like someone who's your junior that's from Massachusetts and that is just kind of like flagrant in their like youth. That's probably the best way to describe it. Like KEHD. And it's getting transcribed as kid, but it's ked. Hold on one sec. All right. Let me. I have Towel Family here, and I have a little. There's a little Towel nephew running around. So let me go make him some dinner, and let me play a video for you. So that was just me summarizing the 30-year-olds are kids to me. That was just me. That was just me summarizing a very the interaction I found strange with Judge Cannoni. But let me put a video on for you. I need a little bit of a 30-minute break to get some food anyway. So I'll make him some food, and then I will get some food. So what clip do we want to watch? Maybe we can do, which one do I want to do here? Let me find one from the Ray and Lindsay interview with Towel. I thought that was pretty good. All right, hold on. You know, actually, we can just bring up Ray's YouTube channel. Why don't we just watch part of that clip? I'm going to put this on for like 30 minutes, and then we'll finish our last segment after dinner. Can you believe we've gone through 2 meals today, and we're not even at Jen McCabe's sidebars? This has been the longest day. So shout out Ray from Dallas, who is in the chat. Ray's awesome. Take a look at Ray's channel. Go ahead and subscribe. And Ray did a great interview with Lindsay and I the other day. So while I cook some dinner for little Towel nephew, who speaks Dutch, by the way, he speaks English too. And today, him and I had a conversation that was half in Dutch and half in English. I had no idea what he was saying for half of it, but I found him adorable. So anyway, I'm going to make him some dinner. I'm going to make some dinner for myself because we have gone through 2 meals, and you all can listen to the some of the interview that Lindsay and I did with Ray from Dallas. Now let me find out. Let's go to the Jen McCabe part because I think that will be interesting. And what's great about Ray is he has transcripts enabled. Not every channel has transcript enabled. Yes, I am Uncle Towel. I am an uncle. It is true. It is true. He is young. And he's like 3. I asked him the other day how old he was, and he said 3. And I was like, "Are you 14?" And he was like, "No, I'm 3." And I was like, "14's older than 3." And he was like, "Yeah." And I was like, I don't know, me talking to a child, I'm okay, like I can do it, but like I'm like, "You want to talk about the Westphalian Peace of 1648?" And they're like, "What?" And I'm like, "You want to talk about Immanuel Kant?" Like, I'm a towel. And then, what? So that part is kind of funny. All right. So let's look up the Jen McCabe part because I know at a certain point, like we actually do a Jen McCabe like discussion. So let me go to the part where Lindsay talks about Jen McCabe. Ah, yes, the Jen McCabe piece. All right. So we're gonna start here. You all take a listen to this. I'm gonna go make Towel Nephew food and use it as an excuse to eat myself. And look at that. There's Ray from Dallas's channel. Oh, that's way too zoomed in. Hold on. Definitely, I'll drop it myself if we have to. But give Ray from Dallas's channel a follow. Definitely a great interview. And thank you to Lindsay for her time as well, because I think as great as it was to talk to Ray, it wouldn't have been as great if Lindsay was not with us. So let's take a listen, and I'll be back with you after dinner for more and potentially the culmination of the whole day, Jen McCabe sidebar.
No, this is the most corruptive shit that I done heard in a while. And
Well, I think Grant has left out a major piece is the Jen McCabe piece. Jen McCabe controls a lot more than people realize. Okay.
Talk about it, Grant.
I am so glad that we 3 are able to have this conversation because I have laid out what I would call the Jen McCabe connection before. But, Ray, I sent you a tweet and I can just read it. And Lindsay, I would love to hear your opinion on this that was released today. I don't know what we're calling her, Ray. You have a lot of names for her. I think Meredith O'Neill is her formal government name.
Oh, I call her
But
Meredith
listen.
shit. Long neck, banana pale head. Hold up. Don't get me started on.
No, we want to get you
looking
started.
at to the left, the north, south, east, and west. She be like, "You hear me talking to you? You talking to me? You looking over?" I'm just
All right. Well, listen, Miss Meredith O'Neill did something tonight that I think was very strange. I called it working herself into a shoot. She was like Vince Russo at Bash on the Beach at 1996. She just went off script and flipped the table. This woman posts on social media an unredacted, impounded document from Aidan Kearney's discovery, being Meredith O'Neill, that had never been made public. Now we can circle back and talk about the implications of Meredith having done that because she definitely had no idea what was going on and just assumed things and decided to release it. However, so she never should have had access to it, first of all, and she never should have released it. Let's read what it says because the start is interesting. By the end, I think we're going to have some things to talk about. Miss Jen McCabe was concerned with being associated in any way with Mr. John O'Keefe's death. On January 30th, 2022, at 8:06, she Googled BPD and John O'Keefe. On February 1st, at 11:23, she Googled John O'Keefe. On February 23rd, at 10:54 a.m., in a text message to her daughter, she expressed concern about being mentioned in connection with the case. On February 2nd, 2022, at 11:37 a.m., Miss McCabe Googled Jennifer McCabe. Despite their concern with being mentioned in the growing media coverage, less than 72 hours after Mr. O'Keefe's death, Miss McCabe and Miss Roberts were joking with each other, referring to themselves as Detective Cagney and Lacey and Matt McCabe as Magnum PI. Miss Roberts even wondered who would play her in the movie. What movie? Telling Miss McCabe, pick pick your actress for the movie. I am Sandra Bullock. Don't even try to take her on.
Oh my God. Are you kidding? Hold up. Please read that for us again. I'm sorry, Grant. Are you kidding? I'm sorry. Can you please read that for us again, sir?
Sure, we can play it like it's the Jathan song on repeat. All right.
I will real quick, look. You're right, because I do need a little break real quick, and it's just going to be a little minute and 13 seconds. Shout out to the great Jimmy, my guy, rock with him, and you know I'm just Huckleberry. Hold up. We'll be back. We'll be back in a minute and 13 seconds, y'all.
A real struggle with the letter S. Everyone he meets will get the heebie-jeebies. Don't make him post your home address. In case you didn't know, he's friends with Mary. But every word's like, oh my God, I'm so glad that you brought that up. And since you mentioned it, let me just point out that we don't care. So much power from behind the screen, and every time it's like, thank you so much for bringing that to my attention. I got that means that I just mentioned that you just, we don't care. Go tell it to your best friend Mayor, cause he is Jason Broyle. You can call him Haley, very normal as you can see. Victim advocacy, he is Jason Broyle. You can call him Haley, and maybe he'll drool, and he'll drink all your pee.
Ew, that's so gross. Ew. Why would he drink pee? I'm sorry.
I love that shit so much. It's Jason Broyles. Hold on. I gotta hear that one more time. I'm sorry, y'all.
Play it again, please.
A real struggle with the letter S. Everyone he meets will get the heebie-jeebies. Don't make him post your home address. In case you didn't know, he's friends with Mary. But every word's like, oh my God, I'm so glad that you brought that up. And since you mentioned it, let me just point out that we don't care. So much power from behind the screen, and every time it's like, thank you so much for bringing that to my attention. I got that means that I just mentioned that you just, we don't care. Go tell it to your best friend Mayor, cause he is Jason Broyle. You can call him Haley, very normal as you can see. Victim advocacy, he is Jason Broyle. You can call him Haley, and maybe he'll drool, and he'll drink all your pee.
Man, hold up. And he'll drool, what they say? And he'll drink what? Let's look at this fucking pee drinker. Y'all see this piece of fucking shit? The drool in a pee hour. Fucking punk you. I'm
What
sorry.
are those eyebrows?
I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry. I had to know, fuck him. He a piece of shit. Obach a piece of
Yes,
shit.
he is.
They all pieces of shit. And I ain't scared of you bitches. And those skeletons in my motherfucking closet, bitch. What's poppin'? I'm sorry, the great Grant Smith Ellis. I apologize. It's on you, sir. Keep going.
Oh, sure. I'll read it one more time. I think we should talk about this because it interconnects so much. And I'm so glad Lindsay brought it up because as much as I have information in my brain without prompting, it will not come out. Like I have it there, but I need that prompt. And there's something about Jen McCabe. Fuck, there's something about Mary, bro. There's something about Jen McCabe, all right? And I'll read it again, and then we can talk about Jen McCabe because she's integral to this. Despite their concerns after being mentioned in the growing media coverage, less than 72 hours after Mr. O'Keefe's death, Miss McCabe and Miss Roberts were joking with each other. referring to themselves as Detective Cagney and Lacey and Matthew McCabe as Magnum PI. No pun intended. Miss Roberts even wondered who would play her in the movie, telling Miss McCabe, pick your actress for the movie. I am Sandra Bullock. Don't even try to take her.
Oh my freaking God. Are you telling me 72 hours you had skeletal looking ass Jen McCabe and Kate Roberts, Roseanne looking ass talking
Isn't
about
that
movie
cool? Like
scripts?
for Carrie, that was claiming to be like one of his, like you're talking about who's going to play you in a movie 3 days later?
And look, what I don't understand, the Roseanne looking bitch perjured herself on stage.
Well, there's something weird about this, right? And this kind of tipped me off to the fact that there was more to Jen McCabe than meets the surface. And maybe, I don't know, Lindsay had some shit to say about Chris Albert the other day. I want to talk about him too.
Mm-hmm.
But there was something, and by the way, Kate Peter spread a false rumor that Chris and Colin Albert sold drugs through Turtle Boy, I think as an attempt to use them as a distraction before Lindsay came around. And there's a video recording of Kate doing it. But at the same time, I think there's something. We were talking about Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts. Yep. There's something very odd about Jen McCabe immediately thinking about a movie, but more so than that, why they're referring to themselves as detectives. And jump forward to May of 2023. The FBI approaches Jen McCabe at her home, and this is on record. What does Jen McCabe do? She tells them a false name and then calls like 6 people connected to the DA's office.
She was her
in the
sister,
case.
Nicole, because I thought, you know how they come up ice cream trucks? Did she say something about the ice cream truck or something?
She said, yeah, and then she was like, eventually she was like, oh, I only misled them about my name because I didn't think they were real FBI agents. What? Bro, like they have a shield. You could just call, they have a badge. They're the FBI. So I don't believe that she did that for no reason. I think there's really something to be said about her motives.
Grant, this what bothered me, right? Me being here from Dallas, fucking Texas, every freaking day, watching that. When that part came up, like it kills me that she called Peggy O'Keefe, and that wasn't the big. I'm like, what did she call her for?
Yep. And Ray, by the way, I don't want to jump in, but if you need us to do a part 2, I mean, I can't speak for Lindsay, but if you want us to come back, if you feel like we've been going too long, just let us know. But I think we're happy to keep going.
Hey, listen, man, I'm like the Energizer Bunny. I keep going. And hey, Chad, listen, are you tired, Grant?
No, I'm excited.
I'm excited too. Now, everybody in the chat, if y'all want us to keep going, because y'all know how I'm coming, been coming, and gonna continue to come. I watch Grant streams and cook. He got that stamina too. Press 1 if y'all want us to keep going. I mean, hold up. Wait a minute. Let me see if y'all want us to keep going in it. Okay, they say 1. Let's go. Let's go.
All right.
I actually said 21, but 1.
Love it. But so where are we picking off with the picking up with the Jen McCabe part?
Y'all don't forget, please. Look, this is what I'm gonna do right here. I'm gonna play the beautiful Nurse Kim, Miss 13-second clips apiece. Y'all see that link at the top of the screen? That's Grant Smith Ellis, and this is no cap. This one of the smartest dudes I done talked to, no cap. I'm not gaslighting him or nothing, right? I'm gonna play the beautiful Nurse Kim 2 times, right? Or maybe 2 times. Y'all go subscribe to that real quick for me.
We've got Tiny Mary, Tiny Jesus, and as Ray from Dallas would say, Tiny Kimmy is here. Right? She's not so tiny. We're in a Thickum season, but we still appreciate it.
Hold on. I said I'm gonna play. You know what? Matter of fact, I love this song so much because, Grant, I want people to rock, bro. You is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. And I don't know if you know how I say truth, Grant, but that's TRUF. Roof. Listen, I want people to go subscribe to this dude real for real. I'm finna play this Jimmy song again. Y'all better go run like y'all the road runner beep beep and go subscribe.
A real struggle with the letter S. Everyone he meets will get the heebie-jeebies. Don't make him post your home address. In case you didn't know, he's friends with Mary. But every word's like, oh my God, I'm so glad that you brought that up, and since you mentioned it, let me just point out that we don't care. So much power from behind the screen, and every time it's like, thank you so much for bringing that to my attention. I got that means that I just mentioned that you just, we don't care. Go tell it to your best friend Mayor, cause he is Jason Broyle.
This is what tipped me off, that this woman, well, the voodoo doll thing, which Lindsay might have to talk about too, also tipped me off. I was like, oh my goodness, this woman is some like high occult priestess. Like, she is horrifying, because she approaches Lindsay and she's like, I mean, I won't tell this story. I think Lindsay's told it. Maybe she'll regale us
I
now.
told it the last time I was on, yeah.
But it's just incredible.
Some people didn't hear it though. Some people might didn't hear it who knew her. Tell it again.
Please tell it.
I mean, I don't know if I'll go as deep as Grant. I think it was just like a funny thing, but like it still shows a lot to, like, you know, she claims to be in fear and intimidated, and she walks me into, like, I'm at her home for the very first time, a person that she is just meeting. And the first thing that she wants to show off to me is her wicker basket full of voodoo dolls with Aiden and Karen's face amongst other people. I wish I could remember the other voodoo dolls, but those two vividly stood out in my mind. Like, I mean, and it was like, that was like, she was proud to show me that as the very first thing as I entered her home. This like $1 million home, $1 million+ home. I don't know how much it's worth, but like, beautiful house. And she walked me straight to the dining room to show me her wicker basket full of voodoo dolls. I mean, it was fun. Like, I guess you would find it funny in any other circumstance, but where she's claiming that she's, you know, like this man is facing felony charges, like whatever, how many years, 90+ years in jail, prison for intimidating, harassing, whatever it is. And you got voodoo dolls, and like you're claiming to. And there's some things I'm sitting on because I can't speak about them yet, because they have to go through the proper channels before I can speak about them. But the more things that come, like the voodoo dolls is just a little appy, all right? There's a little appetizer. Let's.
Yeah, and can you set the scene for us, though, taking you back to this party? Because I think a lot of people have seen the voodoo dolls, and it ties into your comment about Chris Albert, I think. What happened? Like, you show, like, Canton, I've been there a lot in the middle of town. I've gone to D&E. I've sat with Chris Albert and Colin Albert for 4 hours and talked to them. There's something under the surface of that town. So, Lindsay, you get a call or what? And they're like, hey, come over to Jen McCabe's house. We want to have like a voodoo ritual with you. Or what were you there for? And what was going on?
No, what are you talking about? No, that was just like a random day. I don't know. I think that day, I was only at Jen McCabe's house twice. I was at her sister's house once. Jen McCabe's house twice. One was like out in her pool area. I brought my kids. They were swimming in her pool and stuff. That was a weird day because Kate kept sending me like inside, like asking me to go find wine for her in Jen McCabe's kitchen. I'm like, what? Like, I might, like, I don't feel comfortable. Like, and it was clearly because like she wanted more wine, but she didn't want to be the one. So she wanted me to look like an alcoholic that's like going through the stranger's kitchen looking for, and I'm like, and so like I found somebody. I'm like, Kate wants more wine. Like, I'm not going to go searching. She's like, oh, just go. She doesn't care. Just look through her cabinets. Like, no. Like, I don't, like, I'm sorry. I was raised proper. You don't go, like, I don't even know this woman. I'm not going to go through her kitchen, rummaging through her cabinets looking for wine for you. No, sorry. But yeah, it's weird, right? So, but the first time, or wait, was that the first time or second time? I think that was the second time. The first time, or maybe it was 3 times I was there actually. Another time it was after one of Kate's court dates, actually the one that I showed up for her, like as support, and I didn't even know she was going to call me as a witness to go up. And this is like, I guess for the hearing where she drove past Lauren Murray and yelled like, fuck you. So first of all, Kate showed me a different video, which looked like she just drove by and she was stuck in traffic, and then it ended. So I was like, oh my God, I can't believe they're accusing you of yelling, like, go kill yourself or whatever. Like, I watched the video 20 times. I'm like, you never said that. Like, then just a few weeks ago, I finally saw the actual video, and clear as day, you can hear Kate yell, go kill yourself, right at Lauren Murray. So I'm like, what the fuck? This whole time, this bitch was lying to me, because I was with her at Tahiti and Dedham Square right before that. Now she tries to say like she just followed her GPS to go home to Attleboro, which would have brought you, like, Tahiti is right on Route 1. You would have just gone right on Route 1 and got off 95 to go to Attleboro. Like, instead you took a right through Dedham Square and head through all the lunchtime traffic to go by the courthouse when Aiden was having a major hearing where there was all this traffic. Hell no, you didn't. Your GPS did not bring you that way, you lying bitch. Like, she used me. She had me go, and she called me up to testify. I thought I was just going to be a support system sitting in the seats, like, waiting for her to be done. And then she tells the judge, oh, I have a witness here. And I'm like, looking around like, who's the witness? And she calls me up. I'm like, what the fuck? So yeah,
Wait, this was in West Roxbury District Court. She had you show up. You didn't know you were going to be a witness, and she just tried to call you to the stand?
Yeah. I had no idea. No idea. So yeah. So, and then the judge thankfully was like, well, you weren't there when she drove by the courthouse, right? I was like, nope. And she's like, okay, you can sit down. Like, she ended that real quick. Like, thank God. But like,
did Kate expose you to like some kind of cross by a lawyer by putting you up there?
Yeah, by Lauren Murray's lawyer that Ian had gotten her, allegedly. Yeah, and the lawyer tried to bring up this stuff with me and Aiden, and like, thank God the judge, like, I didn't have a lawyer on my behalf, so the judge shut that down. But like, that seemed kind of like set up ish by Kate, right? A little bit. I don't know. So anyways, after that court hearing, we go back to Jen McCabe's house. And that's, I think that's the day I saw the voodoo dolls. Yeah. Because I also hit my head on Jen's counter. Like, I went back, I don't know, long story. Anyways, but yeah, that's the day I saw the voodoo dolls. And no, it wasn't any sort of weird, like, oh, we're going to take out a Ouija board and talk to the spirits. It was just like, I was brought in and I was shown the voodoo dolls, and that was that. Still, like, weird nonetheless, right?
That shit weird to me. Like, why the fuck do this skeletal-looking motherfucker and Jennifer McCabe, who lied through her fucking chipped tooth and fixed tooth in 2 trials, right? Like, oh my God. Voodoo dolls? Are you kidding me? Hey, man, y'all gotta turn up that cash out. We lit on her tonight. Y'all ain't gonna put no respect on the cash out of him. How we coming?
You guys gotta hold on. You gotta bless Ray. I don't know if folks understand how hard it is to coordinate a stream, to do a stream, to be a congenial host. Help Ray out. Support the stream. That's how.
Great job interviewing, doesn't he, Grant? I think he really does. Like, I don't think people give him enough credit.
See, the thing about it is, I'm just here to protect the house at all times, right? That's the difference. They say, ask her for me, did she know Kate was going to be there on August 1st in Attleboro District Court at her hearing with Mary Bagwell?
Oh, so I don't know if I should comment on that yet, because apparently I'm a witness now in a case, which I had no idea about.
Okay, so she can't comment on that, y'all.
But I'll put it to I am not in that. Maybe I shouldn't. Despite what my feelings are on another individual, I will tell the truth when I am asked when I'm asked any questions under oath. I will tell the truth every time. No matter
I can't wait.
no matter
I'm
what
telling you,
anybody else
like,
has done to me in the past, I'm not gonna lie for anybody. Let's just put it that way.
I'm just ready for the vindication. That's what I'm
Yeah.
ready for. And what else you wanted to say?
Oh,
Grant,
was it?
I'm sorry, Grant.
Grant?
I had a question because there was one, and if you don't want to talk about Lindsay, I totally understand. But there was one more incident with Jen McCabe or her sister. There was like a party, and you've talked about it a little bit on Twitter. What was like going on that night? Why did they invite you to a party? It was at night, like they were like hanging out. Like, how much can you tell us about that party and what was that like? And were the voodoo dolls there?
Okay, no, the
Turning me
voodoo.
up now, y'all. They hold up real quick. Before we get to that, I got to turn up Carrie B and Mo Esk and Andrea Michelle. We're going to do it with the beautiful nurse Kim because, oh, Lord, yes, she is absolutely stunning.
We've got Tiny Mary, Tiny Jesus, and as Ray from Dallas would say, Tiny Kimmy is here. Right? She's not so tiny. We're in a Thickum season, but we still appreciate it.
Y'all so much for that. And you know, the only thing, you know, because, you know, they did something to my monetization for, you know, a few more, whatever, but I ain't tripping about that. That's why I be telling everybody to Cash App and Venmo if y'all can support. I apologize, Grant. You said that they was trying to get her to go to a party or something?
Well, yeah, and before Lindsay, I want you to talk about the party. But Ray, send me a message on Twitter. I did this boot camp and in that arena with YouTube, and we can talk. But Lindsay,
Okay.
the party, I'm very interested. Like, it was at night. Like, what happened? How did you get there, and why were they having a party?
So Miss Natalie, everybody I think knows about Miss Natalie, from California, the one who started all this, these conversations between Aiden and Karen and Jen Altman, the one who was granted immunity, the Miss Snoop Dogg, whatever you want to call her. So,
Who is Miss Snoop Dogg?
Natalie, it's Natalie Wee-Wiki Berkshire or Schneider. It's hard to say. I'm not kidding. That's her name. But all right, so the way to think of her...
Her name kind of matches her personality, right?
It's confounding. The way to... The way to think of her is... The way to think of her is...
I'm sorry, go ahead, sir.
No, it's all right. The Snoop Dogg is a good one. That's a new one. The way to think of her is Natalie the German, because otherwise it's just very complicated. So Natalie the German went to college.
The female Tupac. Yeah, that's right. The female Tupac.
The female Tupac. Okay. So Natalie went to
Poor
Bentley with
boomer.
Karen. Yep, they're in that age range. And Natalie...
No. I mean, Boomer the person. I'll get to that, but yeah.
Oh, I thought you were calling her a core boomer. And I was like, yeah, she kind of is a core boomer, but that's a little irrelevant to this. But anyway, so she goes to college.
Thoughts, or not even thoughts, like he can back up everything he says with factual evidence, like it's gross to me. He's been the only person that's been able to see through everything, and not just see it through, but like back it up, and for these people involved, we're dealing with really dirty people that are facing, the death penalty or life in prison. Like Matthew Farwell was facing the death penalty. He clearly is talking now because they took that off the table. And now, who knows who he's giving up. But his team of people was Tully was the supervisor of his team. Like the people involved, like John Fanning, they didn't flash his face, his big ass face across the screen on Dateline. Was it Dateline or 2020? They didn't flash his face across your TV screen for no reason. Okay. They flashed his face and they didn't make a comment. They just flashed his face. It was a little foreshadowing, if you will.
Them just sick individuals, like who will make. But man, they like Grant by her side, right? She needs somebody who gonna stand up for her, be able to break it down and know what's going on, and know that he gonna protect the house on her like I protect the house on this side. And y'all know how I'm coming. Ain't nobody gonna be able to come up to her and just give her no false information anymore, y'all. They're not gonna be able to do that because she got Grant now. And that is much respected, sir.
Oh, thank you, Ray. There's got to be some honor in this world, not just because Lindsay deserves it, but like I realize I cannot be there for everyone. I try really hard, but I'm like a one man. Okay, I'm just a person. I'm just some guy. Don't follow me. But like, if everybody was willing to act this way, even for one person in their life, think about how that would ripple outwards. We would overwhelm these fucking evil assholes very quickly. Just pick one or two people and do it. Just don't expect anything. Don't be a fucking selfish asshole. Don't have some ulterior motive. Like, just fucking do it. Live a life of service. If everyone does that, we will take over and win. But you have to live it. You can't say it. You have to live it. Even if you hate the person that you need to express compassion to or forgive, you have to live it. Words don't mean anything.
And that's real. And this is the thing right here. It's hard for me not to believe. I believe this, right? Because I know how corruptive the mother people is down there. I know how corruptive they are, right? So if anybody don't believe this, you are just
like, I have it there, but I need that prompt. And there's something about Jen McCabe. Fuck, there's something about Mary, bro. There's something about Jen McCabe, all right? And I'll read it again, then we can talk about Jen McCabe, because she's integral to this. Despite their concerns after being mentioned in the growing media coverage, less than 72 hours after Mr. O'Keefe's death, Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts were joking with each other, referring to themselves as Detective Cagney and Lacey, and Matthew McCabe as Magnum PI. No pun intended. Ms. Roberts even wondered who would play her in the movie, telling Ms. McCabe, pick your actress for the movie. I am Sandra Bullock. Don't even try to take her.
oh my freaking God. Are you telling me 72 hours you had skeletal looking ass Jen McCabe and Kate Roberts, Roseanne looking ass?
Isn't that cool? Like for Kerry that was claiming to be like one of his, like you're talking about who's going to play you in a movie 3 days later?
And look, what I don't understand, the Roseanne looking bitch perjured herself on stage.
Well, there's something weird about this, right? And this kind of tipped me off to the fact that there was more to Jen McCabe than meets the surface. And maybe, I don't know, Lindsay had some shit to say about Chris Albert the other day. I want to talk about him too. Mm-hmm. But there was something, and by the way, Kate Peter spread a false rumor that Chris and Colin Albert sold drugs through Turtle Boy, I think as an attempt to use them as a distraction before Lindsay came around. And there's a video recording of Kate doing it. But at the same time, I think there's something, we were talking about Jen McCabe and Kerry Roberts. Yep. There's something very odd about Jen McCabe immediately thinking about a movie, but more so than that, why they're referring to themselves as detectives. And jump forward to May of 2023. The FBI approaches Jen McCabe at her home, and this is on record. What does Jen McCabe do? She tells them a false name and then calls like 6 people connected to the DA's office. She was her sister,
Nicole, because I thought, you know how they come up ice cream trucks. Did she say something about the ice cream truck or something?
She said, yeah, and then she was like, eventually she was like, I only misled them about my name because I didn't think they were real FBI agents. What? Bro, like they have a shield. You could just call, they have a badge. They're the FBI. So I don't believe that she did that for no reason. I think there's really something to be said about her motives.
This what bothered me, right? Me being here from Dallas, fucking Texas, every freaking day watching that. When that part came up, like it kills me that she called Peggy O'Keefe, and that wasn't the big. I'm like, what did she call her for?
Yep. And Ray, by the way, I don't want to jump in, but if you need us to do a part 2, I mean, I can't speak for Lindsay, but if you want us to come back, if you feel like we've been going too long, just let us know. But I think we're happy to keep going.
Hey, listen, man, I'm like the Energizer Bunny. I keep going. Hey, Ted, listen, are you tired, Grant?
No, I'm excited.
I'm excited too. Now, everybody in the chat, if y'all want us to keep going, because y'all know how I'm coming, been coming, and gonna continue to come. I watch Grant streams, and he got that stamina too. Press 1 if y'all want us to keep going. I mean, hold up. Wait a minute. Let me see if y'all want us to keep going in it. Okay, they say 1. Let's go. Let's go.
All right.
I actually said 21, but 1.
Love it. But so where are we picking off with the picking up with the Jen McKay part?
Y'all don't forget, please. Look, this is what I'm gonna do right here. I'm gonna play the beautiful Nurse Kim. It's 13-second clips apiece. Y'all see that link at the top of the screen? That's Grant Smith Ellis, and this is no cap. This one of the smartest dudes I done talked to, no cap. I'm not gaslighting him or nothing, right? I'm gonna play the beautiful Nurse Kim 2 times, right? Or maybe 2 times. Y'all go subscribe to that real quick for me.
We've got Tiny Mary, Tiny Jesus, and as Ray from Dallas would say, Tiny Kimmy is here. Right? She's not so tiny. Right? It's Thick'em season, but we still appreciate it.
Hold on. I said I'm gonna play. You know what? Matter of fact, I love this song so much because, Grant, I want people to rock, bro. You is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. And I don't know if you know how I say truth, Grant, but that's TRUF. Truth. Listen, I want people to go subscribe to this dude for real. I'm finna play this Jimmy song again. Y'all better go run like the road runner, beep beep, and go subscribe.
A real struggle with the letter S. Everyone he meets will get the heebie-jeebies. Don't make him post your home address. In case you didn't know, he's friends with Mary, but every word's like, oh my God, I'm so glad that you brought that up, and since you mentioned it, let me just point out that we don't care. So much power from behind the screen, and every time it's like, thank you so much for bringing that to my attention. I got that means that I just mentioned that you just, we don't care. Go tell it to your best friend Mayor, cause he is Jason Broyle. You can call him Haley. Very normal.
All right, who liked hearing the Jason Broyle song like 5 times? I know Ray was in heaven, ladies and gentlemen. Allie the Cats was modding during the interview. Hey, I'm so glad you all got to listen. I'm sorry I jumped ahead. I was looking for the Jen McKay part, but I was also... There's a 3-year-old who speaks half Dutch and half English. We got into a very long debate about whether toy cars on the floor are considered a mess. He was insistent that they were not a mess, but he was being told by his mom, my sister, that they are a mess. I told him that they are not a mess in the traditional sense of the word, but they are items on the floor that could cause me to fall. He said he thought that was funny. I said me falling down is not funny. He thought that was hilarious, so then I fell down on the floor to make him laugh. In short, it was hilarious. All right. So you came back at just the right time, Melissa, because I didn't actually get to feed the child. His mother took over. However, the child and I were definitely having a very interesting conversation. He's been on this whole kick the whole day about these toy cars. I think it's adorable. However, he continues to put them on the floor. And I keep telling him, you can put the toy cars on the floor while you're playing with them, but if you put the toy cars on the floor while I'm walking around, I'm going to fall over. That makes him giggle, and then he puts the toy cars on the floor, then he gets yelled at, and then he blames me for it, saying, no, he wanted them on the floor, he wanted to fall on them. And I'm like, no, I did not. Where did you get this idea? Oh, goodness. He does make the house a little bit more jovial, though, in the holiday time. So I enjoyed that so much. But then I was like, all right, let me get back to it. And then he is very into this TV show, which I think is Bluey. And I know a little bit about Bluey, but I don't know a lot about Bluey. And he was trying to teach me about Bluey. And I was kind of understanding what he was saying about Bluey, but I don't really speak Australian, so I was a little bit baffled. And I've only watched Bluey like a little bit, you know what I'm saying? And so I had no idea what he was saying. He was trying to tell me about Bluey, but he was speaking a little bit in Dutch. I had no idea what was going on. Oh my goodness, is this Jen McCabe? No, yes. Wait, hold on. Who is it? No, this is Matt McCabe. All right, we're coming up on Jen McCabe. So, by the way, we're looking at SideBahs. It is adorable, but also dangerous. So are Legos. And I didn't say to him, it is dangerous. I pretty much said to him, like, listen, I don't mind if you do this. I would just really prefer not to fall. And I don't think he understood what I was getting at, because he just found it increasingly more funny. So I'll leave that to his mom. All right. How about that? All right. Now we're at Matt McCabe's testimony. We only have, by the grace of God, about 800 pages to go. So thank you for sticking with us through the intermission. When the Jen McCabe part comes up, I know that's what most people want to see. The sidebars from that, but I'm not even sure. Maybe they'll be explosive. I feel like there's something in there that's intense, but I'm not really sure. All right, the blacked out part is about John's niece and nephew here, in case you're wondering. Towel is continuing. No sidebars during the Matt McCabe direct so far. We're sidebar hunters. This has been quite a process, by the way. If you've been here over 2 days, this has been quite a process. And yes, a lot of people are wondering, are you manually scanning these pages? Yes. Because it's we found out the only way to actually do it, to understand the sidebars, is to read everything in context. We're not actually reading it all. Wait a minute. Sidebar. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a sidebar, page 3434. Ladies and gentlemen, I watched Blue's Clues. Kids make the holiday spirits. Yes, that's absolutely true. Okay. Matt McCabe is asked, what, if anything, do you recall sort of waking up to? I woke up to screams in my bedroom. Mr. Lally, Your Honor, may we approach just briefly? The court. Okay. Sidebar. Mr. Lally, I'm sorry. This is just selfishly on my own part. I was just looking at the time, and I don't know, I'm not going to finish with him, and this might be the easiest place for me to pick up tomorrow with this witness. I can keep going if the court wants. Mr. Giannetti, I'm completely fine with that. The court, I was trying to figure out whether you were going to start with 7 minutes. I didn't know if we had any more. Would you have started with 7 minutes left? Mr. Giannetti, no. The court, okay. Mr. Giannetti, yesterday I should have come to sidebar to say we should end early. Should we end early? It was yesterday or the day before. Anyway, no, I'm fine with that. The court, okay, I don't have a problem with it. Mr. Lally, okay. The court, any surprises tomorrow? I mean, evidentiary issues? I'm going to let the jury go. Mr. Giannetti, that's fine. The sidebar ended. There was a sidebar conference after the jury left. The court, hold on. We are back on the record. Mr. Giannetti, I just mentioned to Mr. Lally, he's been kind enough to give us advance notice of the witnesses that he has lined up for the next day. And tomorrow after Matt McCabe, we've got Jen McCabe, Kerry Roberts, and then 2 witnesses that I think are going to be fairly brief. So I just wanted to make sure there's nobody else after that, just so that we have binders and binders and binders of information. The court, I understand. This is how I always tried cases, and this is how the Norfolk County DA's office. What do you expect to have tomorrow, Mr. Lally? The court, I anticipate we can finish up with Mr. McCabe, then Jen McCabe will be after that, Kerry Roberts will be after, and then Laura Sullivan and Marietta Sullivan. The court, okay. Mr. Lally, but my expectation just on sort of how cross-examination lengthwise has gone, the court, and direct, Mr. Lally, and direct, but I imagine I'd be surprised if we get to or even get through Miss Roberts. The court, I hope we do. The repetitive nature of the setup and where people were sitting is just, stop that. Mr. Lally, I was only doing it with reference to this witness, Your Honor, because I think it's germane as to when he's looking out and where he's going and looking out. The court, which is fine, but that was toward the end of your direct, the beginning of the direct. I think if you asked a question on who was there for the night, I think the jury has an answer at that point. So just try and cut it down now. Mr. Lally, absolutely, the court. Okay, so we are all set for tomorrow. Mr. Jackson, just for the prep purposes, do you have any idea? The court, you need to come closer. Mr. Jackson, just for prep purposes, because I'd like to use the afternoon wisely, do you have any idea who you might have on Tuesday? The court, I would love to know too, but I'm not asking Mr. Lally that. If he wants to tell you, that's fine. Mr. Jackson, okay, we can talk about it. Mr. Lally, that's fine, thank you. The court, all right, we'll see you tomorrow. Let me get my water. I have returned. I have a water. Definitely need a water for this adventure. Dennis Sweeney. Hey, Dennis. Great to see you. It's an honor to have you with us, my dear friend. Thank you so much for stopping by. You get a towel wrench. I am so glad. Grant, they had a question. I tried my best to give the info. Oh, who had a question? I'm sorry if I missed it. Let me see who asked. Oh, I don't really know. I think I don't know about Melanie Little. She's definitely a smart lawyer. But yeah, definitely a question for Lindsay. I know people have been listening to her on Ray's show. You know, Lindsay has a Twitter at Lindsay Gattani. Definitely someone worth following. All right, so we are coming up. I have my water bottle, and we're coming up on the Jen McCabe examination. We did it. We did it. We're almost done. Oh, my word. I think we're the only people who can say we've done this. I think probably Mabry v. Madison has done it. I would say Dee Dee and Kyle Sharkey have done it. But I think, like, we're definitely the only stream that has done it. Because this is a commitment. I didn't realize what I was getting myself into. You realize I saw the length 4,252 pages. And I was like, oh, I read 50-page motions all the time. What does it matter if I do 4,252 pages? My brain probably should have been like, Grant, that is 4,252 pages. I'm not sure you want to do this. And I was like, I'm a little towel. I've gone through worse in my life. No, Grant, no, you have not. This is horrifying in length. And this is only partial transcripts. We're going to have to do this at least 3 more times over the next few months. I already know. Which is fine. I like doing this with you all. This has been a great experience. We did it. We're at the next day. All right. I know, right, Gabrielle? This has been a day. Like, we're not quite done, but we're definitely at, like, the culmination of this set of transcripts, the last 700 pages. And you can tell, like, I've been doing this for a while, so my voice is able to do this over a prolonged period of time. But I'll definitely take a break after this, after these 2 days. It's a hell of an adventure. But yeah, we're in the home stretch. And definitely no other channels can say they're even close to the home stretch. People can say they've read through this all, which I believe. But even that number, I believe it is a very small number of people. Outside the lawyers on the case. I believe that number is very small. And that's being generous. The people who have actually done it on a stream, 0. I know all the streams. You couldn't have done this. You would have had to start Friday. It's only Sunday. You would have had to have been going this whole time. That's the only way you could possibly have done this quicker. Now, some people I know have been summarizing it, like reading it, like doing partial reads, but no, you want to get the full weight of this thing, you got to do it all at once. It's a hefty document when you actually compile it and do it. It is a hefty document. It rewards the effort, though. It definitely rewards the effort. It makes you realize that studying the nuance of a trial after the fact also bears fruit. And now we are heading into, what is this? This is different. Is this a new court reporter? This is very different than the last transcript, isn't it? I think it is. Yeah, it's different. The text is different. I think it's different. Maybe it's the same. It just it just feels a little different. My eyes were used to whatever that other one was. Maybe this is the same. No, this is definitely different. It's the same transcript, like it's the same trial, but the way it's formatted is different. My eyes are not used to this. Hold on. Sidebar. Oh, yeah. No, this is a new court reporter, because before it didn't say sidebar commenced. It said whereupon a sidebar commences. Oh, goodness. I don't like change. All right, so this is still the... I think this is the cross of Matt McCabe. It seems to be the cross of Matt McCabe. All right, so they asked to see at sidebar, and it's a question about whether Karen appeared intoxicated. Mr. Lally. Your Honor, my objection is not to whether or not he said this before or didn't say this before. My objection is to the terminology. And I'm not being sure I have as much of an issue with intoxicated, but there have been numerous other witnesses who have been asked whether or not they felt that Ms. Reed specifically was under the influence. I do have a severe issue with that, as I think that is a legal standard. So if counsel wants to ask, did she seem drunk, or she was, as she's done as far as slurring of words, or, having difficulty standing, things like that, I think those are indiscernible. But those are blank. It wasn't recorded. But I think anything approaching what the jury is ultimately supposed to conclude is, the court, what's the question that was asked? Mr. Yannetti, I asked the court, no, not you, the grand jury. Oh, I'm sorry. If you used intoxicated, he can certainly use intoxicated in the question. Mr. Yannetti, question, did either of them on this particular evening seem sort of openly intoxicated to you? Answer, no. The court, okay, yeah, this overly intoxicated term has been baffling me, frankly, throughout, but you can use what he said in the transcript, okay? Mr. Lally, understood. Mr. Yannetti, may I proceed? The court, yes. End of sidebar. So these sidebars are very hard to catch. Okay, no cheating on this at all. They are nestled in there. You only get one line telling you that it's a sidebar. And the text of this, I hate this. I hate this so much. I hate this so much. Why is it like this? It's just annoying. You have to go so slow because of how it's written. And just the sidebar offsets suck. Sidebar, see what I mean? Like, come on. That's so annoying. I was going so fast before. All right, let me rephrase. At some point, was there a big dark SUV parked in front of the house? Or I physically didn't see it move, so I need to rephrase. I can't say more. What I'm concentrating on now, sir, not what your memory is today or what you testified to the jury today. I'm concentrating on what you told Michael Proctor that very day on January 29th of 2022, okay? And you initially told him that it was parked to the right of the house, the big dark SUV, and that you made those observations from the front door, and then you stated you looked out the front window. Mr. Lally, objection, Your Honor. Question, and observed the same big dark SUV had moved to the other side of the property, correct? The court, the objection is sustained. You have to break that down, and I thought we had moved on from this, Mr. Yannetti. Mr. Yannetti, no, we haven't gotten to the second part of the court, so bring the document, and I'll see you at sidebar. Sidebar commences, the court. So he's answered your question. It's not the answer that you want. You have to give the indiscernible at this point, and asking compound questions doesn't get you any closer. Mr. Yannetti, I understand. The court, so let me just read the portion, all right? He's testified he doesn't know indiscernible. That isn't clear enough to me through this witness that this was the initial observation. Oh, this is terrible. This court reporter wasn't as good. Mr. Yannetti, Your Honor, just for the record, the court, we can mark it. Mr. Yannetti, we can mark that one. The court, we're not marking that. Can you mark that, please? The court reporter, double I for identification, Your Honor. Marked for identification. The court, thank you. Mr. Yannetti, so it's double I for identification. Says that he saw it on the right, and then he looked out the front window and saw that it had moved to the other side of the property, so it's clear that he saw it first. And second, according to what he told Proctor, he won't admit to that now, but I don't have that yet before the jury. I haven't been able to ask him about the indiscernible when it moved. The court, you did, and he just answered it. You asked it in a compound way. What do you say, Mr. Lally? Mr. Lally, Your Honor, what I would say is showing the witness what the trooper wrote in his report. It's not a transcript of what this witness said. So if this witness can agree or disagree with what Trooper Proctor wrote in his report, but I don't think that, Mr. Yannetti, I can ask him, do you disagree with what is written in this report? The court, he already said he disagrees with that. Mr. Typo, he disagrees, not disagree with that. Mr. Yannetti, I don't believe he answered the question about moving to the other side of the property because it was a compound question. The court, I'm going to give you a little warning, one little warning fact by question and question, and you're going to live with the answer. If you can't get it through him, you can get it through indiscernible. Mr. Yannetti, understand. The court, I'll give this back. End of sidebar. Sorry. One last question, Mr. Yannetti. All right. All right, so they're still going. Still going. I hate this transcript with every bone in my body. I just hate it. I 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 hate it. Okay, SideBah. No, exhibit. Exhibit marked. Exhibit marked. All right. Still going on the cross of Matt McCabe from Yannetti. Still on the cross of Matthew McCabe from Yannetti. Show it to him. Witness. No SideBah. We're SideBah hunters, but this is hard. SideBah! Ladies and gentlemen, we have a Matt McCabe SideBah, page 3609. Oh, my word. This has been a day. We're not even at the Jen McCabe part yet. All right. Okay, so you mean the family next door to the Alberts were of Asian origin? Yes. They were the next door neighbors to your brother-in-law and sister-in-law. Correct. If you come out of Fairview, they lived to the right of the Alberts. And did you know their last name was the Chungs? I had no idea. I've never met them. I don't know their last names. I just knew that it was generally a family of Asian origin next door, or an Asian family next door. You didn't feel the need to ask their names or try to call them by their names. I had never met them. It seems like this man had only seen them. Mr. Lally, objection. The court. The objection is sustained. You know what, Mr. Yannetti, let's come to SideBah. SideBah commences. The court. I just want to know where you're going with this. It just sounds like you're trying to show bad character on this person's part. Mr. Yannetti, so he says this in a group text to Brian Albert, who never corrects him, and he never tells him, no, that's the Chungs. It's not the Asian house, and it shows, Brian Albert's state of mind as this text message is going. The court. For what purpose? Mr. Yannetti, well, they're monitoring what's going on in the neighborhood. The witness is watching what they're doing and reporting back to Brian Albert. The court, that's not a proper way of going at this and then using the Chungs indiscernible. That's what I'm asking you. Probably race. Mr. Yannetti, I'm done with that. I won't pursue that any further. The court, yeah. End of SideBah. That's awkward. That is awkward. Like, the judge really did not like the use of that text message there. All right. So the question was allowed without reference to the Asian house owners, which, I mean, if you don't know somebody and you see that they appear to be of Asian origin, if you're not using a slur, you're just describing them. I mean, I'm not really sure what Yannetti was trying to prove there. All right. So let's see. So what happened? Oh, this is when Matt McCabe drove back to the scene. You tell me I went back. I think I did. I said I was going to try to take a picture. Right, that's my point. Just having seen the troopers back out there at that house, in your mind, you still weren't done, correct? I was going to take a picture to show them, oh, the troopers are outside your house. Right, in answer to my question, you weren't done at the scene. Answer, I think I was, because I don't know if I took a picture. I think I went through. I mentioned I was going to try to take a picture. I don't know if I took a picture or not. Question, you didn't intend to be done at that point, correct? Answer, I didn't intend to be done. Question, right, because you wanted to take a picture. Answer, I was going to take a picture to show them that the troopers were outside. Question, right, you wanted to continue to monitor what was going on, did you not? Answer, I was not monitoring what was going on. I just happened to drive by at that moment. Mr. Yannetti, may we be seen at SideBah? SideBah. Mr. Yannetti, Your Honor, I have the entire unredacted exhibit that includes the entire conversation that I would like to mark for identification only. I will ask as the examination goes on. I'd be seeking to introduce selected portions of the text exchange which have been redacted and don't show any complete phone numbers and don't show any of the objectionable markings, including that one. But I'd like this marked for ID at this time if I could. The court, Madam Court Reporter, could you mark this for ID? JJ for ID. Mr. Yannetti, I think I have 10 or 15 minutes. I don't know if the court has to. The court. So we'll take, I think the jury needs a break. We'll take a recess. Sounds good. End of SideBah. I need my other lighter. All right, we're back. Witness present. All right, Mr. McCabe back on cross from Mr. Yannetti. Sidebar, and this is something about the jury needing a flashlight to read. Something about a group text. Okay. Sidebar. All right. The court. All right. Mr. Yannetti. So my next move would be to display it. The court. All right. So you're objecting to this content coming in. This can't go to the jurors. I mean, you can't read it. But are you objecting to the content if we get it lightened or something? Mr. Yannetti, are you saying because it's not legible? The court. Right. That's what I said. I can't admit an exhibit that the jurors need a flashlight to read it. Mr. Jackson, we just, as a matter of protocol, the reason that it's so awful is because there's like 3... The court, right. Mr. Yannetti, because we had to redact it. Mr. Jackson, however, I will say if it's any assistance to the court and possibly to the jurors, the unredacted version can be shown on the TV is very legible. These are awful. Mr. Yannetti, the unredacted version has the phone numbers visible. Mr. Jackson, I said the electronic. Mr. Yannetti, I don't need to argue with you. Oh, okay. Mr. Jackson, indiscernible. Paper copy is awful. Wait, Mr. Yannetti and Mr. Jackson were arguing with each other? Yes, Jesse, I did buy a new lighter. I forgot it in the other room. The court. What's the Commonwealth's position? If this were legible, would there be an objection to it? Mr. Lally, I have some concerns about hearsay from other people's statements, indiscernible. The court, I have concerns about statements with his wife. Is it all a group chat? Mr. Yannetti, yes. But I'm not introducing the statements between him and his wife. And again, yeah, it's all a group chat. There are other people on the group chat. It's not just a husband-wife communication, because that would be privileged. The court, what do you want to put up on the screen? And we can deal with it. So, is there an objection or not? Mr. Lally, yes. The court, what do you want to put up on the screen? It's just what he said already? Mr. Yannetti, yes. The court, all right, so that's already in evidence. Just what he said you can display. Mr. Yannetti, and I point out what was said to him. The court, so just what's already in evidence? Mr. Yannetti, whatever is already in evidence with regard to this exchange, yes. The court, I'll let you put those up on the screen. Mr. Yannetti, okay. The court, they've heard it. They'll see it on the screen, so it's in evidence. This is just useless, frankly. Mr. Yannetti, it's not prejudicial, though. I'm an old guy, and if I put on reading glasses, I can read it. That's kind of adorable. The court, so that's a concern I have. Mr. Yannetti, I understand. The court, let's go ahead and just put up your objection is preserved. I'm going to think about depending on Mr. Yannetti. Another way to do this, the court, I haven't read them, and there's an objection. I need to read it. Mr. Yannetti, I understand. If we're not going to introduce the specific text, we can agree upon a transcript we can prepare to send to them so they can read it by the way of stipulation. The court, or something, but I will let you display only what's already in evidence. Mr. Yannetti, understood. The court, there's an objection to this, so I'm not letting KK in yet. It's here. We can tie up the loose ends later. Mr. Yannetti, sounds good. End of sidebar. All right, that's very complex legal stuff about evidentiary admissibility and like how a redacted exhibit should be marked. I see a sidebar. Hold on. All right, where's the sidebar? I'd like you to just go over two more areas of these group chats. You would agree with me that the latter part, that same day on February 4th, the four of you, your wife, Brian Albert, and Nicole Albert, discussed in that group chat the fact that Michael Proctor was talking to Kerry Roberts over the phone, correct? Objection, Your Honor, sustained. At 3:01 and 48 seconds, you commented on the interview of Michael Proctor with Kerry Roberts, did you not? Objection, sustained. May we be seen? Oh, this could be interesting. Sidebar, the court. All right, Mr. Lally, what's the objection? Mr. Lally, first and foremost, I have no idea what he's talking about because I haven't been shown what he's looking at. Mr. Yannetti, well, he's not looking at anything yet, and Mr. Lally has this information because it was provided to both sides. This has got to be the federal material. At 3:01 and 48 seconds on February 1st, this witness said that it's very weird that she's been barely interviewed. The whole dead comment was just told. The court, the whole what? Mr. Yannetti, the whole dead was just told. I was supposed to have them talk last night, and I forgot to tell Proctor to call her. So this is not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted. It's not hearsay, therefore. The court, so tell Mr. Lally where you found it. Mr. Yannetti, it's on page 02160, and I'm going to be doing 3 pages 0. The court, Mr. Yannetti, you told me 10 minutes. That was 15 minutes ago. I know we took some time at sidebar, but Mr. Yannetti, right, well, I just have 2 more areas. The court, instead of telling me you have 2 more areas, just ask the questions. Mr. Yannetti, fine. And then after that, it says to alert counsel 2160 from 2162 and then 2148 to 2149. The court, do you have them in front of you? Because you got your notes there. Mr. Yannetti, I do. The court, can you give those to Mr. Lally? Mr. Yannetti, yes. The court, So you can see what he's doing. Sort of an aside. Please don't have your assistant who's doing the screen highlight the proposed answers. He can highlight what you're talking about, but he shouldn't highlight the answers. Mr. Yannetti, I'll tell him. Thank you. It's 48 and 49, and then that's it. The court, is there an objection? Mr. Lally, same objection, Your Honor. The court, which is, Mr. Lally, hearsay. The court, are they his messages? Mr. Yannetti, they are. The court, regarding what's the purpose of them if it's not hearsay? What's the purpose of them? Mr. Yannetti, it's to prove they are getting their story straight, that he is monitoring what the troopers are asking Kerry Roberts, that they're trying to maintain control of the narrative here. It goes to his state of mind, Brian Albert's state of mind, Jen McCabe's state of mind. It goes to all those states of mind. I'm offering it for the truth because I'm not saying that it's very weird that she has indiscernible. That's the truth. The court, all right, so I'll let you do this, but you have to do it in a more succinct, you're losing the jurors, Mr. Yannetti. Mr. Yannetti, I'm trying. I'm just not getting cooperation from the witness. So the court, shocking, right? It's cross-examination. Mr. Yannetti, I understand. The court, let's move it along, okay? All right, that's a big deal because he's reading from the federal material right there. That's explosive. Explosive. So let's take a look at this. This is the second page. These transcripts suck, by the way. I hate these transcripts. I'm not saying the court reporter's bad. I just don't like how it's formatted. It's very frustrating, like exceptionally frustrating. All right, so he says. He just starts reading from it. That's the wild part. You know, he just reads from what looks like federal material. All right. Let me just see where they actually talk about it. Was it right here? Yeah, it was right here. What the fuck does the whole dead comment was just told? Hi, Polly D. It's great to see you. I hope you're having a great day over there in Ireland. Towel is a big fan of Ireland. God bless Ireland. Towel loves Ireland very much. Shout out to all the Irish towels. All right. I need to write this up because we're also going to watch a little clip from Kerry Roberts' interview last night that in light of this sidebar, okay. So let me find this Kerry Roberts clip. I'm just going to repost the Kerry Roberts clip with this because I think that's the best way to do it. And we're not even at the Jen McCabe sidebar. We're still at the Matt McCabe sidebar. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. Which one did Kyle post? All right. So hold on. I just want the video of them. Oh, yeah. All right, so let's do this one. Actually, let's see. Maybe we'll do this one. All right, how to best describe this? Hold on here. There's a text from the federal materials. Who's it involve again? I don't even know how to deal with this because this is a weird text, and I'm just going to quote it. There's a text from the federal materials revealed in a Karen Reed and John O'Keefe sidebar where Matt McCabe said about Kerry Roberts the following. And I want to read this quote. Am I getting this right? And it was on February 1st. Where Matt McCabe said on 2/1/22 the following. What's the sentence? That it's very weird that she's been barely interviewed. The whole dead comment was told. We're Matt McCabe and Jen McCabe somehow coordinating the investigation of Karen Reed. I'm really starting to wonder that, okay? I am really, really starting to wonder that based on what we heard last night and what we just heard here. And I'm going to play it for you, the video, because I think Aiden commented on it. So if you're a big fan of Ray from Dallas or his channel, you'll probably enjoy that. We'll watch a little bit of Aiden's commentary on some of the, what was it? The Kerry Roberts appearance last night. Very ill-advised, in my opinion. I don't know why she would do this. She went on some show, I want to say it's affiliated with Kate Peter or somehow associated with Kate Peter. And it's these people. It's like Tuesday Gazette and like Kerry Lama talking to Kerry Roberts. And it was originally supposed to be the day before or something, but I think they moved it because Karen and Aiden had a fundraiser like on that Friday. So my point is, what I want to show you is this video. All right, let's take a look at this video. Oh yes, we got the Irish love. Shout out to Hank, says Christina. Paulie D says, having a great day here. Thank you, towel. And Ireland loves towel too. Ireland loves to towel too. Love it. I love the alliteration. All right, so let's take a look at this post from Law Girls by Attorneys. They put together, they clipped Aiden talking about Kerry Roberts. So let's take a look. All right, let me bring this over here. All right, let's listen.
That Mrs. O'Keefe told us to do. She literally said, like, to me, you guys need to write this down because if this, you're not going to remember this if this is ever a trial or a thing or whatever. She's a cop's mom. Like, she was like, you need to write it down. So we did.
She's a cop.
And Jen had said to me, do you remember when she asked me to Google? And I was like, no, because I didn't, but I knew it happened.
Right.
Wait.
Smart thing to do.
Whoa.
Well,
Time out. What did she just say? I got her. Whoa.
Right. The
I'll advise anybody in because I did for a trial or a thing or whatever. She's a cop's mom. Like she was like, you need to write it down. So we did. And Jen had said to me, do you remember when she asked me to Google? And I was like, no.
Jen said to me, do you remember when you asked me?
No, he misheard that. What she said was, Jen asked me, do you remember when she asked me to Google? She being Karen. So Jen is putting in Kerry's mind the idea, hey, Kerry, do you remember when Karen asked me to Google how long to die in cold at like 6:22, 6:23 a.m.? Kerry was like, no, I don't remember that, but I know it happened. So that's why this ties into what I just posted about the sidebar about Matt McCabe making that weird comment about Kerry Roberts. I have no idea what this comment means, okay? Matt McCabe, apparently in his federal grand jury testimony, it comes up in the federal grand jury testimony, but the texts were provided in the context of the federal grand jury. And one of the texts they have says, the witness says that it's very weird that she's been barely interviewed, referring to Kerry Roberts. The whole dead comment was just told. Now, I think it's like, Kerry, he's dead. Kerry, he's dead. Kerry, he's dead. I'm pretty sure that's what they're talking about. But it also strongly implies like they all were talking. Like they all were potentially like saying, okay, what happened? Do you remember this? So like they went overboard. They didn't need to do this. I don't understand why they were trying to coordinate because witnesses don't all remember the same thing. It wasn't that the state police, I think, necessarily caused all the problems. It's that these witnesses were doing weird shit. In the sense that they were literally involved with the investigation. They wanted to like get her, I guess. I don't think it's just from a place of like get Karen, because I don't get the sense they like these people talked a lot. These people who were in the house about how much they liked John. I don't know. And I don't know, Christina, I guess you're kind of an interesting litmus test, but like I'm really uncomfortable with this message that they sent. And I'll bring it up for you just so we can look at it. I'm just really uncomfortable with this. I don't know why they sent it. I don't understand. It's a very strange. Now, Meredith O'Neill revealed it, and I don't know what she's doing. Like, this is getting very out of hand, because all this stuff is starting to come out, like privileged communications between Aiden and his lawyers, stuff that's like clearly like only like was sent around to Aiden's team. And when you look at it all in context, well, I'm not sure how she got access to all this. Maybe Aiden did send a few things, but some of this stuff that's starting to come out, like attorney-client privilege materials, etc., etc. Okay, I'm less inclined to believe that someone's just voluntarily sending around all that. Maybe one or two, but not all of it. So I want to show you the Sandra Bullock thing that got leaked. I can't believe Meredith even posted this because it's impounded. So I didn't post it. She did. Meredith posted an impounded document in her infinite wisdom. And this impounded document is about Sandra Bullock. I don't even know how to put this into context, but like 4 days after John's death, and I'm pretty sure this stuff is in the federal materials because I'm pretty sure that's what Yannetti was just referencing there. So I'm pretty sure, like, I don't know why either Karen didn't have these texts, or I don't really understand actually why Karen didn't have access to these texts that Aiden now has. The only thing that makes sense to me is that they came from the federal materials, but Karen would have had access to the federal materials. So why didn't Karen know about these texts? Now, how does it tie into the sidebar we just read? Well, you're going to see very quickly that there is just something odd. All right, I found it. So Meredith released this. I cannot believe she did this. I'm just absolutely baffled by her choice to have done this. Take a look at this image, okay? It's going to load up on your screen. This is a footnote that was previously redacted. This is part of an impounded document. I did not release it. I did not get access to it. Meredith posted it in her infinite wisdom. This is an impounded footnote, okay, from the Aiden Kearney case. Look what this says. Ms. McCabe was concerned with being associated in any way with Mr. O'Keefe's death. On January 30th at 8:06, she Googled BPD and John O'Keefe. On February 1st, 22 at 11:23, she Googled John O'Keefe. On February 2nd at 10:54, in a text to her daughter, she expressed concern about being mentioned in connection with the case. On February 2nd, 2022 at 11:37 a.m., so 3 days after John's death, Ms. McCabe Googled Jennifer McCabe. Despite their concern with being mentioned in the growing media coverage, less than 72 hours after Mr. O'Keefe's death, Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts were joking with each other, referring to themselves as Detectives Cagney and Lacey and Matthew McCabe as Magnum PI. Ms. Roberts even wondered who would play her in the movie, telling Ms. McCabe, "Pick your actress for the movie. I am Sandra Bullock. Don't even try to take her." Okay, so first of all, it's not even about the actress thing. They are thinking of themselves as detectives. That's what people are missing about this. And that's what ties in to this sidebar. Like, there's this, and Alan Jackson asked someone if Jen McCabe presented, I think it was like Ryan Nagel or someone, or Dion Tuono or something, whether Jen McCabe presented herself as an investigator. All right, well, now we get these like weird sidebars, and Karen clearly had a suspicion that Jen McCabe wasn't a witness against her. Jen McCabe was investigating her. Right, so now it's very, very, very confused. It doesn't make sense. Maybe Karen had access to those but wasn't allowed to use them. Maybe they were keeping them. You know how the feds kind of kept the fact that they probably had Proctor's phone records? What if this stuff got kept from Karen? Some of it Karen was told she couldn't use. Because Karen hints at it. Like, Jackson knew. And I totally believe Karen knew that Jen McCabe was getting information about who Karen's visitors to her home were, who Karen's visitors were in February of 2022. Like, I think they investigated Karen. I think the witnesses investigated her. Sorry, that's the big secret. And I think Karen knew, but I'm not really sure she could prove it back then. I think she had very strong suspicions. All right, so Yannetti gets back. That was the end of that sidebar. So there's just, I'm starting to put this together now. But why? Why would you care about like investigating her? Did you hate her, or were you worried what she was going to find out? It is impounded, Nicola. The only reason it is unimpounded is because Meredith shared it, unredacted, which I don't understand at all. All right. So now we are. So they do ask about the dead comment. I think it was where Carrie was saying, like, she's dead. Carrie, he's dead. Carrie's dead. But it's like, why did Karen's team only find out about that because of the federal material? Very interesting. All right. Do we have a sidebar? No. It looks like they're just looking at a copy of exhibits. All right. Sidebar starts outside the presence. I need to be heard on that. On that then. Okay. All right. So we have to wait for Mr. Lally. The court. All right, so Mr. Jackson, we have to wait for Mr. Lally. The court. All right, so the Commonwealth objected to the second bubble. I'm sustaining the objection. I won't really hear you on that, but what I want to do at sidebar is figure out where you're going with all of this. So there's an objection to these coming in at all. I don't want you to have the witness read something that's then objected to and tell the jurors disregard it. Disregard it. You've kind of been doing a lot of that, asking questions that, perhaps aren't appropriate and having me strike them. So I don't want to do it with this, and I'm certainly not going to put these up. And Mr. Jackson, if you're doing the cross of Miss McCabe this afternoon, I expect that this part of it to go much more smoothly than it's going now. So where are we going with these? Mr. Yannetti, I want to ask him just about this bubble, the bubble and the top bubble. So, okay, so I sustain the Commonwealth's objection to that one. I will allow you to do the bottom bubble, and then what's the next one? Mr. Yannetti, that's it. That's the answer to that bubble. That's Mr. McCabe, and the answer comes from Mr. Albert. The court, okay, that's it. Then we're done with all of this. Mr. Yannetti, I'm done. The court, all right, so the Commonwealth's objection is noted. Nancy, we need this marked for identification. Does the witness have this in front of him at this point? Mr. Yannetti, yes, he does. And I guess the only other questions is, are these documents being introduced into evidence? The court, he's testified to those, so Mr. Yannetti, I know. The court, I'm not letting you display them on the board because this is almost a 2-hour cross-examination of a witness. It's in evidence. Mr. Yannetti, it's in evidence. The court, but you're not going to display them. The witness just testified. He doesn't have to read them. You can have him. Mr. Yannetti, again, just so I'm clear, it's in evidence in terms of the documents, just not in his testimony. The court, if I can get a form that I am satisfied the jurors can see. Mr. Yannetti, fair enough. The court, what's been testified to, you can show that bubble can be in evidence. Mr. Yannetti, great, that's all I wanted. The court, and the Commonwealth is objecting to that. Mr. Lally, yes. The court, okay, all right, so let's move this along. Mr. Yannetti, all right, end of sidebar. All right. That was very circular. Very circular. All right, but they're back to asking questions. We're finally going to get up. Redirect briefly. Any recross? That is not a brief redirect. All right, recross examination. All right, that's it. All right, wait a minute. We just end? Okay. Okay. Yeah, this is definitely a different court reporter. Because she also does the index different. She doesn't count the total number of times the word is used. The first court stenographer was really, really good. All right. We've made it to Jen McCabe, ladies and gentlemen. I have no idea what this is going to be like, but after all this time, we have done it. We are at page 3,657. After 3,657 pages, we have arrived at the Jen McCabe direct from the first Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial. These sidebars should be interesting. All right, I just want the sidebars. I'm here for sidebars, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go. After all this time, we finally did it. We're ready. It is finally time for the Jen McCabe direct examination. All right, so Jen McCabe gets up there on the stand. Jen McCabe is talking. Jen McCabe is introducing herself, humanizing herself to the jury. We have our first sidebar, our first Jen McCabe sidebar, ladies and gentlemen. Now, with respect to either talking to Mr. O'Keefe, was your friendship the type where you would have any sort of discussion about his relationship with Miss Reed or any girls that he dated at any point in time that you were friends with? Answer, at different points, yes. Question, what, if anything, specific do you recall him telling you about his relationship with Miss Reed specifically? Mr. Jackson, objection. The court, I'm going to allow that. I'd like to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please. The court, I need to hear exactly what the response is going to be. Then I'll ask you if you want an instruction. Mr. Lally, Your Honor, what my anticipation with regards to both this and when I ask the same question in regard to Miss Reed is really not much at all. In fact, it's really more the negative that I want to get out. The court, right. So what do you... Mr. Lally, she didn't have the kind of relationship with her to talk about their relationship. Oh, the court. Oh, so you expect just a yes for John and no for... Do you expect her to expand upon her? Mr. Lally, no. The court, troubles or anything like that? Mr. Lally, not at all. The court, at some point during the examination, you do expect that? Mr. Lally, at some point during the examination, I just expect some conversation that the jurors have heard because she was present with the defendant, was talking to indiscernible about issues with the kid, not enough time to do their own thing, that kind of thing. All right, so let me know if you want me to give an instruction that this statement just goes to the nature of the relationship. Mr. Jackson, based on that offer of proof, I'm not asking for it at this time. The court, all right, Mr. Jackson, thank you. All right, so that was just about, like, it can be a limiting instruction about Karen's kind of like character. You basically say, like, this is only about John's state of mind. You shouldn't take it about Karen. But Jackson was like, no, we don't need that yet. But eventually when the relationship, like when Jen McCabe wants to talk about the relationship souring, then you're going to see a limiting instruction. But we're just looking for sidebars. Now, I imagine we're going to get more sidebars during the Jen McCabe cross than this, but 95% of you were excited for this sidebar, these sidebars. I expect more of the sidebars. Oh, we got a sidebar. Ladies and gentlemen, another sidebar, 3691. These 3-page documents, do you recognize them? Yes. What do you expect it? What do you recognize it to be? It's my text messages with John. So sort of from the early part of the 28th to around midnight through, the 29th through the entirety of the 29th. Answer, yes. Mr. Lally, may I approach? Yes. The Commonwealth would seek to introduce. Is there any objection? If we may approach briefly, Mr. Jackson says. The court, okay. Sidebar. Mr. Jackson, I don't have a principal objection to the content, but I thought we were being extraordinarily indiscernible. That's my only issue. I'm happy to use this, but if the Commonwealth uses it, but I don't use similar documents, we will run into the same issue that Mr. Yannetti ran into, that there's an identifiable document for all the group chats. So I'm happy if the Commonwealth is saying they don't care about the redactions, then I don't care either. But I want to make sure that I'm following the court's orders concerning redactions. The court, I appreciate that. So there are no redactions of the phone numbers here. Mr. Lally, there are no, my apologies. I sort of didn't mean to put any of that kind of, I think some of the information has to be there as far as them being able to recognize and authenticate it, obviously. The court, which the Commonwealth has the burden of, and the defendant just sort of came in. Mr. Jackson, I would love it. I would love it if we just use clean copies. If everybody could read, I would love it. Mr. Lally, what I would suggest, and I think the concern is very well founded as far as, press or media getting a hold of copies of exhibits. The court, right. Mr. Lally, so if I could ask for an order from the court that whatever we put in as exhibits or versus whatever is then released, and I'm happy to make the redactions myself. I'm not trying to put that on the court, but just I think it's easier for our purposes for conducting the trial to have unredacted things, and then we can redact the information. The court, except if you broadcast it. If you publish it, then the cameras are taking pictures of it, and everyone watching TV gets those phone numbers. So that's why I said, one of the reasons I said everything needed to be redacted before it was introduced into evidence. So this is the luncheon break. You can just quickly cross it out if that's what you want to do. But I mean, were you planning on publishing this? Mr. Lally, I was, yes. The court. So we've got the luncheon break to redact them. Mr. Lally, okay. Mr. Jackson, it's fine with me. Again, I'll just put it out there. I can reasonably conduct my examination without publication as long as I can show her clear, which we have copies of, clear, concise text that would make my life and Mr. Lally's life so much easier. I don't have to publish them. I just need to be able to read them and have her read them too. The court. And that's fine, too, as long as do you intend to introduce them? Mr. Jackson, I do. The court, a hard copy? Mr. Jackson, a hard copy. The court, do you have redacted hard copies? Mr. Jackson, we do. The court, so you've got the clean copy and a redacted hard copy. Mr. Jackson, we've got both. The court, that's the ideal way to do it. Mr. Jackson, that's what I would suggest. The court, so, Mr. Jackson, the jurors can have the clean copy and the press can have the redacted copy. The court, no, no, no. Whatever goes to the jury will be for the press. So the clean copy, I thought you were just going to show to the witnesses, and then the redacted copy, Mr. Jackson, indiscernible. The court, that's how it should be. Mr. Jackson, even better. The court, so clean copy so the witnesses can authenticate them rather than just reading her name like Mr. McCabe was allowed to do. So are you going to be able to do this to be able to complete today's examination? Mr. Lally, there really isn't much. The court, so that's a yes during lunch? Mr. Lally, yes. The court, okay, so just so it's clear, that's how we'll do it. Clean copies to show to the witness that the witness can authenticate, and then redacted copy is actually introduced, and redacted copies go up on the screen. Mr. Lally, okay. Mr. Jackson, perfect. The court, everyone's in agreement with that? Mr. Lally, that's fine. The court, all right. I'm going to release them for lunch, and then I didn't give them the digital evidence instruction before Mr. McCabe because I was just frankly trying to move it along at that point. So I'll start the afternoon with that. Mr. Lally, okay, that makes sense. Lunch and break. All right, so we're still in session. Extra copy for the court, lunch and break, court and recess, jury in. All right. They do the digital evidence instruction. All right. Any sidebar? No. Introducing exhibits. Sidebar! This is a text communication between yourself and Mr. O'Keefe, correct? Mr. Jackson, Your Honor, I'm sorry to do this. May we approach briefly? Sure. Why don't you take that down, Ms. Gilman? Sidebar. Mr. Jackson, I don't want to make this clunky again. I don't have an objection. It's not redacted. The court, and I wasn't expecting this. Why don't we just jump right into the text messages? Mr. Jackson, yeah, I thought. The court, okay, I wasn't expecting the beginning. She's already said these text messages were between her and John O'Keefe. And you missed a redaction. So if Ms. Gilman can pull it up with the first bubble, for lack of a better word. Mr. Lally, sure. The court, so I'm going to give you the opportunity to just, do you care? Mr. Jackson, no. The court, if he crosses out the phone number right here and now, it's at the very bottom there. Mr. Lally, just Your Honor, for the record, as far as the court, hold on, Mr. Jackson, you need to hear this. Mr. Jackson, sorry. Mr. Lally, for the record, as far as the information that's contained therein, Miss McCabe has changed her phone number as a result of the court. It's the idea in general, not Mr. Lally. No, and I very much apologize. I didn't realize that was still the court. I don't think anybody thinks she did it intentionally. Mr. Jackson, no, not at all. I just wanted to be respectful. The court, no, that's great. I appreciate it. So we'll start right with Mr. Lally. Okay, end of sidebar. Okay, that was a lot of redactions. Not very substantive. Still on direct of Jen McCabe. Are we at a sidebar? Sidebar! Oh, goodness. Another Jen. There's a lot. Oh, so we are on page 3707. For those keeping track, the next sidebar is 3707. All right. So the question was, these are calls between myself and John O'Keefe. Is it a descending order? Yes. The phone calls that you're testifying about as before as to him talking on the way from the waterfall to the residence in Fairview, do they appear? Yes. Mr. Jackson, objection, Your Honor. May we approach the court? Okay. Can I have that? The witness, sure. Sidebar commences. Remember, this is page 3707. Mr. Jackson, I want Miss Little to hear this as well. Your Honor, I waited until there was at least foundation to establish that this witness is going to attempt to testify from this document. I believe this document is a partial. The court, if you want to take a look at it, Miss Little, this is from John O'Keefe's phone. The court reporter, is this on the record? The court, yes, it is. You have to, hold on, please don't speak to each other. You've had an opportunity to look at this, and what did you want to say, Miss Little? Miss Little, this is from John O'Keefe's phone. It's not from Miss McCabe's cell phone. Mr. Jackson, that was the confusion. I don't know that she has the foundation to establish that these are actually her calls. This is given the fact that these are on her records. I've never seen her cross-examined on John O'Keefe's records. She's always been cross-examined on her own records, so that's my objection. The court, do you have any reason to believe they're different? Mr. Jackson, yes, they are different significantly. Mr. Lally, they can't. I took them from Mr. O'Keefe's extraction. I think she can authenticate. If counsel wants to ask if there are additional calls or show additional calls, certainly you can do that. But what I'm looking for is just these are the phone calls around the time. I'm not looking to publish them. I'm just looking to talk about when the first call was and when the last call was. Mr. Jackson, I'll withdraw the objection. It appears that we've got the other side of these, which is going to allow me to use and cross. The court, you probably have both. Mr. Jackson, we have both, right? Thank you. The court, okay. All right, they withdraw the objection. So they get in the calls. We're still on direct. Still on direct here of Jen McCabe. Still on direct of Jen McCabe. Nothing too feisty, but I think it's Alan Jackson's cross of Jen McCabe where it's going to get really feisty. I really hate these transcripts, though. I really hate them. They're very hard to parse. Like, this last few have been not good. We're getting there. We're in the last stretch, though. Last 400 pages. Any other day, I'd be like, wow, that's a lot of pages. Now I'm just like, 400 pages? Bro, we can easily do 400 pages. SideBah, page 3744, ladies and gentlemen. Now they're talking about where you observed the defendant's car to be. Is that essentially where you parked it at the time? Yes, Mr. Lally, Your Honor, may I have a moment? Mr. Jackson, may we just have a moment, Your Honor? The court, sure, I'll see counsel at SideBah. LS says, I'm all done for tonight. I hope you have a happy Christmas and New Year's, Grant, if we don't speak before then, and thanks for keeping me entertained all year. Oh, LS, we had a great year. I will definitely send you an email. God bless you, my dear friend, to all the Towel friends in the UK and around the world. You are appreciated and loved and wonderful, and we did have an awesome year. It meant so much to me that we crossed paths and we got to spend so much time together. It will be something I always remember and I cherish deeply. I absolutely mean that. All right, the court. I appreciate it looks like cooperation between the two of you. I don't think the jury would mind a 5-minute break while you get this stuff done. Mr. Jackson, the problem is I just realized he's got to have software in his computer to do it. It'll work. Mr. Lally, okay. The court, do you have this on your computer? Mr. Jackson, not ready and available. It may take us a few minutes to find it. The court, I can give them a break. If you don't want me to, I won't. But, oh, towel love to you as well. And Allie the cat says, happy holidays. This is page 3745. We're in the middle of a sidebar. The court, I can give them a break if you don't want me to. I won't. But, Mr. Yannetti, do you have this as USB? Mr. Lally, it's in evidence as a USB. Mr. Jackson, I think it's going to take too long, Judge. The court, no, I understand if you don't want to do it too. Mr. Jackson, I don't want to have to go through the machinations. The court, all right, if you don't want to assist, because frankly it's not all that helpful to the defense, I respect that as well. Mr. Jackson, I don't want to go through us having to bring it up. Ours may be different in terms of the type of file that it's saved as, and it just becomes clunky. The court, okay, but I do appreciate you're trying to work together. Do the best you can with this, and if you have an opportunity to work together and she's still on the stand for the Commonwealth and you can assist, Mr. Jackson, indiscernible. The court, so maybe that's something that could be done. So do the best you can, and if you can't, maybe the defense would be kind enough to give you an opportunity to do it. I'm not telling you to. Mr. Jackson, no, I understand. The court, all right. All right, so they're going to work together. All right, so still on direct. This is a very long direct of Jen McCabe by Adam Lally. All right. All right, now they're playing videos. We're looking for sidebars. Looks like they're just playing videos. This is the dash cam probably. Yep. Questions about Chloe. No sidebar. Questions about Proctor. Where she was interviewed. Approach to introduce an exhibit. Couple more questions. They're done. We're moving to the next day. All right, sidebar before we get ready, because remember, Jackson's Cross is the next day, and I think that probably will take us to the end. Wow, what an experience. It took us 14 hours. We're not even close to done. We got one more hour to go. I'm going to bed after this. But I did it. That was a marathon. Sidebar commences. The court. So remember, Lally has just finished his direct of Jen McCabe. Sidebar commences. The court. So it seems like we're going very slowly. Mr. Lally, slower than everyone would like it. The court. Stop repeating, okay? And I don't want to cut a defendant's case off, but it was repetitive. Mr. Jackson, geez, I cut out the whole water phone. I cut out everything. It took me a long time to get through the V-marks. It took way longer than I anticipated. The court. So I will often tell counsel my observations of the jurors. You've got co-counsel, so I don't need to tell you. Mr. Yannetti, I understand. The court. All right, this is the end of the week, 3, and we're about where I thought we'd be at about a week and a half. Am I wrong on that? Mr. Lally, no, I mean, I'd say by my estimation we're about a week behind where I thought we would be. The court. All right, I'm going to keep those 3 days off, that Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. I would like everybody at the beginning of June, we go all day Tuesday and Thursday because I think now we have to finish it by the 4th of July, which is problematic. Okay, I'd like an idea of next week's witnesses. You don't have to tell me, but I would like an idea. Are you continuing with civilians? Mr. Lally, yes, but I think we're almost at the end of that. The court, okay. Mr. Lally, so as I said to counsel, after Miss McCabe would be Miss Roberts. After that would be Laura Sullivan and Marietta Sullivan. Likely after that, I mean, I would say likely because I have to confirm his schedule, but I think Mr. Higgins could be after that. The court, I assume you might be cross-examining him. Do you expect it to be a long cross? Mr. Jackson, I do. The court, I think he's going to potentially be one of the longest witnesses. Mr. Jackson, Your Honor, after Jem McCabe, and I will tell you, Jem McCabe is not going to be short. Higgins and Proctor are the big ones. Other than that, the court, I assumed. Mr. Jackson, I think the court may not be able to tell. I'm pretty peppy on my crosses, comparatively speaking, so when... The court, as long as you leave the commentary out, it'll go much better. Mr. Jackson, fair enough. The court, I'm going to stop you on that. Mr. Jackson, fair enough, I've curtailed it. The court, a bit. Mr. Jackson, I've curtailed it, but when it comes to Good Sam, the Good Samaritan witnesses, when it comes to experts like the medical experts, the coroner's office, etc., those aren't going to be long crosses. I don't know how long their directs are going to be, but I may make 4 points each and be done. The court, the experts are generally easier to predict. Mr. Jackson, right. Mr. Lally, one thing I can suggest, and I'll just put it out there for counsel, I think personally from Good Sam, I get away with just Dr. Rice's, who's the attending. He deals with both Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant. Very limited with the defendant, I would say, though. And then I have Dr. Fowler, who is the director of the lab. I think I can get everything I need in regard to the blood from him. The court, it's not particularly difficult for Mr. Lally to lay that foundation. Mr. Jackson, no, I get it. I understand. The court, no, but in deference, she's talking about the blood alcohol level. No, but in deference to your objection earlier, I did not let him put it into his opening. Mr. Jackson, understood. The court, but it's fairly pedestrian. Mr. Jackson, understood. She means it's fairly routine, pro forma. Mr. Lally, so I'm thinking as far as the RN and the PA, I don't think they have any sort of direct involvement with that. It would just be the phlebotomist. But I think everything that I can get from Dr. Fowler is out of the director of the lab, so I think I can cut those two out. And I'm looking to see what else we can go along to try to move this along a little bit. The court, okay, I'd like advance notice of when, if you're calling Trooper Proctor, when that might be. There are evidentiary issues there I'm concerned with. You don't have to tell me now. So yeah, if you can consciously make an effort to cut out, people know what the house looks like. They know the number of doors. They know the layout of the kitchen, the same with the bath. So jurors are much more interested in the testimony when it's new to them. Mr. Lally, of course. The court, all right, thank you all. We'll see you Tuesday. Mr. Jackson, thank you, Your Honor. So the most interesting thing there, I think, is just like how Judge Cannoni talks to Jackson about like his crosses. They're talking about Jackson's style. Oh, okay, Joy, I will Joy, can you yes, let me just grab your username right now and I will hold on, I'm going to do it right now. I'm going to follow you, Joy, and that way we should be able to message each other. So thank you for telling me. Let me just make sure I get your exact username. Yes, I am the type of person, especially as we're getting towards the end, who will follow someone, who will go find someone on Twitter and follow them because I see it in the comments. That's what makes Towel Stream fun. All right, Joy, I found you. All set. Isn't that fun? All right, so let's begin. All right. It is really interesting to see Alan Jackson talking to Judge Cannoni about his style, though. I find it so fascinating to be a fly on the wall. I mean, that's really why people find this so interesting. It's like being a fly on the wall. We all would have loved to have seen these in real time, but, you know, we didn't get to, so... All right, so now I think we're on the last day. I think we're getting close. We're only like 200 and something pages to go, maybe 300. I can't believe it. All right, what's going on here? All right. Good morning. Good morning. SideBah to open Tuesday morning. Oh, so many people making friends. I am thrilled with you all, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so we have a sidebar. It is the morning of Tuesday, May... what day is this? She doesn't put the day. It looks like it's May 21st, 2024. All right. We are at a sidebar. We are on page 3,799. Mr. Yannetti, Your Honor. Oh, I read this one before, but I saw it on Twitter. Your Honor, I want to present this delicately and at sidebar, given the nature of the topic here. We've let this go for about a month, and we feel the need to bring it to the court's attention that continually throughout this trial, this is a pretty big sidebar, continually throughout this trial, the O'Keefe family and supporters who are directly facing the jury in this trial have been making faces, rolling their eyes, sighing, swearing audibly, and essentially giving input that the jury is readily able to see in light of the fact that we face them. The court, who specifically, because I've been looking around the courtroom and I haven't seen it, so who specifically, if you can? Mr. Yannetti, I think it's been multiple members. It's been most egregiously John's mother, Miss O'Keefe, and it's been caught on camera. We're not looking for them to be admonished publicly. In fact, just the opposite. Our request would be that a court officer address this issue with them to, let them know that they cannot be giving their reactions that they're giving in light of the fact that they're seeking a neutral jury, and their behavior is contrasted with that of the Reed family, which has given no reaction whatsoever, so that's our request. Mr. Lally, I don't know that I'd agree with that last part. The court, well, so you must have told Jim, because he mentioned it to me. So I asked the court officers, and that's part of their job to watch. Side note, they told me they're trained observers, which is true. And they're saying that they're seeing a little bit from both sides, but it's nothing any greater than any other trial. And I will then ask the court officers to pay extra close attention to make sure there's none of it. Mr. Yannetti, okay. The court, all right, I did ask. Mr. Jackson, great. The court, and I know Miss Reed's family is behind you, so you don't see them, and you see the O'Keefe's family because they're next to you. Music and background. It's from outside the court. The court, what was that? While we're here. Oh, that's outside. I thought it was inside. While we're here, I just want to let you all know, and then redacted. I'll tell the jurors. It just says C, so that's probably something about a minor. It's probably about KF and PF's testimony. I'll just tell the jurors. Of course. The court, all right, are you all set? Mr. Yannetti, yes. End of sidebar. Back on the record. We're heading into the Jen McCabe cross. That cross. And his very first question is, family is important to you, is it not? He probably spent months, maybe years, thinking about that question. How are you going to open the cross? And he went with, family is important to you, is it not? One of the most important things in your life. Karen Reed is not family. She's not a McCabe. She's not an Albert. All right, so the cross is starting. This is going to be a long cross. All right, do you recognize what's in the photograph? Looks like they're talking about the waterfall. No sidebar so far. Talking about arriving at Fairview. Okay. Being in the car. Talking to Trooper Proctor. All right. Trooper Proctor's report. Surprisingly, no sidebars so far. I know this cross is going to go and go, but no sidebars so far. Potential sidebar? No sidebar. Wow, ladies and gentlemen. No sidebars. I know one's coming. I know there's going to be something that comes up. It also was such a change of pace for me to have to switch to this new format of transcript. Sidebar. Ladies and gentlemen, we have our first Jen McCabe cross sidebar. It is page 3,857. 3,857. All right. Okay, so you think you'd see, I don't know, an alligator sitting in front of me if it was there. Objection, Your Honor. Do you think you would see something? Can you clearly see there is nothing between you and me except a podium? Yes, well, there's a table. And you don't have to look down to see that, right? Correct. You're looking directly in my face, but you can see things that are between you and me because you have a field of vision, right? Mr. Lally, objection. The court, I want to see counsel at sidebar just for a minute. Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch. Sidebar. The court, what's the objection? Mr. Lally, as far as I don't understand the relevancy of what she can see in a lit courtroom versus what she can see when she's looking outside. The court, okay, so it's relevant, so I'm going to sustain that. But I don't like demonstrations without some heads up beforehand. Are you almost done with this? Mr. Jackson, almost, I have the court. It's argument, Mr. Jackson. Mr. Jackson, it's not, Your Honor. This is cross-examination. This is such a huge point. The court, what do you intend to do? Mr. Jackson, I simply need to have acknowledgement of her field of vision. That I simply need to have acknowledgement that her field of vision is unobstructed. And that's a typo. And using myself as an example is not argumentative. It's obvious. It's a point of cross-examination. Every single time I get into it and he's doing it for strategic purposes, I get it. But when I get into it with them and I'm getting at making points, he stands up and objects to try to undermine indiscernible, and it's becoming obstructive and abusive. This is cross-examination. I should be given a little bit of leeway. The court, you've been given a lot of leeway. I called you over here because having said argumentative, indiscernible, he did not, but indiscernible, it is argumentative, indiscernible. Yes, Your Honor, end of sidebar. I don't like this at all. There were no indiscernibles in the first one. There's indiscernibles every sidebar in this one. And so Jackson kind of needling at Lally for objecting to protect the witnesses. No sidebar. Looking for Jen McCabe cross sidebars. All right, they're playing an exhibit. Jackson still on cross. All right, now, morning break. This is on the record. Mr. Jackson, so it's an exhibit? It's not, okay. It's a digital recording. All right, jury entered the court. They cue it back up. Jen McCabe resumes the stand. Jackson continues his cross-examination. All right. All right, the cross continues. This is just hundreds of pages of questions by Alan Jackson to Jen McCabe. I mean, hundreds of pages. This cross must have taken months to prepare. He must have lived Jen McCabe. I've never seen a cross like this. I mean, I know the Higgins cross is going to be a lot, but this is, it's so interesting that it all culminates. This whole document release culminates in Jen McCabe's cross. No sidebars, but just look at this. You really see, sidebar. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a sidebar. I want to show you one more document that you weren't shown on Friday. Do you recognize this one? Answer no. Okay, if you look where it indicates on the left column, I'm putting my thumb here. The left column, MSISD, end user there. There's a number that ends there. MSISD, question, 0142. Mr. Lally, Your Honor, may we approach the court? Yes. Your Honor, may I get an answer to the question before we approach? The court, I have an idea what we're approaching about this document. Mr. Lally, yes. Court, why don't we just go up there? Mr. Jackson, sure. May I have that? Takes it from the witness. Sidebar. All right, the sidebar starts, this one, 3907, 3907. The court, excellent, thank you. Can I give this back to the witness? Mr. Jackson, that one's redacted, this is not. The court, I'm going to give it back. Which one am I marking for ID? Mr. Jackson, the redacted one. Whereupon NN was redacted and marked for ID. The court, thank you. End of sidebar. All right. Ms. McCabe, I'm going to give you this, and you can, indiscernible. Sidebar commences again. The court, okay, so do you have a copy, Mr. Lally? I do not with me. Okay, all right. So, Mr. Lally, my issue, Your Honor, is they've shown it to the witness. Asked her if she recognized it. She said no. So then reading from what the document says when it hasn't been authenticated, I don't know what we're doing. Mr. Jackson, well, I'll tell you what we're doing. This is a little bit of a ridiculous objection. The court, so those commentaries don't advance the ball. So just tell me what this is. Mr. Jackson, it's her own extraction. The court, okay. Mr. Jackson, he showed her and authenticated John's extraction. The court, okay, so Mr. Jackson, and I'm showing her her own extraction, which is going to be compared to John's extraction. And if we can do this the hard way, I can get it done, I think. The court, so the ridiculous indiscernible doesn't advance the ball. If you had told me first that this is what I saw as an exhibit in the federal grand jury minutes, right, but I reviewed them yesterday. Boom. There you go. We knew that they have Jen McCabe's cell phone extraction. The feds have her cell phone extraction. How did they get that? Oh, yes, you do get rewarded for reading closely. We're going to pause here. I want you to just focus on what we just read. What time is it? Oh, my God, it's 6 p.m. When did we start? Didn't we start at like 8 in the morning or something? Or like 9:30 in the morning? What a day. Just want you to linger on what we just read. They have her cell phone extraction. Yep. There it is. All right, so I got to screenshot this. Hold on. I'm going to use Allie, the cat tracks. Boom, there it is. Well, that didn't take long to get our reward for reading this. How do you feel? Do you feel like it was worth it? It was I mean, we didn't even get to the end of the cross. We have 300 or so more pages, but my goodness, that alone. We knew they had it, but it's different when you see Judge Cannoni talking about it. It's not her phone number he wants to authenticate, it's the extraction. All right, let's finish the whole thing. Okay, she doesn't have to authenticate this, right? But you're going to tell her that it's her phone number or point her to her phone number. Mr. Jackson, I am. The court, my guess is she will. If she doesn't, you can object and we'll take it from there. Mr. Jackson, so my anticipation was showing her the last 4 digits of her phone number, as it were, and I can use the unredacted. It's the last used indiscernible, that number, and then the Apple ID is going to be her as well. The court, okay. Mr. Jackson, I redacted the Apple ID just so I could enter it if I need to, but I can ask the court to use the court's unredacted copy to just lay a foundation if need be. Ms. Little, I have extra copies as well. The court, okay, all right, so I'm going to allow this and see where it goes. Mr. Jackson, okay, thank you. Yeah, yep, that tells us a lot indeed. Okay, then. Okay, then. We have a Jen McCabe SideBah from the first John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial, where Alan Jackson makes it quite clear that the federal government had an extraction of Jen McCabe's cell phone, and Judge Cannoni confirmed as such per her review of the federal materials. I mean, that's what it says. I don't know what to tell you. I'm going to change the word first to first. I mean, that's what it says, ladies and gentlemen. That's just clear as day what it says. All right? So that's pretty intense. I don't know what to tell you. That's just an intense sidebar. Okay? Not only does it show that federal Judge Cannoni did read, so anyone who thought Judge Cannoni didn't read the federal materials, I would just like to say you are wrong. Whoever thought that Judge Cannoni did not read the federal materials, you are just wrong. She did. We've now have multiple confirmations that she did. She knew them inside and out, and she in particular knew that Jen McCabe's cell phone extraction was an exhibit to the federal grand jury transcripts, which means Jen McCabe knew they had something from her cell phone. I don't think they knew she had her full extraction. I'm pretty sure they did. And I'm pretty sure they had Michael Proctor's full extraction the whole time as well. They just didn't tell anyone, and Karen wasn't allowed to talk about it because it would have interrupted an ongoing investigation, which is why the whole point of the TUI rules, as interpolated by 28 CFR 16.21 or through 27, something along those lines, which is the easiest way to understand it is Section 25 of the DOJ on Operations and Sections Manual. You can't reveal anything, even in a criminal case that's ongoing, about that would compromise a federal investigation. I wonder if the feds had Michael Proctor's cell phone extraction this entire time, and the delicate balancing act was that Karen couldn't say anything because it would have undermined the Fed's obstruction trap for Proctor, which Proctor fell into in the summer of 2025 when he had his lawyer say his prior phone was gone and his new phone auto-deleted every 30 days to a judge in the Miles King et al. Cases. All right, that's the best way I can describe that. That's some crazy shit. All right, I'm just saying. I think Karen knew this entire time. Sorry, I think she knew they were going after these people, and her role was to only use enough of the information to win her case. Yep. And I can't put together exactly how much Karen knew. I even believe she knew they were onto Birchmore. I think the feds were telling her, like, Karen, you cannot talk about this stuff. Like, we'll give you enough to help your case, but you cannot talk about even stuff that's really damning about Proctor. You can't be going out there and tipping them off that we're onto them. I think that's what the feds told her. She'll never tell me. God knows. But I just know how this stuff works. I haven't just read one, like, a series of declassified documents. I have studied this length of documents times 10 across decades of intelligence community operations that have all been declassified. I've studied them all. I know what all of this stuff looks like, and I know a backhand investigation when I see one, and I know an intelligence operative when I see one, and Karen Reed fits the profile. Whether she became one because of this, whether her dad was one before, whether Alan Jackson is one, frankly, I don't know. I don't want to know. But these people are very well connected. They know way more than they're letting on, and this trial was stage managed, not really for the reasons people think, but really to protect ongoing investigations. Karen and Aiden were playing, I don't think Aiden was read into a lot of this stuff. I think they were worried he would leak. And frankly, say what you will about Aiden, like, you have to have better operational security. Someone get a sticky note, put it on his computer, and just put it on the screen. OPSEC, operational security. Everything you fucking do, OPSEC. If you're not thinking about OPSEC, about everything you're fucking doing, you failed, okay? Aiden, I'm pretty sure, is still figuring out OPSEC. You can't be involved with the feds if you don't know OPSEC. Karen, I think, has good OPSEC. How it's called OPSEC, but it's operational security. However, I also think Karen, had some weak links, so I think the feds were telling her, listen, there is no room for error here. No leaks. No leaks. No leaks. And every time there would be a leak, they'd be like, what are you doing? Because they were like, Karen, this is not just about you. This is not just about your case. If you really want to get these guys, don't compromise the active investigation. All right, so we saw that sidebar. I mean, that was pretty bombshell, okay? I mean, all right, here we go. No objection. Redacted, celebrate extraction goes in. We're still on cross. I mean, that was pretty big. I knew that already, but to see Judge Cannoni say it, I mean, that's a big deal. Look at Alan Jackson's cross of Jen McCabe, just in text form. It is a monster of a cross. I mean, he must be so proud of this. He's going to talk about this for his entire life. How long did he spend on this? I bet Elizabeth Little wrote, a lot of these questions, too. But, my God, this man, because you kind of break it up if you do it like this. A big trial. Yannetti would know his witnesses. Jackson would know his witnesses. Little would know all the witnesses, but her witnesses in particular. Little probably knows Jackson's witnesses better than Yannetti's witnesses. Yannetti probably has his team helping him with his witnesses. And then you have to have somebody quarterbacking it, which here looks like it was Allen. They didn't really have like whatever you want to call it, first chair or the lead attorney. That would be the common term on a team. But I would say someone had to quarterback it all. You can't just have a bunch of people running around doing individual things. And Alan Jackson, look at this. I mean, just look at this cross. I'm going to get some water before we do the next sidebar. Just look at it. It's absolutely incredible. It's absolutely incredible. Maybe I can play the Jason Broyle song while I go get some water. I don't even think it's about Karen eliciting info, per se. I think it's a question of, what is it? I think it's a question of, what's the word? Can she use it? If the feds tell her it's not time, it's not about what the domain of her case is. It's about, are the feds ready? All right? All right, so let's listen to the Jason Broyle song. Well, thanks to Ray from Dallas for playing this so many times during that great interview with Lindsay and I. I'm going to get some water. Give me 60 seconds.
Road runner, beep beep, and go subscribe.
A real struggle with the letter S. Everyone he meets will get the heebie-jeebies. Don't make him post your home address. In case you didn't know, he's friends with Mary. But every word's like, oh my god, I'm so glad that you brought that up. And since you mentioned it, let me just point out that we don't care. So much power from behind the screen, and every time it's like, thank you so much for bringing that to my attention. I got that means that I just mentioned that you just, we don't care. Go tell it to your best friend Mayor, cause he is Jason Broyle. You can call him Haley, very normal as you can see. Victim advocacy, he is Jason Broyle. You can call him Haley, and baby he'll drool, and he'll drink all your pee.
Listen, that is a ridiculous song, but it's also really catchy. It gave me time to get water. All right. Next sidebar, page 3952. Oh my God. I think I'm basically delirious at this point. This has been, I did not know what I was getting myself into. Thank you to all those of you who've been sticking around. Serenity, thank you for watching. I'm glad that those of you who have been listening find it helpful. I can see why a lot of you didn't want to do this on your own. Oh my God. My word. I'm pretty work hardened with this stuff. This pushed me to my absolute limit. I can see the finish line. It's kind of like running a marathon. You're just like, I've gone so far. Why would I give up now? 14 hours, 15 hours over 2 days. All right. Did anyone else go? Oh, this is when they were asking her about Lank's house. Didn't they find out something new in the second trial about when she went to Lank's house, or was that in the first trial? You did a drive-by at 34 Fairview Road for giggles? What? No, that's how we got to Michael Lank's house. If the report shows you actually stopped at 34 Fairview and then went to Michael Lank's house, do we have another oh my gosh moment? No, oh my gosh moment. We did not pick up Nicole Albert. Did anyone else go with you to Michael Lank's house? No, it was Carrie, myself, and her daughter. Mr. Jackson, Your Honor, may we approach briefly the court? Okay. This could be good. Sidebar commences. Mr. Jackson, I'm going to move on to a different subject. I was thinking this might be a good time as any to break. The court, all right, how much longer do you think you'll have with her? Mr. Jackson, do you know what page number it is? Miss Little, you probably have another hour. Mr. Jackson, I would think at least an hour. The court, okay, who's tomorrow? Can you do 10 minutes? Mr. Jackson, sure, I can. The court, yeah, why don't we go right up to 1 o'clock? Mr. Jackson, absolutely. Jurors, we're going to try to go right up to 1, okay? All right. So it wasn't actually about that. It was just about scheduling. This cross. Oh, my word. I bet he framed this on his damn wall. All right, so that's the end of that day. No sidebar. Is this finally the last portion of the document? We are on page... Oh, my God. All right, I think this is it. We are on day... whatever. I've lost track. It's Wednesday, May 22nd, 2004. Towel has read 4,000 pages for you over 2 days. He is delirious. Oh, that's right. I shouldn't just wait for someone to prompt. So, if you benefited from this, if you want to help me get through the week, help Towel have a good holiday, I'll drop the Cash App and the Venmo. Oh my goodness. I cannot believe that many of you have been watching this all day. You really are interested in this, huh? All right. Well, God bless you for watching. I'm going to keep going. I told you I'm going to finish this, and by my word, when I commit myself to something, I commit. So there is a Cash App, there's a Venmo, there is a PayPal. The Cash App is # Grant Smith Ellis. The Venmo is at Grant-E1, and the PayPal is paypal.me/Grant Ellis. You can also scan that Venmo code right up on the screen. Nifty, easy way to donate. Thank you to every single person who has been supporting TowelStream today. This is only possible because of your efforts. It's a public information service. No one's going to donate to have people tell you the honest truth about what's actually going on. So support good people, and Towel loves you all very much. All right. I think we're at the last day. We have 270-something pages to go. God bless America. Let's do it. Judge, would you like the jury? Well, I understand counsel wants to see me, but can it wait? Can we get started with the testimony? With one of them, we need to do it now. I'll hear from Mr. Jackson. Why don't we come over here and do it while we bring the jurors in? Sidebar commences. The court. I really just like to get moving if we can, so there's one issue. It will be fine. Mr. Jackson, super brief. The court has some impounded phone records that we've never been provided. The court. Okay. Mr. Jackson, I just want to go through about 12 or 13 calls that are only in these phone records. The clerk, they're right there. Mr. Jackson, that's it. So if you could just make those available to me and unimpound them for purposes of Mr. Yannetti, they're unimpounded with regards to the attorneys anyway. We'd like to make copies of those so that they'd potentially be highlighted or used. Mr. Jackson, there's about, well, maybe a dozen calls in here that she's not going to know unless she is presented with indiscernible, so I just want permission to use those with her. The court, you can use these. Mr. Jackson, okay, but it looks like, so let's mark these, please, where it was marked for identification. The court, all right, so you can use this original, but before, if you put it in evidence, do you intend to put something in evidence? Mr. Jackson, no. The court, I was going to say, it looks like there's a lot of redactions that need to be made. Mr. Jackson, somewhere to refresh her recollection or see if she adopts them. The court, okay, is there any objection? Only Mr. Jackson. Mr. Yannetti, I'm sorry. No. Mr. Lally, no. The court, okay. Mr. Jackson, it would be a lot easier if I had permission to highlight. If you want me to ask Miss Little to make a copy real quick, we've got a copy machine right there. The court, yeah, so we can't highlight. Mr. Jackson, okay. Then while I start with the witness, she can just, if she has permission to leave counsel table and just make a quick copy. The court, sure. And then when you finish with this, so I noticed yesterday, I think you asked for one of the exhibits before it was raised. I don't have a problem with that, but the exhibits are to stay with the clerk. Mr. Jackson, understood. The court, so for this, for what has been marked 00 for identification, you can make a copy, Miss Little, and you'll need both, correct? The unredacted, or are you just... Mr. Jackson, no, I just need the copy. The court, okay, so then if you could give it back, Miss Little, sure. The court, to Mr. Clerk, Miss Little, no problem. Mr. Jackson, I'm ready. End of sidebar. Okay. Page, yes, this was page 3975. 3975. Oh, Allie, don't, the cat, don't, one thing I always say with donations, absolutely only do so if you can afford to, and please don't worry about it. You have been so helpful denoting the sidebar pages. Your donation to Towel's efforts is all of your support and compassion and assistance in the comments. It means so much to me. Lisa Ancanoli says, I've been watching you all day and your coverage has been phenomenal. Absolutely love the chat. I love the Towel chat as well. You all are wonderful and you warm little Towel's heart, and I'm going to throw some towel emojis in the Towel chat for you. And I know that a lot of you, either because you don't want to read this or it's hard for you, it is actually very helpful to have someone reading it. So I am happy to do it as a public service. And let's all shout out Allie the Cat Tracks for helping us denote every single time there's a sidebar with the page number in the chat. How helpful is that? Wonderful. We are so appreciative of you, Allie. Okay, so we are at the sidebar that began at 3975 and ended at 3976. We're now moving back to the cross of Jen McCabe. Mr. Jackson has a lot more to go. Allie the Cat Track says, happy to help any way I can anytime. Well, you're very kind, Allie. We do all sorts of streams here. Sometimes they're very document intensive. Sometimes I'm reacting to things. It's always interesting. All right, so Jen McCabe is sworn back in. Mr. Jackson continues his cross, the longest cross in the history of crosses. Oh, wait, sidebar. We have a sidebar. All right. Document containing printout of group chat marked Exhibit 98. Does it cover more than what you covered yesterday? This is the exact same document. I just failed to do it yesterday. My fault. The court. All right. So is there still more? I'm just curious if my form is different then. Mr. Jackson, yours should be the exact same. Why don't I take a look at the court? Why don't I take a look at the exhibit, please? Why don't you come to sidebar, please? Sidebar starts page 3980. Mr. Lally, my apologies, Your Honor. I should say no objection other than she repeated objections that we made as far as the court. Yeah, so you're not waiving any objections that you made. So there were some that you didn't cover yesterday, and I'm just wondering if there's an objection from the Commonwealth. I checked off the ones that you specifically went over with her. Are there others that you didn't like that were beyond? I put them in groups, so not all of them were covered. But if there's not, that's why I was wondering if you're putting them in the whole document, even though you don't cover them. Mr. Jackson, I am, because she indicated that all of it was correct, although I didn't highlight certain of them because they're, quite frankly, sort of irrelevant. The court, okay, Mr. Jackson, but I haven't indiscernible jurors seen all of it because it's part of the same. The court, so that's why I just wanted to make sure we're all on the same page, because there were several that were violated. You were on the same page with if it's coming in, all of these come in. Mr. Lally, sure. The court, so I'll quickly just remind them of the digital evidence instruction. Mr. Jackson, thank you. Mr. Lally, thank you. Lisa and Cannoli says, thank you very much, Gran. Thank you for keeping me and Cannoli company today, chat. Oh, we love it very much. All right, so we're back on the cross of Jen McCabe. All right, we're about to hit page 4,000. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a big moment. We're about to hit page 4,000. Still on the cross of Jen McCabe, the world's longest cross of all time. I don't even know if you could frame this, because I think if you printed it out, it would take up more than a wall. You'd have to have an office that's like 40 feet tall by 50 feet wide. And then you could print this out on 8 by 11s. And potentially it would fit on one wall. So this is sidebar. Page 3995, ladies and gentlemen. Sidebar. Still during the Jen McCabe cross. Do you believe that you had additional phone calls with Trooper Proctor after that last call on the 31st? Answer, I know I did in 2023. Question, in 2022, did you have additional phone calls with him? Answer, I'm not sure. Question, okay. Answer, I'd have to look at call records. Mr. Jackson, may I have a moment, Your Honor? The court, you may. Mr. Jackson, may we approach briefly? The court, all right. Jurors, feel free to stretch up and stretch while we do this. Stand up, that's a typo. Stand up and stretch while we do this. Sidebar commences, page 3995, Jen McCabe. Mr. Jackson, I did not realize this, but these calls end on February 1st. There should be additional call records, which I'm not going to worry about. It's too laborious. They have all her records. I knew it. I knew it. The court, okay. Mr. Jackson, that go through all of February, all of March. I'm just going to ask her about those. If she doesn't remember them, she doesn't remember them. But these are, I didn't realize these are not the full panoply of calls. The court probably has them, but these aren't it, so that's okay. Mr. Lally, that's what the court has. Mr. Jackson, there's nothing else. Mr. Lally, as far as my recollection, that's what I received. This is big. Miss McLaughlin, we have notes that we took from the ones that were in the court's possession that go months after this. Mr. Jackson, so we have one of our associates come and look at the court file. He couldn't take them, but he actually scribed notes that go all the way through March, so I know they've been in the court file. Your Honor, I honestly don't want to. The court, I'll ask Jim to go see if he can go find them. Mr. Jackson, I mean, I would love that, but I don't want to bog this cross down any further. It is important. The court, Jim, the clerk, yes, the court, it appears there may be additional impounded records. Could you call down and see if there are, or go down and see if there are? The clerk, there's about 700 impounded stuff. The court, no, that came in with this. The clerk, all right, that's the only thing that came in. That. The court, oh. Mr. Lally, it would have been the same batch. They all came in that one. It should have been in one on both. Mr. Jackson, it appears they've been misplaced then. Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'll just go ahead. And like I said, I don't want to bog down the cross. I'll just go, no, this can't happen. We need to, hold on, pause. Do you understand that it's possible Jen McCabe's family member works at that courthouse? We need to find out if these actually got back. Hold on, I need to scroll ahead. So I want to mark here, sidebar page 3994. Okay. Now, I need to jump ahead, because if they eventually find them, it's not a big deal. But if they don't find them, it's a big deal. So, hold on. Hold on. So do they just never come back to this? All right, now they're on the redirect. Wait, so they just never found it? Whoa. Okay. Yeah, so I'm going back to page 3994. No, I think I should, for comprehensive purposes, wait to go back until we get to the end. All right, now we need to check for the next sidebar to see if they ever actually got this record. How long did you teach fifth grade? Objection. Counsel at sidebar. The court. So why don't you tell me your objection, Mr. Jackson? Relevance. The court. Why are you going with this? Where are you going with this, Mr. Lally? It's going to the fact that she has no familiarity whatsoever with Celebrate, phone extractions, or anything of that like. She's had no prior experience with it personally, professionally, or anything else. The court. I'm not sure that's the way to do it, Mr. Jackson. I don't think it is either. He's trying to humanize her and make her this little school teacher. It's completely irrelevant. The court. So you can do that other ways, but not that she was an elementary school teacher. Mr. Lally. Okay. End of sidebar. Okay. So do we ever get these records or what? Sidebar. Okay. You heard the defendant make a variety of statements over the course of the morning. Yes, more to my point, testifying in another hearing under oath in June of 2023. Do you recall being asked some questions initially about the topic? Mr. Jackson, objection. The court allowed. Sidebar, Mr. Jackson. The court, okay. Sidebar commences. The court, what's the objection, Mr. Jackson? Mr. Jackson, it's hearsay. I expect that Mr. Lally will say it's a prior inconsistent statement, but it's not because it postdates the original statements. It's not prior to the statements that she was impeached significantly on, so he does not have a right to get in a consistent statement in June of 2023 when all her inconsistent statements were in January, February, and April of 2022. The court, all right, you mentioned yesterday about her testifying yesterday. Mr. Jackson, I don't think I mentioned that. I don't think, I could be wrong because it was lengthy, but I don't. The court, Mr. Lally, what do you say? I'll look for it, Mr. Jackson. If I recall, Mr. Jackson, if I could be, it could be failing my memory, it could be my failing memory and age. I don't remember bringing up the June hearing back then on the issue of indiscernible. Mr. Lally, on that specific issue, no, but when it comes to the prior inconsistent statements, counsel wanted to introduce prior inconsistent statements. I'm then allowed to rehabilitate the prior inconsistent statements, especially sworn ones under oath. Mr. Jackson, a prior inconsistent statement has to predate the inconsistent statements. The court, so what I was looking for yesterday, you mentioned it. Now she's bringing it up today. So prior inconsistent statements would be prior to yesterday. I'm just trying to find that testimony. If the Commonwealth doesn't have it, I'm not going to. It's only prior consistent as to yesterday, and you were challenging her on, Mr. Jackson, correct, the court yesterday. Mr. Jackson, what she said on Friday, exactly. So impeached her with what she said previously, what she previously said to that. The court, no, I understand, but I thought there was some recent fabrication on Friday which would give prior to Friday as a prior consistent statement. Mr. Jackson, I believe that the prior consistent statement has to predate the inconsistent statements. In other words, we start with the foundation of the statement. The court, and ordinarily it would, except for yesterday you made it sound like indiscernible. Mr. Jackson, I didn't. I just said I was very careful not to say that you've never brought it up before. I just said on Friday you said X, but previous to this you said Y. Mr. Lally, and that's what I believed happened as far as there was a specific question about what you've never said anywhere under oath or anywhere before those statements that you said on the stand the other day. Mr. Jackson, that's absolutely not true. I wouldn't do that. That would be malpractice if I did that. I would never say that because I know she did say that. The court, unethical is different than malpractice. Mr. Jackson, I wouldn't do that. The court, one is much greater than the other. Mr. Jackson, understood. No, I did not and would not do that. I would not make a knowingly false statement that she didn't indiscernible. I was careful to move around that. The court, what's the statement you intend to put in, Mr. Lally? Mr. Lally, her statement that's entirely consistent with what her testimony was. The court, what is the specific statement? Mr. Lally, the specific statement is, so there's two different portions within the federal grand jury testimony. It's on page 816. It's on what page? 816 is the first one. End of sidebar. Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch. We're not going to send you out. Just give us a minute. The feds have everything. Yes, they do, Mikey, and enjoy your towel wrench, because I have to make sure that Alan never actually got this document before I write it up, but that sidebar was weird about on page 3994. The court. The sidebar commences again. The court. All right, where is this? Where is that? Mr. Lally, right at the bottom of the page. The court. Mr. Jackson, I'm going to let this in subject to I will strike it if it's not. But my memory was the way it was built up about Friday being a recent fabrication. Mr. Jackson. Okay, I understand. The court. We'll have time and we can go through and I'll strike it. Mr. Jackson. Understood. The court. However you want me to strike it. Mr. Jackson. Understood. Thank you. So he gets to proceed. All right. All right, another exhibit goes in. Any sidebar? No sidebar. We're getting into the pat. We are officially in the last 200 pages, ladies and gentlemen. We are officially in the last 200 pages. My pleasure, Mikey. Glad to have you with us. No sidebar. Still on cross of Jen McCabe. The longest cross of all time. Sidebar! We have another sidebar, ladies and gentlemen. It is at the recess on page 463. All right. This was the end of Miss McCabe's cross. I believe so. All right, in an effort to save you a little time, I'm going to see you at sidebar. The court. It's just easier to start from here. It saves us a little bit. So what am I doing? What are you requesting? Mr. Yannetti. So 3, the court. Who's your next witness? Mr. Lally, Miss Roberts. Mr. Yannetti, right. It doesn't apply to Kerry Roberts. 3 issues. One is we want to renew our objection to providing impeachment material to the prosecution in advance of their witnesses testifying. The court. What was that? I don't know what you're talking about. This was from a sidebar like a week or 2 ago. Mr. Yannetti, so this court entered a discovery order indicating that we had to identify the documents and other things that we would be using as exhibits to impeach witnesses. As I said, when the court issued the order, the court had the discretion to do that, but we're renewing our objection in light of the fact that the material that we provided to the Commonwealth regarding this unrecorded, unreported on meeting at the Lanks, how Karen was communicated to Jennifer McCabe so that they could then anticipate and prepare for that cross when they shouldn't be allowed to do that. So that's number 1. The court. That was a total surprise to me yesterday. I had no idea that had taken place. Mr. Yannetti, it was a surprise to us. The court. I had no idea that had occurred, so your objection is noted. Mr. Jackson, and just so the court knows, we had done extensive work on the forensic download, and we found that GPS coordinates, and so we discovered it. She had never told it to Mr. Lally. She had never told it to the police. It was a complete surprise, and it was perfect impeachment, and we lost that moment because Mr. Lally took it and presented it to the witness, and she then had an excuse. So the testimony got out, but it was a little disconcerting that our hard work and our impeachment, which was pure impeachment, was being presented in meetings that we had no idea about, and then she gave statements that were not then discovered to us, so I wasn't flat-footed, but I was close to it. The court. Okay, that objection is noted. Mr. Yannetti, a related objection is the fact that there was apparently a meeting that took place where she revealed new information where Lieutenant Tully was there along with the DA's office, and that was not disclosed to us until she was on the stand yesterday. Our view is that any new statements are inconsistent with her previous statements. The court. Okay, this should be Mr. Jackson's argument. It was your witness. Mr. Jackson, I'll just go with what he just said. The court. Okay. Mr. Jackson, any new statements, especially as it pertains to Ms. McCabe or any witness going forward, if there are interviews, and they may call them prep sessions, if there are interviews or prep sessions that reveal new information or new dialogue between and among witnesses, we should have them. We should have that. We should have a report of every one of them. The court. That's concerning. What happened, Mr. Lally? Mr. Lally, on that. So what we've been doing consistently throughout, and that's part of the reason I have Lieutenant Tully with me when I meet with any witnesses. Oh my God, is any change or any new information or anything like that has been reduced to writing and provided to counsel as soon as we have it. This I wasn't aware of. Tully was the main fucking... He was Lally's... Oh my God. Oh my God. This is much worse than I thought. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, no. Oh. Oh, no. Oh, no. This I wasn't aware of. Mr. Jackson, that's what I don't understand. When I confronted the witness, she said Mr. Lally had got it to them. Well, that doesn't absolve him of the responsibility that Sergeant Tully has to reduce it to writing and present it with. Mr. Lally, to be clear, that was a meeting that occurred while we were on trial. So that was, and I think she was clear on that. Initially, I think she was confused, but I think she clarified as far as there was one meeting where, yes, I was there. This other meeting was she had asked to re-review her grand jury testimony on day that we were on trial, and that was, I asked Lieutenant Tully to sort of monitor that. The court, all right. And you said there was new information that resulted from that, or that the meeting itself was new? Mr. Jackson, both. We didn't know about the meeting, and the new information was Lieutenant Tully was provided and clearly provided information about impeachment and confronted her with it. He said, what were you doing at Mike's house, Lank, on the 30th? And she said, I met up with his wife, and Lieutenant Tully didn't ask any follow-up. If you recall that dialogue, and that's just unfathomable. I knew Lieutenant Tully well enough. I've read 1,000 reports. He should have followed up. The court, so he'll be on the stand and you'll get to cross-examine him with plenty of notice. Mr. Jackson, right. The court, all right, what's your other point? Mr. Yannetti, and then the only other issue is we do expect after Miss Roberts that the Commonwealth will be calling the Sullivan sisters about the Aruba trip. And our view on that is that the evidence is inadmissible, that is bad character evidence, and so we're requesting a voir dire prior to their testimony and to parse out what they can testify to and what they can't. The court, all right, who's doing that cross? Mr. Yannetti, I am. The court, all right, so you objected to it before. I said that it's coming in. You got the grand jury minutes from them. You can object to a question on a question-by-question basis, but it comes in as and I will certainly give a prior bad acts instruction. It goes to the nature of the relationship, potential motive. I made all these findings. The court reporter, we're on the record, by the way. The court, all right. So based on my reading of the grand jury minutes, and of course I will do this, it's awkward to have to make these findings under the footnote 8 of Commonwealth v. Semia that I have to make, so it's better to do them now. Unless something comes in differently, I find, at least by reading the grand jury minutes, that these acts or conversations occurred. I find it goes to the defendant's state of mind and the nature of the relationship, and therefore it goes to motive. Pursuant to the footnote in Samia, I find that the jury will follow any instruction that I give them, that they won't use it for bad character and propensity. I've noted every time that I've given them a limited instruction, they've nodded. I've given several on the digital evidence and others on what is evidence. I find that the probative value is not outweighed by the risk of prejudicial effect on the defendant because of the limiting instructions. And as you know, Mr. Yannetti, Massachusetts case law is clear on DV. It can go to absence of mistake and not propensity. But the case law is pretty clear that it does go to the nature of the relationship. So those are my findings. So the record is clear for you there for appellate purposes. Mr. Yannetti, understood. The only thing that was left out of there is I expect that the Commonwealth will intend to introduce statements of John O'Keefe as well during the trip. The court did not mention that. The court, so I mentioned that before. So the statements of O'Keefe as to, I know Binns is one of the cases, but I will give the jurors that they're about to hear evidence of statements made by John O'Keefe. These statements are being admitted only for a limited purpose of establishing John O'Keefe's state of mind. You're not to consider this testimony a proof that the defendant has bad character or propensity to commit crimes. The testimony of the witnesses recounting conversations with Mr. O'Keefe can only be used as they go to the defendant's motives or intent on January 28th and 29th, and only if you find the defendant was aware of John O'Keefe's state of mind at the time of the crime and would likely to respond to it. There need not be direct evidence that the defendant learned of Mr. O'Keefe's state of mind, so long as you reasonably can infer from the evidence that she did learn of it. So it's Binns, Miss McLaughlin. What are those other lines of cases? Miss McLaughlin, I have to grab the court, Qualls. There's a bunch of cases on it. Mr. Yannetti, right, just maintaining our objection to it. There should be a foundation laid in terms of how my client would have known about these statements if she wasn't present for them and didn't see them in a text message or the exception. The court, okay, I'm not sure that lines up directly with the case law, but we'll take it on a question. My question basis. Mr. Yannetti, thank you. The court, who's doing the cross, Miss Roberts? Mr. Jackson, I am. The court, okay, so we expect that this will be a lengthy direct and cross. Ms. Little, not as long as Mr. Yannetti, sorry. Ms. Little, probably 30, 45 minutes. The court, all right, so we may not even get to, hopefully we will. We might even get to these witnesses. Mr. Yannetti, understood. The court, all right. Are there any other questions? I've given you enough of a response to make a record to save it for appellate purposes. Mr. Giannetti, appreciate that. The court, all right, so we'll take a 15 or 20-minute recess. Wow. Okay, so I don't think they ever got those records. What the fuck, bro? And then what the fuck with that Tully shit? Oh, my God. He was over. Do you know Tully and Jen McCabe speak directly often? Dude, he wasn't just meeting with her. Those two definitely talk directly. So we got to go back to 3994, all right? 3994. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. All right. So let me take a look. All right, we got to get the whole exchange here because this is just ridiculous. All right. So they just don't have her call logs. They're just gone. That's absurd. All right. So they do that, then the sidebar commences. So hopefully this is only 3 pages of sidebar. That's absurd. Second page and third page. All right. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you kidding me? Wait. Are you telling... Wait. The federal government got months and months of Jen McCabe's phone records, which she didn't know about, and those records through to March of 2022 were stored in the Norfolk courthouse, yet somehow went missing, and Alan Jackson didn't know until Jen was on cross. Do I have that right? And he never got the records? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I'm calling shenanigans. And then Alan just never found out if those records simply disappeared? All right. I am calling shenanigans. Ladies and gentlemen, I am calling shenanigans. There is some shenanigans afoot. That is, like, I don't even know if the people who... I saw that screenshotted by some people over the weekend, and I was like, okay, Jen McCabe phone records missing. Something is wrong here. I need to understand this in context. No, the context doesn't make it any better. No. The context makes it so much worse. Oh, my God. Alan must have been like, what the fuck? Oh, my goodness. He must have been like, I am up against the hidden hand. It's the Serbian black hand made manifest. Cabello Princep's gonna fly out from behind the corner at any minute now. One time, when Alan Jackson was in the bathroom with me, I was like, welcome to Massachusetts, Alan. Little did I know what I was saying. He's probably so freaked out by this fucking place. He's probably like, those fucking people, oh my God. He's like, I thought California was rough. How can some small corner of the Northeast be worse? Forget Celebrate. Where are the feds? The documents just go missing from the courthouse? What? The Jen McCabe, the case of Jen McCabe's missing phone records. Someone call Marty Kraft. By the way, I joke about that, but then I gotta get really angry about this shit with the fucking dude. Tully just has this surprise meeting with Jen McCabe, and then we find out at the sidebar it's way worse than anyone could possibly imagine. You don't even understand. I'm 16 hours into this and somehow still yelling about this. Oh my goodness, little towels. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I don't think they were deleted. I think, yeah, they were deleted, quote unquote. All right, so we got to find this stuff about. We got to find this stuff at the end. The sidebar at the end is really interesting, but it's fucked up. I mean, it's really fucked up. The thing about Tully, like they knew that impeachment evidence only went to Lally, who then gave it to Tully, who gave it to Jen. Oh my God. Look at that record, though. Alan's like, it reads so poorly. He's like, I'm sure it sucks to be harassed. It really does. Yeah, I'm sure it does. Okay, Alan, I get that you were like trying to make a point, but it looks so bad on the record. All right, so we got to get to that point. Where was that last sidebar? No, sorry, we're already in Miss Roberts. So this is it. All right. All right, so that's it. This is the part I want to talk about, where Yannetti raises the objection about the impounded material. This is what I want to capture, okay? I'm very concerned about this, okay? All right? I'm very concerned. All right, so that's 1 page, that's 2 pages. Hold on. And then I got to summarize it, so give me a second. Wait, 1 second. I'm going to scroll it down a little bit. That's 3 pages. And then hopefully this is 4. Oh, it's going to go beyond 4 pages. Wow, they had a lot to say about this. It's 5 pages. Oh my God. They had a lot to say. This is a big deal, though. I don't even know if I can get this all in one post. All right. So it's 5 pages. It's like 4.5. I'm very concerned about that, though. I'm very concerned about that. Indeed. All right. So what if I just do 4 pages? What if it's just 4? All right, so I'm just going to use the previous 4. Yeah, I think Alan wasn't just pissed. He was kind of getting scared. Not, like, intimidated. He was just like, what the fuck? Like, I'm the one with power. How's this happening? All right, I have more questions. Why exactly did previously undisclosed impeachment evidence against Jen McCabe, available only to Adam Lally, somehow end up in the hands of Brian Tully, who then gave it to Jen McCabe? I mean, that's just one question I have. And then what was the other question? How did the impeachment evidence get into Jen McCabe's hands? And then, and why was Tully going to every Karen Reed witness interview with Adam Lally when Tully speaks to Jen, or speaks or spoke to Jen McCabe on the regular? I have questions indeed. Yes, so that was 4063, I believe. 4063 was the start of that sidebar, ladies and gentlemen. Might have been a little bit earlier than that. I will double check for that for you in a second. All I know is I have serious questions now about what this DA's office was doing with Brian Tully and how much they knew about Tully's leak of Lindsay's cell phone extraction. Oh, my word. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Some real power, indeed. Making shit go missing from the fucking courthouse. Fucking... Oh, my God. They really went to bat for Jen McCabe. I think the feds probably caught these fuckers, too. As a reminder, in April of 2024, while Tully was with Lally constantly, Tully released an unredacted extraction of Lindsay Gattani's cell phone with only messages from Kate Peter, from PI, Kate Peter to Lindsay, and from Tully to Lindsay removed. Strangely, Kate Peter also talks directly to Tully and Jen. Oh, and by the way, an audio message sent to Lindsay from former state trooper Leah Bathtub Genduso was also removed by Tully. And wouldn't you know who won the pony? Bathtub also has spoken directly to Kate Peter since at least 2022. God help the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Someone save us from these goddamn people. Goddamn all of them. I can't condemn souls, but God can. God damn these people. God damn them. God damn them. Now I see why Alan was so pissed. Alan was probably like, I just want to go up to Grant and shake him until he realizes what I'm up against. I guarantee they said that to each other one day. Someone's probably like, if we just go up to Grant and shake him, do you think he'll realize why we're so pissed off? And then the other ones are probably like, no, you can't tell Grant what to think. You got to let Grant figure out what's going on. You can't tell him shit. Which is kind of true. It's kind of not true, and it's kind of true. Allie says, I have a ton of questions. Allie the Cat Track says, I have a ton of questions, and I feel like a better investigator than half of their department. I'm on the bandwagon of digging into their shit. Me too. We're also heading into our last section. We did it. We are just about done. All right, Kerry Roberts direct. I can't believe it. Oh, I get it. All I hear is Tully, Kate Peter, Kate Peter, Kate Peter. Yup. I'm getting it now indeed, Nicola Cox. All right, hold on. Let's ask a poll question. Do you find it shady that Jen McCabe's cell phone records from the feds went missing? Yes, that's weird as hell. No, no, it's just the voodoo dolls. You see what I'm saying? It's not weird, it's just the voodoo dolls. All right, doing their thing. You know, they went inside the courthouse. You know, Jen McCabe apparently has voodoo dolls of Karen Reed and Hayden Kearney. They went inside the courthouse, the voodoo dolls did, and they stole the phone records. All right. Kerry Roberts on direct. We're almost done. We're almost done. 15, almost 16 hours later. I cannot believe it took 16 hours to do this. I want to do this again and never want to do this again. This was really fun. I'm so glad that many of you made friends. We learned a lot. We certainly got a lot of information. But let me just tell you, that was a lot. I'm used to like marathons. This pushed me to my absolute limit. Sidebar, page 4,121, ladies and gentlemen. 4,121. They're in the middle of asking. It looks like these are videos that Lally's going to play. The court, Mr. Lally, while these are being marked, may we approach? Yes. Sidebar. The court. Okay, Mr. Lally, Your Honor, I just wanted to alert the court as far as what these are. So essentially, these are still shots from that video. The court, yep. Mr. Lally, and this one is zoomed in and enhanced. There's also a video taken from that video in which it's zoomed in and enhanced, similar to what's depicted in what's now 102. Obviously, I don't think it's anything that this witness has seen before, but assuming there's no objection to it, what I will do after going through the photographs is have the video marked as an exhibit. The court, okay, Miss Little, I haven't seen the video. I have no objection to this. The court reporter, I'm having trouble. The court, yeah. Miss Little, we haven't received a copy of the enhanced video, so I just haven't looked at it, but I have no objection to this. The court. So it's essentially that was up the other day, and we talked about whether you expect to be willing. He didn't have to enhance it. Is that the same thing? Mr. Lally, correct. Miss Little, okay, that's fine, Your Honor. Mr. Lally, just for the record, it's in the link. The same as the still shots. There's a link at the bottom of the email I sent. Miss Little, oh, okay. Mr. Lally, just click on the link. That'll give you the video. Miss Little, okay, the court, if you want to sit there and go ahead and do it beforehand. Miss Little, that's okay. The court, okay, so no objection to it. Miss Little, no objection, subject to them laying the proper foundation for its submission. Mr. Lally, well, that's what I'm saying, because I don't know that this, I mean, I can play the video for you, but the jury's already seen it, so that's my point, is I don't think this witness can do that. Miss Little, I'm assuming you're eventually going to call a witness that can. Mr. Lally, of course. Miss Little, can I just have a moment? The court, sure. Counsel confirm. Miss Little, Your Honor, we have no issue with the photograph, but we just like to be able to review the video before. The court, all right, so I'll send the jurors out. We'll send them out, let you look at it. You may as well see if you can make the foundation and bring them back. Miss Little, okay, Mr. Lally, I can move on from this, and if counsel wants to look at it at lunch, that's fine. Miss Little, that would be great, thank you. The court, okay. End of sidebar. Moving on. Can you tell I'm exhausted? I don't know if there's going to be anything interesting in the Kerry Roberts sidebar. Maybe there will be, but we're only 100 pages away from the end. We're so close. We are so close. Can you sense it, ladies and gentlemen? We are about to hit the last 100 pages. We are about to do it. We are in the last 100 pages. We are about to hit it right here, ladies and gentlemen. 4,152. We are 100 pages. We are in the double digits. We went from 4 digits to 3 digits to 2 digits. We are in the double digits, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my goodness. 4,000 plus pages later, I can see the finish line. Oh my goodness, it's getting so close. I can see it. Oh no, we have a sidebar. No! Why must you torment me? I can't wait for the invalid Sally Port sidebars. Oh yeah, we're going to have more of these days after they release the next batch. I don't recall. It was just a regular conversation. Okay. Do you recall anything, how people were doing, what you had seen and heard the day before? And this is, this is them going to Michael Lank's house. I just stopped at Mike Lank's house. Okay. And then after you left from Lank's house, where did you go? I don't know. I'm assuming home. If I may have a moment, Your Honor. Your Honor, may we just approach the court? Sidebar. Mr. Lally, I wanted to revisit before. I'm almost done if I'm not completely with this witness as far as direct. In reference to the video that we had talked about before, I believe counsel has an objection, so I just wanted to clear that. The court, I wish I had known that. I would have looked at it. Miss Little, our objection is just that it's an enhanced video. Obviously, at the beginning of the trial, we had a lot of sort of enhanced videos that we wanted to play. We were denied that opportunity. So just out of fairness, we would object to the Commonwealth being the court. Is it any different than how your media person goes and puts that little square over something and enlarges it? Is it any different than that? The defense team had a little zoom window that the tech person used. Miss Little, it's a zoomed in 6-minute version of the video. The court, you want to play 6 minutes? Mr. Lally, no, I don't want to play 6 minutes. The court, all right. So what I'm going to do is I need to look at it. I'll look at it tonight, and if I deem it's admissible, I'll let him put it in without any witness. Miss Little, okay. The court, okay. That way there, and avoid this, but that's what I'll do. Miss Little, thank you, Your Honor. The court, so no objection to that? Miss Little, no, thank you. Mr. Lally, thank you, Your Honor. End of sidebar. Mr. Lally, can I have one moment? I have no further questions. Okay, Miss Little, no questions, Your Honor. Okay, all right. You're all through. Thank you. The witness. End of testimony. Is that the end? No, might not be the end. I can't confirm it's the end. It might not actually be the end. No, we have to do the Sullivan sisters too. I don't know, Jesse. That's an interesting insight. Joey's like, I don't know how Grant can still read this. Well, I don't know if you've ever watched a towel stream before, but if I set out to do something, like, I don't stop until it's done. Like, if I say I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it. I have just pure force of will. Like, it doesn't matter how much, I need to do. I can't, walk around a lot or I will collapse. But if I set myself mentally to do a task, I will do it. There's nothing that will stop me. I get so pissed if I start something and don't finish it. That's why I try not to take on tasks like this, because I will just do it. And that's exactly what we did. 4,000 pages later. Sidebar. All right, here we go. What, if anything, do you recall about the dinner? Oh, this is about Marietta Sullivan. Waiter came over, Karen placed her order, dirty martini. Oh, this witness had like a photographic memory like me. She remembered like what everybody ordered. Josh ordered a dirty martini with blue cheese, stuffed olives. Mr. Yannetti, objection. The court, I'll allow it to see where it's going, and you move to strike unless you want to see me. Mr. Yannetti, briefly. The court, okay. Mr. Yannetti, I'm sorry. I expect that the next bit of testimony is going to be that my client ordered 2 drinks and that they had a laugh about it. First of all, it's not relevant. Secondly, one of the elements here is an OUI case where prior drinking should not be part of this trial, so that's the basis for my objection. What do you say, Mr. Lally? Mr. Lally, prior drinking is absolutely relevant to this trial as far as much as how much, you were going to have witnesses talk about indiscernible intolerances and differences between them and the fact that she drinks. There's other statements that the defendant makes to other people about how much she had to drink on the night in question, and she first indiscernible normal amount. So I think anything I can do to establish what the normal amount is perfectly okay, if not entirely appropriate. He wants to show Karen had like 2 drinks that night versus 9 drinks when out with John. Mr. Yannetti, and of course, this does nothing to establish a normal amount. It's anecdotal evidence. You can't just pick up one night from somebody's life and say that's how they always drink. It's propensity evidence. It's inadmissible. It's prejudicial, and there's no point or value to it. The court, what do you expect to get from her? What do you expect to ask, and what do you expect to get? Mr. Lally, what I've asked is what happened at dinner, and that's what she specifically recalls from dinner is the fact that Ms. Reed ordered 2 drinks at the same time and that she, drank while she was there, and as far as drank heavily while she was at the restaurant. The court, and for what purpose? Mr. Lally, again, as it pertains to, well, it also sort of dovetails into the next part that she recalls from this particular dinner is that the defendant then goes, I'm not cherry picking evidence here. There are things that goes both ways. The court, she picks up the tab. Mr. Lally, she picks up the tab and, sort of goes on from there into, what occurred then with the sister. I think it also goes to the defendant's state of mind. It's talking about drinking that continues on throughout this trip. And whatever her state of mind is when she thinks she sees whatever she thinks she sees in the lobby between Mr. O'Keefe and this witness's sister. Mr. Yannetti, I think there's nothing to connect the 30th with the 31st. Again, you don't just pick out a day from somebody's life and say this typifies, how they drink or what's going on. If they want to go get into the next day, they can get into the next day, but there's nothing relevant on the 30th. Mr. Lally, I'm not saying it typifies, Your Honor. What I'm saying is it normalizes as far as what, is a typical day, and a typical day as far as drinking is concerned for this defendant. The court, all right, so I'm not going to allow it in now. The witness can be recalled as to if it comes up during extrapolation and the expert testimony as to your tolerance and the rest of the testimony and what your client says to the reporter from Boston Magazine. It was about this incident. So you can bring it back as to what was normal during this period of time, perhaps, but I'm not going to let it in right now. Wow, because Gretchen refused to testify, they couldn't really get in like how they wanted to, that Karen talked about her drinking. I know Gretchen was never going to testify. She was not going to let that happen. I remember when she found out she was going to be a witness. Oh, dear God. Oh, my God. That was in public court, too. People were just watching. She just ran out of that courtroom during the first trial. They didn't end up calling her. Mr. Lally, understood. The court. And that means, too, if that's what you're going to establish, you can bring other witnesses as to what's normal if it's challenged. Mr. Lally, okay, thank you. So it doesn't end up coming in. She's not allowed to talk about what Karen drank. Good objection by Yannetti. Would have came in if he didn't stop it mid-answer. All right, now they get the instruction. All right, some objections. No sidebar. Still going on either. I think it's Marietta Sullivan. I don't know if Laura or Marietta went first. I think it was Laura that went first because Marietta's the sister. All right, are we in the last 50 pages? Ladies and gentlemen, we are within the last 50 pages. Cross of Miss Sullivan by Mr. Yannetti, redirect. Is this it? Oh no, we might have one more section. One more section. Just Marietta Sullivan. We have officially 32 pages to go, ladies and gentlemen. Counsel, I'll see you while we're waiting for this witness. The court. Sidebar commences. The court. All right, for some reasons, I thought she had witnessed the scene with Miss Reed. Mr. Lally, no. The court. So I have a bad acts instruction. I'll give it when Miss Sullivan. Does Miss Sullivan testify? Mr. Yannetti, yeah, so I objected to a lot of the foundational evidence because it's just not relevant to this case, into a relationship with John and everything that's, happened in the relationship going back to 2013 is too attenuated to go into. So I'd just like a standing, if the court is going to allow that evidence in, I'd like a standing objection so I don't have to keep standing up to object to all this background material. The court, what do you say, Mr. Lally? Mr. Lally, well, as it pertains to this witness, it's, obviously that personally affected, and that's how she knew John O'Keefe, so I think it is relevant and material. And as far as this witness is concerned, it's really more of just what the relationship was. So do I need to? I don't plan on asking a bunch of questions about her nephew or his father. It's just more sort of, how did you know John O'Keefe? The court, and I let it in through the other witnesses to show that they were close enough that he would talk to her too. It was relevant material. Okay, that's why I let the evidence in. All right, so object question by question. I don't see there's any need for you to get into the depth of the relationship with this witness. Who's the other? But you want the bad acts instruction. Mr. Yannetti, they've heard it like 3 times. Do you want the jury to hear it? Mr. Jackson, I actually like it because it's appropriate. The court, well, that's why I gave it. Mr. Jackson, I think with this witness it's especially. Mr. Yannetti, yeah, because this is the actual act. The court, all right, I thought her sister had seen this and she was going to testify about that. Mr. Jackson, no. The court, all right, so I'll give the same instruction, and either you let me know, Mr. Lally, or you let me know, Mr. Yannetti. Mr. Yannetti, okay. Mr. Lally, Your Honor, if I could, just one last thing as far as scheduling. This is the last witness I have today. The next witness will be Mr. Higgins, and given the hour, I don't know if it makes sense. He's not here. I don't anticipate that we were... Mr. Jackson, you don't think you can get him done today? Mr. Lally, probably not. The court, okay, well, this is the first time in this entire trial that we finished the witness for the day. We're not there yet, but I don't have a problem with that. It'll be minutes. Let's try and finish this witness. Mr. Yannetti, I think we have a good track record for the last 3 witnesses, don't you? Mr. Jackson, since we got a quick second, can I put something on the record? The court, of course you can. Mr. Jackson, it's a little personal. I'm planning on going back to see my partner on Friday, unless Mr. Lally, and I'm not pressing anything, I'm not asking for any special dispensation, but unless Michael Proctor or Higgins is on the stand on Tuesday, I was going to ask the court leave so I could absent myself and not have to come back for the one day. The court, sure. Mr. Jackson, if it's going to be Higgins or Proctor, I'll be here. The court, I don't have a problem with that. Do you think you'll finish Higgins on Friday in one day? Mr. Lally, I will, yeah. The court, do you think you'll finish? Mr. Jackson, I think I'll have a solid 3 to 4 for cross based on what my outline is, a little shorter and a little pippier, but it'll be 3 hours, so it depends on the direct. Mr. Lally, I anticipate the direct will be roughly an hour and a half. Mr. Yannetti, well, you've got 5.5 hours, so if we're low on time, the court, I have no problem with you being out that day. Mr. Jackson, thank you, I appreciate it. End of sidebar. Marietta Sullivan comes in. We have about 27 pages to go, 25 pages to go, 20 pages to go. 19. We're almost done. Oh, please, no more sidebars. I am so tired. Oh, no. All right. So even after she's... all right. What, if any, conversation did you have with your sister regarding that? I'll see you at sidebar. The court, what's your objection, Mr. Yannetti? Mr. Yannetti, it's rank hearsay. The court, okay, let me hear what it is. Mr. Lally, it's hearsay, but there's an exception to it because I'm not offering it for the truth of the matter asserted. So this is the conversation that Laura Sullivan had with this witness in regard to what Mr. O'Keefe had told her about the defendant's impression of them making out, which I expect her to then deny they did not, or to her to then say they did not. The court, all right, so this comes out in as the same. Do you want that long instruction that I gave on Mr. O'Keefe's state of mind? I'll just say that. Remind them of the instruction that I gave them. Mr. Yannetti, that's fine. The court, so it'll come in. Mr. Lally, thank you. Same instruction. All right. Crossed by Mr. Yannetti. We are in the last 7 pages, ladies and gentlemen. All right, jury out. Still on the record. Sidebar commences. 7 pages to go. The court. And I do know that flash drive or whatever, Mr. Lally, the enhanced video, the court, of the car. Mr. Lally, yes, I actually have a disc over there that I can give to the clerk. The court, okay, is there something else? Mr. Lally, so that, and I was going to raise it with counsel, but I think it makes sense to raise it with the court as well. Doesn't matter to me one way or the other, but what I noticed with regard to Mr. Higgins' text, the way that they're downloaded, they're really ridiculous to read. So what? The court, the federal exhibit for the grand jury? Mr. Lally, no. So these were that he had downloaded himself and provided it to the troopers. So that I think comes in as an exhibit. But what I've asked Ms. Gilman to do and what I intended to use as far as chalk, as far as what would be published to the jury, it also redacts all information indiscernible. And really, all I'm concerned about when it comes to Mr. Higgins is that I have his communications with Mr. O'Keefe and his communications with Ms. Reed. So what I had asked and what I have, and I'll give a copy to counsel, and I can provide a copy to the court as well, is just essentially it comes in the sense that it's a list of who's talking and the date and that kind of thing, and he can have a copy in front of him as to the time. But looking at those records and all those and trying to figure it out is difficult at best. Mr. Jackson, I have zero problem with that. I just need to see it and compare it, the court. So that would be something for you to handle tomorrow when I'm not here. Mr. Lally, sure, I can send it to both the court and counsel. Mr. Yannetti, we might be able to come to an agreement. So the court, easy for you to say. You're not examining that witness, right? Mr. Yannetti, we're all working on it, Your Honor, the court. All right, so Friday, anything like, it would have been nice to know this video was contested, indiscernible. So anything like that. All right, Mr. Yannetti, thank you. End of sidebar. I think we're done. Oh, my God. That was the most intense thing I've ever done in my entire fucking life. Oh my God. It's done. I'm a zombie. Look at me. Look at me right now. I need to sleep. And I have things to do tomorrow. I have a doctor's appointment. Things to do. Ladies and gentlemen, look at Exhausted Towel. I gave you my all. I gave you almost 17 hours over 2 days, and I'm honored that you spent the time with me. I'm going to bed. All right? It's past 7 p.m. We started, God knows, almost 10 hours ago. If you like this stream, it's a public information service. My voice is almost gone. Thank you, Joy. God bless you for staying around. It was a marathon, ladies and gentlemen, but we did it over 2 days. There's a Cash App if you want to send towel. Some thanks for his efforts. That'll help my Christmas week. I'll try to stream with you again on Tuesday or Wednesday. Just decompress and see what's going on in the world. God help us. There's no more transcripts to do. I'm literally wiped out. Thank you all. And Allie, the cat tracks. I did it indeed. Lisa and Cannoli, Nicola Cox, thank you for being here with me. I had my camera paused to save energy, but I'm sure you would have seen me over the day, like, just go into this zombie mode. Oh my God, that was a lot. Yes, please do consider liking and subscribing. The Cash App is _, Grant Smith Ellis. The Venmo is at Grant-E1, and there is also a PayPal.me//Grant Ellis. Nicola, thank you for staying up with us late into the morning. You get some rest. God bless you, my dear friend. Now, I want to say thank you as well to everyone who was in chat today. Huge thank you to Allie the Cat Tracks for literally, no pun intended, tracking all the sidebars. All these towel friends that were here with us today, it meant so much to me to be able to spend time with you. And to those of you who sent super chats, thank you so much. That meant so much to me. I really appreciate it. They're going to load up on the screen now. So thank you so much to TIE D-Man. Thank you for all you do and for sharing your time. Well, thank you for your super chat. That means so much to me. Joey Sticks, thank you for your great questions and for listening to my explication. And Allie90211 and Rue, God bless all of you. Towel loves you dearly. Thank you so much. We didn't get Rue in as mayor of Boston, but it was great to see Allie90211. You are a super towel. Nicola was like, I may have fell asleep at one point. That's okay, Nicola. JZ41, thank you so much for watching all day. I know you were here with us. And that was a trip, ladies and gentlemen. 4,252 pages later during Christmas week. Why not? Joy, I think I did follow you back. Please let me know if the follow did not go through. I think you should be able to message me now. I did that actually midstream. Allie the cat says, keep your hydration going. Send me your Cash App or sending funds to you with a subscription link so I can post it in your chat each time. Oh, Allie, you're so kind. Let me post the text again. I mean, people can donate if they want. Allie, if you want to just save it, that's awesome. You're so kind. All of my donation links will go in chat right now, and if you want to share those around, God bless you. Allie, your help today was so appreciated. I am so grateful to have crossed paths with so many of you, and shout out to Ray from Dallas, all the other Super Towel friends who stopped in. Great day with you all. That was wonderful. Okay, so we also end the stream the same way every single time, which is, If you benefited from today, if you learned this from this public information service, which is designed to engender, coach, and public discourse and ward off the usurpation of our representative forms of government worldwide, and you really want to pay it forward, if you enjoyed the camaraderie in the chat, the friends you made, what you learned, there's a way you can do so. You can pay it forward by doing small acts of service and compassion for those around you. For example, you can look for reasons to donate to our homeless veterans. There should not be one veteran homeless against their will, ladies and gentlemen, in particular in the United States. I'm an American towel. If there is one such veteran, we have failed. They want to live in the woods, we're not going to stop them. But if there is one veteran homeless against their will, we have failed. They fought for us. We can fight for them. Look for reasons to donate to our homeless veterans. Now, what if you like animals and veterans? Have you considered you could donate to animal shelters run by veterans or that help veterans? Great way to help animals. Peep Bunny Towel loves it. He's sleeping. And also, it's a great way to help veterans. Oh, Peep says he wants to come over for the end. All right. This is Peep Bunny Towel. He hangs out sometimes, especially during trivia. We'll play trivia sometime in the future during the holiday. In any event, Peep Bunny Towel says you can donate to animals. He loves that. Now, if you can't find an animal shelter run by veterans or that help veterans, Peep Bunny Towel says you can donate to animal shelters in general. He loves that very, very much. Christy the Brit, thank you so much. I am very much exhausted, and I will get some rest. Now, what if you want to donate to animals in general? Pete Bunny Towel is a fan of that. He says you can donate to animal shelters. That's a great way to help. Now, if you are in the UK, you can donate to The Big Issue. That's a great way to help populations experiencing homelessness. Now, it doesn't have to be a donation, though, to a charity. You can do something as simple as smile at someone on the street, say hello to a friend or family member you haven't heard from in a while, or yes, even donate 2,000 tomato plants like Francis Futrell did one time and have them designated honorary towels forevermore. Yes, in that way, I think we can change the current realpolitik from one centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our power to instead one centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our capacity to engage in unconditional love and small acts of service. In that way, I think we can live up to our towel eudaimonia or summum bonum, our greatest good in the ancient Greek or Latin respectively, and in that way bring about a new digital epoch defined by Aquarius, the water bearer, standing tall with Pete Bunny Towel and carrying a towel. I believe it's possible because of you all. I'm absolutely exhausted, but absolutely grateful we got to spend this time together. God bless each and every one of you. Julie, craziest person on earth. It is great to see you. Pete Bunny Towel is jumping for joy. He is so happy to see you. Great job, Grant. Thank you for reading the sidebar. Merry Christmas. You're a towel. Oh, Julie, craziest person on earth. It is great to see you. You are a towel as well. Gabrielle says, thank you so much, Grant. My pleasure. And Joy, you have a great night. Trivia is pretty awesome. And we play a fun trivia game here. We'll definitely play it sometime soon. Towel friends on the X. You know you got a few minutes at the beginning. Pete Bunny Towel is excited to go back to bed, and I am also going to rest. He sleeps on a chair. I sleep on the bed. Sometimes he growls at me. There's nothing you can do about it, Pete Bunny Towel. He doesn't like the commies. Him and I bond over that. In any event, God bless you, towel friends on the X. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. Try to get some rest. Patriots start in just over an hour. 8:20 p.m. kickoff against the Ravens. I won't be watching. You should, though, because they're going to clinch the division if a certain number of things happen. And yes, paying it forward is so important. So God bless you, towel friends on the X. See you sometime this week. YouTube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. Thank you so much for being here. We hit 10K followers on X today. That was a great moment to celebrate with you all. Really meant a lot to me to be able to do that. And Pete Bunny Towel. So towel friends on the X, God bless. Be well. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. Reach out to me if you need me. You know where to find me. On X, @GrantSmithEllis. On YouTube, same handle. Instagram, Facebook. LinkedIn, if you can't find me there, GrantSmithEllis@gmail. God bless all of you. Be well. From towel to you. I love you very much. Now, Towel Friends on the X, YouTube, if you didn't know, Towel Friends on the X get a few minutes in the beginning, so you get a few minutes in the end. It's not really a few minutes. It's just my opportunity to say thank you for being in chat all day, every single one of you. Go Patriots, indeed. Absolutely appreciate all the camaraderie here. It is kind of been a community that has developed over a few years. You'll find some very, very nice people here. We have a very, very agreeable chat, and I monitor it closely, and we all keep up that spirit. And that's all I've ever wanted. I love that people like learning. I love that they're engaged. I love that you have questions. That's why I answer every single question. Doesn't matter if it's a super chat or just a comment. If I see it and I think I can help you learn, I'll do it. I believe that if we just do that for each other, we can make this world a better place, one day at a time, one person at a time, 1 hour at a time, one question at a time. We just have to keep doing it relentlessly. So if you were inspired by the passion on this stream, the camaraderie you found here, I hope you keep looking for reasons to bring that out in the world with you. And Towel, just know, appreciates all of your efforts very much. Really helps me grow as a person. It gives meaning to my life, and I'll always appreciate all of you very much. Hobani, thank you so much for your kind words. Welcome to Towel Channel. Enjoy your wrench. And Allie, the cat tracks, love you, and Peep Towel. Well, Peep Towel loves you as well, as does Little Towel. All right, let me and Peep get out of here. He's hippity-hoppiting over to his towel bed. He's on the bed now. He's going to his chair, though, even if he doesn't like it. We did it, 4,252 pages, over nearly 17 hours. I'm exhausted and going to bed. God bless you. Be well. Until next time, Towel friends. My name's Grant Smith Ellis, and you